Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 66, Chapter. Same deal as last week. 700. Even in the classroom, there was a marked distance between myself and the temporary students that attended Lord Elmeloy-II's lectures, the Lord the new Aegir's idolized and placed all their hopes on. There were different faces there each and every day, some appeared again twice a week. All of them wore the same distant expression. They left the centermost chairs empty, even the ones behind them, because that was where I usually sat. As Henry, I failed to understand the sentiment. Should we not have been friends, or at least, gotten along? I was one of them. A new entrant to the world of magecraft, like all of them, the only difference was that I'd carved my way to a position where I refused to listen to anyone. Seeing their faces turn as I walked, I only shrugged and took my vacant seat. No one sat near me, as was routine now. The seats to either side were empty too. As were the seats behind and directly in front. Really? For magi, this was disappointing. They were all supposed to be tweakers just like myself. The caution and distance made no sense. With a sigh, I rested my chin on my palm and awaited the professor. Lately, his lessons that explored and touched on chaos magic were becoming redundant. A newly made thaumaturgy with less than 200 years of history behind it. One that spliced the convenient bits from all other systems and discarded what was unnecessary with no respect for came before. A good malleable system with a wide range of applications touching on all that came before it. That was what I saw it as, that was what my peers saw it as. My thoughts were interrupted when Gray entered the room. Making herself as small as possible, she trudged over to the corner seat she usually sat on before raising her head. For a moment, our gazes met. I winked mischievously. Hers became troubled. Then, much to my surprise, the ashen-haired girl gathered her books and with fists clenched in some unknowable resolve, she made her way up the steps to me. She stared at me hard for a long moment. I almost thought maybe she was about to drop some cryptic message again. No. She was my adopted introvert. She wouldn't do that. You need something? I watched her from the corner of my eye. I don't have any sweets on me. With not a word, she sat down next to me. Oh. I saw it now. I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, appreciate it. She ducked her head and hid her face under her hood. I'm not bothered, you know. I'm the honored on dash. She cut me off, her words slow and barely a whisper. We are friends. Friends don't leave each other alone. Huh. That was adorable. The chance to tease her about it never came. The very next second, Flat blew into the classroom. He rolled along the floor until his back hit the podium with a nasty squelch that made him let out a high-pitched screech. Then, he just jumped up unbothered and launched himself off the podium. This time, his head hit the ceiling before he unceremoniously collapsed onto the seat next to me like wet paper. Ow. You don't get to say that when you behave like a monkey. I snorted, the hell was the plan there? Glad you asked, mein Freund. He propped himself up. I was trying to make a spell that lets me build momentum through ricochets, kind of like how a basketball does. But, I forgot to account for the durability I'd need to handle it. Almost snapped my neck there, ha 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 ha. I'm fine now though. See. He tried to jump again but stopped midway, face frozen. Okay, maybe I broke a bone or two. You think? Anyway. Heya how? Heya Gray. Flat's sheer stupidity was infamous. That was why most people tended to avoid him. Also because he kept weaving new spells as easy as he breathed. Something that took even established magi a good degree of preparation to do at a higher level. Why the hell do you have to be so damn loud in the morning? I'm trying to finish up the paper the professor asked us for. At some point, Svin had also wandered into the classroom and taken up the seat behind us. As usual, Flat's eccentricity meant he went unnoticed until he finally blew his top. What paper you talking about, Candy Floss? I asked curiously. You. Curses. An overlooked application of curses. My eyes widened, did we have that? Gray coughed, slowly sliding half a dozen pages my way on our shared table. Flat just laughed at me before pulling out a single crumpled piece of paper that looked like someone had wiped their ass with it. He slapped it down on the desk. Oh, what's this? You forgot. My Henry. How naughty. Flat, shush. Or I'll write an essay about why your name perfectly depicts the depth of your intelligence. I narrowed my eyes. Meanie. Eventually, Waver stumbled in too. Somehow, the dark holes under his eyes had grown significantly since yesterday. He still maintained a dignified front for his students though even as he almost slipped on the way to his podium. Let us begin immediately. Today's lesson will be a bit short since I intend to grade your papers in front of you. My face dropped. He noticed immediately. What happened, Henry? If you're not feeling well, you can just give me your paper and go home for the day. I slowly averted my gaze. I'm fine. With a sigh, the professor began writing on his board and the lesson began. As per his words, it was a rather short lecture on the decline of traditional witchcraft and curses to maintain secrecy following the witch hunts of the late 15th century. Something about the Holy Church seizing power in Europe and forcing certain magi into hiding for a while. Those branches of magecraft had declined in those times when their practitioners were being actively hunted down, better alternatives were found by the others, and once the hunts concluded, they never quite made a resurgence, at least in this part of the world. Interesting history lesson, but not very useful for someone that came to the clock tower for what I did. Now, I'll be grading your assignments so please, have them out before I come to you. Flat. What the hell is this? I'm not even going to comment on the state of the paper itself, this isn't even the topic I gave you. But that topic was boring. You have to admit it. Mechs are way cooler. That doesn't matter. Honestly, I should have expected something like this. I was an idiot not to. Sven. Why did you also write a paper on mechs? And why is yours longer? You seriously wrote 6 pages on mechs. What is wrong with you? Shamelessly, Sven stabbed a finger through the air, pointing at Flat. I had to be better than him, Professor. You wrote the wrong topic for your rivalry. The professor gripped his temple before sighing. I'll deal with you two later. Henry. Please have something better. By then, I was no longer worried about how I would tell him about the missing paper. I had already attained a higher form of enlightenment. Enlightenment I intended to share with all of my fellow students and practitioners of magecraft. With the supreme serenity of a Buddha, I rose to my feet, hands behind my back. Professor. What? Give me your paper already. Studies and homework are a chain meant to hold down the minds of the youth. They are meant to stop us from questioning the world. But, as humans, we can only grow by questioning the world. Homework assignments detract the time for this. They stop us from questioning things. Thus, they stop us from growing. In conclusion, such things are counterproductive and meant to keep us as sheep so that the overlords can stay in power by keeping us ignorant and small. So I say, down with the system. What? I inhaled deeply. Down with the system. The professor barely held himself from throttling me right there and then. Get out of my classroom. Gladly, Professor. Keep fighting the fight, my fellow students. Yay, Hal. Even if Flat was an idiot, he was the best hype man ever. I sat on a bench outside Norwich, stuffing my face with cream puffs I'd bought from a nearby bakery as I watched the grey skies of London. They were almost always like this at this time of the year. Either that, or it was raining. I prayed to God it didn't rain. Winter rain was proper nasty. Of course, stopping the rain using infinity was always an option, but something told me the Department of Policy wasn't going to be happy if I pulled something like that. Whoa. I definitely had to try it now. Those lot had stopped giving me jobs entirely after I returned from the Iselma Towers. The only reasoning I was given when I asked about it was that their lord had forbidden it unless I joined the department. Yeah, like that was ever gonna happen. I asked at your classroom for you and they told me you were kicked out for trying to incite a riot. They exaggerate. You know me, I'm an angel. Lucifer was an angel too. Fair. Luvia sat down next to me. She leaned on my side, pressing herself against my arm like a cat as her golden hair fell against my chest. At this point, I wasn't even going to ask how she kept finding me. She did this every day. No matter where I was, she'd pop up and just spend time with me. Often, it was something like a meal or a training session in martial arts, just typical stuff. I appreciated that more than I could ever put into words. It was strange, having someone like that. Yet, now, it was hard to imagine a day going by without bothering her over simple stuff, teasing her, hugging her. Aman, I was getting sappy. I missed you. We were together last night. Ellie even complained that I came home late. She hummed softly, nuzzling into my shoulder. Her hands started wandering. I mean, I didn't blame her. We both were at that age. And, even if we weren't, I sincerely doubted my passion for her would ever die. In public. I whistled, then my bag of cream puffs was snatched away. You wish. I watched her shamelessly down my food. Then, she held up her face for me to wipe clean. It was adorable, heart-melting. Enthralling. Especially since she became a tomato when I licked her lip instead of wiping it with my napkin. I think I love you. I repeated words we'd already shared. Words that still got her worked up and embarrassed every time even now. And me too. Wait. I came here for something else. You made me forget Dash. Doesn't matter, wasn't more important than you. She hid her red face and her twitching smile in her hands. Lord Inorai has summoned us. Both of us. What could that old bat possibly want now? Hope you enjoyed. Please be sure to comment your thoughts, ideas, suggestion, and/or grievances. They always get me hyped up to write more. You can find 7 big chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Imma need one more member GNG. Chapter 67, Chapter. I've been told I don't plug the server, properly so, here. Join up if you want to chat. Unlike my last visit to Value, the eccentric magi that made up the Department of Creation did not just cast a sideways glance before going about their usual business. No, they were visibly alarmed. Some left. Others tried to make themselves appear small. Most failed at hiding their curiosity and their annoyance. While yes, the Magi Value aligned to the principles of the Trambilio faction, the fact that talent almost certainly always lay with esteemed lineages didn't just become untrue. Any new magus, no matter his or her talent, ended up hitting a wall eventually, whether it be from lack of finances, their individual magic circuits, or the very politics I was caught up in right now. In most cases, such a wall simply did not exist for those with ancient blood. Yet, begrudgingly or otherwise, they had to give me respect. They couldn't afford not to anymore. Even with their distinct lack of common sense or morality, Magi understood that triumphing over a grand put me near her when it came to raw power. Admittedly, the truth was largely different. Tuko had only been defeated because she realized I was stealing her life's work. In fact, politically, she'd caused lasting damage to me. I was eagerly looking forward to our next altercation. The countermeasures she'd devise. Ignore them, Henry. Luviaglita assured me, matching my pace as we walked down a corridor. Not a single magus here holds a candle to you, I assure you. Scowls and hushed whispers are the only struggle they can afford. I snorted, I know. It's pure skill issue. She let out a satisfied hum. Now, observe caution please. I can't speak for her intentions but do remember that she didn't reach her position by being a good person. Soon, we arrived in front of that same office Luviaglita had dropped me off at all that time ago, back when I was actually intimidated by Inorai. A lot had changed since then. Smiling, I traced a finger along the golden rose engraved into the door before opening it with a light push. Lord Inorai Valualetta Atrahome sat behind her mahogany desk, fingers steepled and eyes narrowed. Her wrinkled lips stretched into a thin smile as we entered. I noticed that the empty vases from before were now filled with sand, and the daisies with sculptures now held up talismans and relics. Mystic codes. That wasn't foreboding at all. She gestured towards the 2 chairs placed across from her. Luviaglita held out a hand to stop me the second I moved and shook her head. We'll stand. I did as my sugar mama wished. That's a shame. I prepared some fine tea, even that strawberry shortcake he prefers. A power move. Her way of telling me, or making me think, that every single move I'd made thus far was under her observation. I shivered dramatically, that's creepy. Maybe if you were a hot lady. I am a hot lady. She raised a brow. Even today, I spent about 15 minutes admiring this beautiful face of mine in a full-body mirror. Short grayed hair, wrinkled skin, a thin body, a creepy smile, and beside all that, a lord among magi. That mirror was a paid actor. Inorai shrugged. Allow me to conduct my business with Miss Edelfelt first. Luviaglita straightened her back and clenched her fists, meeting the Lord of Creation with a dry face that betrayed no emotion at all. She offered a curt nod before again, raising her head ever so little. In a way, she was declaring that not even one of the 12 lords was enough to make her heel. And, sure as hell, so long as I was there beside her, no one was going to do anything about that ego of hers unless they wanted me to rearrange their guts with my boot after an intense lovemaking session between my fists and their face. You are hereby relieved of your task. Inorai's gaze met mine. You are to no longer report on this boy's progress or abilities. I averted my gaze, stifling a cackle. Admittedly, Luviaglita was a lot better at hiding her amusement than I was. Furthermore, after an intensive investigation, I all but know now that you have been less than earnest in your efforts. The few reports you have given are gravely flawed. I do not believe that Henry could pull the wool over the eyes of someone like yourself. That can only mean that you have sabotaged the Trambilio faction such that you may add him to your own. Because of your grandmother, I expected far better, even knowing your family's reputation. The world's most elegant hyenas. The Edelfelts often ended up retrieving the best for themselves after intervening in situations they had no business even knowing, leaving many enraged and fighting over scraps. Much to my surprise, Luviajlita simply stood there, listening, instead of biting back like I knew her to. After a long few seconds, she bit out. Anything else? There will be consequences. Luviajlita tossed a lock of hair over her shoulder. I look forward to them. Now. You, Henry. Inurai hadn't moved a single inch since we'd arrived. Now, she did. With a simple flick of her wrist, the sand in a nearby vase came to life. It coiled in the air like a serpent before bursting through the air. Not at me though, at Luviajlita. I held a finger to the side and the entirety of it was swallowed up by blue. With a raised brow, I dragged that finger through the air until it faced Inurai herself. Only then did I raise a curious brow. It was for privacy. Inurai drawled, smiling amiably, I meant no harm, hand over my heart. The blue faded away. Henry, you have the mind to understand we have done much for you. That much was undeniably true. It was a chance encounter with her that ended with me enrolled in the clock tower. In a way, everything that happened after that, the friends I gained, my feelings for Luviajlita, the wealth. All of that was thanks to her. But, and this was a massive but, I'd have ended up at the clock tower all the same. That was just the way I was. Under radically different circumstances, but they're all the same. My professor too would have reached out eventually, he was just that kind of person. That was how he found Svin and Flat and Grey. I trusted and knew him well enough to understand that he'd have done the same. He was the first person in this world to help with no ulterior motives. Yet, for now, the fact that I owed Inurai much too remained unchanged. Yeah. I scratched the back of my head, I wouldn't be where I am today without you. Then, her smile widened considerably, stop sitting on the side so indecisively. Eyes that analyze the flow of mana, magic circuits and the talent to reproduce and even mold that flow. They're not near 60 as Luviajlita here told me, are they? You have more. Join us, you'll go far. It is the least you can do. As a subordinate, you mean? Does it matter? More than someone like her could ever imagine. For monsters of logic like magi, being under someone mattered little if it meant they were able to pursue their goals. And personally, I didn't have the ego to really care either. But, being a subordinate here meant something like a hound on a leash. No, worse. Because it meant I'd have to be a broodmare for reviving dying lineages and probably be subject to their harmless studies and experiments. Little more than a slave then. They had spells for that too. Geis, as I recalled from Waver's lessons. Absolute compulsion among much else. No matter what I owed her, it nearly wasn't enough for that. I was a man. My own person. Because I owe you. I didn't retaliate for what you just pulled. I didn't get bothered by constant surveillance, or the threats your people have been mailing me for a few weeks now. Anyone who tried that with Luviajlita other than her would end up getting hit by a stray red before their next blink. I lowered my aviators, since you magi seem to like logic so much. All you did was get me an admission. So, that's repayment enough. I'm not going to become a slave just because you opened a door for me. If you don't like it, bite me. Her smile didn't fade. It remained as amiable as ever. Do you think saying this to one of the 12 lords is wise? After the Iselma towers, I think you realize brand-ranked lords don't really have the assets to make me care about what is or isn't wise. I snapped my fingers and the sand she'd controlled before came pouring out of every other vase in the office. It snapped and coiled and whirled in the office. With another snap, it settled down and returned from whence it came. If she was startled, Inurai did not show it whatsoever. Really, do try. I understand. She closed her eyes, craning her neck. I suppose we'll have to try harder to convince you. My apologies for any insults, boy. With a hum, I turned to leave. Come on, Luvia. The proud and bold princess of the Edelfelts let out a strange whimper before following along. The moment the door snapped shut behind us, Luvia pushed me against the wall and kissed me. Then she hugged my chest tightly. I am so proud of you. That was. It made me glad. God, what was this girl turning me into? Are we sure that was good for you? You're always doing tricks on the 12 lords. I don't need them. She threatened you, you know. That's enough for me to start cutting ties. With tinted cheeks, she made those boisterous claims loud enough that a magus walking nearby froze in shock. I don't like them talking down to you. You're all that matters to me. Dumb. That was crazy. I put a hand against the back of her head. I don't have any words right now. Bedroom. Whoa. I was thinking a date first. At that, she seemed to realize just what she was doing. Hastily, Livia backed off and started fixing her dress. Once that was done, she grabbed me by the hand before practically dragging me out of Valué. She only spoke once we'd left the premises. Sorry. I lost myself a bit. You were, very hot. Fabulous. Cool? All of the above. I don't mind, I waved my hand as we walked. It was bloody hot. Henry. This does create problems for you. I can't protect you by myself anymore. Not even Lord Elmeloy's influence. Lord Elmeloy too. I corrected. Not even his influence will be enough anymore. Now they know. If they know, it's only a matter of time before everyone else knows, and now they'll shut me out so I can't keep a track of things from the inside. They think I want you for myself. I tilted my head. You don't. I do. But, it's dangerous now. Love, I'm pretty sure Inurai spent the last few weeks ensuring just that. The sudden ostracization made a lot of sense now. News of my triumph had spread unnaturally fast, and the presence of such talents meant many among our society would covet it for themselves, by force if necessary. I understood Inurai's angle too. She alienated me and surrounded me with enemies. Eventually, I'd be forced to turn to my ally for help. Yet, she failed to understand that doing such had killed all the respect I had for her up till now. Perhaps she did understand. Perhaps she concluded that was the better way to make me join her camp. In that case, agreeing to her offer back in the office was the only way for me to ensure a safe and stable life. Yet, to agree was to deny my very self. Beyond any doubt, my self mattered more. That's definitely the case. Forgive me, Henry, I need to mobilize my wealth so we can be prepared for anything. And, your family too. Do you think they'd be open to moving to one of my fortresses? I took a deep breath. Even now, the Mages Association at large failed to glean one critical fact. No, it was one they utterly refused to accept. The more they threw at me, the stronger I would get. Oh well, more code for me to analyze. Fighting the whole clock tower's gonna be easier than coming up with something to convince my mother. And so, the cat is almost out of the bag. Inurai reveals her true colors as a lord of the clock tower, but this isn't all of it. But, trust me, you've yet to see the full extent of what she's done in those few weeks. You're gonna see his reaction is completely justified in the next few chapters. Hope you enjoyed. Please be sure to comment your thoughts, ideas, suggestion, and/or grievances. They always get me hyped up to write more. Chapter 68, Chapter. Despite the foreboding nature of the little altercation, and the alarms rung by Livia's observations right after, nothing of note happened. No one tried to jump me. No one showed up to give warning glares in front of my home. But, I wasn't stupid enough to lower my guard just because of that. Of course, there was always a decent chance that Lord Inurai simply backed off, but, no. That wasn't how a magus operated, and it was certainly not how one who ruled them would operate, especially in her case. Inurai was exactly the kind of person to show no reaction and then enact insane schemes that seemingly had no relation to her whatsoever. Shaking my head of the thoughts, I rubbed my hands together in a futile attempt to ward off the cold and picked up my pace. The wind stung. I wished I was at home with a cup of hot chocolate, spoiling Ellie, instead of exploring the clock tower for a new department to enroll at. Hey, Hal. Hey. What? I eyed flat with pursed lips. Stop begging the world for the attention your family never gave you. Somehow, the cold didn't bother him at all. He still wore the same white button-up shirt, and the loose straps of his jeans flew about wildly as he spun. Hell, the weirdo stopped wearing his vest once winter started. How cruel. I just wanted to spend my last day helping out one of my pals. After all, you're not very reliable when it comes to taking care of yourself. You don't get to say that. Last I saw you, you were trying to ride some bronze bull from the Department of Creation. I sighed. And I won. I rode it. Although the owner scolded me a lot after. But I did manage it. Gay. I couldn't let him find out I was planning on doing the same thing and he just beat me to it. So, I expertly changed the conversation with all the conversation skills of a man whose sole social skill was vicious instigation. What was that about your last day? Suddenly, Flat stopped. He firmly gripped my shoulders and stared right into my soul with those blue eyes of his. Henry. I haven't told you this, but I have a life-threatening disease. When I was born, the doctor said I only had till tomorrow to live. That's why I do all I do, so that I can make the most of my short life. Because I'm worried, I decided to spend my last day with you. What? I stared at him in silence. He stared back, fully serious. That felt, well, if it was true, HM. See, I knew you were a bloody faggot, you narcissistic fuck. That's why you didn't kiss that girl back then. Go make out somewhere else. Oh my fucking god, it was the same guy from before. He bolted down the road the moment I turned to sock him, as if he knew what was coming this time. I only caught a bare glimpse of his trenchcoat flapping in the wind before he disappeared. When I turned back to stare at Flat, he was looking down at the sidewalk, a hand over his mouth. I narrowed my eyes. Flat, why are you covering your mouth? And no reason. Flat, I know you just made that whole thing up. That was a lie. You do? Wait, no, I mean, it's true. Believe me. He ducked under a vile haymaker that nearly ripped his head off, avoiding it by a hair's breadth. Kia. No. Don't hurt a terminal patient. I raised my fist again. You're not a terminal patient, Dick. Okay. But I am going away, that much is true. He folded under no pressure whatsoever, even threw his hands up in surrender. Desperately, he tried to keep himself from busting out in laughter when he saw my unamused face. A few seconds later, he gave up and started cackling. Honestly, I had to give it to him. I was of the belief he truly lacked the mental capacity to pull off a joke of that nature. So, I put a hand on his shoulder this time, and gave him a look of pity. I'm sorry, Flat. I thought you were a full-blown retard. What? I diverted his attention again. So, what's that about you leaving? Since he was actually just 1 or 2 numbers short of being classified as mentally inept, it was easily accomplished. Oh, I have some business with my family. That's why I'm going back during the vacations. Everyone will leave, even Sven. So I thought you'd get lonely. And that's why I decided to come with you to Dash. Where were we going again? The Department of Lore. Oh, I've been there before. Although I got kicked out. Let's go. Sometimes, I wondered how this creature had stayed alive without the professor. He took off running like a child, narrowly dodging other pedestrians, vaulting over cars and whatever else was unfortunate enough to cross his path. This was not to say I was much better. I was decidedly cooler though. I just used blue to teleport into the air. Then, I used infinity to stand and watch from the skies. Expectedly, Flat got distracted less than halfway through the journey. He stopped near some paved outdoor cafe. Since it was December and the temperature was cold enough to freeze your balls off, it was mostly empty. The chairs and tables being made from metal didn't help much either. I appeared next to Flat. Flat. Come on, let's get going. He shook his head, then pointed at the sole customer sitting under a blue parasol, an unnamed book in one hand and cup of tea in the other. I recognize him. I don't know where from, but I remember he's supposed to be super important or whatever. HM. The super important person in question was a terribly pale man with pure white hair done in a single braid that fell down to his shoulder and distant eyes paler than the color of his hair. He wore a, surprise, white suit and his lips broke into a thin smile the second he laid eyes on us. He was a magus. There was no doubt. Or he was crazy, but lately, I was coming to terms with the fact there was no real difference between either. But, Flat was right. He was either super strong or super important. I'd long learned that the weirder a person seemed outwardly, the higher their ranking in our society. And besides, he called out to me. Maybe say that first, mate. I shook my head and faced the strange magus. How can I ruin your day this fine evening, ah? He chuckled softly, far too softly for a man. I mean no harm to you. Henry. I merely recognized young Flat, and recalled your fellowship. Ah, please don't misunderstand. I have no vested interest in following you like some of my peers, your eccentricities are simply that well known. Are you calling me crazy? Would I be wrong? He smiled politely, gesturing to the seat in front of him. I plopped down across from him, crossing one leg over the other. Yes. I'm the picture of sanity compared to the rest of you. Perhaps there is some truth in that. If he was lying, then all the better for me. It just meant my day was about to get more exciting than I initially assumed. That was never a bad thing. Flat vaulted onto the chair next to me. I had the sneaking suspicion that he was going to tune out the whole conversation past the first few sentences. But, it mattered little. I raised a curious brow, beckoning for the white-haired magus to continue. Your prowess is well known to the Mages Association. I dare say word is beginning to spread across our other branches and members throughout the world, in no small part due to the efforts of the Trambilio faction, for a reason that continues to elude me. Even then, to triumph over a grand of Miss Aozaki's standing is a baffling accomplishment. An accomplishment that declares to the world the depth of your understanding regarding the mystery that underlies our world. A master of Valmatu dash. Spit on that thing some more. Gobbling it raw is crazy. What? I like to talk dirty when someone is guzzling my. He closed his eyes and inhaled. Perhaps I should get to the point. I raised my brow further. I come bearing a manner of warning and nothing else. Threat. I pushed down a grin. No. A friendly gesture. How boring. I relaxed back into my chair, and noticed that Flat was making strange faces at random passers-by. Lord Inorai has put forth a request for a sealing designation under grounds that magecraft capable of toppling Miss Tuko Aozaki, who has only recently lost her own sealing designation, is a mystery that should be preserved by the Mages Association so as not to risk its loss. Sealing designations. Edicts issued by the Mages Association for the incarceration of magi whose abilities were designated too important for our society to risk losing by letting them be. In a way, it was an honor, recognition of one's personal ability. Towards that end, the full combat forces of the Mages Association were unleashed to hunt them down and bring them in. Suddenly, Flat put his head on the table, mumbling to himself. A second later, he screeched. Something about how cold it was. I was too enthused with the Magus to care. The white-haired Magus steepled his fingers together in a manner that bore a striking resemblance to the way I'd often seen Inorai do it. Hell, he also had that same friendly tone, the same friendly smile and that oh-so-distant gaze that failed to see people as people. I could connect the dots. This wasn't the sort of information some run-of-the-mill Magus was privy to. This man had definitive influence, and yet, I failed to recognize him. I put a hand on the freezing table between us, when he removed a bang of hair from his eye, tucking it behind his ear. A few weeks ago, but it was halted and has only now started gaining traction once again. Ah, if you're curious how, it is because the Lord of Policies denied it. Of course, the Lord of Astrology also rejected the motion. But, the Valuoletta family does hold a severe influence. Wheels can be greased, opinions can be changed. The decision ultimately lies with the Secret Judgment Division, the ones responsible for granting and repealing them. That meant. It meant she put it through the moment we returned from the Iselma lands. Long before I ever even rejected her offer to join. Yeah, if I held even the slightest regret for shutting her down in that way, it was gone now. But still, the help from the Lord of Policies. Bartholomew. And, from the Lord of Astrology too. Why? You're wondering why? He smiled, and for the first time, his eyes seemed to gain some life. I suspect it was nothing more than the simple fact that the Bartholomew faction is in opposition to hers and nothing more. That made some sense. People in power were unusually fickle and petty most of the time. The two factions were also enemies on the brink of an all-out war. Still, I wasn't about to write off the chance that this Lord Bartholomew possibly had a scheme of his own in the works. What's so bad about this? I questioned rhetorically. I understand the sentiment. A sealing designation is the highest recognition. Preservation of abilities that cannot be accomplished by any other than the individual himself. But, we also use it to rule in undesirables, or exert influence over those that deny it. Henry, do you know how one is carried out? Noting my silence and curiosity, he took a slow sip of his steaming tea before continuing. The brain, eyes, nerves and magic circuits are removed from the body. They are then stored in jars. It is a certain death sentence. I do not understand the point, personally. And I do not understand what she possibly hopes to gain, unless she means to revoke it at the final moment. An interesting thought, don't you agree? I put a hand on my chin. I imagine I wasn't supposed to find out about this, yeah. Since the sealing designations were handed out by the Mages Association as a whole, there was no chance of me learning where it came from unless I broke into the department responsible for their enforcement and beat it out of them. It also meant that if it went through, the full might of our society was going to come crashing down on me. Accomplishing that after just a couple months of study was insane. He shook his head from side to side, confirming my conclusion. See. I really was trying to be helpful. Might I suggest a solution? Join a faction. Yours. It would be ideal, but no. I understand that to be impossible. He chuckled again, then spoke softly, attain a height where enforcing it is simply not worth the cost. Unless they possessed a ton of magi on the level of Tuko Aozaki in their employ, I had already attained that height. But, he didn't need to know that. So, I simply smiled. Say. How do you happen to know all this? He stared at me a moment before gently placing a hand against his chest. Well, I do happen to be the Lord of Astrology. Yes, the very one. Marisberry Animosphere. A pleasure. You have certainly met my expectations. I must request that you stop considering murdering me. That was, the second of the 12 lords I'd met thus far. No, the third if I counted my professor. At that revelation, I only uttered one word. Why? It really is as I say, Henry. His smile betrayed a sort of childish excitement. We are enemies, her and I, trifling with her machinations is only natural. Of course, I do expect you to help me out at least once somewhere down the line, but only if you want to. I have no intention of forcing your hand. My servants tell me it wouldn't be a very good idea. I am inclined to believe them. We do dabble copiously in the art of divination after all. He rose to his feet and fixed his suit. To show me something interesting, yes. I plan on it. With a satisfied hum, he left. Honestly, the revelation should have struck fear or paranoia into my heart. But, all I felt was excitement. If her plan went through, they would hunt me down. Exceptional enforcers. Ah, so many spells, so much code. New heights awaited on the other side. How could I not be excited? No, I was even incentivized to cause as much collateral damage as possible, to force the entirety of the Mages Association to decide that I was too much, to force them to humble themselves and back off. The next person to come at me was going to become an example. Beyond that, however, the Democratic faction that lifted me up had now decided to become my opposition. A betrayal that was wholly unsurprising. They were Magus. I expected nothing less. They, however, probably weren't expecting what was going to happen next. Time to get myself some new techniques. What's that, Hal? Oh yeah, I forgot Flat was even here. By the way, Hal, he left us with his bill. I snorted. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed. Please be sure to comment your thoughts, ideas, suggestion, and/or grievances. They always get me hyped up to write more. Our boy almost got given a death sentence, but he likes it. To clarify, the sealing designation did not go through. However, it's under consideration and might. Chapter 69, Chapter. Sorry about last week, I was sick. Otherwise, same as usual, 700. That very same day, as I was on my way back to get my professor's opinions on the factional politics within the clock tower, I was attacked. A couple of blocks away from Norwich, even. Suddenly faced with half a dozen assailants, I was truly baffled for a good second. I thought they'd be a lot more cautious in their approach, especially since the sealing designation was yet to even go through. That made this a wholly unprovoked attack on my person, and I was allowed to react in whatever way I deemed fit. Squabbles between magi were to be solved at the discretion of the involved parties. Basically, either one wiped the other out or got paid enough reparations for the offense to back off. Generally, it involved some exchange of family secrets, spells, or hidden relics. Generally. I grinned and leaned to the side just enough to avoid a sword aimed for my throat. Before my masked assailant could react any further, I punched him twice. Once in the throat, hard enough to crush his windpipe even through the reinforcement. Once in the elbow. The second blow snapped his arm unnaturally. His jaw hung open in a wordless scream as his blade clambered against the floor. Thank you for coming to me. I was getting bored with all the lectures. I kicked his sword up and grabbed it out of the air before pointing it at his little buddies. I hope the rest of you have something better than just physical strength. They didn't respond to my words. Instead, two of them moved to block off either end of the alleyway we were in while the other three activated their magic circuits. Honestly, this confrontation felt a little flimsy. These people clearly had no idea who I was. Mercenaries? Spellcasters? Is that what they call you? People who'd abandoned, or never adhered to, the path of a magus. Instead, they used magecraft as a means of plying their trade, mercenary work. The last one I'd encountered was Fluger, back at the castle of Adra. Now, a good bunch of them had shown up on my doorstep. A bolt of flame impotently struck my defense. Then, a bullet from some handgun I failed to recognize, followed by a handful of knives. A truly pitiful display. Say, tell me who sent you, and I'll let you go. I know it's a bit much to process since one of you's tried to stick me with a sword, but dash. I was shot at again. This time, one of them had pulled out a pump-action shotgun. He racked it and lined up another shot. I am being unusually reasonable at this moment. Mostly cause this is just straight up sad. We know you like to play around. One of them spoke out. It was difficult to tell which since all of them wore trenchcoats coupled with face masks that hid all but their eyes. Hell yeah, I do. But, tell me, how does knowing this help you? It distracts you for a second longer. I raised a brow. Suddenly, the alarm set into the bounded field protecting my home went off. Not once, but twice. Two people had entered at the same time. With no hesitation, I jammed the sword through the guts of the one closest to me at a speed they had no hope of even perceiving, and threw his partner against the wall before tapping the dirty ground beneath us with the tip of my foot. They fully intended to hurt me, so I held no regrets about my response. Courtesy of Haina Astari's donation to my ever-growing collection of spells, spears of stone emerged from the earth and skewered them right there and then. One managed to avoid them and immediately made a run for it. I didn't care. This attack was the very height of stupidity. I was going to maim in her eye in public if she was behind this. The next moment my surroundings changed and I stood in the air. The one after that, I was standing outside my home. Thankfully, there were no signs of entry. My bounded field remained intact. Instead, a single sealed envelope lay just a step outside the fence, yet, definitely there was someone else inside too. I quickly pocketed the letter before going back to my crisis. How? The only way that was possible without breaking through the defense was if my mother had been the one to invite the person inside or I trusted the person enough to have my defenses ignore them. Mama Smith wasn't the type to fooled, and I felt no lingering mana from some spell so, really, how was that even possible? Only one way to find out. I inhaled deeply, preparing myself for any situation. When I opened the door, there in the living room, on my couch, sat a person I definitely trusted. But, it was someone I most certainly did not expect to come to my home. She sat there so calmly, drinking my Darjeeling tea, eating my banana pudding, like it was her own place. Why, hello there, Henry. I wasn't expecting you to return so quickly. I was confident you'd get distracted by a frisbee some stranger threw for their dog. She smiled gently, tucking a stray strand of her wavy gray hair behind her ear, and her golden eyes seemed to shine for a fraction of a second. Did you miss me? I slammed the door shut. Somehow, of all the people I wanted my family to meet, Karen Hortensia had escaped even my consideration, for good reason too. Even thinking about whatever bullshit she fed my mother to be invited in was starting to give me a headache. I braced myself as best I could and reached for the doorknob again, only for the door to be opened by my mother first. She gave me a look I failed to place before stepping aside. With my head hung low, I entered my own house feeling like a criminal. So, did you miss me? Karen asked politely, concern written across her features. It was bullshit. She was definitely acting. I missed you as much as someone who hates sand would miss a desert. How hurtful. After how passionate you were last time. You hurt my feelings, Hal. Don't call me, Hal. UWITC-. I was promptly smacked in the back of the head by my Spartan mother. Silently, she pointed at the spot next to Karen. Silently, I obeyed. At this point, maybe my home getting attacked was the better alternative to whatever this was. I glared at Karen as I took a seat beside her. She just smiled back, mischief evident in her golden eyes. So Henry, when were you planning on telling me about this? I chose my words carefully, telling you about what exactly? Suddenly, Karen grabbed my arm, a wretchedly bashful expression on her face. Too bashful. Her eyes were twitching. She was acting, I knew. My mother did not. Her face tightened considerably. Henry, she looks like a child. And, didn't you tell me your partner was that Finnish girl? She'd have been better than this. My mother massaged her temple, sighing, what in God's name drove you to do this? She's not my girlfriend, ma'am. I offered cautiously. No she isn't. Of course, I'm not. Hal. Sweetly, Karen handed me a form. What the fuck? An honest-to-God marriage license. For the first time in my life, I felt genuine terror, my face paled and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. It was an actual marriage license, signifying a partnership between. Hell. What the fuck had I ever done to deserve this? See Karen, is this why you left back then? I never should have trusted her to leave me be after what she'd spouted back in America. It was a false hope to even think this actual demon would leave me in peace. Was this what she meant by me being her trial? How the hell was I even supposed to consider that this was what it meant? This was extremely unfair. I wanted to surprise you. This is bloody forged. No, it isn't. See, that's your signature there. She said blankly with a thin smile only I noticed. Then, she became bashful again as she turned to face my mother. Why, you're hurting me, Hal. We went to the office together. I am sorry, ma'am. I wanted to kick her ass more than ever. Don't tell me this is actually official. I asked, baffled. Something told me it was. The Holy Church easily possessed the influence as well as the means. For them to corroborate in this was a bit far-fetched though. I scanned the document over again, desperate for any flaw that'd make it fake. The ages were all wrong but, beyond that, I noticed the name of the officiator. Oh my God, it was Mark. That son of a bitch. Henry. My thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt by my mother's words. She stared at me with pursed lips and distant eyes. You're at an age where I can't tell you to do but . I'm disappointed that you thought you had to do this without telling me. I would have supported anything . Her words stung. I gave Karen another glare. She shrugged back, unbothered. I still failed to understand why she would do this and I refused to even entertain the notion that she just liked me. Yet, a drastic act like this was exactly what I expected of her too now that I thought about it. And, to be honest, in any other situation such a batshit insane move warranted respect. Just not when it hurt my mother. Hurting Mama Smith was the greatest taboo. Now, the question was, how was I meant to get myself out of this? Apologizing meant I accepted that the marriage did indeed happen. On the other hand, trying to prove it as false meant I'd need to either come up with a load of believable bull, or come clean about a lot more than just my relationship with this spawn of Satan. I wasn't the best liar either. Damn it, you got me. I sighed, crushing the paper in my hand. Are you proud of me, Hal? The damnedest thing was, I had to respect the craziness of it all. It even resembled something I might do given the chance. In awry. The Mages Association. Nah, this creature nestling against my arm and peering up at me like a particularly curious cat was a much larger threat. She came in and easily stuck me between a rock and a hard place. Do remember this though, you little shit, I'm a very loyal man. Henry.exe was about to, very justifiably, crash out. Henry, don't talk to your wife like that dash. Hope you enjoyed. Honestly a bit uncomfortable and unusual, but that's exactly how Karen is. Blindsided him so hard he literally forgot about the attempt on his life and the weird letter. So yeah, I mess with it. I hope you guys don't hate it too much. Please don't forget to comment. Chapter 70, Chapter. I am disappointed. After a good hour of kowtowing, apologizing to my mother and saying whatever she wanted to hear, I finally managed to retreat to my room upstairs. Of course, I also dragged Karen with me too lest the hellspawn do something worse. My room was decidedly simple, mostly because I never even used it. A simple bed. A closet. A shelf with a few books borrowed from one of the clock tower's many libraries, and a simple study table beside the bed with a lamp and a laptop. Oh, also a nice carpet over the wooden floor. The nicest carpet. You went too far. I closed the door behind me. Karen floated over to my bed and climbed on top of it to stare out the window above it. I'm not kidding. I can respect insanity, but leave my family out of it. She glanced back at me, a measure of conflict flashing through her golden eyes. You need someone to keep you in check. Or, you'll hurt yourself. I don't want dash. You need a handler to stop you from jumping off a skyscraper just cause it seems funny. The Lord has blessed you with great strength, and made your own mind your lifelong trial. Damn. To be fair, I'm pretty sure I'd survive that. Wait no, I did. Last week. Karen just stared at me, as if I'd just proven her point. Then, she sat down properly on the bed before straightening the edges of her habit. We both know the license holds no significance. If you want, I'd be happy to perform my duty dash. No thanks. I shut her down before she even finished. I was loyal to my Luvia, nothing was ever changing that. No one had done more, and risked more, than that absurdly rich foreign princess for my sake. The way the clock tower's politics functioned wasn't lost on me. She'd made herself an enemy to one of the 3 greatest families presiding over that place, all for me. A shame. I thought you'd be unable to control your beastly desires once you found out you'd been wed to someone as alluring as myself. You listen here, I held up a finger, taking the chair lying next to the side table. The only person you're alluring to is a priest with one of those basements. Hey, wait a second dash. No. I hope the Lord can forgive you for even insinuating such an act. I remain pure and untouched, until my marriage. Unless. She smiled mischievously, placing a hand on her collar. I deadpanned, don't even try. I'm not about to be seduced by a twig. But of course I can understand why the church thought sending you could work with how much you guys adore kids. I'll start eating more then. She dangled her feet idly, a hand over her stomach. And you can tear that license up if you want, I have 100 more copies. This girl really was far too absurd. However, that aside, there was a decent chance this was some ploy by the Holy Church too. Some method of ensuring they had an inside man, a spy, plainly put. While I didn't necessarily mind her company, or Mark's, I had my reservations about that piece of information. I sighed, what makes you think I can't see that you're here to keep any eye on me? I'm not. She answered calmly. The only person who knows I'm even here is Father Mark. I am under his tutelage, for all intents and purposes. I hope the Lord can forgive me for deceiving my peers, but this is his trial. You know I find it crazy how some of you guys believe you can speak for Big G. All is his plan, and I have eyes and ears. A functioning brain too. Ah wait, my apologies, I suppose you're not familiar with that term. Karen shook her head from side to side. But, don't worry. I have no intention of reporting anything to my superiors. Strangely enough, this was the second time someone had done this. I wasn't all that surprised though. Karen was definitely the type to withhold information just to annoy someone, then enjoy when they found out and got pissed off. I still had to ask. Why? Instead of her usual snark, she averted her gaze with a slight tint on her cheeks. My reasons are my own. I blinked. Hell nah. She immediately threw cold water on my thoughts. Will you force them out of me by violating me now? I steepled my fingers, inhaling deeply. Then, I stepped over to her. Why was she blushing? Henry dash. I grabbed her by the nape like a particularly rowdy cat and threw her inside my closet. With not even the slightest hesitation, I locked her inside before tossing the keys out the open window. For some godforsaken reason, my mother chose to come in at that very moment with a tray. I brought tea and biscuits dash. Where did Karen go? I pursed my lips, bathroom. Mama Smith gave a slight nod, looking over the room once again. Once she was satisfied and sure Karen wasn't here, she stepped inside. Hal, I've been thinking. That's never a good sign. Cheeky. She sighed softly. I'm sorry about how I reacted. She had nothing to be sorry about. No matter how much I wish you were still my baby boy and how much I still want to watch over you. You're a grown-up now. Whoa, actual parenting. As William, I'd never really gotten that particular experience. My parenting consisted of cold shoulders, a lot of sighing, and a lot of disappointment. For some reason, my mother then always mistook my attempts at garnering her attention for taunts dash. It mattered little now. I pushed the thoughts away, not too keen on souring this moment. It's not fair of me to want you to behave according to what I expect. You've made me plenty proud already. You've proven that dash, well, this is a little embarrassing. It really was. I couldn't even meet her gaze right now. I just want you to be careful, alright? And when you feel it's alright, tell me what happened. Somehow, I felt that would never happen naturally. But that was alright. I wanted her to know I trusted her with this, even if I had to force it. We met at a church. She's a foul-mouthed, clingy brat with a rotten personality and crippling daddy issues. On top of that, she has no place to belong to, and everyone who knows her finds her insufferable. Henry Smith. But that's exactly why I can't find it in me to be too harsh to her. After all, I was also the same. Denying her nature meant denying my own. Shutting her down meant being the same as those people who knew I was troubled as a child and withdrew instead of even trying to be nice or help. I was not a good person. I was not a kind person. Yet, I refused to be the same as them, out of sheer spite. I'll take her in, even if it means my own life becomes bloody hellish. If this is how she wants to go about it, then that's fine too. The only issue was, Karen was definitely not a child. You could have just convinced me to adopt her instead of dash. She shook her head. What's done is done, I suppose. Instead of another scolding, or more questions, my mother just smiled at me. I lowered my gaze when she stood up and approached me. Then, out of nowhere, she ruffled my hair. When I looked up, she was smiling more. It was a proud smile, I realized. You know, I sent Ellie to her room but I'm pretty sure that girl heard everything. Good luck consoling her. Oh no. My mother left me with those dreadful words. I thought about it for a second, before, like the manliest of men, fishing the strange envelope left outside my home from my pocket. That was to say, I completely ignored the issue at hand and coped by turning my full attention to another, easier one. Let's see. The seal was unrecognizable. I curiously twirled the envelope in my hand before shrugging and ripping it right open with barely contained excitement. I hadn't expected to be attacked so soon, but here we were. Truly, it was something to look forward to. Someone had willingly provided themselves as an example and testing subject. I needed to shake their hand and thank them profusely when we met. Inside was a single piece of paper. An evil eye was inscribed onto the back. The sort seen throughout history among all branches of the mysticism we studied. Commonly, at least in our society, the evil eye referred to mystic eyes and methods of dealing with them. Immediately, I recalled Yvette's family, the Lehrmans. Experts in said field. The possible culprits. I discarded the thought as quickly as it came. Yvette knew better than most why outright antagonization wasn't a feasible idea. With a shrug, I read the other side of the letter. After a review of your request, you are hereby cordially invited to the annual auction held at Rail Zeppelin as a seller. Please arrive at the designated location timely, as there are severe consequences for not doing so. You will find your sister there, safe and sound. Ellie was still at home. Oh wait, I knew what this was. They weren't expecting for their men to fail at piercing my defenses. He just dumped the letter and ran away without doing what he was there for. Still, the attempt was made. An attempt at getting my cute and innocent sister caught up in a shit show. That was indeed enough reason for me to head over, in earnest. You may bring 2 guests of your choice with you. Adequate lodgings have been prepared. All I got from the letter was that an auction was to be held, and that I was supposed to sell something there. I couldn't really place what that was. My only hint was the evil eye inscribed on the back, suggesting a possible connection to mystic eyes. And if mystic eyes were the answer, then I knew someone who was perfect for the question. I dialed her up. Yay. Hal finally called me. Are we hooking up? We are, right. I ripped the phone away from my ear. I'm already wet. Ehem, so, where are we meeting? What's the rail Zeppelin? I figure it has something to do with mystic eyes, right? Yvette went quiet for a moment. When she answered, her voice was a tad more serious than usual. So they invited you too? Not as a seller, right? Well, that's a bit dangerous. But I'm sure you'll be fine. You're strong, after all. And so hands right. The rail Zeppelin. As a prospective mistress, I can't imagine withholding information from you, so. In typical fashion, she danced around the subject, and kept yapping about useless shit. Yvette. Right. Of course. The rail Zeppelin is the name used for the Mystic Eyes collection train. It's an annual auction, where distinguished ladies and gentlemen sell and buy. Well, you can guess, right? It's strange that they invited you though, especially as a seller. I raised a brow. They want me to sell my eyes there. And I think you already know, but saying no isn't an option. They'll hunt you down, or blackmail you into it. Something tells me they already tried. She hummed over the phone, and I could imagine her frills twirling about. Oh no, I'll go. I'll definitely be there. Yes, in fact, there was no way in hell to stop me from going. Still, Hal. You have to wonder, how'd they even find out you had something worth selling? The obvious answer was, someone told them. Who that someone was, I plan to find out soon. Ah well, see you there. Suddenly, my closet let out a groan. The lock broke. As I watched, Karen tumbled out halfway before lying down flat, her back to the floor, arms spread. She stared at me through unamused eyes. Enjoy your stay. I enjoy asphyxiation play. She smirked back. Also, your fashion sense is staggering in how uninspiring it is. Allow me to change your wardrobe. I only require some alms, in the name of the Lord, so that I may help you not look like someone who frequents dumpsters for clothes. I deadpanned. You know, I'm pretty sure you heard all of what I said to my mother before. I did. So be a little nicer, you shitty brat. For that second time that day, Karen showed me a face I didn't even know she had. Her aloof and distant gaze wavered and she turned to face the side, suddenly finding the banana-colored lining paper over my walls to be the most interesting thing in the world. Thank you. Still getting that annulled though. I have a wifey already. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to leave a comment. Chapter 71, Chapter. It was a difficult pill to swallow for someone like him. Waver Velvet accepted that he could never be exceptional no matter how hard he fought or how desperately he grasped for a place among those of monstrous talent and those who sat at the crux through the efforts of none other than themselves. This was a bitter truth he'd come to accept, and it did not stop his desires or his ambitions. No, what upset him now was that the clock tower, whose core ideal should have been pursuit of greater knowledge, were so readily set on curbing one among their own who could pursue those greater heights. Just so that they were not outdone. As a man who desired the same, it upset him. As a teacher who cared for his student and wished him well, it upset him further. Despite appearances and his own thoughts on the matter, as Lord Elmeloy II of the 12 Lords of the Clock Tower, he was more than privy to emotion concerning one of his permanent students. And, as an individual whom many sought to curry favor with, he'd even been handed the information outright by someone he'd never even met before. Then, through her own means, Rhaenys confirmed what he knew. For his exceptional talents and the mysteries he learned to enact by deceiving the very texture of the world, Henry was going to get a sealing designation. The highest recognition beyond any rank within the Institute. A death sentence meant to keep those above. Waver knew Henry would only be excited by the prospect and charge it head-on, but that was because that boy well and truly believed in his own talents. He found no reason to fault him for that belief either. And as the King of Conquerors Waver had sworn loyalty to nearly a decade ago would have confirmed, that very belief, so wanton and whimsical and unapologetically self-absorbed, was exactly what made him that very thing. It was the sort of mindset he'd expect from an actual heroic spirit. Or maybe that was simply Waver's pride in a student speaking. Still, he was worried. Henry had allies, yes. But those very allies had put forth the motion along with the evidence needed. Even now, he watched and waited, impatiently tapping a foot against the carpet as his cigar slowly burnt out. He watched the main branch for any hurried movement, for an enforcer to come knocking on his door. He waited for the Carillon Observatory responsible for handing out those designations to ring that damned bell of theirs. Impotently, Waver Elmeloy too hoped well and truly that the evidence was deemed insufficient, so his scare was just that, a scare. A lesson for his student. Nothing more. If it was not, then the whole clock tower would become his enemy. Waver feared what he would do in such a situation. Professor, you'll burn your fingers. Waver craned his neck, then realized that his cigar had almost burnt out. Ah, yes, thank you, Gray. He quickly put it out against the ashtray. Gray gave a quiet nod and stood, one hand over the other. Professor, I think, you shouldn't be so worried. I believe. You look like you're about to die, dearest brother. Surely you don't think you can be free of this mortal coil without paying your debts first, yes? Rhaenys offered amusedly from across the table, one leg crossed over the other. His sister had a wicked smile play across her lips and he knew she enjoyed his misery terribly. If you care so much, let me help you out. The solution's pretty easy. He can just accept one of the many ludicrous offers sent his way. In fact, if he quit being stubborn, he'd have a pretty easy life. Only, he's as stubborn as you. My lady, I must dash. No, he definitely believes he'll win now. He faced Scarred Red and won. Scarred Red. Tuko Aozaki. That is besides. Waver quickly corrected himself, he will come out alive, I believe this. But not unscathed. It's simply unreasonable that he must suffer through it for being a good student. Huh. He's partially to blame, dearest brother. Even a toddler knows that showing off is never a good thing, in our world dash. Crazy way to cope with the fact that you have nothing to show off. Waver wasn't even surprised when Henry was suddenly climbing in the window, he just offered a nod in greeting. As was typical, his student was dressed in a beige wool sweater a size too big and gray trousers that made it seem like he just got up and decided to leave while lounging around at home. He lowered his aviators and fixed Rhaenys with a mocking grin. Definitely not the look of someone on the verge of being at the receiving end of a witch hunt. I do. I'm simply not an idiot like you. Damaged crest. Useless eyes. 12. No offensive capability. A tongue that has nothing to back it up and is your only way of making people think you matter. Did I mention 12? He listed off, making a show of his fingers. Henry, in Waver's experience, was someone who could meet Rhaenys head-to-head in a field she excelled in. That was, annoying others for no particular reason. Why is me being 12 a problem? I'm 15, anyway. Sorry, I forgot. 10. Fine. You caught me off guard this time. Rhaenys threw her hands up with a sigh, relaxing into a cushion. It's not worth it to mess with a brat that could cause millions in damage just because his feelings were hurt. Brat. You, calling someone else a brat. You perpetually angry midget. You childy dash, grr. Don't be mean to each other. Gray cut in between the two. Friends shouldn't target each other's insecurities. Henry stared at the hooded girl in awe, then raised his hands in surrender much like Rhaenys and plopped down on the floor, back against the wall. Even Waver knew his apartment wasn't the cleanest, yet he didn't seem to care. Damn. I didn't know you could be like that. This is a surprising side. My adorable Gray has been infected with snark, you working-class Londoner. Waver realized that to be an opportune moment to discuss what he wanted. Honestly, he'd considered warning Henry but decided to do it at a later date. Now that the moment presented itself though. Henry. The ceiling designation dash. His student gave him a thumbs up. One look. One look and Waver knew that he was fully aware of the state of the clock tower. That's boring, Professor. I came here about this. The ignoble youth fished a letter from his pants and tossed it to Waver. Yvette filled me in. I wanted to know if you had something to add. Of course, Waver recognized the letter immediately. Gray did as well. It was the very same letter he too had received, or rather, the letter had been shoved down his throat. The sender had taken his most prized possession, the artifact he'd used to summon a heroic spirit of his own during the Holy Grail War a decade ago. The one remnant of the king he'd sworn loyalty to. A tattered red scarf. He had no choice but to go. For Henry, however, an invitation spelt something else entirely. But, Waver kept that to himself. No doubt if he told Henry, he'd try to attack the rail zeppelin itself. Wait. Did they take something? Nope. That was a true relief. Then I must recommend that you not go, Henry. You asked Yvette, so you know they specialize in mystic eyes. The risk just isn't worth it. Professor. But I know you well enough to be certain that you will. He also knew full well that trying to convince him was a fool's errand. For some awful reason, the prospect of life-threatening danger spurred his student into action like little else. But, he also knew how to counteract this. He couldn't call himself a proper teacher if he didn't have methods for dealing with each and every single one of his students. Then, Henry, a favor first. You've been asking for those a lot. Henry pursed his lips. But yeah, sure. I'm free anyway. Till tomorrow. Wait, this isn't some way of making me avoid the rail Zeppelin, is it? Waver's sweat dropped. Unlike Flat, Henry used his head often enough. But, he would still listen. All Waver needed was a day. Once the rail Zeppelin began its course, there was no conventional way of locating it whatsoever. The train moved all over Europe over the course of the auction held aboard. Conveniently, there had been a string of unexplained missing persons cases in North Yorkshire. Waver had a habit of keeping up with the local news, more to feed his own desire for knowledge and a chance to discover some incident related to mysticism, but yes, this would be sufficient. Even with his disposition, it'd take Henry a day at the very least. Waver carefully picked his words, lying through his teeth. I need you to look into a village out in Yorkshire. I suspect there's a magus involved, skilled enough to avoid detection from the clock tower. Considering the nature of local folktales from that region, there's probably something you can dash. You get my meaning. I guess that's close enough that I can be back here if someone touches my family, so, alright. I guess I'll take Luvia on a date. It took a fair amount of effort to stop himself from showing the relief on his face. Rhaenys amusedly glanced between them. She knew, didn't she? Wait, Henry had the same glint in his eyes. Even gray. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment. It keeps me going. Chapter 72, Chapter. You know, I feel like someone who got sent to the boonies for insubordination with a lame excuse. The kind of punishment you get for not listening that isn't technically a punishment but everyone knows it is one. I was perched atop a dry stone wall, watching the sun set against verdant hills and distant frosted peaks. Out here, it was even colder than London, which I failed to account for completely, and even the grass and trees grew terribly rigid. The chill wind seeped in through several layers of clothing, carrying with it the scent of wet earth, critters, and quite possibly animal dung. The mystery was pronouncedly thicker out here and magical energies flowed freely, seeping through the very dirt. There was even a noticeable lean towards traditional witchcraft, druidism, and tricks. A shame I had no magecraft capable of taking advantage of the land's own nature. Well, at least it wouldn't interfere with my other spells. My professor had, quite literally, sent me to the middle of bumfuck nowhere to find a rogue magus. I knew this was definitely meant to distract me, keep me away from the clock tower. A way to prevent me from causing further damage and away from the powers that be. Honestly, his heart was in the right place too. It was a wise decision on Lord Elmeloy II's behalf. My partner in crime answered matter-of-factly, leaning against the wall. Perhaps due to the unique proclivities the Edelfelts were notorious for, the weather bothered her a lot less. She wore a sleeveless low-cut dress slit from the thigh that showed off her stocking-covered thighs and a decidedly small, white fur coat, the gaudy kind of course, to protect her arms and back from the cold. Also, aviators. For some reason, aviators, even though the sun was setting and it'd be dark soon. The same make as mine. Anyway, I leered at her TI. Enthralled. I put on my Yuji face. Yeah. I ain't trying to lie or deny it. She shook her head with a soft laugh. Why, of course, that is how it must always be. It is I, after all. So you didn't dress special for our adventure date. Here I thought I mattered more. I never said dash. Her bravado was gone with the wind, in its place was someone who was still fairly shy when it came to genuine compliments from me despite our regular meetups. Well, not to say I wasn't the same in that regard. Luvia ducked her head. I did. This time, it was my turn to be amused. Don't act like you don't start stumbling over yourself every time I change clothes. She got me. Damn. I folded instantly and dropped the teasing. With a heave, I jumped off the wall and eyed the dirt trail we'd been following thus far instead. There was farmland on either side, marked by sporadic tree lines or dry stone walls. I even saw a good number of sheep and cattle grazing in grass plains. Beyond a doubt, the professor had sent me to the countryside. The actual countryside. After a nearly 4-hour-long commute via bus, through Birmingham and parts of Manchester, we arrived in northern Yorkshire. After that, it was a couple of hours of walking in sparsely populated land. The last time I'd seen a living breathing person was 2 hours ago, when we passed by the second stone-laid settlement. How the hell he received any news about this place was straight up beyond me. I couldn't even find it on any map. I am going to throttle that damn nerd when we get back. I scratched the back of my head. Again, it was a necessary and good measure. I know for a fact that you would attack one of the 12 lords given enough time. Luvia explained calmly, treading beside me. This is not to say I hold any doubts about your victory, however. It's simply become impossible to. If I'm honest, it makes me feel a bit inadequate in comparison. I have nothing to offer in exchange for what you bring to my family. It leaves me quite stumped sometimes. I shrugged my hands. Get good then. Luvia met my snark with a smile. I will. I promise. What was with this girl? Here I was, trying my damnedest to reach a high rank so that she could feel no shame in being with me. Meanwhile, she was thinking she had to offer me goods in exchange for my continued affection for her, ashamed she didn't have enough to give. That was pretty weird. But, damn if it wasn't adorable as hell. Luvia, you don't have to give me anything. She really didn't, but she did. Luvia was acting as my shield, protecting both me and my family while asking nothing in return except that I care. That was attractive beyond measure. I only hoped she didn't put herself in too much danger in trying to keep up. There was no status quo between us at this point, or a need to adhere to a transactionally fair give and take. I simply cared too much for her for any of that. She averted her gaze. And you don't need any particular standing, I would love you all the same. I knew that. But, she was nobility. There were probably political issues and losses if she was with a commoner for her house. Or, so it would have been before. I wasn't blind. With my current reputation, that was no longer an issue. The Mages Association was more like to believe I was the bastard child of some ancient lineage over the simple fact that my circuits and eyes were a spontaneous phenomenon. Granted, such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. And, even if they did take issue with me being lower class, with my quantity and quality of magic circuits, any noble was lucky to be graced by my presence. I was the honoré anyway. There was nothing to stop us from staying together other than ourselves. Shaking my head of those thoughts, I returned to bothering Luvia with mundane topics. Say Luvia, do you beat your chest when you start a fight? Did you just call me a very rich? Especially when it comes from someone whose head is about to be classified as a scientific mystery. Of course, to you everyone else must seem like that. You know how they say. To a madman, everyone else must seem mad instead. Crazy. A princess with a collection of Pokemon merch. She grew red. I told you that in confidence. You're a weeb, babe. Accept it. Am not. You literally catch every single episode of that one kid's show the second it airs. You watch it with me. What's next, princess? You used to fantasize about marrying a rough-hewn commoner instead of posh noble. Luvia immediately turned her head aside, flushed. Wait, for real? Her reddened ears twitched. Noise. I gave her a thumbs up. That must mean I'm a dream. Mechanically, she turned to face me. A psychologist will probably apologize to every single person he diagnosed with narcissism once he meets you. No, maybe they'll test a head that abnormally big for cancer first. Whoa. Unfortunately, before I could fire back, we finished rounding the curved path and a small town came into view. The population must have been no more than a couple hundred, seeing as the place was just a bunch of ancient brick houses with slanted roofs huddled together against a gentle hill. A river flowed nearby, carving through copious amounts of farmland dotted with old-age mills. The design, the architecture, it felt like I'd come across some medieval recreation for a movie set or a fair over some town. Then, my eyes caught a paved road leading up to the town, on the opposite side. There was even a bridge built over the river. Did I just walk all the way for no reason again? PFT-. Damn you. This wouldn't have happened if you brought a helicopter. The whole point is to keep you away from the clock tower. The longer time it takes, the better. Luvia threw her head back and did her rich girl laugh, holding the back of her hand against her face. Hal, don't tell me you disliked our walk together. Gah, she was right. I loved it. All right, you win this time. I shook my head and began the journey into town. Even calling it a town felt wrong. Thankfully, the people were dressed normally, in modest but modern fashion. I'd been half expecting them to be wearing tunics and tabards from the 13th century. They certainly took notice of us, but that was mostly because we stood out like a pair of sore thumbs here, among these people. Other than lingering gazes and hushed whispers, however, no one actually approached us. In fact, they even seemed a bit nervous as we walked past. These people, they're either not very used to strangers or... Luvia discreetly motioned towards a man that left the second he saw us, or something's wrong. I ran a hand through my hair. Nah. They've probably never seen someone as hot as me, so they don't know what to do. Luvia snorted. Of course, it's certainly that when their people have been going missing. Regardless, I suspect we'll find out soon enough. In such a small town, everyone knew everyone. Soon enough, the whole population would be aware of our presence if we stayed, including the possible perpetrator. People did love to yap after all, myself included. I hoped he or she attacked us outright when that inevitably happened. All right, we should find some lodgings for the night. Before I could complain about how that was a boring idea, we were interrupted. A tall bald man stepped between us from behind. His aged face was marked by odd scars on his left cheek and a particularly nasty one across his lips, and his gaze held genuine ferocity, the kind I saw in Sven sometimes. I didn't know he was, but I did have an inkling as to his affiliation. That will not be necessary, Magus of the Clock Tower. This matter is ours to resolve. I had no idea how he even noticed when neither of us. Oh yeah, never mind. He didn't know. It was just better to say that than apologize if wrong than actually risk a Magus being there, for these lot at least. Yep. The cassock gave it away immediately. Then there was the rosary hanging from his neck, and the general disgust he was looking at us with. That was the sort of face I'd expect from someone who stepped in shit. Maybe heretics were the same to these crazed lot. I don't think so, I met his glare with a curious grin. Anyone ever told you frowning so much can cause hair loss, or am I too late? I have 4 more of my brothers here. You are outmatched. Leave, so the flimsy piece that lets you heretics draw breath holds. I stared at Luvia. She stared back at me. We both stared at the priest. Shut up, Baldy. Humble yourself, Hulasika. For reference, even I didn't know what she actually said. But usually, when she insulted someone in her native tongue, it was some incredibly vile thing to say having to do with pigs or monkeys. Imagine thinking threatening teenagers is tough. What? Am I too old for you to try to cop a feel? He's probably disgusted because he thought we were 11. I dread what would have happened if Rhaenys was here. I was so proud of Luvia right now. She was even throwing shade at Rhaenys even though that midget wasn't even here. Apparently, there was some kind of competition between them to see which one was meaner. A servant of the Lord is not insulted by cheap words from ingrates. At that, I cackled like a madman. Buddy, you have a vein popping out on that dome of yours. A question, does it reflect light during the day? Instead of taking the bait and attacking us after telling us to fuck off, the adult priest simply held up a hand. I see I cannot convince you with words. Very well. As this land is not part of our jurisdiction, I will not insist further. But, do not hinder our purpose within this town. Do so, and you give me reason to enact the Lord's will upon you apostates as I will upon the creature we seek here. With those words, he walked away, fists clenched. His footsteps were unusually heavy, and for a fact, he felt a lot more dangerous compared to Mark. Things had gotten a lot more interesting all of a sudden. If the Holy Church was here, then there was definitely something of worth to find in this small town. Alright, let's go find us a hotel. Apparently, girls also got really horny. It was a crazy thing to find out. My totally normal words made her whimper and clutch my arm with a hand. You naughty dash. I thought you meant dash. Hope you enjoyed. Please, leave a comment. They get me hyped up. Chapter 73, Chapter A/N. I hope the little break from writing didn't lessen the quality. Anyway, same deal. 700. When I came to in the morning, instead of my dingy and uncomfortable pillow, my head was resting on something much softer. My first thought was that perhaps my long-awaited kidnapping and waking up in a lab adventure was finally about to start, but then I took a look around. Unfortunately, I was still in the shitty room we managed to find after asking the locals for a hotel. Accommodations for travelers were terribly lacking in a town in the middle of nowhere, with a population that barely even reached 200. What a surprise. In the end, we had to resort to being extorted by a lone widow living alone at the base of the hills the town was built against. The stingy old crone gave us the upper floor at a downright exorbitant rate. She even forbid us from making any noise. For some reason, Luvia's immediate response to this was calling her a filthy commoner, tossing a ruby at her, and then proceeding to literally break the bed. Honestly. Worth it. 'Twas a good time if I did say so myself. Snorting, I shook my head, and looked up. There, I caught a glimpse of heaven. Luvia's taste in nightwear often involved a comfy transparent lace nightie. That soft thing I was lying on were her thighs, and consequently, I could see right up it. Her breasts were big enough that they held up the nightie enough that it had to dangle awkwardly a good distance from her belly. You know. I've been a hater of physics all my life. They never let you do cool stuff, and studying physics always gave me a massive headache. Luvia hummed idly, braiding my hair with a gentle smile. Well, I suppose you would struggle with a somewhat complicated subject. Yeah, but from now on, the laws of physics have my eternal respect. She tilted her head ever so slightly, confused, before abruptly pushing a hand under her breasts with tinted cheeks. I don't understand that reaction at all. We can't spend the whole day here. That's going to happen if dash. Understandable. We were both teenagers. She smiled softly and returned to fiddling with my hair. After a moment, she began tracing a finger along my shoulder before moving along my arm to pinch it. I see that your effort is beginning to show. And, you've become a bit respectable in regards to your skill with wrestling as well. True to my promise back at Adra, I'd taken to working out and practicing a variety of martial arts. Namely, wrestling and, for some reason, Baji Quan. Both were her own suggestions. With the way my brain was hardwired to work with my mystic eyes, it was far easier to analyze, then replicate most of the movements. Putting them into practice was also no trouble, because the world moved a lot slower the moment I removed my aviators. Alright, time to get up. Let's see what this town's about. Luvia sighed when I abruptly stood up but followed suit all the same. I would have liked to sit a bit longer. Before long, we were sitting in the old widow's dining room. An ostensibly simple place, but still well kept, with a long table in the middle right next to a lit fireplace right across an open kitchen. Sitting with my back to the fireplace, I had a clear view of the front door, although the sunlight from the window directly hit my eyes, so it was a bit inconvenient too. Luvia was studying an old grandfather clock sitting against a flower pot. I couldn't blame her. The damn thing was giving off a decent level of mystery. A quick look without my glasses revealed it was nothing to worry about, however, as it was the byproduct of the clock's age and nothing else. Still, some magus would probably murder or brainwash the stingy old lady for it if they found out, just for its use as a catalyst for some time-related spell. We didn't have to wait long for breakfast. Our host stepped out of the kitchen with a nasty gleam in her blue eyes, her hair done in a ponytail and a bib apron tied around her waist. She practically slammed my plate in front of me, but was a bit more courteous towards Luvia. She even gave her a wrinkly smile before once again, turning to glare at me as if I'd done her some personal wrong. English hospitality at its finest. I told you to not make too much noise. And I paid you adequately for your convenience. I will not humor any further remarks. Luvia said calmly, eyes closed, you may sit if it pleases you, but I would prefer you leave us be. Oh, of course, miss. Anything else? She was met with silence. Once she was gone, I turned to my girl. That old lady's a bit dash. What did I even do to her? I believe she's simply taking out her grievances with her late husband on you, as a man. You know, one of those petulant sorts that believe their opinion of the world is right to be dictated by one experience. She shrugged, eyeing her breakfast. I shrugged too and decided to drop the matter in favor of eating. That was until I actually saw the food. It was a typical English breakfast. That was the problem. My people had no taste. Beans. Toast. Sausages. Bacon. With not a word exchanged, both of us dumped the beans into one plate and moved the rest of the food to the other. The beans were then exiled to a dark corner of the table, never to be spoken of again. With them gone, breakfast was saved. It finally became worth eating. As usual, Luvia held no complaints about the low-class breakfast. I quite like this bacon. She said suddenly. You know it's store-bought, yeah. I said what I said. I chuckled, I love it too. She loved unhealthy foods. It was, honestly, one of the main reasons I was so infatuated with her. The girl would rather down a Big Mac than eat some rich people thing with some French-sounding name, even though the latter was what she was accustomed to. The second I shoved the last bit of sausage down my throat, the old crone was upon us like some ghost, hovering over my shoulder with a smile that didn't quite seem real. If you're done eating. Come Hal. We have matters to attend to. I shrugged and listened to my lady, only the woman held me back the second Luvia was out of the door. Then, she whispered the sort of wild shit no one, including me, ever expected to hear from a stranger. Shame on you. You're making a girl from a fine family toss away her whole life just to elope with a ruffian like you. Wow. I found myself genuinely baffled by the statement. Now, I was probably justified in socking her or at least throwing a fit just for how rude that had been. But, hey, I was actually just impressed by the courage it took to be so utterly wrong and even confidently say that to a complete stranger instead. So, I grinned. My aviators shimmered in the sunlight. You gonna cry? She backed away, startled. I leaned in. You know, maybe don't be a bit dash. Hal. Right, I backed away, hands raised in surrender, swearing isn't cool. I remember. We spent the rest of the day exploring the town. Admittedly, there wasn't much to explore in the first place. Left with no resort, we had to resort to asking around for any news about the disappearances. That was where things took a bit of an unexpected turn. There were none. No one we asked knew anything at all about any disappearances. They were even genuinely confused by the questions. At first, I thought it was just a case of ignorance, difficult as it was for me to believe that anyone from such a small community wouldn't know of a matter that huge. But no, none of the store owners knew anything. Most others had gone to the city for their jobs or were tending to the land and their animals. I was a bit baffled, and honestly, had no idea how to proceed anymore. By then, the sun had begun to set, and a great shadow had begun falling upon the town as the sun shied further and further behind the hills next to us. It would seem nothing is wrong here, Luvia noted, walking beside me, arms crossed under her breasts. But, that is how any magus worth their metal would operate. Memory tampering, perhaps. I nodded. The Holy Church is here too. Something's definitely up, but dash. But you can't notice anything, right? Luvia finished my words. I fail to accept that any spell would go unnoticed under your gaze. Her trust in my abilities was more resolute than my own at times like these, to the point where I was often left unable to even come up with a reasoning for it. Regardless, she was right. Pulling the wool over my eyes with a spell was completely impossible. That was why, when all of a sudden, a bounded field was erected over the whole town, I noticed it and dismantled its functions before it even finished materializing. My knowledge of the programming languages I saw the different thaumaturgies had expanded to a point where I was able to fill in most sequences or programs after only a partial analysis. For that, I owed thanks to my constant suicidal adventures, and the professor, who often took me with him to other departments when he was free and showed me as many spells as he could without drawing suspicion. You sense it? Luviajlita raised a brow but remained otherwise unbothered. Immediately, the people around us became numb, like someone intoxicated on the kind of drugs that trapped them in their little world. They began wandering thoughtlessly, and every individual movement seemed to morph into a poorly telegraphed imitation of what they were doing before the bounded field went up. I closed my eyes, putting a hand to my chin, mental compulsion. And a cage. I can break through it pretty easily, but clearly, it's supposed to trap everyone in here. No, it's supposed to stop them from even thinking about leaving, and stop those like us by force. And the caster is Holy Church. The thaumaturgy is the so-called holy word. With a nod, Luviajlita turned on her heel, tossing her fur coat aside as she spun to glare at a nearby rooftop. I followed her gaze to find a... Well, I knew what they were now, and they definitely weren't exorcists. A young woman sat easily only on the slanted roof, an arm wrapped around her knees. As usual, her body was hidden by the nun's habit all women from the church wore, but she had no headdress, letting her puffy ginger hair freely float down to her bosom. Her eyes narrowed into thin slits when our gazes met, and she waved a hand at us with an excited smile. Hello, apostates. Truly, truly I thank the Lord for the pleasure of coming upon you this fine evening. I thank the Lord for the opportunity to rip your throats out, then make you beg for his grace, the grace you willfully abandoned with no voice to plead with. Maniacs. Genuine maniacs. The lot of them. Why were they always so vividly violent? Had they convinced themselves that their Lord agreed with this? You know, I'm not particularly learned, but I'm positive the bigman isn't fine with this sort of talk. How dare an apostate presume he knows of the Lord? The Lord's Old Testament confirms our acts as deserving of the highest reward within his great kingdom. All right, yeah, that checked out. Just as I prepared myself for a disappointing altercation, however, the executor shook her head. Wait. Forgive me. I got all bothered by what you were that I forgot what Father Vespio asked of me. Yes, please, forget what I said. You are requested at the church. Please follow me. I looked at Luviajlita. She looked at me. We both nodded. That shit was a trap. Before that, I jabbed a finger at the sky. Is this you lot? MHM for a certainty. Our Lord's blessings are truly vast. Hope you enjoyed. I think this is the longest break I've been forced to take from this work. But, I'm good now, we're back in business. I apologize for my absence. Chapter 74, Chapter. Still 700 BTW. Drop a review or some, guys. Of course, even knowing that she was leading us into a trap, neither of us really made any effort towards caution. Luviajlita was from a long line of adventurers, the sort of folks Lara Croft would be impressed by. I was me. That was all I had to say about that. We passed by the town citizens, shambling about like zombies. I even saw one guy walk straight into a wall, hit his head, then somehow keep trying to walk in that same direction until someone bumped into them, which made them both start running into each other. It was amusing if nothing else. Said amusement was stabbed in the gut the moment we arrived at the church that the crazy executor was leading us to. Its corpse was also desecrated. There was nothing out of place about the church itself, it was the sort of quaint structure I expected a town like this to have. Fine stone blocks laid grandly, a tiled roof with a slant, and long windows of stained glass. There was a bell tower rising on the other end, and a chest-high mortared wall closed it off from the rest of the world. Ancient, but well kept. Honestly, it was built better than most modern churches considering how great the influence of the church had been in medieval times. Another executor watched us like a hawk from the bell tower, and I caught the distinct shimmer of a scope as we stepped closer. Priests with guns was a metal concept. I wanted to shake his hand, but he seemed to think he was hiding well enough that we missed him. Oh well, I was more interested in the spectacle erected out front. Someone had, in terribly ironic fashion, crucified a man right outside their door. The body was terribly deformed, like someone had pulled a mummy from some history exhibit and pulled a sick joke with it. The man, or woman, quite literally had all the blood removed from their body, their wrists carved and their throat violently ripped. Then, the killer had gone a step further, carving a cross onto the chest of the victim. Huh. Where the hell had the professor sent me? The bald prize dash. The executor that had greeted us was standing near the corpse, eyes narrowed, hands behind his back. He spoke without facing us. Greetings, magus of the clock tower. You came easier than I assumed. Luviajlita tossed her hair, and you should be glad of my magnanimity. That idiotic child you sent to fetch us wasn't inviting, but I suppose I should expect such a peasant so weak of mind they would leave their fate with another. Hey, I wasn't that bad. The apostate is lying, father. Surely you can't trust Dash. She held her mouth shut with both hands when the bald executor glanced at her. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Snorting, I stepped up to the older man, a hand on my chin. Man, I knew you guys were creative with your punishments, but this is just straight up disgusting. How'd you even drain the blood? Vespa. Isn't that a bike? I curiously poked the corpse. Instead of falling away like a mummy, the texture was undoubtedly soft. I'd been right in my suspicions. The corpse was indeed fresh. That was an alarming fact, and thus far, the only party capable of this were, well, the priests. Vespio. He corrected calmly before shaking his head, this is not our work. He was one of mine. Instead, I thought this was meant to be some sick declaration of defiance from you. Hell no, wait, nah, can't blame you. A lot of magi definitely would. I shrugged. There was probably a magus out there that carved people up for looking at him wrong. People tended to be weird with their egos. Magi were weirder, especially those from older lineages, who often thought each and every one of them were the pinnacle of their line. Then, if not you, it must be the vile spawn of Satan we hunt. I tilted my head. You believe me? I do. Your heretic mind fails to grasp that this was a formality. Now, I must ask, have you noticed something? Nope. I guess your target's the reason for this barrier then. He gave a stern nod. It was necessary for the concealment of heresy. In this age, we cannot take any risks. I pray we were able to trap the creature. Admittedly, Vespio was being a lot more cordial than I expected him to be from my experience with his kind. The bald executor even gave a slight bow as he turned to face nothing. No wait, the second he turned, a quartet of executors appeared in front of him. The crazy bitch with the fluffy hair I recognized. The other three I did not. There was a dark-haired youth with a huge sniper rifle resting on his shoulder. The sniper from the tower, I presumed. And two more masked men. All of them wore the same cassocks I'd seen all Holy Church members in so far. I whistled. They look like an interesting bunch. I'll say. I can't find a child among them, however. Quite unusual. Luviajlita smiled gently. Every magus hated the church. The church hated every magus. Shut up, you overgrown whore, flaunting your body like that. Have you no shame? One of the masked men barked out. Drawing men to sin, godless heretic. Yeah, maybe not look. I offered politely. Insane way to cope with your own lack of self-control. Particularly because what she was wearing wasn't even that revealing. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. That someone was me. When he turned, I socked him so hard his face ended up making out with the concrete wall surrounding the church compound. The next second, I found myself staring down the barrel of a rifle, a massive barrel. A blade rested on my shoulder and a pair of knives pressed into my ribs. Aha. I love this. An apostate that wants to die is the greatest reward. Oh, thank you, Lord. Luviajlita's crest roared to life as she raised her hand to hold it beside her lips. A sort of childish glee flashed through her amber eyes. Wait a moment. Just when it looked like we were finally going to throw down, Father Vespio became the voice of reason. For a man that looked like nothing would make him happier than to repeatedly bash my head into the concrete road, it was a rather surprising turn of events. Hell, even now, his fists were clenched so hard I thought they'd start bleeding. There is no point in wasting time and effort against each other. No, perhaps it is he that guided you here. We have a common enemy here. Let us have terms. This is surely a test from our Lord. I doubt anything will make us see eye to eye, but I will admit my curiosity. Luvia did not lower her hand, and her crest seemed ready to roar. That is what you want, right Hal? Ah, she knew me so well. We hunt one of the living dead. A dead apostle of some renown. An old one. We tracked him through multiple countries. He has fed wantonly, and left a trail of mindless ghouls. Fortunately, we were more than capable of putting them down once news reached us. I suspect that is reason enough for us to work together, for a time, no matter how greatly it pains me to collude with the heretic. Admittedly, my information when it came to that particular department was sorely lacking compared to most. What I knew of these so-called dead apostles, I knew from introductory lessons at Mistel, most of which I'd slept through. They were vampires. That was it. Vampires. But with none of the weaknesses, not even the sun if they were old enough. Other than that, I remembered one important fact. The church hated every magus. Every magus hated the church. Both loathed the dead apostles. The conflict was eternal, and a direct consequence of the latter declaring themselves an enemy of all magus, engaging in wanton slaughter. According to my professor, a good number of the Christian crusades were lost solely because the greatest of these vampires made the wars into a feeding ground, causing unbound chaos. All in all, if this one was old enough, it was a legendary creature. That was the sort of revelation that got my blood pumping and made me fail miserably at even trying to hide the excitement I derived from it. The executors that had cornered me even backed away. One clicked his tongue, mad bastards. Shove it, monkey. I dusted my shoulder, specifically where he'd rested his sword, before locking eyes with Vespio. How are you gonna find him? At those words, the bald executor grinned back, an uncharacteristic and unsettling look for such a rigid person. With holy fire. We shall cleanse this tainted town as well. What about the citizens? It matters little. Luviajlita raised a brow. No, that's not happening. Find another way, or I'm running a fade. Running a, what? I apologize, the unrefined language of heretics often confuses me. I'm saying I'm gonna humble you. The executor looked even more confused. Finally, Luviajlita let out a sigh and snapped her fingers. He's saying he'll fight you for them. But, why? You are magus, are you not? You should care even less. They will be sacrificed in the name of the Lord. A great honor for these lost lambs who will amount to nothing more. He was, genuinely baffled. I could see it in his eyes. He was trying to reason with my grievance, and failing. I'm about to honor your ass with my foot up it. You know, Hal. That is a downright outlandish stance for a magus, of all people, to take. Luvia walked up to my side, wrapping her hands around my arm. But, yes, this sort of thing is exactly why I adore you so. Well, I had my girl's approval. What else was there to wait for? All right, babe, time to Aura farm again. She trembled. Yeah, there was something there. I raised a finger. Amongst flashes of crimson and great gusts of wind, red formed atop it. What's it gonna be, Baldy? Are we fighting for the people, or are we fighting a vampire together? This is absurd. He said calmly. And, it really was. It was so absurd it was downright hilarious. Here I was, a magus, trying to save people where a priest, a man of the cloth, wanted to sacrifice them. Funnier still was the fact that both our intentions were meaningless and wholly unnecessary. Still, needless death was not something I'd be party to. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment. Chapter 75, Chapter. For a couple of nutjobs ready to burn down an entire town filled with people, the executors refused the cliché option that'd lead to us fighting each other, then possibly getting jumped by the so-called dead apostle they were hunting. After a pregnant pause, Vespio held up a hand, the other behind his back. The executor then shook his head. My wishes aside, we simply do not possess the manpower to risk needless conflict. Not when a heathen far greater than yourself might choose to strike us at any moment of weakness. Huh. I waved my hand and the red faded away. I really should be used to everyone being reasonable, but damn it, why does the world insist on ruining my fantasies? I scratched the back of my head with a sigh before pointing a hand at some distant hill. But, well, don't let no one say I'm not fair. I'll flush your monster out. There, I'll bring it there. With another wave of my hand, I left. Luviajlita followed wordlessly. The executors tried to protest, but their words fell on deaf ears. My own thoughts held greater precedence. Johann, you take position in a toe dash. Dead apostles were creatures shrouded in mystery from an entirely different time. Consequently, they wielded immense supernatural power beyond their superhuman physical prowess. As a man driven by curiosity and a thirst for exploring such mystery, I could not possibly let the chance go, but there was an issue. The rail Zeppelin was set to leave at night. I was confident I'd be able to find whatever was hiding in this weird town quickly enough to get there in time, but... Clicking my tongue, I stared at the moon peeking from behind wispy clouds. This was definitely his plan all along. Gore. The professor was going to find all his save progress in those beloved video games of his inexplicably gone one of these days. I guess phones exist for a reason. How exactly do we plan to flush one out? Luvia tilted her head, arms crossed. I could try dowsing, but I'd have no idea what to even look for. This shall be my first encounter. I answered without turning her way, busy fiddling with my phone. I'm gonna hijack this cage we're in, and look for someone the brainwashing isn't affecting. How? Dead apostles are entirely separate from the human race. A spell designed to affect humans wouldn't even register one of them. Do you see the issue? That was interesting. They were vampires. Former humans. Yet, bore no connection at all to our species. At that point, they were closer to aliens than the vampires of yore. I put my phone to my ear. Guess we'll ask one of our resident nerds for help. Henry. The professor's hesitant voice came through. He knew. He knew I knew. It was for your own safety. I shamelessly interrupted him, we'll go over that later. How am I supposed to find a dead apostle? The phone went silent. A few heavy coughs later, the professor spoke again. What? How is there a dead apostle in Whitby? I'm familiar with the connection to Dracula, but that's precisely why they would stay away. Wait, Whitby what? Professor, this place isn't a city. Didn't you send me to a village in the middle of nowhere? Another awkward silence. Whitby, North Yorkshire. That's where I told you to go. Where did you go? I looked at Luvia for answers. She shrugged, just as confused as I was. A town in North Yorkshire. Did you just ignore the exact location and keep wandering till you found something interesting? Listen here, you third-rate magus. You said North Yorkshire. And nothing else. I could practically see the professor groaning and rubbing his temple with a duster in hand trained on my forehead. I said Whitby. That town should have had enough mystery to keep you distracted. I'm going to burn your damn house down, you hear me? I threatened over the phone. Spit it out, how do I flush one out? Henry, listen to me. I don't know where you went, but if there's a dead apostle out there. For once in my life, my ears caught something before my eyes did. A gargling sound from an alley next to us, like some dying animal was sloshing around in a sort of final defiance. I narrowed my eyes, and put my arm in front of a curious Luvia as I pulled my phone away. I blinked. Something shot out of the darkness. A young man. A familiar one. It was the young executor with the sniper rifle. Only, he'd clearly seen better days, mostly because I was pretty sure he wasn't even capable of breathing anymore. Half his throat had been roughly torn away, warm blood sprayed from his neck. He landed at my feet, impotently gripping at his bleeding neck as his body shook. Despite being enemies, I'd probably have helped him if I had the facilities for it. The healing spell I knew worked by accelerating the body's natural healing. This was not the sort of injury anyone could heal from. I was pretty sure his attacker wasn't going to allow it either. Calmly, I eyed the darkness that had chewed up and spit him out. I find it terribly fucking funny when an inferior creature says it'll flush me out. Presumptuous, I'm sure you'd agree. It's like a bloody cow declaring it's gonna milk the farmer instead. A man's voice melded with something else, the growl of an animal. Deeply annoyed too. I'm pretty sure that exists. I answered with an easy smile. But I feel you might not like what the cows look like. Beside me, Luvia took the situation a tad more seriously. Her magic crest had flared to life long before the now-dead executor ever even met the ground, and she was already holding tiny, precious stones between her fingers. Reveal yourself, fiend. I also find it presumptuous that you cattle split into groups like you stand any chance that way. That little shit there thought his little friends were going to reach him before me. In the end, couldn't even shoot that little flare of his. I was yet to lower my aviators, so there was a decent chance the vampire was formless. That assumption went down the drain when the distinct thud of a pair of heavy boots reached my ears, followed by the men of the hour. The first thing I noticed was that he was tall, a good head taller than I was, and extremely handsome, high cheekbones, a thin mustache, a shaved jawline that could cut diamonds. His dark hair was done in a simple but well-done ponytail, leaving a few stray bangs to frame his pale face. Well, I suppose that was to be expected. Being extremely attractive was a part of the whole vampire shtick. To add to that image, he even wore a dark leather trenchcoat left unbuttoned to reveal a brown full suit underneath. The guy was even wearing a vest of all things, complete with a gold pocket watch. Despite all that, however, he felt off. Foul. Unnatural. His very being reeked and raised blaring alarms within my mind. He was too handsome. Too perfect. It felt like something was wearing human skin. I powered through and pointed a finger at him. Your way of talking doesn't match that aesthetic at all. The vampire indignantly threw up a hand. Shut the fuck up. I have lived 1,000 years, watched dynasties rise and fall, committed slaughter beyond your comprehension. I wake up to be faced with rude children who think they can quell me. Why should I have to adhere to what a short-lived pest finds refined or pleasing? He raised his hands dramatically, but kept ranting with not a concern for what we were doing. No, he just didn't care. I find this cage you've erected to be a grave insult. Very bloody rude. But, alas, you have made a fence for the cattle. I'll relish this dish. Silence descended upon the dark night once more. He looked at us through shimmering blood-red eyes, a grin splitting his face to reveal sharp bloodied fangs. For all his yap, I was well aware that Tuko had fought one of the strongest dead apostles. That willful Grand had absolutely wrecked her opponent. This guy was just 1,000 years old by his own, unbelievably, arrogant admission. Yet, I was a bit hesitant about removing my mystic eye killers. Exposure to intricately woven mana hurt. If a dead apostle's being was anything like that demon I fought some time ago, there was a decent chance it would cause a sensory overload. It was a risk I needed to take, yes, but the situation needed to be a bit more ideal first. I wasn't about to incapacitate myself and put Luvia in danger no matter how much the girl enjoyed a good fight. You're 1,000 years old. What? Having second thoughts, brat. Nah, I'm just amazed that I've seen 7-year-olds with better manners. I thought age was supposed to come with wisdom. Luvia smirked, but I realized that you fought tooth and nail against that particular stereotype. Almost admirable. He grit his teeth. I snapped my fingers. A bolt of flame smoldered through the air. But, he made no effort to move. He even grinned. Then, he managed to truly surprise me. Instead of getting rocked with several times the force of an artillery round, he simply held up his palm. My spell did explode, undeniably, but the impact was far smaller. No, it was more contained. He crushed the explosion within his hand. Raising his foot, he stomped it on the ground with a massive grin. The paved street cracked, then erupted in an explosion much like mine. Luvia and I easily avoided the chunks of rock shot by it as well as the explosion by simply jumping back to the rooftop of the small house behind us. That was my spell. Luvia raised a brow. I don't think reflection is even past dash. Wrong. He covered the distance instantly, fist reeled back. Again, I easily avoided the blow and kicked him in the face, only my hit felt powerless the second it made contact with his body. The vampire scoffed before kicking back at my forearm. I hastily pulled back my hand. His fist struck the rooftop, and it also exploded. Normal. Supernatural strength was par for the course. Only, the damage he caused was the exact amount I would have if I kicked the rooftop. Away with you, fiend. For your queen. Luvia Gelada's trademark gander shots came bursting from behind me. This time, the vampire dodged the explosive beams by stepping aside, leaving them to carve through a nearby house. Was it out of convenience? Or was there a trick to him, reflecting damage? Well. I reached for my aviators as he stepped towards me. You're doing a better job than that idiotic waste of space before. But then again, the church was always a circus filled with power-hungry clowns even in my day. They shout and scream so fucking much, and the self-righteous bullshit, don't even get me started dash. You really like yapping, don't you? With another snap of my fingers, a bolt of thunder snapped through the air between us with a loud boom and lit up the dark night. Again, the dead apostle easily crushed the impact in his palm. I didn't need my eyes to know that he wasn't nullifying mana. My spells had no mana to begin with once cast. Unlike most magi, mana was not the fuel that sustained the effect, it was simply what caused it. It was a measure that eliminated the possibility of someone dismantling my spells midway like I did. It made them less controllable, but the trade-off was worth it. Luvia pulled her hand back and threw a gleaming ruby at the dead apostle. He grabbed it easily and when it exploded, he crushed the flames between his hands with that same ease. Luvia narrowed her eyes. What in the dash? That is, HM. I suppose there is some basis to that bloated sense of self-threatening to make you break into tears over childish insults. You don't fucking understand what I'm doing at all, do you? He grinned wider as I eyed the mindless people shuffling about all around us. With them here, I couldn't unleash my stronger spells without massive casualties. There was also a decent chance he'd turn on them at any moment. Fortunately, that was an easily fixed issue. He clearly believed I was weaker than him. That I was food he was playing with. That was good. It meant he'd show me a lot. I wanted whatever mystery he was using to nullify my attacks, and everything else he had. His arrogance was also why it was easy to inadvertently fight in a way to position directly in front of the hill I promised Vespio I'd lead him to without him even noticing. Be honored, fossil. Let me show you something you've never seen before. HM. I doubt that, but alright. I'll rip your fucking throat out if it's disappointing though. He tilted his head, a curious shimmer in his eyes as I raised a finger. Like a typical immortal, he was jaded, whimsical, and made the stupid mistake of thinking his age meant he knew best, underestimating those lower than him like many of his kind tended to. Cursed technique reversal, red. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment. It gets me super hyped. Chapter 76, Chapter A/N. Someone needs to put the FA sound effect over some of the stuff he does in these chapters taught. As promised. Compared to humans, the dead apostles were simply superior existences. They were born of ancient mystery, wielded a power beyond understanding, possessed great strength, and most of all, they were immortal. The presence of powerful communication tools, social media, and whatnot, had only stabilized them instead of weakening the mystery that made them. The myth of vampirism, of blood-sucking immortals with banging bods. That was why many magi wanted to achieve that kind of existence, because it would give them the one thing they sought most, time. The time needed to study, to reach the root. But, there was a reason they were the ones in hiding and not us. If they were so great, how come men dominated the land and all its beasts? There was a reason even this guy was continually moving from place to place, sating his bloodthirst on villages, instead of feasting on entire cities. So, my victory was never in doubt. Do you think you're the first magus to think of utilizing pushing force? A flash of crimson. A negligible force. A flash, still. I burst through the light and smashed my heel against his chin. Or, I wanted to. He easily blocked it with his palm, hissing. I told you I'd rip your fucking throat, dash. Luvia proved why I was so enamored with her. When the vampire held me in the air by my foot, she drop-kicked him in the chest, providing just enough time for me to spin myself around and kick him again. This time, my leg was coated in red. It struck him in the chest, lopping him into the air. With blue, I deleted the distance between us. To him, it must have surely appeared like teleportation when I appeared next to him with my foot pulled back. Goal. The next moment, he was flying through the air again, courtesy of a devious kick to his shoulder. I felt no resistance. Unlike the last two times, my strikes didn't lose their momentum. I realized whatever he was using to absorb our attacks was conscious, or at least needed an object to make contact with his own body, his skin. You motherfuck, dash. I was on him before he finished his words, firing red right into his abdomen. With another grunt, the bloodsucker met the face of the hill I'd promised Vespio I'd bring him to. A massive boom. The earth broke under him, the hill trembled, and a great gust of wind ripped some lone tree to send it tumbling down the hillside. I stood at the edge of the crater, leaning on my knee with a grin. So, did I do well? I am loath to admit I underestimated your abilities, Magus of the Clock Tower. Father Vespio joined me, hands behind his back. He eyed the cloud of dust rising from the crater with a raised brow. We are allies in this, so I shall bury my desire to rid the world of you alongside this monstrosity. I glanced his way, just admit I'd solo you, Baldy. With a cackle, the crazy ginger vaulted over us, holding two swords to either side. She hit the ground with a boom, but flair was all her actions really amounted to. The vampire casually stepped to the side and kicked her in the side, throwing her back from whence she came. Since when does the church give women a fighting chance? What in the bloody hell was the idea there even? I am a dead apostle. A creature older than your lineage. King. Slaughterer. Scholar. And you thought jumping at me with swords was a good idea. Now, I didn't know what the weird obsession with ripping off shirts was, but I just wanted to put it out there that shit was never cool, and would never be cool. I physically recoiled when he gripped his clothes by the shoulder before ripping everything off, baring his carved muscly chest. Shame, because he was dripped out too. Actually, maybe if it was a hot chick. You. Petulant child. He stabbed a finger through the air. Did you bloody figure it out? An executor with a greatsword shot at him, then the idiot fell dead. The vampire had ripped out his throat. He raised the viscera overhead, and held open his mouth, letting the blood flow into his mouth. At the same time, the veins under his skin shimmered. They shone bright through his pale flesh, pulsing, like a multitude of explosions were enclosed underneath. Bloodlight. Father Vespio noted, calm as ever. He then turned to me. His words were a bit more alarmed. We've made a mistake. I thought it was someone else. What the F? What's that supposed to mean? We were under the impression it was a different monster. This one is. This one is far beyond us. Amusement flickered across the dead apostle's face. A moment later, he burst out laughing. That's fucking hilarious. You're telling me I've been avoiding you because I thought you were prepared and you were dash. Ha 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 ha. Vespio ignored him. The burial agency. They're the only ones who can dash. You wanna run? I raised a brow. I should, he shook his head from side to side, but surely the Lord will welcome me into his kingdom. I will fight him, and I will wound him as best I can. That gave me an interesting idea. I raised my hand, and fired an explosion at him. Bloodlight gobbled it up like before. The force from that other spell was greater, brat. Let me show you something interesting in return. He stomped his foot on the ground. The same explosive force tore up the ground, cracking the earth as it came my way. But that wasn't all. What hit me wasn't just my explosion, no, it was far greater. Closer to the sort of destruction I unleashed when using red. Of course, it didn't really do anything. Infinity spilled out and the explosion stopped long before it ever even reached me. When the dust cleared, the vamp stood unbothered, but his skin wasn't glowing anymore. I narrowed my eyes and fired a gander. He stepped aside, avoiding the dark laser. Yep. I understood his ability now, or at least, some of it. The best part was, I hadn't even used my eyes yet. God fucking damn it, you stupid child. I'll do it myself. Bloodlight snarled. I can absorb dash. Many dead apostles were former magus. Their abilities were magecraft that had stopped being magecraft and became a part of their existence once they became what they were now. They were researchers, geniuses. And, like every magus, they wanted to gloat. They wanted the world to know exactly how superior they were. Don't explain your ability like a seasonal villain, I already know. So, I deprived him of that chance with a grin. He raised a brow. Sit humbled, your power was so simple I didn't even need my eyes. Be honored, I have chosen to make your mystery my own. I pointed a finger at him. Kinetic energy. You're absorbing kinetic energy. That's why you're dodging magic, but throwing back spells that only cause damage after they're done casting. That was how he could straight up absorb an explosion, a punch or a kick, but had to dodge something like Gander, which did not adhere to such laws of physics. Judging by how his eyes widened ever so slightly, I was right. But you need physical contact. The last red worked, so there's probably a limit to how much you can absorb at a given time. Is your body the storage? I cackled. Imagine that. 1,000-year head start and I figured it out in a couple minutes. A petulant child. Ugh, if I was so talentless, I'd probably kill myself. He did not answer my provocations with any kind of anger. Instead, he straightened his back, and craned his neck. Good fucking job. But, do tell. How does knowing this help you? Nothing you can do will affect me, for I am ancient. Older than any magic you wield. You do know how mystery works, don't you? And if you want to physically overpower me, well, good fucking luck. No modern magus could beat him with magecraft, was that what he was trying to say? No, he was somewhat right. In a physical contest, even ignoring his physical prowess, he could absorb the impact from any blow and get stronger for it while his opponent gradually tired. A stalemate. Nah. Be honored further, you're going to be my guinea pig. What? I glanced at Vespio, you lot'll have to buy me a couple minutes. And you will be able to end him then. I only nodded. I have a spell for this, just need some calibration. In a way, I was more limited than Gojo when it came to Limitless. Mine was a set of spells, not an ingrained technique. But, for that very reason, my skill set was a lot more versatile. Where I gave up easy access, I gained free editing. And truly, the code I wrote for these particular spells was a useful one I spent much time mixing and matching. Very well. Surely, the Lord will forgive me for choosing to end the greater of two evils. Even the sword-wielding ginger nun finally woke up, looking around confusedly as Vespio walked to her side. He raised the girl to her feet by her shoulder, and eyed what little else remained of his squad. Of the original 5, only 3 remained. Once again, I made sure Luvia wasn't around before inhaling deeply. In the end, I cared little for these church folk. Her safety, however, was paramount. Finally, I lowered my aviators, activating my magic circuits. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment. It keeps me writing. Chapter 77, Chapter. The pain came immediately and from everywhere. My head throbbed like it was about to explode, like someone had stabbed me through the back. My eyes stung fiercely. I felt something warm and wet trickle down my cheek. It then spread to each and every one of the magic circuits throughout my body. All 337 of them. They took the brunt of it, even barely holding on as they focused entirely on supporting my brain during the sudden influx of information. With not a regard for my health, my eyes processed a 1,000-year-old mystery down to the subatomic level when they never should have even registered it. Mystery was not magical energy. I just wanted to analyze his power, and nothing else. But, instead, I was forced to take in everything that Bloodlight was. How he ticked. His structure. What held him up. What made him. This was not a vampire at all. It wasn't human. It was something like that demon I faced so long ago. An alien being. A different species entirely, born from something not of our world. They fed on blood because they were constantly dying, because their existence was breaking down at all times. But, in that, I also saw my salvation. A permanent solution to the problem that stopped me from using my eyes all the time. When Vespio mumbled something and hit him with a glowing fist, the vampire was injured. The next moment, he was not. The curse of vampirism. The curse of restoration. His body had immediately regressed to a point in time where he wasn't injured, using his blood as the baseline for what he was supposed to be before. Gritting my teeth, I latched onto that process. Like that demon before, I rewrote that to fit my own rules. Just when it seemed I'd be safe, however, blood covered my vision. My mind was starting to break down because of my own eyes. The sensory overload was threatened to make me from the honored one to the brain-dead one. But of course, my girl came in clutch. I heard one of her precious stones shatter. For a moment, my burden was lessened, and my analysis of the curse was complete. I immediately threw my shades back on and collapsed to my knees. Fucking hell. I thought I'd die for a second there. Luvia stood beside me, arms crossed, as if I'd ever let that happen while I draw breath. Don't you feel bad for worrying me? Yeah. I'll be more careful next time. Lies don't suit you. You know you love it. Vespio crashed near us, a chunk of his guts was missing. The executor ignored us, still locked onto the vampire, choking out the ginger nun with a grin. She flailed her arms around, trying to cut at him, but he was too big, too tall, and what blade did touch him failed to even pierce his skin. Again, his body shimmered. He was getting stronger every time they hit him when he was already so powerful that they couldn't keep up with him at all to begin with. Vespio could only buy me time because the arrogant shithead was playing with his food like a cliché vampire. But, alright, that worked to my advantage. The damage I sustained analyzing his power and healing was already restored. I'd given myself the same curse. Except I didn't need to really turn into a vampire for it. My blood stored the information. The curse used that information to return my body accordingly by expending my own OD. For that, even my brain's operation wasn't necessary, so long as there was blood pumping through my veins and magical energy stored within me, all damage would be healed instantly. Consequently, my eyes gained free rein. It still hurt though, just that was all it did. Hurt. Nothing else. Totally worth it, in my opinion. Bloodlight eyed me curiously. Did you try to fucking kill yourself knowing the situation was hopeless? Bloodlight is such a stupid name. I answered, wiping the blood from my eyes. I agree. The church hands these out. We don't even have names. Like usual, they think it's their bloody right to force their views down everybody's throat. Fair enough. He tossed the nun aside. So, what is it, brat? Finally done. I was done from the start. I just wanted that healing of yours for my eyes. I raised my head ever so slightly. You're an easy kill. Oh, am I now? He shot my way. I flicked my thumb. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, his arm fell off. Then, the hill behind him slid down against another. Trees and soil crumbled apart in a sudden landslide. Oops, miscalculated the range. I shamelessly scratched the back of my head. Need to work on finer control, but it's nice to see it works. The vampire silently looked at his severed arm, then back at me. How? It's a hard counter, right? No impact. Greater mystery. Nothing for you or me to see or absorb either. Any JJK fan would immediately come to a conclusion about what I did, and they would be completely wrong in their assumption. Yes, it looked like dismantle and worked like dismantle, but it wasn't really dismantle. Actually, if that particular terminology were to be used, it was a form of limitless if anything. The one I designed and refined, to be specific. Do you know what my barrier is? I asked rhetorically. No one knew. Not even Luvia, but that was mostly because she'd never asked. It's thin films of severed space, overlaid with the imaginary number space. So that an object has to pass through virtually infinite distance to reach me. But, essentially, each film is its own world if you think about it. It severs the space between me and everything else. And things only pass even slightly because I let them. That's absurd. As old and ancient as he was, even the dead apostle had his breath hitch and his eyes widen. Coincidentally, there's nothing to stop me from making these films for the express purpose of throwing them at someone or closing off the space within them. Nothing else needed to be said. A thin film that severed space. If used as a barrier, it became an impregnable defense. If thinned further till it was barely a string, it became something that detached two sides of the real world by becoming a separate space in between. What little area it took up was a part of the imaginary number space and no longer a part of the real world. Once closed off, it could cut. Yet, terms like sharpness or strength or force or impact simply didn't apply to the very nature of its function. It severed without exception. Of course, greater mystery was an easy counter, but good luck finding mystery that surpassed the imaginary number space, a place modern science couldn't even hope to touch yet. Hell, they didn't know it even existed. Bloodlight understood this the moment I finished. Doubt washed over his face as he seemingly debated the truth of my explanation. I didn't blame him. It was absurd. No modern magus should have been able to do this. That's bullshit dash. I've never come across a magus that could possibly do that. It's a grand ritual. You'd need preparation. It can't possibly be fast enough. He hurled himself at me. I didn't block him. I even let him tear out my throat. Then, when he backed away with trembling eyes as my flesh and blood restored itself much like his, I enjoyed his reaction terribly. I loved that expression. It scratched all my itches. You're one of dash. No, you're not. Then, ho dash. All you old codgers are like this. The moment things don't go your way, you start moaning. It shouldn't be fucking possible. You talk too much. I flicked my index finger. His head fell off. Blood gushed freely, dyeing the grass under us a deep red as it seeped into the cracked earth. Yet, he wasn't dead. There was only one way to destroy a vampire such that the curse I too held wouldn't bring them back. I flicked my middle finger. His beating heart was torn from his body. I tossed it in the air and snapped my fingers. The beating heart was finely minced, as though some expert chef had prepared it for a fine meal. Tuko Aozaki had triumphed against the one of the greatest of their kind. One who was older than the very calendar we used. There was no way a mere 1,000-year-old bloodsucker stood any chance against me. He lived as long as I wanted. He died when he lost his use. If it were just me, I'd probably have let him be like many enemies before, so that he could come back and I could have even more fun next time against whatever he cooked up. But now, for my family's sake, I wasn't going to be taking any more chances with mass murderers and heartless monsters. Luvia, you don't look very surprised. My future H dash. She flushed. You'd never lose. She was totally about to say husband. I snorted, eyeing the two remaining executors. The ginger was unconscious. Vespio was clutching his bleeding guts. You can tamper with my memory, apostate. He bit out. In exchange. I knelt next to him, all right, and you can take the credit for this vampire hunt. Help her. Help Lucia. I planned on it. Wait, before that, who the hell was Lucia? The older executor noticed my confusion, and nudged his bald head towards the insane nun lying unconscious to the side. Well, let's get to it, Luvia. Do you know any memory tampering spells? I looked back at her. How do you not know any? You've graduated from Mistel, General Fundamentals. Yeah, but I'd slept through most of the lectures. You slept through them, didn't you? My wifey deadpanned. Whoa. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Even if the chapters are long, I'll be increasing this to 10 over the course of this week. Chapter 78, Chapter A/N. As of the latest chapter, he has officially summoned his servant. P.S. I owe you guys an extra chapter from last week. Other than that, as usual, 700. Waver awoke expecting the familiar thrum of the train he'd boarded the previous night, but soon realized that there had been no noise even then. It was strange, but considering the inherent nature of the rail zeppelin, perhaps not so strange at all. That was to say, he wished that noise he'd grown accustomed to over a decade of traveling all over the world would still be there. Yet, if he started noting such things, there'd be no end. The train was larger on the inside than it was on the outside. Each guest room was soundproofed. The train had a room filled to the brim with nothing but pickled eyes in jars. The train was the personal collection of an ancient dead apostle with a penchant for mystic eyes. He had so many questions, and no one to really answer them except himself. The train conductor, Rodin, barely spoke even when needed, content to just stand there with his head pulled down and his hands brought together. The only other member of the staff, Leandra, was so extreme in her behavior that you could barely make sense of her words. It was exactly the sort of situation the Lord Elmeloy II expected of a place that exclusively invited magi to hold an auction that sold mystic eyes. It was exactly the sort of situation he wanted to make sure his newest student stayed far, far away from, no matter how greatly the former would enjoy it. So, when he woke, and heard no mention of him, Waver allowed himself to breathe. He threw himself off the suspiciously comfortable bed in his cabin, and by the time he was done washing up, Gray was already there waiting for him. She put Ad on the bedside table, then helped Waver comb his long hair until it was straight, refined enough to suit a member of the 12 Lords, even if Rhaenys was the one to actually lead the Elmeloy faction. "Where's Calls?" He looked around their cabin. It presented a sort of strange luxury, with 2 compartments joined together to make a full room laden with fine furniture and red curtains against the windows. Unlike his own apartment, even the carpet had nary a speck of dirt. Gray paused a moment, then answered in that low, subdued tone of hers. He said, he wanted to have a look around the train, sir. He was unusually excited about it. Keck. Ad screeched, his cage clambered. As expected of a nerd. Ehehe. At least it's better than this stupid girl who sat there till you woke up. Gray flushed from shame. She grabbed the cage and shook it roughly. I'm sorry, my lad dash. Agia dash. It was a typical morning. Soon, the announcement for breakfast came over the speakers. Waver prepared himself to face the rest of the guests, then finally stepped out. Gray fell in behind him. The moment he did, he came face to face with the young heir of the Animosphere. Olga Marie Amslight Animosphere. A child, barely 11. Anyone familiar with her family would recognize her to be one of them with one look, considering how much of her father's pedigree she had. Her pale hair fell down to her waist, with a thin, lonely braid drifting to the side much like the way her father tied his. Her skin was also just as pale. She wore her family colors, a black frock lined with gold at the seams that fell to her knees, and a mantle over her shoulders bearing the white Animosphere seal. She fixed Waver with a withering stare before huffing and stomping off. Her attendant gave a slight apologetic bow before rushing off behind her young lady. Admittedly, it wasn't very intimidating when she barely even reached his shoulder. Apparently, Olga Marie didn't hold much affinity for him. She seems to hate you, Professor. Gray whispered. Waver lit his cigar. I'd rather she hate me openly than plot like my peers. In the clock tower, an open enemy was preferable over a scheming one. The former were simply straightforward people more often than not. A rarity within their society. Gray hummed and nodded before going silent. She was prone to that. So far, so good. The situation was under control even if he had no clues as to what he'd come here for. That relic of his king. There was still time to investigate after breakfast. The auction wouldn't be held for another day. That sentiment jumped out the window into the snow outside the moment he stepped into the car designated as the dining hall. Gray quickly averted her gaze, and Waver wanted to simply turn on his heel to run away as far as he could. There, in that lavish car with golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling and lamps after every curtain, was a long table. Filled with all manner of fine dishes. Steaks. Roasted pork. Honeyed fowl. Fine wines. Then toasts and eggs and sausages and bacon. That delicate scene escaped Waver's notice entirely. In that same car, a bit to the side, sat a familiar youth. His dark hair peppered with streaks of white, and his dressing ostensibly unfitting for the sort of place he was in. A wool sweater over a simple shirt and gray trousers, like someone had walked out of bed and decided to join them. No, that was definitely exactly what happened beyond any doubt. He was sitting beside the representative of the Department of Policy and talking with her rather animatedly, with a smile so polite you'd forget that they were at complete odds with one another, on the brink of a fight to the death. When he noticed Waver, Waver trembled. Henry. Professor, how's it hanging? You miss me. How are you even here? There's this convenient thing called a phone. I called Gray, then I followed the ley lines. You were in England. We're in the Netherlands right now. Europe is pretty small, you know. Waver had no words to deny that. Henry had already shown the ability to travel incredible distances at speeds that left one questioning reality. Still, that wasn't even the main issue. The last they talked, his student was fighting a dead apostle. That was last night. What, about that dead apostle you were looking into? Henry responded with a mischievous smile. Then he wasn't merely jesting. Hishiri Adashino was the one who actually answered the question. Her absurdly long hair dragged along the floor as she tilted her head, fixing her glasses. It appears I have something interesting to report when I return. That was indeed a dead apostle of some renown. A rather ancient one. Yet somehow, I don't find myself very surprised by this news. Of course. Of course he'd won. She smiled gently. A sickening expression. We've grown more familiar with his abilities than we'd like. Waver wanted to smack Henry. Why was he being this reckless with the threat of a ceiling designation looming overhead? Did he want that to happen? If so, was there some plan he wasn't willing to share? With the rest of the class away on family business, Henry had no allies to rely upon either. Waver had always believed Flat to be the stupid one, not Henry. At this rate, that ceiling designation was a certainty. The biggest issue was, Waver wasn't sure who'd actually be in danger anymore. The ones responsible, or the one who they'd hunt. Giving him one last look, Hishiri turned back to Henry. The fish they've served is rather delectable. They even have sake. Might I interest you in some? Nah, I have an agenda here, so alcohol is a no-go. My, this has to be the first time an Englishman has refused alcohol. Color me intrigued. I'll make do with some tea. Waver massaged his temple. Suddenly, his stomach pains were back. After a few moments of silence, the Lord Elmeloy too finally relented and took a seat beside Henry. Gray did the same, but not before cutting a steak and readying a plate for him. He didn't know how to feel about that. But, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Did Luviajlita not stop you? She went back to London. To monitor the political climate, she said. But I'm pretty sure she just wants to annoy Inorai with the win, and the other lords. She's cool like that. The Edel felt Princess' confidence in Henry needed to be studied. Waver grumbled impotently before turning to his breakfast. Ideally, Henry should never have been here. Now that he was, there was no sending him away. All he could do was try to mitigate the damages that'd begin sooner or later. Henry, you have no intention of selling your eyes. Why even come? It's not about that, it's the principle. I'll mess around for a bit and after. His student grin told Waver of the insanity headed his way. Well, I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna notice what I'm actually here for. Soon, the rest of the guests began filtering into the dining car one after the other. Yvette L. Lerman, another of his students. After a deafening squeal, she tried to jump at Henry the second she noticed him. He ducked. Her face met the wall. She got up and jumped at him again, leaning off his back like a koala. Karabo Frampton. An aged executor with a long beard bleached by age in the typical garb of one of the church's operatives. Olga Marie Animosphère. Her attendant Tricia Fellows, wearing a thick coat that concealed her body with a fur neck. Undeniably beautiful and as tall as Waver himself. She'd tied up her blonde hair in a strictly business-type bun, and her gaze seemed to be fixed on Henry as she lowered the thick glasses framing her face. Finally, calls for veg. Henry immediately called him a nerd, and the awkward youth laughed shyly, scratching the back of his head, unsure of what to do. Waver's throat felt dry. He licked his cracked lips. A disaster was brewing. Hopefully, it wouldn't get in the way of his own purpose. Unlike the rest of these people, Waver wasn't here by choice after all. Now that all the guests have gathered, allow us to show you a bit of what we have in store for this year's sales. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 79, Chapter. Remember, 700. As for the one for last week, since I regularly post Sunday to Wednesday, I'll post one on Thursday too. Sipping my black tea, I debated whether or not it was a good idea to share my findings about the train we were on with my professor. Judging by how he was solely concerned with my presence, I sincerely doubted he realized his own situation. I wasn't much surprised by this, in all honesty. My professor did, after all, have a penchant for landing himself in the middle of nonsensical and extreme situations just by taking a walk or a long drive. Perhaps, even more than I did. For one, this train barreling through plains painted a puffy white by knee-high snow in the Netherlands was the domain of a dead apostle. It was also barreling right for the main body of another dead apostle, long having passed into the latter's domain. Then, there was the ritual that occurred last night by capitalizing on the irregularity produced by the clash of these ancient mysteries meant to connect to, then deceive, an entirely different magical system hundreds upon hundreds of miles away through the ley lines. Very convoluted, if I did say so myself. There was definitely a mastermind here. And, I've been too late to see it in action, so all I had was the bare-bones structure for it and nothing else, but even then I doubted I'd be able to know any more than the function of the ritual itself. Of course, I also knew what came after. It was just the sort of thing that'd get me all jittery and raring to go. In any case, my professor had indeed gotten caught up in another absolute shitstorm. Chuckling, I watched the auctioneer swirling about the car excitedly. A tall, thin model-like woman with her blonde hair cut short and styled to one side. The other side was shaved. And, even though the rail Zeppelin's heating system made the cold outside largely unnoticeable, she wore a thick beige fur coat striped with yellow. I barely restrained a cackle when I noticed there was a strap of red leather fastened around her eyes. The strange woman swerved from side to side, her gaze lingering on me for a second before she pointed to the center of the car with a gloved hand. A liquid-filled transparent canister rose from the table. Literal eyeballs floated inside. There we have the mystic eyes of flame. The rank is gold. Capable of setting aflame anything caught within them. Yes, because pouring gasoline on something and lighting it on fire is so hard. I rested my chin atop my palm. People really do just be glazing anything these days. She tilted her head confusedly. Then, she cleared her throat before speaking again. You are Henry Smith, is that correct? As someone who has come to sell their eyes, I request you refrain from intervening with the rest of the auction. It's insane how you say come when you tried to kidnap my little sister. The professor turned my way with wide eyes. I assure you it was merely a precaution meant to assure your presence. The young lady would have been treated like the finest of guests. Yet, we did fail, and you came regardless. So, let us say it is water under the bridge. Yeah, okay, sure. Hell no, it wasn't. But, it was definitely you guys, right? She merely nodded before returning to her presentation. The rest of the guests listened keenly. Waver, on the other hand, leaned closer to me. Henry, no. Don't worry, Professor. I won't do anything. Still need to find out who told them about my eyes. I whispered back, waving my hand with a soft smile, and, I'm also interested in that ritu dash. What ritual? I averted my gaze. Suddenly, the bit of snow gently floating to the ground outside became the most interesting phenomenon in the world to observe. I was moved to the point I even started whistling. Henry. What ritual? Boo, don't be a buzzkill, Professor. Calls, how did you work up the courage to come out here? I thought you'd be stuck to your screen like usual. My fellow student scratched the back of his head. Well, even I think it's good to step outside every once in a while and... I was interested in the rail zeppelin itself. I see. I see. Good for you. Aren't you going to ask me? How cold? How crude? You'd make for a terrible husband unless the girl was into it. Fortunately for you, I am. Come on, how you know you want to touch? I answered Yvette without turning her way, there's nothing to touch in the first place. Gaha. She fell on the table in a needlessly loud way and started crying crocodile tears. When she noticed no one cared, Yvette started flailing her arms around in some kind of childish tantrum. When even that didn't work, she just deflated. Boo. It's no fun if you get desensitized. Fun police. Am I right, Gray? She elbowed the poor girl in her ribs. Well, yes. I think so. But, there should be a time and place dash. Excuse me. The El Meloy classroom's usual antics were interrupted by some weirdly familiar-looking 12-year-old brat. She slammed her hands on the dining table and fixed me with a glare. This isn't your home. Stop behaving like children. I thought you were supposed to be distinguished dash. Calls immediately started apologizing like a little boy. I'd argue someone who can't let other people have fun without taking issue is the one behaving like a child. I raised a finger, stroking my non-existent beard as I channeled the wisdom of Krishna. Didn't your parents teach you better than to butt in on others when they're talking? You will not talk to me this way. Whoa. How adult. Throwing a tantrum when you don't like how someone speaks. Yes. I was beefing with the 12-year-old. Her pale skin flushed. I honestly thought she was about to either faint or explode. She raised a clenched fist, and opened her mouth to say something but her attendant stopped her by whispering something in her ear. Apparently, whatever she said gave the brat enough confidence to lower her fist and face me with a confident smile. It wasn't a very good smile. You. I recognize you. You're just as childish as I've heard. Funny you choose to use the word childish while looking like someone our Kelly would like. Confusion flashed through her eyes. I thought someone as accomplished and talented would be better than this dash. I cut her off, you gonna cry? I'm not dash. She was about to cry. I decided to back off. She still decided to run away. Her attendant gave me a sharp stare before following after her young lady. Watching them disappear into another car, I couldn't help but think that girl looked awfully familiar. I'd definitely seen her likeness before. You know, she looks kind of familiar. Waver sighed, that was the heir of the Animosphere family. Olga Marie Asmlite Animosphere. Her father is one of the 12 lords. Ah, Marisberry Animosphere, no wonder. That was the guy who derailed all of Inarai's plans by sharing them with me. He seemed like a good enough person. His daughter was, not the same. She seemed the typical rich brat. Unfortunately for her, I was also the typical brat. That woman with her was Trisha Fellows. Tall blonde teacher type. My professor looked unamused. Yes. Her. We've confirmed she possesses some kind of powerful mystic eyes too, so be careful. I'll take a look around for. With that, he left, suddenly lost in his own thoughts. Calls stumbled off after him but, to my surprise, Gray did not. She sat beside me quietly, sneaking glances every now and then until even Yvette got bored and floated away. When I stood up, my adopted introvert stood up with me. Gray. What are we thinking? She just stared at me for a good few moments. The professor told me to be more proactive. I think. I can trust you. She became embarrassed as soon as she finished, hastily pulling down her hood. Then, she asked a strange question, "Henry, what do you think of this face?" As non-serious as I was, even I could tell I wasn't supposed to answer that question with a poor joke. So, I hummed and began walking. She followed along, curious and afraid. Honestly, at some point, I'd probably think it was incredibly cute. No, I still believe that. It was a factual statement aside from personal feelings. Yet, if I were to honestly answer her question, the answer that came rushing to my lips wasn't one even I'd expect from myself. Nothing in particular. I shrugged. I mean, I don't really care. Do you want me to compliment you? I'm sorry, I can't do that in earnest. At that, my fellow student stopped to stare out of the window, at the snow-capped hills rapidly passing us by. She showed a rare glimpse of a smile before removing her hood entirely to reveal her ashen hair. I traced my steps back, and stood beside. So you don't care? I shook my head. I see. You think nothing of it. Was she pissed? No, she looked happy. Henry, I don't like my face either. I think nothing of it. Less, even. She whispered. This time, it was my turn to be confused. I distinctly recalled her telling me about the abuse she suffered at the hands of her family back at the Iselma Towers. Yet, I hadn't thought it meant she hated herself for it. No, that definitely wasn't the case. You must be confused. She noticed, turning to face me with big green eyes. Her cloak fluttered. This isn't my face. I woke up with it one day. When everyone saw it, they became happy and overjoyed. Because it's the face of the king my family wanted to bring back. They became happy that my face was gone. I had no words for that. I knew any reassurance I could possibly give was unnecessary, that it would come off as mere words from someone who didn't understand anything. That was always how it was with pain you couldn't relate to. I knew it was best to keep your mouth shut. It was what I wished some people had done for me, as William. And, every day, when I wake up, I remember my face less. I start to think that maybe it was this way from the start. I listened as the girl spoke, slowly, her words were barely a whisper. Her eyes were wet. Clearly, she had not expected to say this much. But it was like that sometimes. Sometimes you couldn't shut up about your pain once you started talking. I hate it. I'm afraid that one day, it won't be me at all when I wake up, and that everyone will be glad for that. Everyone will be glad that I'm gone. Gray will never have mattered. That they might say, I was never there. I don't want that dash. I put a hand on her head. Well, Gray. I'm pretty sure it's Gray and not the king that decided to sit with me when no one else wanted to in class, and it's Gray that tries to make sure all of us get along, or that the professor doesn't get himself killed. That king may have never even looked at me, or us. She tilted her head, confused. You're not weak enough for some long-dead bum king to take over you. It was King Dash. Whoever it was, they died. That means they're a bum, because you only die if you've got skill issue. She stared at me in silence, then, what does that even Dash? And even if that king does come, I'll beat her till you come back, promise. To hell with meeting some ancient hero if it means my adopted introvert needs to die. On top of that, I promise you, if anyone is glad, I'll knock their teeth out myself. So yeah, Gray does matter, she should always be there. I'm pretty sure the professor would have died like thrice if you weren't there. I hope that was enough. That's God's honest truth. It was the truth. My sincere feelings on her turmoil and nothing else. That was really all an inconsiderate person like myself could provide. So yeah, scream at the king to know his damn place. Then dropkick M to oblivion. I'll help you. Gray trembled. I thought she'd cry. But she just started giggling instead, eyes still wet. Wait, come on. Don't laugh at a guy's earnest feelings. But it's so silly. Yeah, okay, don't you ever come to me for consolation ever again. Humph. It was embarrassing, and she laughed at me. I stomped away, totally not ashamed. Wait, Henry. I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. In my attempt to run away from the ungrateful girl, I ran face first into someone I instantly realized was an executor from the Holy Church. The old man fixed me with a curious gaze, then held out a hand. You are Henry Smith, right? Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 80, Chapter. Somehow, you crazies crossed 700 faster than I was expecting. I'll post the extra chapter tomorrow. My meetings with these people thus far had been either them threatening ungodly violence for simply breathing or spouting some insane ideology where I was less than a dog than being reasonable. To say I was surprised when a church executor was nice enough to offer me a hand after I bumped into him would be a massive understatement. For a good second, I waited for him to reveal himself as a grand wizard of the clan like Sancrade. No words came. The older gentleman stood calmly, a sort of pity in his eyes. When Gray caught up, he gave a slight bow. Carabo Frampton. I've come to this auction for a purpose similar to yours. I understand your pain deeply, child. I craned my neck awkwardly. My what now? These eyes put us leagues above our peers with their miracles, but the burden too is severe. Not many understand this. He spoke subdued words, and offered a slow nod once he was finished. You've recognized this at a younger age than I. Ah. Mystic eyes. He was talking about mystic eyes. Well, fair enough. I found no fault in his words. I couldn't take my glasses off for more than a couple of minutes without turning my brain to mush from the overload. There was certainly someone out there who'd think this was a curse instead of a boon. But, I was not that someone. I haven't thought of them as a burden even once. My eyes were incredible. And, if you think yours are, maybe you need to take a good long look in the mirror. I patted his shoulder and walked past. Mystic eyes were a spontaneously occurring phenomenon. According to Yvette, they were a clear expression of one's entire being. They were unique to every individual even if classed the same. To think they were an annoyance was, in a way, denying oneself. My eyes were the answer to my burning curiosity for the supernatural and how it ticked. There was no world in which I would ever think they were bad. They intrude upon every aspect of our life. You can't live like a normal person. I threw up my hands. Who the hell even wants to live like a normal person? Even now, you can't sit there without those glasses, not without pain. He stared at my back, hands behind his back. I glanced back, grinning. Well then, it's a good thing I have my glasses, isn't it? Are you jealous of how cool they are? The old executor sighed and stroked his beard. The rail Zeppelin was a sizable train, with a total of 12 cars running tandem. Almost half of these were reserved for guests, with 2 for storage, then the lobby and the dining car beyond it. Since we were already in the dining area, we had to pass just one more car before we entered the one reserved for staff. Of course, I completely ignored the large panel over the door with "Staff Only" written in bright red. It was built much like the rest, lit by lanterns built after every window pane, with only a narrow corridor separating them from the doors to individual rooms. I tapped my foot against the shiny hardwood floor, whistling. Man, these guys are rich. I guess selling magic eyes does that. The professor told me they only keep a negligible amount. Gray shook her little head, that it's about them doing it as their master used to than anything else. I raised a brow, studying the car. Sales here regularly cross over into the hundreds of millions. I don't think a negligible part of that would be a negligible sum. Or are you secretly rich enough to think millions of dollars are nothing? Millions. Gray's eye spun at those figures. She was, in the end, a village girl who'd only come into contact with the modern world a couple months ago. For her, such sums were decidedly mind-boggling. It didn't help that the Elmeloi were impoverished, otherwise being a disciple to one of the 12 lords would have been a rather luxurious experience. I stifled a laugh. I don't think I might see such money in my life. She ducked her head. Well, you know how they say. To become a millionaire, you just need to have a millionaire friend and borrow some. Life was all about finding convenient methods to make it easier. A millionaire friend. I don't think I know such a person. I gasped exaggeratedly, a hand over my heart. You are rich. She tilted her head. I would have never thought with how you dress. Clothes are just a societal construct. I don't need Armani to be rich. Gray, I'm going to cry. That would be inconvenient. I chuckled, wondering which of these doors I could kick down to find that blindfolded woman from the morning. Sadly, there were no convenient name plaques like Adra Castle to identify anyone. So, how about it? Want to make your first million? Of course, I'll be the one giving it. You will. My fellow student grew puzzled, her eyes wandering haphazardly. I wouldn't. I wouldn't know what to do. Are you really sure? Sven might be mad at you for wasting money on me. I don't think he likes me much. Whoa. What? That was interesting. Sven was head over heels simping for her and she thought he hated her. The guy's breath grew heavy every time she was in the vicinity. Okay, I saw it now. Well, there was one misunderstanding I wasn't about to clear up. Wolfboy needed to learn this particular lesson himself. If Sven gets pressed, all the more reason to do it. He's your friend. Her shoulders drooped. That's exactly why I should give you $1 million. In the end, I decided to enter the engine car, in the hopes that someone would come rushing down. I was right. The moment I reached for the door, a pale man in a neat train conductor's uniform slid it aside, one hand behind his back. His conductor had cast a long shadow, masking his eyes. Rodan. That was his name. Guests are not permitted entry. Please, leave. I raised 2 fingers. I will. As soon as you tell me how you found out about my eyes. Please refrain from threatening staff. Blue formed atop my fingertips. An erratic hum permeated the entire car as it abruptly began sucking in the air. I had no qualms about destroying this entire train here and now if I didn't get an answer, consequences be damned. In fact, these were their consequences for making a move on my little Ellie and Mama Smith. Henry Dash. Who told you? He remained expressionless, one gloved hand against the doorframe, the other behind his back. His eyes bore into mine. Then, he closed them, as if he had made his decision. A decision I wasn't expecting even with my experience with the supernatural. We were not given a name. The conductor breathed out. Merely information about possibly jewel-ranked eyes. In accordance with the wishes of the master of this train, we had no choice but to assure your attendance, through any means possible dash. And. I turned around at the sudden voice. The auctioneer, Leandra, was leaning against the far door, arms crossed. If you're here even when we failed, you're obviously inclined to part with them. All's well that ends well. You know all we know about the informant now, so please stop threatening the train and wait for the auction. She stepped forth, then did a theatrical bow, gesturing towards the exit. I waved my hand, dismissing Blue like it was smoke. Once we were out, Gray spoke up, Henry, will you leave them be? What do you think? They gave me nothing. For all I know, there was no informant to begin with. Then. I'm going to play their game. At least, until I get bored. You should check up on the professor. Odds are he's got beef with a demigod by now, somehow. Gray smiled warmly. That is possible. Eventually, with nothing to really do, I wandered into the dining car once again. Weirdly enough, the Serpentine member of the policies department was there too. She sat by a window, drinking green tea from a ceramic bowl. Well, Olga was there too, but the brat huffed and turned away the second she noticed me. She smiled at me. I shivered. It was incredibly off-putting with how nice it was once you figured out it was perfectly tailored to be that way. Mr. Henry. Are we here for some purpose or just to have fun? She asked as I plopped down across from her. One can never quite tell with you. Funny. I can always tell with you. Her eyes shimmered faintly, her smile widened and she gave a slight nod. You're here to screw someone over, maybe steal a soul or two while you're at it. Ah, you know me so well. She laughed gracefully and poured some tea from her kettle in another cup, holding her long sleeve up with thin fingers. In any other case, you would be right. But, I am here because of a certain rumor this time. I eyed the smoke rising from the cup. TSK. So the Department of Policies caught wind of it too. Olga suddenly stood up with a sour expression. She crossed her arms, standing over our table. I meant to ask that auctioneer before you started behaving like a child dash. She was wise enough to cut herself off this time. Instead, she glared at me. I guess you'll have to owe me one for this. Nope, not interested. I'll find out myself. Apparently, she wasn't prepared for the immediate refusal. She looked around, confusedly, probably searching for her attendant. The attendant was standing in the doorway, spurring her young lady on with fist pumps. Trisha Fellows. When she noticed my gaze, she immediately hid herself. But Trisha said dash. The Animosphere heiress clenched her skirts. I was just trying to get along but you don't deserve it. Humph. You're just a bully. Foo 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 foo. Hishiri giggled into her sleeve. I deadpanned. Okay then, tell me. But, no favors. Not even a small one. Olga Marie stared at me through glassy eyes, fidgeting with her hands. For a moment, I was reminded of Ellie's face when she wanted something Mama Smith had forbidden. Naturally, as an awesome older brother that was definitely not a siscon, I folded immediately, always, without exception. Unfortunately, the same happened here before my mind realized it did. A small one then. Hm. Okay then. Olga glanced at Trisha, who gave her a thumbs up, before turning back to me. There's going to be a rainbow or at least, jewel rank set of Mystic Eyes on sale this year. Well now I just had to wait for the auction. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 81, Chapter A/N, I'm posting the promised extra chapter, 5 minutes after this one. After only a few minutes, I got the distinct impression Olga Marie was a neglected child. Desperate to prove herself. Unsure. Skittish. Quick to anger. Overly sensitive to any perceived insults as well as compliments. Also, bossy. But, I suppose that last trait was common to all nobles. She wasn't just a noble either. The Animosphere had lorded over the Department of Astrology since the very inception of the clock tower, and boasted influence and power rarely ever matched or questioned. Admittedly, I typically used all these little bits of information to throw shade at the other party. Not in this case, however. She was a little child. I had my limits. Besides, she was a pretty adorable brat once I got used to her way of coping with her neglectful father. By the time the train came to a halt, she was happily sitting with us, head held high and chest puffed like she was especially proud of herself. She also stole my cookies. Why did people do that so much? Everyone I met ended up taking my food. I'll be sure to keep an eye out for when you eventually join us. Hishiri sipped her tea, although, I imagine the Animosphere heiress joining us won't be a quiet affair. I craned my neck. Is it because the Animosphere are part of the Bartholomew faction? Olga Marie crossed her arms and huffed. You don't even know this much. You should be grateful I'm here to tell you. I hid my mouth behind my palm, stifling a chuckle as well as the involuntary snark that came welling up the second she finished speaking. Every heir apparent spends some time in the Department of Policy so that they can learn how to rule properly. You couldn't be a proper lord if you didn't even know the rules, could you? Huh. That is the gist of it, yes. Hishiri nodded. I had to push down a laugh again. The Department of Policies was hated by every magus. They were called heretics and treated as pariahs in our society. They imposed rules on free research, wholly discarding the ideal of every magus by giving up pursuit of the root of all creation. Yet, how was it that those who ruled this society of ours had to definitively join the department for a time? An interesting prospect, but ultimately one that was unrelated to me. I wasn't a noble. And, I had no intention of becoming one if it meant subjecting myself to the constant politics of the clock tower, always walking on eggshells so as not to cause a diplomatic incident. In fact, causing such incidents was what I loved the most. I gazed out of the window, resting my chin atop my palm. Why are we stopping? It's a scheduled break. Hishiri explained. I thought you'd be jumping at the chance to explore a new land. With my luck, I'll run into a dragon or something out there and miss the train. As much as I'd love that, I do have business on here. Mainly, finding out who was getting my foot shoved up their rear next. God, I hope the culprit was one of the 12 lords. It'd make for an incredible adventure if nothing else. Atop that, it'd cause my professor a headache, so that was good too. Hishiri's gaze sharpened. Would that have something to do with your mystic eyes? How'd you know I have mystic eyes? Ah wait, right, that auctioneer yacked during breakfast. I admit I should have noticed far earlier. I thought the aviators were a somewhat eccentric fashion choice. So, you've come to sell them? Olga looked over curiously. Her next words were extremely childlike, yet, may as well have been the complete truth of the matter. The sort of truth adults missed but children often noticed just because of their innocence and wonder. Wait, do you have the rumored mystic eyes? I glanced at the Animosphere princess. Dunno. I don't think so, at least. Olga Marie narrowed her eyes, tucking a stray bang behind her ear. I guess so. They wouldn't be stupid enough to not remove the eyes the moment they were able. Yeah, those rainbow-ranked eyes were definitely mine, weren't they? She rose to her feet. I need to rest. Her attendant, Trisha, watched her young lady leave the car before giving me a small bow. Thank you, sir. For talking to Olga. She shook her head. I believe you'll find out quite soon. With those cryptic words, the older woman left, leaving me alone with Hishiri. I think I shall like to take a walk outside as well. She held out her elbow for me to take. I shook my head. Hell no. I'm taken. At that, she just gave a soft laugh. I'm sure the Edelfelt princess wouldn't mind you being a gentleman. Probably not. I do though. She definitely figured it out too. I could tell from the look in her eyes. Even though there was no proof that mine were the rumored eyes, she was definitely thinking the same thing I was. In my case, it was just because I was that confident. However, I failed to understand her reasoning. No reasonable person could arrive at that conclusion from that. I eyed the Japanese woman cautiously. In the end, I decided against leaving the train. The day passed uneventfully and I returned to my cabin to tuck in for the night. Karabo Frampton, the church executor, kept a close eye on me, but nothing else really happened. The professor was too busy trying to find clues for whatever mystery he was caught up in now, and even though we had entered the domain of another dead apostle, said dead apostle was yet to make any move. I was even afraid the dead apostle would do nothing as I climbed into bed. That'd be so boring I'd die before the auction began. Somewhere along the way, we'd even passed out of the snowstorm out onto greener pastures dotted with hills and empty plains of knee-high grass. Come on, man. Don't you have any pride? Get upset about being used for a ritual and throw a tantrum. I whispered to myself, placing my aviators on the bedside table. Or, has literally no one noticed that the train and that guy got used? That was also a distinct possibility. I only noticed because I watched it transpire. Shaking my head of those useless thoughts, I began praying for a night attack. Nothing came. Instead, an eerie silence settled on the cabin. I realized that I was sleeping alone for the first time in a good while. That just made me miss Luviajlita. Those thighs are a blessing upon this world. With that sacred wisdom in mind, I dozed off. Only, I was pretty sure that not even an hour had passed before a loud explosion ripped me from my sleep. The ceiling thumped with footsteps, and deafening thunder roared overhead. Then, I heard the familiar clang of steel against steel. Outside, the night shied away from rampant bursts of lightning. I couldn't help but grin. My prayers had actually been answered. I need to give a reward to whoever decided to attack. Immediately, I jumped out of bed, threw on a white button-up shirt and black pants before sliding the door aside so hard the poor thing trembled under the sudden force. To my right, Tricia stood guard outside Olga Marie's room, hands behind her back. Her eyes shimmered as she turned my way. What's going on? Lord Elmeloy too is fighting someone on the roof. The other guests have elected to stay out of the conflict as dash. I cut her off, scratching the back of my head. As conflicts between magi are to be solved between those concerned themselves. Yeah, I know, just say you don't have the balls. Well, I'm a woman, sir. I cackled. Yeah, my bad. All right, I'll head out. You don't need to. I waved her suggestion off. And, the train staff. They don't have anything to say. It is common for interested parties to enter conflict on the rail Zeppelin. Thinning the competition is how I'd put it. So long as the train itself isn't damaged, we have no reason to intervene. Leandra appeared behind me, shrugging her hands. I suggest you do the same. There's no reason to dash. Can it? An attack on the professor is an attack on me. Gray's up there too, right? The auctioneer shrugged again. I turned to Tricia. She gave a hesitant nod. So that's decided then. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 82, Chapter. Lately, Waver often found himself wondering if the world also drew some sick pleasure from giving him one headache after the other like his sister. Rhaenys would surely be kicking her feet in glee if she saw him now. He could even imagine the sadistic smirk playing across her lips. His attempts at keeping Henry away from the Mystic Eyes collection train had been an utter failure. That willful student of his ended up arriving a day later, sure, but that changed nothing. Waver was even content to give up and let the situation play out by itself, offering guidance where he could while he fulfilled his own mission. The search for his greatest treasure. The tattered piece of his king's mantle. Yet, he had no clues. Only that an invitation was left in place of it in his safe. He had to hope that the thief was on the train as well, or else his treasure was simply lost. Waver didn't like that at all. But, all the same, the hope was answered. Another letter appeared in his cabin. One requesting his presence in the freight cars used for storage. Against his better judgment, Waver complied. Now, as the cold wind dragged across his face and seeped into his very bones while Gray fought off something that had no right to be there, he wished he had complied with his better judgment instead. For what awaited him was a servant. An existence similar to the ones from the war he had participated in a decade ago. A copy of a heroic spirit brought into the world to fight for a magus, so that they may triumph over 7 others and be granted wish by the Holy Grail that summoned them. A great hero of legend. An individual who had left a decisive mark on history. He stood no chance against a being of that nature. Gray was the one to face her. He knew even that was folly. Yes, Gray wielded the sacred lance of the King of Camelot, but she was still human. Her opponent, the one she fought solely for his sake, was a great hero. As a teacher, he was disappointed in himself. As one who loved mystery, jealousy welled up within his heart. Yet, here, now, what pained him the most was something else entirely. You. Weak-willed magus. How dare you think yourself a subordinate of that great king? The servant's words made him tremble. Her very form reminded him of his king. A woman clad in red, in his royal colors. She was a soldier. He noticed that at first glance, by the boiled leather vest and the skirts and the long boots she wore. She was a general. He noticed that by the crimson mantle draping from her shoulders, joined with long sleeves that flapped in the wind. He met the hardened gaze of a warrior of old without faltering. Weak as I am. I was recognized by that person. I will not let even a hero such as yourself refute that. Her mismatched eyes of blue and pale gray trembled in undisguised fury. Gray lunged for her. Her scythe carved through the air only to impotently scratch off the servant's short sword. Sparks flew into the dark night. She kicked Gray in the stomach, and his disciple fell beside him with a loud boom. Gray clutched her guts, supporting herself with ad. Waver didn't need to look to know her next attack was coming for his neck. He rose to meet it head-on. Professor. Thump. The blade stopped an inch from his neck. Thump. He heard footsteps. Thump. Another one. Thump. Waver gazed past her shoulder as she turned away from him. As the world passed them by, blue eyes reminiscent of a clear summer sky shimmered through the darkness. Waver was all too familiar with those eyes. Instead, he wasn't even surprised when they suddenly appeared during a violent conflict. Gray breathed out a sigh of relief. Henry. You guys really just left me out of something this cool. His student shook his head from side to side, rolling up his sleeves as he walked. Professor, are you holding a grudge cause I deleted your save file? You deleted my what? Henry pursed his lips. He did the same thing Waver often did in such situations. That was, he ignored him entirely and pointed a finger at the servant. So the ritual was for summoning you. She held up her blade. Another challenger. Henry clapped his hands once, then shook his head and his finger. No, don't misunderstand. You're the challenger here. Instead, feel honored. You're the first I'm going to use these eyes freely on. The servant went silent. The air grew suffocating. Waver clenched his chest. Henry yawned. Did he not feel the servant's presence at all? No, that wasn't the case, was it? Henry was far more attuned to such things than even Waver was. He felt it. He didn't care. Lightning crackled over the unnamed servant's fingertips. With a snap of her fingers, thunder reached out for Henry. It covered the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Waver grit his teeth. Henry was good at countering magecraft, but the sheer mystery produced by a servant was capable of outright ignoring anything he could kick you. He swatted it aside. The lightning flew off into the world, passing them by. For a moment, nothing was heard aside from the train's wheels. Waver's jaw dropped. Hey, don't you think it's a little rude to attack someone without even introducing yourself? Even when I was nice enough to wait dash. You haven't given me your name either, Magus. If she was surprised, she didn't let it show. Henry. He placed a hand over his chest. Beside Waver, Gray readied herself to help him fight. Waver made no effort to stop her. Even Henry needed all the help he could get when the enemy was a servant. Then hear me well, Henry. The servant raised her sword overhead. Thunder rumbled, yet her roar was even louder. I am Hephaestion. The closest friend to the great king of conquerors is Kandar. Summoned in this age to aid my master with their great ordeal. Her gray eye shimmered like Henry's, Magus of this era. Would you stand against me? All of a sudden, her anger against him made sense. Hephaestion was the general closest to his king during his lifetime. They had been so close that they were often even mistaken for another by most. In fact, looking at her now, Waver even realized she was likely the reason Alexander the Great was depicted as short of stature and dark of hair. You're the one standing against me, lady. Mana exploded into the air. It came from Henry. A field of nothing but magical energy emanating from himself. It hung in the air and moved with them. He raised his hand, and beckoned her forth, come on, do your worst. When Waver blinked, Hephaestion was gone. Her sword cut through the air. To Waver's surprise, Henry reacted immediately. He lowered his head, avoiding the blade, then smashed his fist against her bare stomach. The night flashed red. The blow's impact dragged Hephaestion back across the train. Henry dragged his hand through the air, and the servant jumped back for seemingly no reason. Waver blurted, what the fuck? A human was never supposed to match a servant. True, a servant was a mere copy, limited by the mana their master could supply them and nowhere near what they were if summoned completely. Still, even limited, they were far beyond any mere human, any mere magus. The mystery of their being alone negated most spells. Even Hephaestion's mismatched eyes widened in surprise. Henry grinned. A human shouldn't be able to keep up with a servant, right? Look again. You're a magus too, aren't you? Prove you're superior to me. I am an exceptional magus. Hephaestion agreed. She looked around, I see. I understand why my master warned me of you. You're forcing your body to move with mana, and you're tracking my movements through dash. Henry clapped his hands with a grin. He tapped a finger against his head. The servant's lips twitched when he cut her off. I realized my body can't keep up with a mythical creature a while back. But, my mind can. When you move, your very nature and being shifts the mana around you. With an exoskeleton, I can force my mind to push my body to react to those shifts. That was absurd. It was downright manic. An impossible task. The sort of magecraft one needed long chants for, proper rituals and even more. Even then, it was what one would expect from a brand-ranked magus and no less. No, this had clearly surpassed even that. That extremely destructive red spell he often employed coated his every blow. Waver had always known Henry was exceptional. But, not like this, never like this. Then, you're not even looking at me, is that how it is? Hephaestion smiled thinly. Henry cleaned his ear. You don't deserve my gaze, servant. I've even noted flaws in your summoning. Those words struck a nerve. She shot for Henry once again. Her blade gleamed and Henry struck it on the side, blowing it away. She punched him in the neck. He jammed a fist into her guts. A blast of lightning exploded against his face. She cut him again. He forced the blade down with his foot. An impossible exchange that threw all established logic out of the window. No level of reinforcement would let him damage her. Yet, somehow, some way, the servant was injured. Her bruises bled freely. For a magus, you can hit hard. Henry noted as she reached for her sword again. On the other hand, I don't think I'm hitting anything other than empty space. Ah wait, I am just hitting empty air, aren't I? She smirked from below. He held up 2 fingers. A crimson orb took form atop it amongst flashes of red and gusts of air. Through them, his blue eyes shimmered. There and then, to Waver, his troublesome student looked far more monstrous compared to the hero of legend. Besides him, Gray watched in quiet understanding. It made Waver feel like he was overreacting, but he knew he wasn't. If only your mana supply didn't stunt your abilities. The summoning system is flawed. She answered. But, don't think you have me with this. Your strength and your defenses, I'll break through them by force. Hephaestion wrenched her blade free and jumped back. She hoisted her blade above. I acknowledge you, Henry. Even in our age, surely you would have been a great man. Yet, to stand against me now, in this age, is folly. Observe, magus. A height you may never reach. The mystery grew thick and rampant. Lightning screeched across the air in such great volumes the darkness of night became a thing of distant note. Waver recognized the occurrence immediately. She was Henry. She's about to use her noble Phantas dash. Suddenly, the mana dispersed. Hephaestion stumbled back with a shudder. I guess, it'll have to be next time. Instead of addressing his student, she turned to Waver instead. She retrieved a tattered red cloth from her mantle and tossed it his way. Here. You can have this worthless thing. Remember, I do not accept you as a subordinate of my king. Allow me a question. Waver put a hand in his pocket. Why were you not there? Why were you not at the Ionioi Hittairoi? Why did you refuse the king's call? Once again, rage flashed through her eyes. You. Then, with the wind, she was gone. Waver closed his eyes and fell back in relief. Gray immediately rushed to his side, crouching next to him with a worried expression. Henry made his way over slowly. The youth scratched the back of his head. Who the foo dash? Who was that? Before that, Henry. You. You just fought a servant. Pretty nice if I do say so myself. Though, she didn't even go all out, so I'm kind of disappointed. She also ran dash. That. I'm sure her master just summoned her away. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 83, Chapter. Guys, I'm sorry, but it'll have to be 900 now. The Grail War's starting, and y'all beat the previous one way too easily. In exchange, since this should be a decent bit harder, I'll do another extra for every 900 if that ever happens. After that heroic spirit took her leave, the professor insisted he be allowed to rest and took his leave. He seemed shaken, but I knew from his face that he wasn't about to answer any of my prodding. I supposed it was a testament to his will that he could just pick a fight with a hero of legend while being as pitifully weak as he was, then decide he was going to bed the moment it was over. I, for one, was left so excited by the encounter that I barely got any sleep that night. All giddy like a schoolgirl in love. The enemy had been a magus. Her mere existence exuded mystery so ancient it was suffocating, my brain almost fried itself from the input. I wanted to fight her again. I wanted to strip her bare for all she was worth and add everything she had to my arsenal. I even wanted to look at her noble phantasm in the hopes that I could. When I left my cabin the next morning, Gray was waiting outside. She led me to the professor's cabin, and I found the man sitting at a table by the window, lit cigar in hand, and his brows furrowed in thought. No breakfast. I broke the silence. He hummed, I've requested they bring it to us here. Apparently, they do have that kind of accommodation. It'd be strange if they didn't. I sat down across from him, crossing one leg over the other. My gaze caught the brass cage Gray carried around lying on the bedside table. The box's eyes were fixed on me, but it kept its mouth tightly shut. When I met At's gaze, he quickly jumped the other way. So. The professor smothered his cigar in the ashtray. That servant. You must be curious too, right? About who she was, and her connection to me. I snorted. I noticed she's related to Iskander, the servant you summoned in the last Holy Grail War. I also managed to put together that she got summoned using the same catalyst you used back then. That's the treasure that got stolen, right? He raised a brow. Rhaenys. I called Rhaenys last night. She was a lot less kind with her words though. Something about useless fantasies and childish obsession, and that you really should grow up now. The professor pursed his lips, annoyed, then let out a sigh. Well, I guess that is the gist of it. Back then, I had the honor of summoning the King of Conquerors, and he allowed me to swear loyalty to him. Hephaestion was like a brother to that king. It said that after they defeated Darius III, his mother Sisygambes even mistook him, or her, for King Iskander and knelt before him. This was at the Battle of Issus. Interesting story, but, who asked? I forced my mouth shut. And now, that subordinate of the king has gone rogue. I don't understand her intentions, but, as someone who has sworn loyalty to that same person, I must find out why she is angry with the king. Why someone that close wasn't present at the Ionioi Hittairoi back then. I wanted to question why he even felt that he should be responsible for someone else. Especially when that someone else was a hero of legend. But, I only needed one look at him to understand. He was just that stubborn a man. He truly seemed to believe it was his duty. Undeniably presumptuous to think he even had that right. Yet, admirable to no end. But, that's for me to do. Henry, you fought a servant. I'm telling you, the summoning system weakens them a lot. The vessels it creates are flawed. I wouldn't discard the possibility that it's to make sure that Master can control them. The professor locked his hands together, his eyes narrowed. My teacher. The previous Lord Elmeloy also noticed this. But, how did you? You were late. Well, I happened to catch the ritual just as it finished on the first night. The first night? While we were asleep. Gray noted, visibly confused. Just then, there was a knock at the door. I lowered my aviators and the professor clenched his fists as Gray slid it aside. Our worries were unfounded. It was just breakfast. Gray gave a nod before carrying the tray over to us. She looked between us. Just drag a chair over, eat with us. The professor nodded in agreement before turning back to the conversation. Anything else? I stroked my chin as Gray sat down with us. If I had to say, I guess it was interesting how Another knock at the door. This time, it was Trisha Fellows who greeted us. She stepped into the room with her hands behind her back, fixing her glasses. Lord Elmeloy too, I have some information that I think has become prudent I share with you. It has something to do with the incident last night. I chuckled, hoarding all the sausages and the bacon. When I noticed Gray eyeing them, I had to relent and share half of them with my adopted introvert. Thank you. She bowed her little head. Just when I was about to take my first bite though, Trisha dropped a bomb. I believe we've discussed how my eyes work before. Yes, the mystic eyes of precognition. Visions of the future. The professor nodded. Needless to say, I forgot all about my breakfast. The prospect of seeing the future sounded somewhat dreary and boring, but listening to someone else with the ability was worth it. Trisha cleared her throat. Well, yes, until yesterday, my eyes stopped showing my future past the short stop we took. I assumed I would die, and made preparations to help the young miss accordingly. Why not change it? Gray sputtered. I've learned that trying to change the future myself often results in the opposite. But yes, that future never came true. It changed once She nodded her head towards me. Once your student joined us. Whoever had been attempting my murder seemed to decide against it when they noticed him. My vision also had no mention of him getting here. Ah. So that was why she thanked me so cryptically yesterday. I can understand that. As you said, your eyes generate visions based on your conscious. That means they're limited to what you know, or your presence. The professor nodded, steepling his fingers. I couldn't help but feel that calling them predictions was more accurate. They simply showed her outcomes based on her own actions, what she knew at any given moment, or what affected only her. That wasn't really foresight at that point then, was it? But now my eyes show me something else. I think I know the identity of the perpetrator of the attack on you, and the danger he presents to everyone on board this train. Why tell us this? Shouldn't a magus be prioritizing gaining the most from that kind of info? I asked rhetorically. I believe I owe you my life, Henry. Can you blame me for wanting to pay you back? She smiled a thin smile. We magus do tend to dislike owing others. I nodded. When she opened her mouth next, the train screeched. I grabbed Gray just in time before she fell over, and had morphed into a scythe that she used to stop the professor from being disturbed. The professor himself just lit another cigar, unfazed. God damn it, he aura farmed a little too much at times. I couldn't help but laugh. The wheels heaved, and the train came to a screeching halt. Then, an announcement came over the speakers. The rail zeppelin has run into a child of Inash. Please take measures accordingly for your own safety. The staff are not responsible for any loss of life or wealth. What kind of shitty service is that? I complained, waving a fist in the air. I must protect the lady dash. Waver held up a hand to stop Trisha, and breathed out a plume of dark smoke. Gray, bring the young lady here. See if you can find calls while you're at it. Henry. I grabbed a piece of bacon as I rose. Yeah, fine, I'll go deal with it. I would have done it even if he never asked. I had been dying to meet whatever dead apostle was headed our way from the second I noticed its presence. Miss Trisha. If you would be so kind. I held out my chair for her. The blonde attendant confusedly sat down across from the professor as I bit into my breakfast, stepping out of the professor's car. At the end of the corridor, Carabo Frampton stood with his hands behind his back. He fell in beside me as I passed. I will lend you my strength, however little it is. Same here. Yvette ran up and jumped on my back to hang off it like a sloth, but a child of Inash is probably going to make me useless, so don't count on me too much, okay? I deadpanned. I've never counted on you for anything in my life. When we reached the lobby, Hishiria Dashino was standing beside the door, one hand placed over the other. She greeted us with a smile. Whoa, you're gonna help. The elegant woman in the flowery yukata shook her head from side to side. That's what you're here for. I wouldn't want to deny you your fun. Just say you're useless. She only giggled. When we stepped out, the green meadows we'd crossed into were simply gone. Instead, a sudden snowstorm raged outside the train, making it hard to see anything but puffy white in every direction. Already, the snow had somehow piled up so much my entire knee disappeared into the second I took another step out. What the hell even is a child of Inash? It was Carabo who ended up answering me. An offshoot of the Forest of Inash. One of the most powerful dead apostles in our record. The demon of the Schwarzwald. Once it has fed sufficiently, the forest drops seeds that eventually form into a child of Inash. We are lucky not to encounter the parent but a child. Still, a fully grown one. Once my vision adjusted completely, I noticed jagged trees jutting from the snow, with thorny barks coiled around another unnaturally. There were no leaves. There was no life. A dead forest. Yet, it hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. Almost as if we'd stepped into another world. It will exhaust itself and die out. That is the fate of all that creature's children. But, we must take care to live until that time comes. Thick roots blew out of the snow-covered forest floor and lashed out for us. I moved my hand without thinking, but my spell fell apart before it even finished forming. All the mana I poured into it was sucked away. It can absorb magical energy apparently. Carabo jumped in front of me and sliced the roots apart with a black key. Admittedly, he moved insanely well for a man well enough into the years that he had not a single strand of colored hair. A commonly observed trait. Again, thick trees sprouted from the snow. But, instead of going for us, they coiled themselves around the train, wrapping it in their prickly embrace to hold it in place. I couldn't help but grin. So I guess, beating this thing is an impossible task for a lone magus, yeah. The affinity is terrible, yes. Carabo nodded. I ran a hand through my hair as thick tendrils reached for me again. Careful dash. They fell apart, minced to perfection. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 84, Chapter. That poor goal. As more and more twisted roots burst forth from the snow, a sudden realization dawned on me. Much like this living forest hellbent on killing us and feeding on our blood, the rail zeppelin was also something like a child of one such ancient dead apostle. According to my professor, and now Carabo, the superior of these painted the very world with their twisted alien logic and supplanted the truth of science with their own. Verily then, stepping into this forest was like venturing into a different world entirely. If the train was the same, then the clash of their individual truths was decidedly enough to deceive the world in such a capacity that a system from far away could be momentarily deceived into activation. That activation was what summoned Hephaestion. But, the ritual was flawed. There was no guarantee that the deceived system would choose the caster as a master. In fact, if the ritual was enacted another time, there was a decent chance that the professor, who was already familiar with that system, would be chosen as the master. I put a hand to my chin. I wonder. Hey Carabo, do you know who the master of the rail zeppelin was? The elderly executor frowned for a moment. The roots headed for him, and for us were torn to shreds, sliced perfectly even as though an expert chef had taken them to the cutting board. Yvette squealed again, squirming exaggeratedly. I think I can dash. Her name is Rosa Ien. Rita Rosa Ien. To my knowledge, she was attacked by the Grand Tuko Aozaki some time ago and her whereabouts have been unknown since. Many suspect she died, or was at least grievously wounded. That made sense. Tuko was a woman I couldn't get even a bit of a grasp on. She took poorly to the slightest insult, but at times, let go of the most insane grievances with a shrug. She was crazy. But, she was accomplished and powerful enough that she had the right to be as whimsical as she was. How does this affect our predicament? Karabo asked calmly, hands behind his back. I snorted, flicking my finger to carve apart a score of the dead trees. It doesn't. But, our current predicament isn't really a predicament at all, is it? All we have to do is wait for it to stop throwing a tantrum. If his information was right, which it probably was judging by his experience in such fields, then it'd kill itself eventually. I wasn't about to go wandering out in this biting cold, not when I ran the very cliché risk of being separated from the others or even getting left behind by some odd turn of events. Karabo grunted. That could take days. We don't know dash. All right, you can go then. I'm just guessing here but there's a core to the forest, right? That's what we have to destroy. And, it probably moves around too, yeah. Hey man, if you want to go sword fight a tree trunk, go for it. I'll just have some hot choco dash. Yvette, go get me some hot chocolate. Sir, yes, sir. The one-eyed maniac in a frilly Lolita dress gave an over-the-top salute before stepping back into the train. A moment later, she walked out holding 2 white ceramic cups that smelled like heaven. I sat down on the train stair, cup in hand. Yeah, all right, go ahead. The executor stood silent. Then, he gave a barely noticeable sigh and relented. Very well. So Yvette, what were you here for? Oh. Me. I told you before, didn't I? My classmate perked up at that, I glimmering, I'm here almost every year. And I've saved up quite a decent bit to be able to get something new to research. Oh, by a decent bit, I mean a few $100 million. That must not seem like a lot to you. The hell it didn't. That was an insane amount of money to pay for some magic eyes. I almost wondered how much my own would end up going for if I did indeed put them up for sale. That thought lingered for barely a second before it disappeared. No amount of money was worth parting with them. I glanced at the dead forest surrounding us. Honestly, I'd expected more than a semi-sentient tree monster that just attacked blindly until it exhausted itself, but then again, none of the dead apostles I'd encountered thus far had been anything to really write home about. Yeah, maybe endless spiked trees spawning out of nowhere with a constantly moving main body and mana siphoning would be trouble for some other magus. Yvette elbowed my guts. Henry, is it just me or is there a person standing in that tree there? I followed her gaze and, well now. Didn't you have enough last night? My master called me back before I could put you in your place, magus. Last I checked you were the one on your knees in front of me last night. Hephaestion didn't answer my provocation with anger, instead the raven-haired woman smiled amusedly. Her mismatched eyes wandered to Yvette, then to Karabo, before finally meeting mine. Her smile deepened. She put a hand against the bark of the tree she was standing on. You like that, did you? I dismissed her words with a wave of my hand. Nah, I have my wifey. Ah yes. Luviagelita Edelfelt, was it? I wonder how your mother will take to her when they eventually meet. The tree she was on exploded into splinters. She easily moved to another one. I rose to my feet. So, I take it that your master wants to pick a fight. Tell me, is he one of the 12 lords? Formerly. No more. Is he or she watching? Yes, he is. He quite likes you, in fact. Last night, he expressed his regret over not having a student quite as loyal as you. Hephaestion crossed her arms under her breasts, tilting her head. I admit, I still don't see the point in having an unruly brat for a student. After all, the ideal one is a person that knows their place, obeys without qualm, and realizes their faults. I smiled cheekily. So you want me to be all obedient and submissive for you, is that it? I can understand. Being dead for 1,000 years must have you quite backed up. Unfortunately, I'm taken. Above all, my master recognizes you as a threat to his ambition. I, for one, will be glad to be rid of such an incorrigible boy. Is it 'cause I embarrassed you dash? Suddenly, my vision went dark, my control over mana faltered and spazzed out of control. Yet, it was unlike that time Tuko had managed to surprise me. It was like my very eyes had been wrenched from my control. The attack passed. When it did, I opened my eyes to Hephaestion's short sword pierce through my chest. In a brutal movement, she ripped it free and tore me from heart to shoulder in the process. To his credit, Karabo had moved the second she appeared. His black key shattered against her superior body. Yvette was too surprised to do anything at all. The servant stepped back with a huff. She shrugged her blade to rid it of the blood. My blood. And yet, my reaction to that wasn't one of horror, or of pain. Bloody and torn in half, I grinned wider than I ever had. Always hate when people have something to interfere with my eyes, but, never mind. Do you know what the reversed curse technique is? I inquired excitedly. Hephaestion raised a brow, visibly confused. That confusion changed to surprise when my body began knitting itself together. In a display of war-honed instinct, she attacked again. She sliced off my shoulder, before burying her blade in my neck. When even that did nothing, she was forced to back off. With a heave, I pulled her blade out of my neck and tossed it at her feet. The snow immediately drank up the blood. My arm grew back. My body joined itself back together. The wound in my neck closed up. All in the span of a few dreary seconds. Your master is watching, right? What the hell are you? What the hell have you done to yourself? I put a finger against my head, ignoring her. Going by the script, I should blast you with a hollow purple right now, but you know what? I have an even better idea. Your master is watching, right? Are you insane? The hero of legend asked with wide eyes, pointing her blade at me once again. What are you even saying? I brought my fingers together, and felt a distinct burn on the back of my hand. Ask him if he recognizes what I'm doing right now. Go ahead. When I snapped my fingers, the world was deceived once again. A gunshot rang out. A bolt of flame struck Hephaestion. She blocked it with her sword. Then, another. And, another. A flurry. A cacophony of gunshots. Each pushed her back when it never should have. Each alarmed her further as realization dawned. And a terrible voice not mine or my fellows thus declared from atop the rail zeppelin. Your presence disgusts me, abhorrent puppet of the gods. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to share your ideas or thoughts on the chapter. You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. It's actually 6rn, but that's only cause I couldn't write today. Chapter 85, Chapter. I typically go to sleep after posting a chapter, but I had to stay awake cause that poor goal had its dignity taken from it by a mob. Enjoy. And, gay. 1800. Hephaestion stepped back. You are dash. Silence. Not another word. If you speak again, you will die where you stand. With the child of Inash attacking the rail zeppelin, it really took all I had not to immediately replicate the ritual that had summoned Hephaestion. So, when pushed even slightly by her not so subtly threatening all I cared about, then trying to murder me, I seized the opportunity. Well, that was what the excuse was going to be. In truth, I did it simply because it felt like the most appropriate response. According to my professor, a catalyst was necessary for the Holy Grail summoning because otherwise, there was a decent chance of calling forth some kind of evil-aligned legend, because most humans were more given to sin than good. The Grail called forth a servant compatible with oneself if no reference was presented beforehand. And, well, looking at my servant, it really felt like I should have heeded those words. A young lady clad in black, with long raven hair cascading down a red cape tied with a golden medallion. Her undeniably militaristic hat ringed with gold. The clothes that were undeniably reminiscent of an army officer. The high boots. A golden katana. A cute young girl playing at being a soldier. That was what anyone would think. At least, that was until they saw her eyes. Blood red, seething and scalding. Mad. Her smile was unmistakably cruel, much crueler than even bloodlights or sancrades. Briefly, her gaze met mine, then her eyes flickered back to the quietly stunted Hephaestion. She inhaled deeply and looked at the living forest around us. Her mere presence was so oppressive that even the mad trees stopped in place. Yvette struggled for breath. Even the flakes of snow drifting from the sky scurried around her. This place displeases me. She snapped her fingers, much like I often did. In bursts of flame, rifles formed around her. The incredibly old kind, reminiscent of muskets instead of any modern-age weapons. The sort of weapons you'd see in a museum or in a collector's attic. Made of wood, and with some wheel-like firing mechanism. She stabbed her katana into the roof of the train, and placed both hands over the hilt. When next she breathed, the guns fired a volley of flame. Flames that carved through the living forest. The snow-covered trees somehow caught fire, and in mere moments, the snowscape was transformed into a smoldering forest fire. Bits of burning wood began raining from the trees instead of snow. At that, a smile crossed her lips. Run along, little puppet. She addressed Hephaestion again, I've lost interest in you. The ancient Greek warrior clenched her sword. You dash. But again, like last night, her presence began to falter. She lowered her head, and faded away, gone with the wind. My servant stepped off the train, then. She landed in front of me, unperturbed. For a good moment, she stared at me in curious silence. I honestly thought I'd have to fight her next. I didn't quite dislike the idea either. But no, my hopes were dashed. She put a gloved hand to her chin and nodded. HM. You seem like an exciting guy. Much like Hephaestion, my servant's earlier hostility was also simply gone. The oppression, the cruelty, and that hate all disappeared. Despite looking the same, it felt like I was in front of a different person entirely. So, I came to a conclusion. My servant is a schizo. I facepalmed. Oh. A new word. It did not exist in my time. The girl's red eyes shimmered in excitement, a childlike smile played across her lips. A lot has changed since then, I see. What is that contraption? A train, how curious. It would have made transporting my armies so much easier. Truly, master, you must show me all the wondrous things of this new era. That is all I ask for in exchange for my aid. Who are you, though? I did not recognize her. Her smile froze. I thought tales of my greatness had made you go through thick and thin to make my summoning possible. Yeah. I averted my gaze, I kind of just rolled a dice. Oh. So that carried on to this day. Yes, all right, this is pretty exciting in its own way. For an ancient hero, she spoke quite weirdly. All right. All right. Hear me once, hear me well. She threw her cape up, forcing it to flutter even when there was no wind, and put her thumb against her chest. I am the demon king of the sixth heaven, Oda Nobunaga. The one who burnt the gods. I expect good things, master. Be proud for having summoned me. Well, that definitely wasn't a foreboding epithet. Gotcha, Oda. Heir. That is my family name. I closed my eyes and thought. Nobu then. 'Cause it sounds like a mouthful otherwise. Oh. Oh. Like a pair of adventurers with nicknames. That might not be so bad. I approve. Tell me your name, master, so that I might think of one for you as well. Quickly now. Well, she was enthusiastic if nothing else. And, a natural-born or a farmer if her entry was anything to go by. This wasn't bad. Not bad at all. I felt I could definitely get along with her. She also seemed the type to go along with my shenanigans and genuinely enjoy them. Still, there was the whole debacle from earlier to take into consideration. It's Henry. Hen, then. Ah, but hen is a word for a rooster. Wait, that's good. I'll call you Hen. She laughed heartily, like a child. Or would you prefer master? I tilted my head. My preferences matter. She put a hand on my shoulder, despite being a good bit shorter than me, and gave a strange smile. They don't. Do mine matter? She pulled her head back, eyeing me suspiciously. Fair enough. Ha, I see why you were able to call me. Let's have some good fun. Snorting, I turned to Yvette. She was heaving with a hand over her throat. You all right? Ah, you're worried. Then, I'm fine. But I do have to ask who this awful person is. I've already introduced myself. Are you a fool? Are you? Yvette pouted, I'm not. You almost made me choke to death. Seeing as she was fine, I glanced at Karabo beside us. The elderly executor seemed lost in thought. As old as he was, I didn't doubt he knew what heroic spirits were supposed to be, or that magi often tried to summon them as familiars but usually failed. He was going to relay the information to the Holy Church. In that case, it was better to. The barrel of a rifle was suddenly resting atop his shoulder, nestled against the side of his skull. He didn't move, just closed his eyes. I remember your kind, priest. You make the people weak, and gorge upon that weakness to increase your own worldly power. Tell me. How does growing fat on meat while the common men starve serve your dash? I grabbed the barrel of the gun and pushed it away. My servant furrowed her brows. What is the meaning of this? He's done nothing to me, yet. The second he does, you can have him. Her gun burned away. Oh fine. I guess a healthy relationship does have to be give and take. Now come, introduce me to this contraption. Waving her hand, she ran up into the train, leaving us three outside in the still-burning forest. I thought then, that maybe, just maybe, not removing my glasses when she clashed with Hephaestion was not that bad an idea. After all, with a moniker like that, her noble phantasm was certainly geared towards fighting divinity. Anti-divine, for lack of better words. I wasn't sure I could handle that without any repercussions just yet. Karabo let out a breath. I have done things in life that made her fury just. Still, I thank you, young man. Knowing that, don't expect me to stop her next time. I glanced at him. Yvette opened her mouth, but thankfully, she was cut off. The train horn blared repeatedly over the burning forest and black smoke began to rise from the engine car. The rail zeppelin has broken free from the Child of Inash. Please, board the train. We will begin moving once again soon. The staff are not responsible for any person or persons left behind. I deadpanned as I boarded the train. This place has really shitty service. I mean, everyone boards it willingly, you know. And those that don't really have any choice to begin with. I cast one final glance at the forest, lowering my aviators. Yeah, that thing was still alive and well. But beyond that, I was extremely curious as to why my newly summoned servant had declared Hephaestion to be a puppet of the gods. Everyone always presents this version of Nobunaga as cutesy, but her whole point is that she's supposed to be terrifying when semi-serious. The issue is she really isn't unless you really piss her off. Hope I captured this well. You can find 8 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Not 8rn, but will be tomorrow. Chapter 86, Chapter. Real talk, I might be dying. I have a fever cause of the season change. Review. As I sat across from the professor in his cabin, I knew a random duster or piece of chalk could come flying through, perfectly aimed at my forehead, at any moment. That was, after all, his preferred way of rebuking me when I messed up. However, the expected attack never came. He sat there with his fingers steepled and brows furrowed in a typical frown. Maybe that was why he had so many wrinkles on his face. Henry. How can I help you this? I glanced at the green hills passing us by outside, this fine evening. He was unamused with my politeness. Instead, he stabbed a finger through the air, at the Demon King fiddling with my phone. Well, actually, she still hadn't figured out how to even turn it on yet. I imagined it'd be quite hilarious when she eventually figured out there was a password. Gray watched the legendary figure intently, perhaps trying to glean some facet of her own plight. That kind of presence, I'm intimately familiar with it. That's a heroic spirit a servant, isn't it? Yes, definitely a servant. Beyond a doubt. Hey, we agreed on nicknames, my rooster. Somehow, Hen had changed to Rooster. I ignored her and turned back to face the professor. Usually, he'd be losing his marbles at this point. It was somewhat unsettling to be faced with such calm. Oh wait. I looked under the table. His legs were trembling. Professor, are you on the verge of passing out? No, I am not. He definitely was. The professor narrowed his eyes further. Do you have any intention of explaining? Okay, fine. I raised my hands in mock surrender. Hephaestion and her master jumped me. I don't know how, but he had the ability to tamper with my sight despite not even being nearby. I had no choice but to summon a servant, trust me, Professor. I'd never lie. He sighed, you would lie if you thought it was funny. Okay, that was true. It made me feel strange how well he knew me. If you want to know how, I just used the . My professor held up a hand. No, I managed to parse just what occurred here after what Miss Tricia Fellows had to say. Somehow, the one who summoned Hephaestion was able to use the presence of the Child of Inash and the rail zeppelin to deceive the Grail in Fuyuki into thinking a similar ritual was occurring here. I suspect he used the ley lines to establish the connection. That was, pretty much it, actually. It made my professor all the more admirable and terrifying. After all, unlike me, he had the worst magic circuits, and no talent for magecraft. He was, as a magus, entirely worthless. The man sitting across from me couldn't even run simple reinforcement without completely exhausting himself. And yet, he was able to figure out the workings of magecraft with the barest of hints and the most distant of connections. That was why none dared refuse his place among the 12 lords, as Lord Elmeloy II of Norwich. A hero among the new Aegers where I was a pariah. But, you already knew this. He steepled his fingers again. My question is, the deception would never guarantee that you'd be chosen as the master. After all, that was the reason I was put to sleep early the first day. The Grail would have chosen me for my familiarity with it. My response to that was a sheepish smile. Somehow, that was enough. You tampered with it. You forced it to recognize you alone. I imagine you removed the flaws as well. That's absurd. That quickly . Finally, he let out a long sigh, massaging his temple. No, I suppose this sort of thing is exactly what's made the clock tower so wary of you. Still, Oda Nobunaga. Me. The servant spoke up, staring at us with shimmering eyes. What's this about me? Waver sweat dropped. I was about to say what an exceptional person to call forth. I know, right. He should hold his head high. It is I, after all. Feel free to sing my praises. She laughed out loud with her hands at her waist, unless you're one of those who would deny me. No dash. No, of course not. The greatest warlord of the Sengoku era. A master tactician. A great general. Above all, an innovator of the highest order with how you incorporated modern weaponry into your formations. You are perhaps the most famous military commander in that island nation dash. Damn, Professor, you're really riding it. What he said. Praise is good, but it shouldn't be for licking someone's feet. She asked for it though. But, you are right. With me here, victory will no doubt be ours dash. Wait, is there even a war to fight? I admit my summoning confuses me greatly. There are gaps in what I know of the world. She tilted her head, eyes closed and arms crossed. Oh well, as long as it is amusing. Right, Mass dash. Henry. I gave her a thumbs up. Having fun was all there really was to life. Archer. She's Archer, Professor. I guess calling her something like fake Archer would be better, though. I spoke up again, drawing my professor's attention. Somehow, Nobunaga's way of being had managed to make a terribly nostalgic look cross his face. Since, you know, I'm not really linked to that war. The Holy Grail War of Fuyuki drew nearer and nearer. I wondered if Atram Galiasta had managed to get hold of that dragon he'd threatened me with back at the Twin Towers of Iselma. I'd probably find out eventually, seeing as I definitely planned on participating. Now, with a servant of my own, there really was no reason to go through the clock tower for it anymore, and nothing to stop me from participating either. The professor nodded. That can come later. First, we must deal with the one responsible for our presence on this train. According to Miss Tricia, it is someone the Lord Animosphere has had dealings with in the past acting separately. I closed my eyes at that. He possesses the ability to remotely use the mystic eyes of others. That is. I suspect that's how he interfered with yours, as you say. He explained calmly, then looked out the window. We'll confront him at the auction tomorrow. Take the time to prepare yourself, because I will. I had an inkling he knew more than he was sharing, but honestly, I trusted him enough to not bother with inquiring any further. Still, using others' mystic eyes, huh? That was going to be incredibly annoying to deal with. Who even was this mysterious master? You have a good teacher, don't you? Nobunaga noted once we left the professor's cabin, arms folded behind her head. Most of mine were too busy trying to gain something, so I paid little attention. I chuckled, the guy's too good for me. He was a magus yet possessed none of the traits that defined one. He was weak, but more courageous than anyone I had ever seen. Yes, indeed he was good. The best, even. Then, there was all the aura farming he did, usually at the expense of others. The old magi hated him for that very reason. I would like to see how this contraption we ride operates. Your phone is just a handheld portrait of some kind. Is it now? I snapped a pic of her, and showed it to her. Her eyes lit up. Ooh, how curious. It is I. Can it do anything else? Can it do anything else? Her voice repeated back to her. That is my voice. Give it, I must investigate myself. She held out her gloved hand, except I pulled the phone back. Why not? You said it's just a portrait, right? A portrait is boring, so you shouldn't be interested. Hey, I never said that. I request that you hand it back to me. You deny Oda Nobunaga. I walked off, twirling the phone in my hand. She protested all the way back to my cabin, loud and boisterous. Regrettably, there was no one outside to start bothering, so I actually had to excuse myself to my room. That changed when we did enter the room. The so-called Demon King of Sixth Heaven started jumping all over the car like a brat. She broke the analog radio lying over the enclosed fireplace within the first minute, fiddled with the clock till the thing gave out, then jumped on my bed before declaring its make to be a testament to modern design and that it was hers thereafter. Somehow, that wasn't enough. With a hand at her waist, she proceeded to rip all her clothes off except the excessive hat right there and then, tossing the tattered bits to the side with a pompous laugh. I was forced to avert my gaze, because I really wasn't interested in seeing her naked body despite her apparent beauty. It made me feel like I was cheating, also like a criminal, because this Demon King was as unreasonable as a child when not in her Demon King mood. Wah! These are old. Bring me something new so that I might experience the change of eras. I don't have anything for girls. Then I shall remain naked. Ah, hell no. I ended up offering her one of my black t-shirts and gray jeans. Of course, because she was a good foot shorter than I was, it was a rather oversized get-up, or, it was. She ripped the jeans in half by the knee then held them out to me with both hands. Look at this. An invention. No, those exist. They're called jean shorts. Humble yourself. I appreciate the honesty, but maybe you could be, a bit nicer. No. Ka. Fine. How do I look? Glorious. I looked her up and down with a hand on my chin. An oversized shirt and jean shorts. Honestly, the fit's decent. Now I have surely become like a modern human. 'Tis great that I would disappear into a crowd. Yeah. I doubted that was going to happen with how she jumped at every little thing like I did at every bit of magecraft regardless of the situation. But, somehow, with how proud she seemed of herself, I couldn't muster up the heart to tell her that. Before we could talk further, there was a knock at the door. Nobunaga's ease disappeared like a true schizo, replaced by a face utterly devoid of emotion. That face was gone the moment I opened the door to reveal an embarrassed Olga Marie standing outside, squirming uneasily. "How's it going, Olga?" She fidgeted with her small hands. "I heard you were attacked, so I thought I'd take a look in case you died. You're too carefree, after all. You fool." "Ah, thanks for worrying." "I wasn't worried." The child flailed her hands, eyes shut tight. "I wasn't worried at all." "Who is this rude child?" Nobunaga crossed her arms under her non-existent chest. "Just when I was showing my master my glorious body, too." "Yeah, glorious. The dullest of men would be annoyed by the sarcasm in my voice then. Maybe take a look at the wallpaper on that phone before calling yourself glorious. After all, my wallpaper was my wifey. The Demon King smiled weirdly at that, like she knew something I didn't. Showing your what? Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment. Chapter 87, Chapter. I didn't pay much attention before but. Henry, you changed something about my vessel. I don't think even the archer class is supposed to have the independent action skill at this rank. Nobunaga stared at me from across the dining car, straddling a chair as she tilted her head. I'd been waiting for her almost comical hat to fall off because of that the whole morning, but it never seemed to happen. Thinking about it, there was probably something supernatural to that. When she'd torn all her clothes off before, the hat stayed then too. A part of her existence, her legend, or simply her eccentricity, I wasn't quite able to tell yet. Oh well. I shrugged and stuffed a sausage into my mouth. Yeah, the vessel is created when you're summoned, by the summoning spell. Even I know that. She huffed. I just tampered with the summoning spell too. Well, you can just call it a personal touch. I also may have made the mana consumption a bit more cost-efficient. Of course, I'd have done more, but it's a new code so. I'd have to use it repeatedly to figure out how to tamper more. Hey, that was a pretty interesting idea. I don't quite get it. But, if it lets me be around more, I'm happier. She threw her hands up in surrender, and threw a look at some of the other guests around us, that said, "You occultists never quite change up, huh? Still clinging to the past when you could have much more interesting things in here." I said guests, but it was mostly people I knew, namely Hishiri and Olga Marie, along with the professor, Gray and Calls. All of them shared a simple trait. They were magus. When a weirdo like Nobunaga appeared on the train, it was the most natural thing in the world for them. They were all the same, or at the very least, used to the self-importance and odd way of life common to members of the Clock Tower, and the Mages Association at large. Although, the professor was staring at me exasperatedly. "You'll get wrinkly, Professor." The Lord Elmeloy too rushed over to my side and pulled my ear. The last person known to tamper with the summoning itself was my teacher, the former Lord Elmeloy. So someone had beaten me to it. If he could do it, then so can I. After all, I'm just better than you chumps. The professor groaned. Lord Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald was a brand-ranked magus. The youngest in the history of the Clock Tower to attain it, even. Yeah, so what I said, I'm just better. He looked like he wanted to throttle me. Consider this, maybe sharing this publicly isn't a good idea with how delicate your position is at the moment. I hummed. Yeah, the Clock Tower and the Holy Church have been all up in my business for a bit now. Don't worry about it. After all, my reason for answering the Rail Zeppelin's invitation was to fix that very issue, in the only way people like these understood. I gave my professor a charming smile to ease his worries. "Henry, do you have a bomb on you?" He deadpanned. "No." "Then why are you looking away?" The auction was to be held today, right after breakfast even. It'd be much more amusing to see his unfiltered reaction than tattling now. So, I remained quiet until he gave up and walked back to join his other students with his head hung low. My servant took that opportunity to sneak up on me. "Are we doing something of a devious nature?" "We shall indeed engage in no small amount of tomfoolery." I locked gazes with my professor, then grinned at Nobunaga. She grinned right back. Admittedly, hers was a lot more unsettling with how her eyes seemed to blur like fire. How very immodest, my master. Apparently, she was already bored with the whole hen thing, or she was just playing into my bit. Again, there wasn't really any way to know what went on in her head. Actually, I was decently sure nothing went on in there except what amused her. A proper admirable way to live life. I looked over at the other guests once again. Wait a second, where's Carabo Frampton? He is with the staff, I believe. After all, he did come here with the intention of removing and selling his mystic eyes. Hishiri answered smoothly, one hand over the other, I might even be the one to buy them, truth be told. I narrowed my eyes, and why might that be? He does possess a rather interesting ability. The Department of Policies has encountered him before. She explained no further than that, only offering a sweet smile. Could it be that you want to know? That you can't wait for an hour more? Ah, but no, that would be childish. Was she trying to get these grade schooler provocations out of here, lady? I shoot her with my hand. Nobunaga took one look at my reaction, then turned around and gave the woman double thumbs down. I am not entertained at all. Even my monkey would be better. Well, I'm quite sorry I have more important things to do than sit around all day and come up with silly provocations. Gahaha. What a sore loser. Nobunaga pointed a finger and cackled. Shrugging, I joined her. My professor groaned audibly. Calls laughed nervously, patting his shoulder to reassure him. Breakfast concluded swiftly, and eventually, Leandra funneled us into a car that looked like it'd be part of an actual train for once, with a narrow walkway that had multiple seats to either side, all facing the front. The few guests that were actually on the train took the frontmost seats, while various animals and birds of prey began filling up the rest. I saw eagles, rats, ravens, crows and owls and all manner of other creatures, standing perfectly still in their seats. They watched us with unnatural gazes. Considering the modifications and wrappings on some of them like an extra eye or 2 sets of wings, I didn't need my eyes to know that they were familiars. So, those re the buyers? No, they're clearly just for display. You say weird things sometimes, master. I'm not the one who spent an hour just flushing the toilet cause it was fascinating, Nobu. It was. It was very fascinating. They didn't have any back in my time. Aha. Call sat on my other side, tapping his fingers on his knees uncomfortably. He waved his hand at me. Hi Henry. I forgot you were even on here. I spoke honestly. It wasn't even my fault. The same happened in class too. He was a bookworm that didn't even speak unless called out and forced to do so, usually busy tinkering with some mystic code or trying to figure out how to work modern tech like a PC into Magecraft. All in all, he was pretty forgettable, but he was still my boy. He sighed. I don't blame you. You and Gray have been doing incredible things while I've just been investigating. I mean, that's really all I can do. I'm not very nerd. Nobunaga hollered. I smacked her shoulder. You called him that yesterday. Why are the rules only for me? I'm the one who made them. So, what did you figure out? The Demon King grumbled when I ignored her, crossing her arms and sinking into her seat. A moment later, she was squirming again like sitting there was the hardest thing to do. Really, she needed to be patient like me. Well, the Mystic Eyes of Binding and the Mystic Eyes of Flame are what they will show first. Those names were self-explanatory. I considered them for barely a second before deeming them useless. The main items seemed to be Mr. Karabo's eyes and yours. That is, what most of these people are here for. I suspect the eyes will go for quite a lot, but Henry, are you sure it's worth it? Yeah. He snorted involuntarily. If that's what you want. The professor, who'd been sitting quietly in front of us the whole time, turned back. Henry, remember the plan. What plan? I know who the master is. He's here with us, likely. I nodded, and he returned his attention to the mystic eyes on display. Due to the present nature of the global market, the designated currency this time will be the US dollar. Without further ado then, let us begin this year's auction. Leandra announced with a twirl, smiling wide and confidently. Sadly, it mattered little what his investigation and his near levels of investigative abilities had turned up. The master of Hephaestion mattered little. The rest of the guests mattered little even though I wouldn't touch them. The train itself was all that mattered to me, this time. It was regrettable that I had to go against his wishes, but I'd made my mind up the moment I laid eyes on that letter of invitation. The letter that was supposed to be left in place of my little sister. I didn't particularly care for my life so long as I had fun. I cared for my family. Both the Mystic Eyes of Binding and Flame were quickly sold. I didn't even pay attention to whoever managed to shell out the cash. It was probably Yvette. Now, for an interesting turn of events, the holder of the next item on sale is here with us today. Leandra bowed with a hand to the side. Then, she pointed her gloved finger right at me. It is that gentleman from the clock tower. From what we've been told, his eyes are a particularly incredible set, and for a first, we shall identify them in front of you all as an apology for the incident with the child of Inash. Inhaling deeply, under the confused gazes of my peers, I stood up and walked up to Leandra's little podium at the head of the car. The gathered familiars eyed me in silence, waiting and plotting. I didn't know who was behind any of them. I didn't care. A trepid silence descended over the car. What was it going to be? Who would react first? Who was going to outbid the others? Would it even be worth it? From nowhere, an ethereal woman with no features took shape beside me. The representative Rita Rosa Yen had left behind to keep the training running when she fled from the conflict with Tuko Aozaki on this very train. A face that had no eyes observed me. Hands that had no color reached for my eyes. Calmly, I ran a hand through my hair. Hers froze long before it ever reached me, simple unable to cross the meager distance between us. She tried harder. Nothing happened. Mr. Henry, what is the meaning of this? You were to sell your eyes. How will we do that if we don't even identify them? Leandra asked, visibly confused as she took a step closer. The representative is the only person who can take them safely. Even if you have no intention of selling them, let us at least identify them. I held my index finger against my thumb, my magic circuit surged to life. Henry, don't dash. Why are you so dash? Allow me to identify them for you instead. Leandra whirled towards the voice. I merely cast a curious glance. The door at the far end slid away. Heffa stepped inside first. She smiled at me, then leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. After her, an unfamiliar man stepped inside. His skin was sickly pale, his hair was fiery red. He looked at me amiably, as if I were an old friend. A crimson cloak draped from one shoulder, a darker one draped from the other, tied around his neck. Underneath, he wore a suit blue as the sea. Her master. Finally, the one responsible for the clash of the dead apostles had decided to reveal himself. I was elated. Henry. Stop him. My professor urged suddenly, jumping to his feet. I put a hand to my chin. Oh. Yes, after all, I've seen the world through them before. Yesterday even. So that was how he blocked my vision. He simply hijacked control of it somehow. Nobunaga's voice rang in my head. Do you choose secrecy like your peers, or will you become a blaze that devours without exception? Either way, I'll help out. Well, my choice was obvious. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to comment without restraint. I need to know if I did this well. Chapter 88, Chapter. Y'all went straight insane last week. What the hell? I owe you 2 extra chapters but I'm still sick so it'll have to wait a bit, still feel bad about this. People had many faces, not willingly, not unwittingly. Everyone had different ways of talking to different people, acquaintances, friends, and even those they hated. Everyone then had different ways they were known by all those different people. Among magi, where such casual aspects of life often directly influenced the nature of certain mysteries, those faces held a lot more credence. They were easily noticeable more often than not. Yet, to Waver, and all those who had come to know this troublesome student of his, there was a face to Henry Smith that they had all seen and knew well. Easy decisiveness. He did not mull over things. He did not question himself. He just did. That simplistic and frustrating way of being had made him many enemies, many rivals, and many friends as well. And what little it was worth, Waver too held an affinity for the youth. That was why, as his teacher, he was afraid for him as well. It was not that he would harm himself or get harmed. He was undoubtedly talented. He was undoubtedly powerful. The harm would be psychological, and that much more damning in his case, as impossible as it had become to even keep track of the heights he'd propelled himself to since they first really met in that dingy apartment atop a subpar fish and chip store. With easy decisiveness came casual brutality. The slope was steep. Once he began treading that path, there was no stopping him. As selfish as it was to want to dictate another's path in life, Waver wanted to stop his student. Desperately, even. He was a good child. He was talented without the brutal taint of the world of magi. For convenience's sake, allow me to dub them the mystic eyes of revelation. The fiery-haired master of Heffa said calmly. His pale lips curved into a thin, mischievous smile. He stepped closer. And, though my talents in identification may be meager, those eyes are undoubtedly of the rainbow rank. How else to dash? Waver looked at Henry, and realized that his student had no intention of interrupting. So, he turned to shout at someone who would. Gray. His disciple leapt at the stranger. Heffa stepped in between them, blade drawn. Scythe met sword. Steel clanged. Sparks flew. Gray's strength, as incredible as it was no match for the might of a great hero of legend. She was forced to back off. Describe eyes that pierce the veil we magi use, and commit the greatest of taboos against our peers. You can fully analyze any mystery. You can fully reproduce any mystery. You can read the very flow of mana as easy as breathing. How terribly unfair to the rest of us. Ah, talent is such an annoying thing, wouldn't you agree? Lord Elmeloy 2-. No, my successor. Waver stared at the men through the dead silence that befell the auction then. Indeed, Tricia had told him what he needed to figure out his identity. The former Lord of Norwich, back from when the other departments held no respect for it, a man known simply as Dr. Heartless. An exceptional magus. You dash. Waver was interrupted. The familiars around them broke out into commotion. For a moment, it seemed those animals were no longer controlled by magi of great influence. That they had instead returned to their primal instincts. Owls hooted. Crow cried out. Mice skittered. That is simply absurd. A threat. A threat to us all. Are we certain he isn't lying? Waver clenched his fists in grim realization. It was absurd and unbelievable. Yet, it was the truth. And, if the Mages Association learned that there existed someone who could do what Henry could, he'd be hunted down and killed at the very minimum. After all, if someone could understand any mystery at a glance, those generations of work the Lords prided themselves on, that was the basis of their influence, were all under immediate threat. He could just take all that work, and reproduce it far better than any of them. A threat to the Mages Association as a whole. I guess that's true. Henry finally spoke, but You guys really like to put my private life under threat, don't you? You, Leandra, here's my answer to that invitation you guys sent over. He raised 2 fingers. With a grin, he turned around. The next moment, a crimson flash rippled through the train. Pure destructive force came gushing forth and tore all behind him to shreds. It blew through the furniture, ripped away the very metal. The train heaved and groaned, then every single other car behind them was simply blown away into the snowy forest that was once again, all around them. You dash. When Leandra spoke out, he simply tapped her on the shoulder without even sparing her a glance. Her body collapsed. Her own neck fell into her lap. Some invisible force pushed the dead apostle's representative back when he suddenly turned and began walking towards her until her back was against the steel wall. She struggled a moment before simply phasing away into the metal. I see. You're a part of the train. Then, well, I think I'll just destroy it. He flicked his finger. The upper half of the car readied for the auction simply slid away. When Waver turned to see why, he saw a cut so clean he doubted an expert swordsman could even hope to recreate something similar. Blood sprayed from headless familiars as they crumbled to the floor. The only ones spared were the members of the Elmeloy classroom, Hishiri, and Olga Marie with her attendant. Tricia hugged the hapless child tightly into her bosom, sparing her from the ruthless violence Henry had so easily unleashed over the span of less than a full minute. His gaze landed on Hishiri. The member of the policies department raised her hands and shook her head from side to side. She carefully chose her words, believe me. I hold no ill will. Mere curiosity. As this is a conflict between you and the Rail Zeppelin, I will not interfere unless the principals are threatened. Henry snorted at that. Dr. Heartless hummed calmly. Hephaestion stood beside him. Somehow, the unseen attack that had made corpses of all else in the car had spared them entirely. I think it's time to deal with any threats to my family, permanently. Henry smiled, and raised his hand again. Instead of red or blue, purple sparks flew from what little space he left between his thumb and his finger. And, you don't think I'll be sparing you for tattling, right? Well, you seemed happy enough to let me do it so. Heartless trailed off, I guess not. But really, something tells me you had every intention of letting them find out. For my service, I think my life is an adequate payment. Henry just shook his head. Well then. I think you're forgetting something important. Mana flared. Henry clutched his eyes. Gray shot for Hephaestion again but did little against the servant's overwhelming speed. Yet, Hephaestion never managed to make it to Henry at all. There was another servant with them on the train. One that went unnoticed until now. I feel my master has taken away the spotlight long enough. Don't you? Loathsome puppet. Hephaestion's sword met Nobunaga's katana. Suddenly, the archer-class servant placed a foot on the blade clashing with hers, forcing it to trail across her own blade until it was forced to the floor, under her heel. She held out a hand, the air burned and then she held a matchlock rifle in her grasp. She pulled the trigger without hesitation, faster than Hephaestion could react. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and blew through the servant's shoulder. You who laud yourself as a child of a god, surely you feel it. Oda Nobunaga grinned, flicking her wrist and stabbing her sword through Hephaestion's guts. I am the one who set aflame the heavens. I deny the gods. You who are bound to them, I will burn you the same. A great part of Oda Nobunaga's legend was his dash. Or her vehement hatred for the gods, the ancient ways, and the great harm she inflicted to customs and legends and traditions throughout her campaigns, culminating in her eventually burning the great and ancient Enryakuji temple on Mount High, an act in open defiance of the divine. As a servant, Waver had no doubt that such a significant portion of the legend had become some skill. Some skill that gave her an edge against those of divine nature or even mystery. Perhaps, even her very existence now was harmful to such beings. Yet, Waver realized something else. Hephaestion and Iskander shared only one such story of being mistaken for one another. It wasn't even widely known. How then was it that she was able to wield the lightning that came as a byproduct of Iskander declaring himself the son of the god king Zeus? How was Nobunaga able to overpower her to such an extent when Hephaestion's own legend was anything but close to the divine? Suddenly, it hit him. All the comments made by Hephaestion when they first met suddenly made sense. He understood why he had not seen her at the Ionioi Hetairoi, yet, confronting that was the farthest thing from his mind. Right now, as a teacher, he had something much more important to do. Professor, what are you doing? Steeling himself, Waver inhaled deeply. Then, though he was not a magus of incredible talent or a wielder of any ancient weapon, Waver Elmeloi too stepped out in between his student and Heartless. As Hephaestion tore herself free with a sudden barrage of lightning that even pushed Nobunaga back, then, as the Demon King lashed out with her guns, Waver did not falter. He passed the clashing servants, ignoring Gray's confused requests to hide. When he reached his student, Waver reached past the dreadful purple sparks born into the world of whatever incredible mystery Henry was about to unleash with his bare hands. And, he grabbed his wrists. Henry, stop. His student tilted his head, confusion writ across his face. This is enough. You've shown them what happens when they cross too many lines. Waver tightened his grip impotently. Don't go down this road. As your teacher, I forbid it. Life's a treasured dash. Professor, don't pull a Naruto on me. I'm not about to become a murder hobo just cause someone threatened me. Henry, deadpanned. Waver found himself deeply confused. I was just making sure no one else got the same idea. He looked around. But I ended up killing the audience. Gonna have to do it all over again. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment so I know I did well. Chapter 89, Chapter A/N. I'll post one of the 2 extra chapters 10U from last week 5 minutes after this one. You think these guys are innocents? I pointed a thumb at the dead Leandra, well and truly flabbergasted by the expression on my professor's face. It was the face of a hero when he was trying to stop a heroine from being overly brutal, reform her, then have her fall head over heels in love with him. Was he gay? I shivered and wrenched my hands free from his, dissipating the attempt at hollow purple. I'd only whipped it out because the moment and environment were convenient. That was it. There was no deeper significance to it. In fact, I wanted more people to come after me and me alone. Just thinking about all the code I'd be able to learn, had me all jittery like. I was even wondering whether or not to thank Hephaestion's master for what he did. Somehow, the professor had misconstrued that as me going all Itachi on everyone. Nobu, why the hell are you fighting her with a sword? Aren't you supposed to be an archer? My servant stared at me with that same ruthless gaze she adopted against foes, yet, I couldn't see it as unsettling anymore. With that same face, she kicked Hephaestion away from her, reeled her katana back like it was a stick and lopped it at her face. That's still a sword. She paused, then offered coolly. Projectile weaponry is what makes one an archer. I knew that was bull, but I couldn't prove it just yet. So wait. My professor pinched the bridge of his nose. You weren't about to kill a lot of people. Not really. This train belongs to folk who regularly threaten and coerce folks into coming here, probably steal eyes too. The master's a dead apostle, you can't defend them even if you want to. I pointed a finger at the quiet Heartless. That guy's probably even worse. He cleared his throat. I am, possibly. See. The professor sighed. I was merely here to judge if Lord Elmeloi too was a threat to my goals. He is. His mind is. You are too, but you intend on participating in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki, do you not? I didn't need to answer. Then, I have no quarrel here. But, why do you think you're going to be walking away? I raised a brow, eyeing the blood all over the floor as he shrugged. Well, have I actually done anything? I deadpanned again. You just got me a ceiling designation. He declared my abilities to the world, and told them I had rainbow-ranked mystic eyes. Inorai's little ploy was certainly going to succeed now. Even if I did want that to happen at some point, it was to be on my own terms. His little stunt had just made drastic measures a necessity instead of an option. Heartless closed his eyes. I was yet to remove my aviators. So long as he had a way to steal control of them, it just wasn't worth it to use them fully at all. Explosions rocked the forest around us as Nobunaga and Hephaestion clashed at superhuman speeds. Slowly, the entire forest around us had caught fire. I understand. You attacking me here is reasonable then. He put a hand over his chest, grasping for his heart. Sadly, I cannot die just yet. So you know I'd fold you. He smiled politely, then looked at what remained of the train and its staff. Well, you are a rather fearsome enemy. Fair enough. Turn around, my heart. He chanted. Then, he was simply gone. It wasn't speed. One moment he was there. The next, he was not. Teleportation. Actual teleportation. I used blue to appear in the sky, and removed my aviators to scan the surroundings for miles and miles around us. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. He was nowhere to be found. The constant gunfire and lightning also stopped abruptly. I caught Nobunaga flying towards the train on one of her rifles. That was metal as hell. She was just standing on it with her arms crossed. When she noticed me, she flew up to my side. I was playing with my prey, and it just disappeared. I feel dissatisfied. This is why dealing with cowards is no fun. She flailed around a fist in protest. Why must they be reasonable? Why will they not fight to the bitter end like fools and entertain me with their last throws? Was this what dealing with me was like? Other people were so incredibly lucky. That bastard didn't even let me copy it. No, I'm sure he told me he could control my eyes for that very reason. I groaned. Yeah, sure, blue lets me achieve something similar, but actual teleportation would be way more convenient. With another groan, I appeared back inside the train, or what remained of it. Calls jumped when I suddenly stood beside him. Even after noticing me, he took a step behind Gray. On the other hand, my adopted introvert didn't seem all that bothered by my actions, in the very least, even with how kind she usually was. Gray, shouldn't you be scared of me like he is? She shook her head from side to side. I know they tried to take your sister. I think this was appropriate. Thank you for letting the professor finish his investigation first. I'm not scared. Call sighed, massaging his temple. It was just a little surprising. I mean, I do know all the rumors, but this was my first time seeing just why they exist. I thought they were just dash. At least he wasn't like the rest of the new Aegers who had ostracized me entirely, or the nobility who were trying to force me into their own factions. Well, heartless actions had made sure that wasn't going to happen anymore, at least. No, instead, everyone in the Mages Association would think I was a problem that needed to be dealt with. I was fine with that. They were going to dub me a threat. I meant to prove to them that they were right. That I was the sort of threat you had to try to avoid or coexist with, lest you get removed entirely. Once I was done with the ceiling designation, no one was going to even think about trying anything with Mama Smith or my little Ellie. And I had the best solution for it too. One that was going to be incredibly fun to go about. What are you about to get up to now? I grinned at my professor. Henry. He slurred his words, head hung low. I put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. I won't trouble anyone else. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Yvette popped her out of the rearmost row of seats. Her head shot around, then she slowly stepped out onto the walkway to take another look at the devastation. You guys, that was so hot. Henry. Hal. Can I have the rest of the train? Please. Pretty please. I'll have your Bobby. Apparently, not even brutally murdering everything on the train was enough to stop her wackiness for even a single second. Well, I suppose no actual Magus would even bat an eye at this sort of thing anyway. I held up a hand to stop her. You can have it. I love you. I don't love you. I'm taken. When we returned to the clock tower the next day after another couple of train rides, I was welcomed to the city by the tolling of distant bells. My professor suddenly looked as though he had seen some ghost, and I realized he recognized them. But the only thing on my mind then was returning to my family, so I left him to Gray before taking my leave. The whole way, Magi stopped to stare at me. They would, now that Heartless had openly declared the rank of my eyes and the scope of my abilities. Honestly, I really should have listened to whatever he was trying to say when I left. Maybe then, I would have been a little more restrained with my next steps. But, well, that did not mean I regretted them in the slightest. Hope you enjoyed. If you find yourself somewhat disappointed for any reason, I request that you trust me for one more chapter. Chapter 90, Chapter. After bidding farewell to my professor, I settled into a leisurely pace as I made my way through Norwich proper. Only, there was nothing interesting to see. My peers avoided me like a plague the moment they noticed me, and I'd grown accustomed to the bizarre way in which one side seemed like a medieval recreation, all slanted and decrepit, and the other was proper modern architecture, those marvels of architecture that really just amounted to big blocks made of brick. Somehow, through the years, we had lost taste where it should have grown even more intricate and grand. Even the weather was boring that day, just a dull gray sky painted by white clouds, and a cold, biting wind that failed to affect me through my jacket. Nobunaga walked beside me, looking as though she'd bolt off randomly at any moment. It took a lot of promises to stop her from stealing someone's car just to take a look at it. The more technology she saw, the more excited she became. Bah, I hope my people haven't lost their imagination like this. She sighed into her hand. What a boring city. How stuffy, how despairing. This inspires no wonder at all. It is just brick dash. I breathed hot air into my hands, crazy talk for someone whose nation had the sun dropped on them twice and then started making gooner bait. Oh. What does that mean? Her eyes shimmered excitedly. Are you telling me men has learned to harness the beating sun? I take my words back. Such glorious innovation dash. They surely weaponized it, yes. I only nodded, glancing at a passerby. First thing they did with it. Of course. Of course. And it must have been during some great war. After all, rarely is man pushed to those heights in times of peace. Huh. That was alarmingly accurate. On second thought, maybe it wasn't. Nobunaga was one of her nation's most famous warmongers, someone who united the warring states by force, and had anecdotes that'd make any sane man do a double take. I am right, it seems. Ah, but that's only natural. Tell me more. I held up a hand before fishing my phone out of my pocket. You can read yourself dash. But reading is terribly boring. But maybe it will be worth it for this. She reached out hesitantly, but in the end, the phone started ringing just before she actually touched it. An unknown number. I accepted the call without much thought and put the phone to my ear. Ah no dash. I shushed the Demon King with a finger. She grumbled in protest. Hello, Henry. You haven't forgotten about me, have you? Tuko Aozaki's voice came through, slow and a tad bit sultry. You never really knew with that nut job. As proven before, she was nice one moment, then screaming bloody murder and throwing ancient spells just for not talking right the next. Nah. But if you want to ask me out again, my answer's the same as before. I never asked you out to begin with, runt. I distinctly recall you giving me your number. Because you asked for it dash. No, that never happened. You tried to take advantage of my age like a true predator, but I was too smart. I heard a snort. I have a spell for replaying memories. Did you know the mind can alter memories if you delude yourself hard enough? That's probably what happened. You're at that age after all. I had to be truly careful. Half the clock tower wanted to jump my bones, the other half wanted to rip them from my body, or maybe all of them wanted to do both. Well, I wasn't particularly worried about what they wanted. Bold words for someone who admires me so greatly they followed right in my footsteps. She laughed. But all the same, congratulations, you've done something truly grand-like. By that, I mean the incident with the rail zeppelin. A shame I've done it before you or it'd carry more impact. Now, what do you plan to do about those bells? I narrowed my eyes. She was talking about the incessant bell that hadn't stopped ringing for half an hour now. A bell I was yet to even see. The sound was reverberating through the city and no one was even bothered by it. What about them? I asked curiously. You don't know. Well, I'll let you find out yourself. You know, maybe I'll even throw in my lot with the enforcers for a favor or two. I'm quite sure it'll be fun. Leaving me with that, she cut the call. The moment she did, Nobunaga nudged me with her elbow, nodding her head at a distant building in a not-so-discreet way. There's someone watching us from there. 3rd floor. She tilted her head, casting a wayward glance, a good few. Master, is there something you're not telling me? I followed her gaze, lowering my aviators a moment. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Most of the magus in the city want me dead. That's... Nobunaga paused. That's awesome. That is how you use this word, right? Awesome, indeed. Seeing as they were content to watch me from the darkness with their hands on questionable parts of their body and their breathing haggard, I decided to do nothing. We just walked home. By then, the toll of the bell had stopped. Still, there came the second interesting part of the day. Outside the humble Smith residence, a small but proper perimeter had been erected. It felt like I'd walked into an action flick set. 3 jet black SUVs were lined up outside in front of the walkway, filled with tall, burly men in sleek suits, earpieces and all. A couple stood on the edges, and one mumbled something into his earpiece the second he saw me. My first thought was someone had, in their infinite wisdom decided that getting their teeth kicked in by me was a decent idea. That was not the case, unfortunately. But I was happy still. The blue number plates had Edelfelt engraved on them in gold. It was my wifey. A man opened the door of the frontmost car and Luviajlita stepped out, in a navy strapless dress that fell just to her ankles, slit over one leg to reveal black stockings. In true princess fashion, she also had a white fur collar draped over her shoulders. Weirdly, her hair wasn't in drills for once. It fell straight down her back, with only tiny curls at the end. With not a care for appearances, she stepped up to me and wrapped her arms around my back, resting her head on my shoulder. Her body felt nice and warm. I'd missed the sensation more than I realized. After a good second, she backed away, and cupped my cheeks in her hands. Nobunaga grinned sheepishly, whistling. "I'm glad to see you well." "Why wouldn't I be?" She took a long look at my smile. Then. You don't know." I craned my neck, pursing my lips. I expected the surveillance. No, never mind, I had an idea as to what had happened. Luviajlita would never come to my home without me. She was deathly afraid of my mother's disapproval. The fact that she had, right after Heartless had outed my abilities, could only mean one thing. It went through. I sighed. The bells. That was the Carillon Observatory. A ceiling designation was handed out this morning. By now, every magus in London, no, the country, knows beyond a doubt. She bit her lips, crossing her arms under her breasts. I leered unapologetically. Not right now, Henry. Be serious. How can I when you're here? She glared at me through tinted cheeks. The enforcers will be here any second. I regret that I must meet your mother in such circumstances, but we need to move them out of here. To Finland. I've readied my private jet, and a military escort. Even then dash. At her excessive worry, I kind of regretted how easy I was about it all even now. It felt like I had failed her in some way. She trusted my abilities, but was worried for my mental health. That was so. I put a hand on her cheek. Luvia, they'll never even get to my family, or you. They've given me an excuse to do what I've been thinking about for a while. They will come to me regardless, I won't give them an inch. They really wouldn't. This was the last straw. All the reasoning I needed to. Nobu, take care of anyone that comes our way. Only if you tell me the story that led to this. The Demon King declared with a raised fist and a snicker. Luvia gripped my hand, and walked to the front door. Nervously, she straightened out the edges on her dress even though there were none and fixed her hair before finally knocking on the door politely. You weren't this nervous even when you confessed dash. Shut it. Admittedly, I was a bit worried too. My mother had been against Luviajlita from day one solely because of her background. I only hoped she wasn't too Spartan in the way she'd handled this situation. Mama Smith held nothing back when it came to her children. When the door opened, my mother's reaction wasn't one I expected. She looked at Luvia, then at me, then looked at a certain someone sitting in the living room watching TV while downing some pudding. Karen. I also turned to Luvia. Miss Smith. I would like to, invite you to spend Christmas at my estate. So that we might get to know Dash. I don't dash. I discarded what little shame I had left at this point to give my mother the puppy dog eyes. As adorable as I was, there really was no way she wouldn't give in. Mama Smith gave me a hard stare, then sighed aloud. All right, fine. But if you hurt my son in any way. Ma'am, I couldn't think of it. Why were the women in my life having the talk the dad gave the daughter's boyfriend? And what about that child? She stepped aside, nodding her head at a deadpanning Karen. He told me of her, and what he did the same day. Really, Henry can be a bit stupid at times. That's true. Ma'am, don't call your son an idiot. I protested impotently. Both of them stared at me with pity. Why? But I had their little tryst annulled the same day, at his own request. It was barely worth considering. Luviajlita tossed her hair with a huff before shaking her head from side to side. At that, my mother glared at her for some reason. I still didn't know what exactly she had against people with crazy money, and all the institutional power that money often bought. Luviajlita withered under her gaze, losing all her confidence again. Oh, only because he asked. All right, I'll call Ellie. Make yourself at home. If you could hurry, my jet dash. My mother pushed down another hard glare. Take your time, Mother Dash. I whistled. Luviajlita cut herself off with both hands, as grew red up to her ears. It didn't take the Smiths all that long to pack up, mostly because Luviajlita assured she'd readied everything they could possibly need at her home beforehand. I spent the little time they did take hiding from my sister's little angry eyes, and offering apologies she kept rejecting with her small arms crossed. Soon, I stood beside a calm Karen as my mother and sister took their seats in one of the SUVs. With a shrug, she started walking to join them, but I held her in place with a hand on the shoulder. Wait a moment there, you goblin. You and I are headed somewhere else. I grinned. She stopped easily, sighing. Is this about the sealing designation? Yep. They're not really headed for a vacation, are they? Nope. They were headed to a fortress belonging to one of the richest magus lineages in the current age. After getting them seated, Luviajlita made her way back to my side. You'll be heading to Fuyuki, yes? I nodded. Take care. I'll miss you. I'll probably miss you more. I tilted my head. Never thought I'd actually care as much about another person as I do my whims. No, maybe even more. The Edelfelt princess smiled and pressed her lips to mine for a single moment. Thank you for your trust. I shall do my best. You won't have to do anything at all. When they were gone, I ran a hand through my hair and closed my eyes, inhaling deeply. Nobu, it's time to do something really interesting. Oh. The archer-class servant appeared beside me with a hand on her chin and a rifle on her shoulder. Are we sending a message? The church. The Mages Association. Oh please Lord, allow this idiot husband of mine to finally grow up. Grant him wisdom befitting his age, so that he may not say things a 12-year-old would. Kennet, you delusional foul-mouthed gremlin. I shoved her with a snort. She moaned. I shivered. Which way's the church marks at? He's your handler, right? I don't know what dash. While it's not much yet. I've had enough of people getting close to my family already. It was particularly damning because it restricted my curiosity to this country, and even this city, when I could be out looking for skinwalkers or literal gods. It was time to permanently solve that little issue. He's not my handler. I'm not reporting to anyone. She lowered her head. Please believe me. I wouldn't dash. Hope you enjoyed. I'm a bit sick. I hope that didn't detract from the quality. Be sure to point it out if it did. Chapter 91, Chapter. Mark, the lazy and sly son of a bitch that he was, apparently had never moved out of the first church I'd met him all that time ago. When I entered, he was standing under the gaze of the Virgin Mary in the stained glass above the podium, staring up with his hands behind his back. Hark dash. Ah, I see you've brought your own child this time. The priest smiled neutrally, adjusting his monocle with a hand. Oh no, wait, that's the one I lent you. What? Have you grown tired of her? I glanced at Karen. She glanced at me. I could see why he would think that was the case. This goblin was entirely unapologetic dash. No, she visibly derived pleasure from making others miserable, much like Rhaenys, except the El Meloy princess was much better at hiding it and didn't apologize to God randomly after saying something heinous. Father, please don't say those kinds of despicable things in the house of God. People might notice you're not just joking. Mark shrugged his hands, but I am just joking. Believe me. I like dash. He suddenly cleared his throat. That's not important. How may I help you today, my children? Why are you still here? I asked plainly. Your mission ended when that demon died. Oh yes, it did. But I received a promotion after Sancrade ended up dying to you at my behest. The careful maneuvering of enemy assets to neutralize a critical threat to the Holy Church. I had no choice but to accept. And as hardworking and selfless as I am, I personally requested that I be the one to monitor you afterwards. Sancrade was a grand wizard of the clan, but he'd also been a high-profile target for the Holy Church. A magus capable of killing that slaughter alone warranted some degree of concern. I knew this before I even went after that piece of shit. But, honestly, I thought the incident would blow over eventually instead of them sending someone to keep an eye. You also made sure they didn't just write it off so you could land an easy job, didn't you? Mark wiped his hand on his cassock and shook his head from side to side. Heavens no. How dare you even insinuate that I would use my connections towards such a sly end? I am truly hurt, my child. I thought we trusted each other. Oh, we do. Almost as much as I trust a hungry lion to not try to eat me. I am moved by your trust, truly. He wiped a tear from his one naked eye. Since we trust each other so much, I have to tell you that the official mission is simple threat assessment. Rivals have to keep a close eye on each other, yes. The clock tower and the Holy Church were always one diplomatic incident away from once again openly being at each other's throats like they'd been throughout their continued existence. Hey, that brought up an interesting idea. I hummed, and am I a threat? Beyond any doubt. If those cardinals find out what you can do dash. Does that include the reason for my sealing designation? I cut him off. He nodded simply. They'd be losing their heads. You did recreate my baptism rites, did you not? It's all but confirmation that magecraft and our rights are the one and same thing. A real threat to the stability of our organization. And yet, despite his words, he clearly seemed to be unperturbed. He didn't care. A simple testament to the fact that not all operatives from the church deluded themselves into thinking they were the one and the same as the magi they called heretics, even if only in being. Why don't they know then? Karen asked for me, eyes narrowed. I don't think dash. Don't disturb me when I'm talking, girl. Mark held up a hand, they will soon. Or, they won't. Maybe I'll decide telling them simply isn't worth it on the off chance you decide to wage war on us for any actions taken after the fact. That was where he was wrong. He didn't need to do anything else. I had already decided I wasn't going to be taking any more chances if it put my family or Luviaj at any kind of risk. I see. Well, child, I assumed as much. Mark closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. This is why I requested some aid the moment I became aware of the sealing designation. After all, as manic as you may be, you do truly hold your family dear. I'm almost jealous. From the darkness of the church came nuns and priests, wielding swords and spears and thick gauntlets and so much more. I didn't count them. I didn't even look at them. I put a hand on Karen's shoulder and snapped my fingers. And then those beating hearts were gone. Dismembered corpses fell to the floor. Blood dyed the thick carpet over the walkway. Their means of war and violence clambered against the ground. I held no pity for them. From all I'd learnt and seen, most of these people were no better than any one magus. I see you far surpassed your peers. Mark noted calmly, a hand behind his back. Why not me too? I sighed, You're a cool guy, mate. That's not the way things work, child. This I promise, every one of these people deserved any misery that came their way. I am not an exception. Do it. Or, things will be worse. Of course, as a sinful man, I would love to live as long as possible. But, you care for Ellie and Louise, don't you? I am the only one who knows. I promise this too, I will not withhold that information. I cannot. His plain honesty made what I needed to do even more distasteful. In the end, I was unable to take that step. But when I turned around and saw Nobunaga holding a rifle aimed for the priest's head, I didn't do anything to stop her either. My servant had no qualms or hesitation, she pulled the trigger with calm ruthlessness as I stepped past. I heard the corpse fall against the floor, and all I could do was sigh in disappointment. This part always sucked. When we left the church, I stared at the gray sky in silence. Karen, you still have a choice. I put on my usual smile. I won't retaliate if you decide to run away now. In response, the white-haired gremlin with golden eyes simply reached out and gently took a hold of my sleeve before closing her eyes. You did what was necessary. The Lord will forgive you. I already have. I rubbed my nose. I didn't ask you to. Come on, Nobu. We're going to the clock tower. Waver didn't know if it was by design, or mere happenstance, that Henry passed by his apartment building that particular day. He called on Gray, and the both of them followed his unruly student as he made his way through the streets of Norwich proper, then to the clock to the main body of the clock tower itself. The sealing designation had been already approved and announced. To make matters worse, the nature of his mystic eyes also became public knowledge that same day. Beyond a doubt, enforcers of great skill were already on their way to the city, and those on duty had already been mobilized. Waver really had no idea what to do to help. His influence as a figurehead member of the 12 Lords was middling at best, not nearly enough to overturn a decision of that nature. As a magus, he was weaker still. There was no way for him to choose the path of the strong when it came to offering his aid. Even if he set aside his pride and dignity as a teacher to make a request of his students, Waver was certain it wouldn't be nearly enough to even dent the sealing designation, not when Henry was such a clear threat to their world. Still, as he trailed behind a student that had long surpassed his very unremarkable self, Waver Elmeloy too racked his brain for any solution. Even a temporary one would do. Yet, nothing quite came up. He had no words to stop Henry. He had no way to save him. But then, his fear wasn't for his student alone. As Lord Elmeloy too, Waver was no longer certain if even his accomplished peers held any shred of a chance at stopping Henry by force. They had made themselves his problem. His response, Waver knew, was going to be the same. Like the great kings and heroes of old, he was going to inflict a terrible violence, as was the right of the strong and the exceptional, upon those he deigned his foes. And no one was going to be able to stop him. What were they going to use? Magecraft. Artificial mystery. A mystic code. Then, their enemies were guaranteed to seize the opportunity that they themselves were so willing to provide by entering a conflict with a person that had long left even their logics behind. By the time they reached the London Museum, Waver was already out of breath. His head spun. Gray held a hand to his shoulder, steadying him. Professor. Waver ignored her. Henry. As Magi stopped to watch them, and many made a quick retreat, and more still came out to seize the chance to make his abilities their own, his student turned to face him. As enforcers of the ceiling designation readied themselves, Henry grinned. Not this time, Professor. With that, he turned to once again face those who had decided to hunt him. Waver looked at the archer servant standing beside him. She smiled a terrible smile, and made no effort to hide the amusement she was deriving from the situation as she raised her gloved hand. He realized then that there really was nothing to do at all. Ladies and gentlemen of the clock tower. Henry declared with a flair, since you've also graciously decided you have the right to hunt me like an animal, I need to thank you. He held out a hand, index finger held against his thumb. Lightning flashed, and the world seemed to pull away from whatever he was about to unleash. The very air spasmed uncontrollably. I'm going to Fuyuki. You can freely come for me. I don't mind. I permit that. But, if you go for anyone else, you will remember that to be the last day of the clock tower. Stop him. One of the enforcers shouted over the lightning. One of his peers moved, but a rifle shot him dead past the first step. In bursts of flame, those same rifles encircled Henry and the demon king he had summoned as a whim. I will hunt down and kill every single magus. Your wish for the root will die with you. Easily, calmly, he let the finger go. And then, the world was gone in a flash of purple. He really just destroyed most of the London Museum. Rhaenys gently put down her tea, regarding a Waver with a smile that didn't quite reach her ears as Trimo refilled the ceramic cup. I mean, most of the artifacts on display are replicas, and easily replaced, but that's the main entrance, you know. I thank my lucky stars his relationship with the Elmeloi didn't progress further. Waver gripped his head with both hands, groaning. He did. Bounded fields and all. Killed over 24 enforcers, and who knows how many families are now without a head or an heir. He just made himself the highest priority target. The worst part was, Waver wasn't even surprised that things had turned out this way. Beside them, Gray ducked her head with spinning eyes. But, he did make sure no one would bother you, brother dearest. Rhaenys raised a curious brow. Waver sighed again, yes. The others are too afraid he'll go for them too. Still, with Dr. Heartless still running around, and flat hounding me for whatever spell Henry used, this is a nightmare. I'd think it's a nightmare for everyone. Those bounded fields were from the age of gods, and he dismantled them too. I didn't think I'd see something quite so interesting in my lifetime. Rhaenys kicked her feet up and laughed. On top of that, he basically declared himself an enemy to every single department. As someone who freely admitted to enjoying others' misery, Waver knew this entire incident was something like a full-course meal at the greatest restaurant in the world for his sister. It seems this person is my kin. The nightmare of the clock tower sounds a lot like my own origin as the killer robot from the future. Trimo. Rhaenys massaged her temple. You're not from the future. What did Flat show you this time? I hope the writing quality didn't go down. I'm sick AF. It's the changing seasons. Fever. Cold. Coughs. And it feels like someone had their way with my throat like in one of those dungeons. Chapter 92, Chapter. Damn it, no goal this week since I owe y'all like 3 already. Apologies. I was hella sick for almost this whole month, and I still am, but it's a lot better. I'll try to pay my debt this week, and I'll be forced to give more if y'all hit the goal even still, so. Mercy. So far as being a magus went, Rin Tosaka didn't think she particularly stood out compared to the rest of her peers. Like most of them, she maintained a perfect image in the world outside, as an amiable yet firm and proper lady befitting her standing. She even went to high school, and had people that called her a friend, no matter how infuriating that was at times. Diligently, she strived to protect that image. Like most of them, she took to researching and furthering her family's craft in the time not spent doing her duties as someone who was an upstanding member of society. As such, she spent many of her evenings in the Tosaka home, in the workshop left behind by her father, when she wasn't otherwise preoccupied. However, this was not to say that she was an average magus at all. No, she was exceptionally talented. She knew this. She was proud of it. She had spared no effort in honing that talent either, and now, with the Holy Grail war looming overhead, she finally had the chance to show it to those who would deny it. When she inevitably won, her family's name, which had lost some of its luster in the last war where her father fell, would finally regain its standing as well. Yet, as she tied her hair and reached for her school bag, Rin couldn't help but groan. Things had turned a degree more complicated all of a sudden the last week. Why does it have to be now? When that old priest's finally off my back too. She sighed again. The Tosaka were the overseers of Fuyuki, with her parents gone, that duty fell to her caretaker, his father's apprentice, Kirii Kotomine. Yes, she knew how absurd it was for a priest to be left in charge of a magus lands, but it was what it was. But, now that she was at the age where she could smoothly take charge, the world had decided to trip over by all but kicking her in the knee. The Mages Association had sent over a message. Those people who had never even cared to send a greeting simply as courtesy had sent a message from nowhere on a random Thursday. The contents were simple. The contents made her want to rip her hair out. A highly dangerous magus, designated for sealing, had decided to head to Fuyuki after destroying the entrance of the clock tower, so she was to deal with the situation. They could have just written, "Okay, so you're screwed, good luck." And that would tell her all she needed to know. They gave her nothing other than a name, Henry Smith, and a possible intention of joining the war. Now, she had a war to fight, and a rogue magus to deal with on top. A rogue magus, mind you, that made the clock tower back off after kicking them in the nuts. What was she even supposed to do? Fight him? What the hell was even that? She hadn't even summoned her servant yet. Pursing her lips and clenching her fists, Rin slammed the door shut behind her. She took a long look at the clear blue sky before resigning herself to her fate. She pulled open one of the massive iron double doors that closed off her estate, stepped out, then began pushing it shut. When she turned around, someone was standing behind her. She did not squeak. She certainly did not jump. She definitely did not try to punch the person. "Hello, neighbor." The youth waved his hand with a polite smile, one hand shoved in his pockets. "What ya up to?" He was tall. He was, admittedly, good-looking. With well-kept black hair streaked with white combed neatly to the back, and the high cheekbones and strong jaw typical of those Westerners in the TVs she'd see sometimes. Rin took a quick look at his clothes, and realized he was somewhat well off too. At least, that was what she assumed from the simple white dress shirt and the black pants, and the golden aviators. No, never mind, she knew he was a spoiled rich brat because of how close he stood to her. Also wait. Neighbor. Rin mumbled out. Yeah, I don't know why this is the house she insisted on but, something about an old rivalry. English. A noticeable accent too. But, she understood him well enough. He put a hand on his chin, gazing at the mansion a few houses away, across the street from hers. An old 3-story brick manse with a dark brown paint that made it look wet in the sunlight, with a sloped roof of gray tiles and 2 chimneys blowing smoke, enclosed in a tall fence and hidden behind tall maple trees. She saw it often. She'd thought it was empty. What about the dash? He cut her off, it's been in the family for a century apparently. Really shoves in your face how there's levels to how rich you can be. How typical. So, what ya up to, neighbor? Suddenly, the realization struck her, school. I'll be late for classes. Gay. He reeled. Then, a mischievous smile crossed his lips. Say, neighbor, you seem like a prim and proper student. The kind others admire. She was. She was damn proud of it too with how hard she worked for it every day. He smiled further. Now, he hadn't really given her any cause for concern past some mild curiosity about someone so unique-looking but, she shivered at that smile. Seeing as I'm new. I need a guide. Could I tempt you to show me around as a native? Find a guide. She deadpanned and tugged on her bag. He held up a finger, 8,000,000 yen. Rin froze. And not that she was poor, but that much money. It made her head spin from the possibilities. It was all that damn priest's fault. He'd been stupid in managing her estate so she was left with amounts to make do with that weren't particularly plentiful. Why? Still, Rin was a cautious girl. This was definitely suspicious. And she wasn't stupid. 2 million. Rin's eyes widened. She flipped around and counted on her fingers how much stuff she could buy with that money. And she was a perfect student dash, so it wasn't that bad if she missed just one day, right? But you have to tell me why. My professor is stingy about attending classes but I feel you can't beat practical experience if it actually pays at the same time. He explained with closed eyes and a friendly smile, it's a matter of principle, see. At the end of the day, you can tell me if it was worth missing school. Oh, I'm not some weird pervert, promise. That's exactly the kind of thing a pervert would say. She looked him over again. Nothing. There was nothing out of the ordinary. As a magus, she could sense no mana from him either. That had been her first thought, after all. A foreigner appearing this close to the Holy Grail war raised alarms, that was why she looked at his hand before all else. There were no command seals there. Then, there was the lack of defenses over his house. Even the most unremarkable of magi used bounded fields over their places of living. Over his, there were none. So he really was just a rich foreigner with a skewed common sense. Or maybe even this was considered normal where he was from. No funny business. She pulled her bag close. He snorted, raising his hands in surrender. None, miss. Tosaka. Rin Tosaka. She watched his reaction closely. Anyone in Fuyuki there for the purpose of joining the Grail War would definitely know the name of the founders of the entire ritual. Yet, his expression didn't falter for even a second. He simply nodded and offered a hand. Since I'll call you Rin, you can call me Hal in exchange. I didn't agree to that. She blurted out embarrassedly at the sudden closeness. Using someone's given name was a massive deal even among acquaintances. He was a total stranger. He tilted his head. Oh fine. Tosaka, it is. You can still call me Hal though, since I'm such a nice person. He relented immediately. That was good. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. The money was too good to pass up. Yet, she also had her own pride to maintain. All right, Hal, where do you want to go? Your school. She pursed her lips. You can keep the money. What a stingy employee. Fine, I need a guide to the... Well, I don't know how to pronounce that. He fished around in his pockets and pulled out one of those smartphones she'd seen her classmates talking about animatedly the other day. On it was written the address of the city's most expensive hotel. I'm supposed to meet a friend dash. No, I'm not calling that oil baron wimp a friend. I'm supposed to meet someone there, and we can get acquainted as we get there. As neighbors, we should get along. He nodded wisely at his own words, eyes closed. Yes, but that's halfway across the city. Don't tell me you're afraid of a little walk. I thought that with those thighs you'd definitely have the stamina. What? What? I said, with those thighs dash. Stop looking at my thighs that way. She pulled her skirt down, feeling ashamed. You dash. You pervert. You put work into them. You should be proud of the recognition. Why would I feel proud about a stranger perving on my legs? 'Cause I'm that stranger. He pointed a thumb at himself, flashing her a grin. You being handsome doesn't make it any less perverted. He put a hand behind his head. So you think I'm handsome? Rin froze. Then, she flushed. And no. I mean dash. He pointed at her and laughed like a madman. Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka wanted to throttle her new neighbor. Hope you enjoyed. Please, don't forget to comment what you thought. Chapter 93, Chapter. As repayment for my Power Stone debts, I give you not 2, but 3 chapters, even though I wanted to wait till Sunday to start posting again. Fuck allergies, seriously. P.S. Kevin_Riley, I got you bro, hope that hurricane didn't mess you up too much. Magi were a negligible number among the human order. That was what I was always told by my teachers, my professor, and my peers. Yet, everywhere I went, I managed to find at least one new magus. I held no qualms about this. No, I loved it. Every single one of us had an eccentric way of being. I enjoyed provoking them and even just watching them, to a certain extent. Meeting Rin was akin to a godsend for my boredom. I'd locked Karen in the basement after she tried sneaking in my bed the night before, and the so-called demon king I'd summoned had taken to obsessively playing video games. Watching her, I was even reminded of the times when I took long breaks from work just to play some new release. So, yes, I was elated beyond measure when my neighbor turned out to be a magus. A magus that bore a striking resemblance to the woman I adored from the depths of my heart, except she was clearly a lot less well off. I couldn't help but want to tease her and give her things for no real reason, even though her being a master was the first thing I noticed. An enemy that didn't feel like one at all. I bothered her all the way till we got to a lavish high-rise hotel surrounded by other skyscrapers, where she then stomped off all red-faced after taking my money. Money I had just in case I needed to go band for band with some mook in over his head. Much like my Luvia, she also took one last embarrassed look. I waved her goodbye with a silly smile on my face. She huffed and picked up her pace. With a snort, I turned to face the hotel I was invited to. Past the tall curtain walls, I saw posh guests bombarding a trio of receptionists behind a sleek rosewood desk, while bellhops in their velvet uniforms rushed about trailing behind guests and loading luggage. Despite the exceedingly cold weather, it seemed they were quite busy. Admittedly, I wasn't much bothered by said cold, considering London had been covered in snow when I left. A guard bowed in greeting when I stepped onto the carpet rolled out to the entrance, and one of the receptionists offered a practiced, polite bow and a smile once I reached her. I'd always lived amongst Europeans or Americans, so it was a bit intriguing to see their faces in person, considering my only reference was Nobu. They were beautiful in their own way, as Nobunaga strongly insisted, but my mind didn't really wander towards such things anymore. At a time, I would have even tried to woo Nobunaga, or even Grey, not anymore. How may I help you, honored guest? Whoa. I raised a brow. How'd you know I was the honored on dash? Wait, no, you say that to everyone. I shook my head. The top floor. Regretfully, the penthouse has been reserved by another guest. If you wish, there are some other options available. I tuned out her dialogue, but I didn't interrupt her. People who worked in customer service had enough dicks to deal with daily anyway. I wasn't about to add to that, not when my own mother often complained about annoying clients. It's Atram Galiasta, isn't it? I spoke once she was finished, that guest. Yeah, he invited me himself. Sir, we'd need permission from him. Then dial him up. I tilted my head. She stared at me hesitantly before sighing and slowly reaching for the phone with a small hand. For a moment, I was confused. Then I realized why she was being so apprehensive. Atram was a self-righteous piece of shit as a person. He had insane wealth, and he had to make sure everyone else knew it too. He was also the type to start groping a woman just cause she looked hot, and surely no one would ever reject him cause he was oh so handsome. I held up a hand to stop her. I'll call him myself. Unexpectedly, he picked up immediately. What do you want, Dash? I'm downstairs, ya shite. Tell them to let me through. How dare those peasants even, Dash? Yeah, I cut the call. The receptionist gave me a sympathetic look. Just then, the telephone line next to her started buzzing incessantly. With trembling fingers, she received the call. Atram immediately started barking. The name of Atram Galiasta should have been enough for you to know that any who knows it is far more important than your worthless life, Dash. Mate, hell, just tell them to send me up. He folded under zero pressure when I cut him off. Oh. Of course. Send him up, woman. Soon, I was led into an elevator by a bellhop. A couple awkward minutes listening to weird elevator music later, the steel doors slid away with a ding into a luxurious two-level penthouse with curtain walls overlooking the entire city of Fuyuki and ceiling so high I was sure they'd combined 2 floors to make this. The floor was laid with wood, then carpets over it, and Atram himself sat on a large white sofa set up in the center. Along with half a dozen scantily clad women with veils and harem clothes. I was pretty sure he'd set it up so that anyone entering had to look at him. He had his arm over the shoulder of a dark-skinned woman on one side, and a fair-skinned one on the other. He was easily fondling their plentiful breasts, and smiled when he saw me. Another woman stepped closer to me, swaying her hips as she walked, but I shook my head long before she ever reached me. Instead, I was more interested in the one woman that was actually dressed here. She stood behind Atram, a dark cloak over her head that hid her entire body save for her mouth. Purple lipstick was, certainly an interesting fashion choice, especially with skin so fair it was a mere shade from sickly pale. What? Is that one not to your liking? Too old? Too young? Or do you not like how she looks? He asked curiously, tilting his head. Have your pick. You're my guest. I narrowed my eyes. I'm not here to play around with the women you pay to compensate for how much of a bitch you yourself are, Atram. What do you want? For a moment, anger flashed through his pupils, but then he just fixed a button on his vest. I told you, did I not? That I would acquire something to put you in your place. Have you then? He closed his eyes and waved a hand at the woman stood behind him. Unfortunately, no. This witch cannot fulfill the sole reason I summoned her at all. Did you summon your own? Kind of. She's a handful though. I took a seat across from him, crossing one leg over the other as I studied his servant. Her appearance gave me little. By merely existing, she produced the sort of mystery that was impossible to find in the modern world, older than even what I saw from Nobunaga. It coiled and rolled around her like a miasma. So, she was a fairly old figure at least. You've fallen on hard times recently, I've heard. He started again, beckoning over another half-naked girl. You're not getting along with those lords of the clock tower. They've even decided to hunt you down, and you killed a fair of their number. You're also from the clock tower, mate. I'd be careful if you're thinking about earning some favors through me. No, I admire this. Remember. Take what you want, when you want. He threw up his hands. It's inconceivable that one of my lineage would take issue with asserting your right as one who is strong. I coughed into my palm. I was certain it would come to that once you defeated Miss Tuko. After all, they cannot stomach that younglings like us surpass them with how they cling to useless tradition and glories of old. No, instead, I offer an exchange. My help. For yours. I raised a brow at that. The thing was, despite how the situation had worsened, I was in no real danger from any magus choosing to come after me, at all. I knew this. They utterly refused to accept it. I needed no aid nor allies in this. Still, it was interesting that Atram, of all people, had come ahead. I will offer you my resources. I will offer what other help I can. In turn, you will do the same. Surely then, this war will be ours. No one else will stand a chance at all. It's a win-win. Atram. I sighed. You don't believe in helping anyone or working together. You want everything for yourself, even I can see that. I'm not turning my back to you. Instead of getting upset at me questioning his character, Atram threw his head back and let out a roar of laughter. His women joined him. His servant stood silent behind him. There's a sealing designation on you. Do you think you have a choice? I glanced at his command seals. One was missing. I do. I heard you out 'cause I thought it'd be funny, but why do you think you have any chance against me? Your influence is gone. Your backers are gone, too. Yeah, but does that make you any stronger? I have a servant here. You have none of your command seals. He said sharply, leaning forward on his knees. For someone who'd been riding me like a fangirl a moment ago, his hostility was through the roof. A byproduct of his unchecked ego, I assumed. I wondered how he'd react if he found out just how I'd used up my command seals. One to mess with Nobunaga. One to force her to stop dismantling the plane we rode here on. The third to make her speak pig Latin for a couple of days 'cause it was funny. I grinned. That's fine. I can just take yours. Or any other master's. Hell, I was sure I could cheat the system into giving me more so long as I had the time. Hope you enjoyed. Now that the Holy Grail War has officially begun, please don't hesitate to share your thoughts on how I'm handling it. I'd like to know what you think about this way I've chosen to open it, even since I'm very nervous. Chapter 94, Chapter. Atram held my gaze for a bit, then relaxed back into his sofa with a laugh as one of his women placed a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on the table between us. We were both silent as she filled them, and only once she was done did Atram speak again. Fine. Then we will meet as foes. To test my mettle against yours, and to triumph with what I have, is not a situation Atram Galiasta will ever be opposed to. He made his declaration calmly, with none of the willful childishness most of the clock tower attributed to him. I cocked my head. Why reach out in the first place then? Because I am not as great a fool as all of you want to believe. He whirled his glass in the air. No, I've let those beliefs spread solely because they give me an advantage. That was a surprising answer. He wanted everyone to think he was a massive pain in the behind with no regard for tradition, that he was an idiot ruled by his desires. He was exactly that too. I knew he was. But it seemed now that he was also smart enough to know how to take advantage of that perception. People will believe what they want. And I will do what I want with that belief, whenever I want. Then, when they're left without anything at all, they will despair over having been outdone by a fool. He took a gulp. I reached out because facing you directly isn't wise at all. But, this does not mean I won't do it if it's necessary. Atram was a boisterous idiot, I realized. He thought he had his ego in check. He did not. Anyone could see it past the first 3 words of anything that came out of his mouth. He believed in himself a little too much when there was little to back up that faith. And, from what I'd heard of his lineage, there really was no world in which we were getting along even momentarily. So, I turned to his servant. You, servant. The robed woman raised her head but said nothing. If you ever decide to murk him, maybe gimme a call, yeah. I'm always up for getting to know a legend. No matter which one you turn out to be. Since mine is, I had an actual dictator and tyrant on a video game spree in my living room. There was little that could top that. If she somehow managed it, I'd be happier still. She gave me a long look, but her face was hidden, so I got nothing. It was inevitably going to happen. Nobunaga had made me realize that these heroic spirits summoned as servants retained their individuality almost completely. They had their lines too. If she was a hero, or even a half-decent person, she was going to end up crashing out at some point. Just hearing Atram talk was annoying. You come into my home, and desire what is mine. Atram raised a brow. I glanced at him. He continued, you declared yourself my enemy. Why do you think I'll even let you walk out of here? You trying that would be the best thing you've done since we've met, but you won't, will you? I smiled, raising 2 fingers, because you know you'll die. He grit his teeth and his face tightened. Yet, as I assumed, he tried nothing. It was the same with Miss Tuko's indiscretions at his expense. He knew he had no choice but to take it like a good boy if he wanted a chance at payback for insults to his honor. I have a servant. I think you and I both know that's going to change nothing. How presumptuous. Castor. So, it was Castor. Now I just had to get her to hit me up. A purely wizard-type legend would be incredible. Code from ancient times, the sort of magecraft that all magi clung to even now. And, a person that could wield it freely right before me. All the possibilities had me giddy. I stood patiently for her to attack me. Again, nothing. She stared at her master. I don't have any mana, master. You've willfully kept my reserves low. Though she said those words in a plain voice, I couldn't help but catch a tinge of mischief. There was even a ghost of a smile tugging at the edge of her purple lips. She was enjoying seeing Atram so annoyed and helpless to do anything against someone who denied him in his own home, his own kingdom. You useless by dash. Anger flashed through his eyes. One of his escorts squealed as he roughly shoved her aside to rise to his feet and raised a fist towards the servant. Incredible. Maybe he'd have had better chances doing that to me. Even Castor seemed stumped by his rashness. You, Henry, leave my home now. You've upset me. Castor, I'll deal with you later. He bit out. Ha ha. I snorted, turning to leave. Yeah, so Castor, my door's always open. The servant actually nodded back, which only infuriated Atram further, but any situation where a young master got pissed off was good enough for me. As I strolled into the elevator and pushed the button for the ground floor, I realized I never gave her my address. Oh well. I shrugged. She probably has a spell for it. Even modern magus had a multitude of spells for finding people. With nothing really left to do for the day, I decided to head home. The city of Fuyuki was decidedly not all that different compared to what I was used to, or maybe it was just the equally nasty cold weather that made me think that way. Much like London, there was a wide river bisecting the city in half, and a massive steel bridge painted red that joined them together, except the river's name was Mayan instead of Thames. The city was arguably divided up in the same way, since the Mayan River bisected the city into the Miama and Shinto districts like the Thames divided North and South London. Similarly, Miama was the oldest part of the city, now dominated by the upper classes, while Shinto was a relatively younger district marked by modern infrastructure like those chunky, blockish, and tall buildings I held no appreciation for in apartment buildings and all that. The only real difference I noticed walking back was in the people. They really tended to keep their heads down and mind their own business as they went about. I stuck out like a sore thumb. I knew it. They knew it. But, instead of gawking or even staring, they just shyly glanced at me from time to time, as if afraid of being noticed. In London, I'd have been called fag by the same thrice just taking a walk down the street. What had I even done? In the end, I just chalked it up to a cultural difference and moved on, buying a couple of totally healthy snacks from a convenience store along the way. And yes, I did indeed walk the whole way back. I was interested in seeing the city even if there wasn't much to see yet. I'm probably going to die just waiting for the war to begin. I sighed, pushing open the gates to my estate. Or maybe there's something interesting in the forests around this city. Unlike London, Fuyuki was a sprawling city surrounded by wilderness. A few miles out from the city center, the population grew sparse before abruptly being surrounded by mountains and deep forests. Rin was even kind enough to warn me about wandering there alone when she guided me to Atram's hotel. Rin Tosaka, Tosaka. I pursed my lips, staring up at the refurbished Edelfelt mansion I was staying at. On my way to Fuyuki, my lovely lady had given me a single instruction before handing over 2 whole mansions in the city that belonged to her family, because of course she owned entire mansions in a random city I'd never even heard of before, half the world away. Anyway, the instruction was a terribly strange one. I was to interact with the overseer of the city as I pleased and really rub what I had in their face. Since the second owner was the Tosaka family, that overseer was likely Rin. For what reason Livia possibly wanted me to mess with Rin, I had no idea. She'd just laughed that rich laugh of hers when I asked, and called it an old family grudge. That was the extent of it. Honestly, I was probably just going to end up asking Rin myself. Why was me just interacting with her a way to keep that grudge going? With another shrug, I entered my home. That was a mistake. The moment I stepped inside, a volley of corks came flying from my head. I leaned back to avoid them just in time for an egg to fall from the ceiling and hit me square in the forehead. When I closed my eyes, something snapped around my leg. Suddenly, I couldn't feel the floor under me anymore. I was hanging upside down. Gahaha. How was that, Henry? My servant stood in the empty corridor, beside a small table that had a number of vintage wine bottles freely spilling onto the floor. So that was where the corks were from. She just wasted priceless wine all for a prank. As I swerved from side to side upside down, I crossed my arms and held a hand under my chin. Well, I'll give you points for originality, but I could have just used Limitless to block it. But that would be breaking the rules. She tilted her head, crossing her arms the same way. We set up a rule saying no supernatural means after I shot you in the face that one time dash. Oi, that made it sound like I was the one that lost the exchange. Then I locked you out in the snow. Servants don't feel the cold, my idiot master. She raised her head proudly. Yeah, that was why I used my command seal to make it so you did. I'll do it again. I wiped the egg off my aviators. You. Nobunaga took a step back. You don't have any more command seals. I grinned. She stared at my hand. You don't. I won't. I won't be threatened this way. I am the Demon King of the 6th Eve dash. by my command seal. The so-called Demon King yelled and bolted off down the corridor, disappearing into one of the many rooms. Once I was certain she was gone, I turned to stare at the white-haired demon sitting in the stairway beside me. You can cut me down now. Instead of helping me, Karen simply smiled and put a hand against her stomach. Then, she slowly trailed down to her. Nope. I cut the rope myself and ran down the corridor. What the hell was wrong with that girl? Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment so I know whether I did it well or not. Chapter 95, Chapter. Sunk into my luxury double bed, I stared at the ceiling lifelessly, ignoring the 6 or so locks on the door beside me and the constant thud that told me some kind of abomination was struggling against them. After the previous night's fiasco, it had become a necessity. Not only was I supremely loyal enough to my Luvia to ignore even Nobunaga when she walked around naked, cause clothes were too constricting, I just really wasn't into children. That was really all there was to it. That was why I was content to treat Karen like a weird sibling instead. I sighed, took a look at the door, then returned to my analysis of the wooden ceiling. Unfortunately, the eventual silence was real loud for me whenever it settled in. I lived for my whims, for what I wanted, and there was little that held me back from that. I sought excitement wherever possible, whenever possible. And most of the time, I did find suicidal ventures to throw myself at with all I had that kept me busy. It was just that the world simply wasn't fast enough, and occasionally, I was lazy enough to want exciting things to happen to me instead of through me. When these moments came, I was left alone with my thoughts. I didn't particularly enjoy that. So, I often spent that time messing around with all the code I'd gathered till now, recreating spells and awesome powers from memory, until I eventually drifted off into sleep. When said sleep eluded me, I found myself troubled and uneasy. I didn't want to think about the future, but I had my family, Luviajlita, and all my friends. My romps with the nobility at the clock tower were putting them in danger. I knew this. Yet, there was no way to stop Magi from coming after them without threatening death and destruction. So, I had come to Fuyuki. Mostly, I planned on having fun like usual, but there was also another aspect that drew me to the Holy Grail War. Particularly, the Grail itself. According to my professor, it was made by the Tosaka, Ainsburn, and Matu families as a means of reaching the end goal of all magecraft, the root. The absolute pinnacle. True magic. The ability to do something well and truly impossible within the world. If I managed to get my hands on that then. Suddenly, my phone rang. I stifled a yawn before holding it against my ear, not bothering to check who was calling me at this time of day. Henry. Professor. Isn't it dangerous to be calling me? Possibly. But, no one will find out I contacted you from me, so it's fine. He paused, and I could picture him furrowing his brows like he always did. Look, Henry, I plan on hunting down the former Lord of Norwich, and I might not be able to help you much after this. I chuckled at his worry. It'll be fine, Professor. Trust me. Really, I didn't deserve him. No, I know. I also know everyone who comes after you will fail. I just wanted to ask you to keep damages to a minimum. Our world can't afford dash. So, someone's coming. I picked out. What did you think was going to happen after you killed over 40 family heads and heirs, along with the enforcers present? Honestly. Nothing. Pure skill issue. They shouldn't have picked a fight. I held no regret, no sorrow, for Magi of all people. They were all rotten whack jobs. The decent black sheep like Luvia tended to avoid coming to the clock tower entirely unless it was absolutely necessary. No, I was excited by the prospect of who they'd sent after the nature of my actions. You even destroyed the London Museum. It'd have been a national incident, and prompted a war dash. No, you did declare war on the clock tower. All that blood, and generations of research, just gone. Ah. Well, I felt bad for the lost code. Wait a second. Professor, you just feel bad about the spells they may have had, don't you? The answer came after a moment of silence. No. Bastard. He cleared his throat, onto important matters dash. The enforcer will have a servant. They planned on sending her to the war as their representative anyway, but now she has an additional directive. On that note, you've already introduced yourself to the second owner of the land, right? A flustered grin flashed through my head. Sort of. I pursed my lips. Yeah. Good. You're not actually related to the Grail War, after all. If you can convince her to grant you asylum, then the clock tower might well leave you be for a while, considering how far away you are from their immediate jurisdiction. Ah, yes. I remembered. The clock tower considered Japan to be a backwater island nation, of no significance at all in terms of culture and magecraft. But then again, those old chinwags considered anything not European to be of no significance. Provided you stay away from the Grail War. On Flat's soul, I'd never dash. I heard a loud crash. I think Flat just broke his neck. Whoa. Henry, just introduce yourself to her as a magus looking for a place to ply his trade, get in her good graces, and wait for me to do something about this ceiling designation. I might be able to get it repealed. That is the best course of action for the preservation of our society. Society. Not me. I wondered what that possibly meant. You want me to sit out a war between legendary heroes? Yes. With a cackle, I cut the call and tossed away the phone. No way in hell was that ever happening. But I'd heed his guidance somewhat. Tomorrow, I'd seek out the overseer of the land. She seemed pretty fun. I turned on my side. Just then, the locked door flung away with a loud boom. I wasn't immediately sexually assaulted by Karen, however, instead it was Nobunaga. My servant had changed her overly large t-shirt for the semi-military uniform I'd first seen her in. She buried the tip of her golden katana in the floor, and stared at me through blurry crimson eyes, a cruel grin etched on her face. Don't ruin my floor. I sighed at the Demon King. Master of mine, why are you going to sleep? Because I'm a normal person. She laughed pointedly at that, like I'd made some joke. How terribly boring. I heard her heavy boots thud against the wooden floor as she stepped closer. Then, a sudden weight settled atop my legs. My schizo servant flipped through her personality like I flipped through the life's work of my fellow magi. Don't you recall the rules of engagement? She said calmly, all battles are to occur at night. No doubt, the other masters will be out prowling the night for a foe. Do you not want to dominate them? Do you not want what is theirs? I turned her way. I don't think the Grail Wars even started yet. That Rin girl had command seals but no contract. Then we can assault her, and the Grail will answer her desperation dash. Yeah, can we not say that like I'm a deviant about to be locked up? But you are a deviant about to be locked up. She cocked her head confusedly. Your people hunt you as we speak. It's amusing to be on the run. I opened my mouth to correct her, but decided against it. You know what? Fair. I admire how little you concern yourself with that. Rarely is genius ever lauded in life. She nodded, arms crossed. Even in my time, those who thought ahead and innovated were labeled madmen and pariahs. True, true. I am a genius. They really don't deserve me. MHM. The same as myself. When I first designed my three-line formation, and incorporated the West's rifles into my armies, I was met with harsh rebuttal. My own bannerman doubted me. She burst out laughing, a hand held aloft. It was so fun as I saw the blood drain from their faces when our enemies crumbled like hay. That was indeed very metal. I'd probably be jumping in excitement if I ever got to witness a sight like that. So let us have more fun. Let us seek out a foe who thinks himself great and mighty. Gah. That was fruitless. I should have just played games the whole night. I told you we were gonna find nothing. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven unceremoniously threw her hands up in the air before planting her head sideways on the bar. Caught in her momentum for a bit, I'd gone out with her. We'd scoured the entirety of Miama town for any presence of a servant, or even something remotely interesting, but found nothing at all. In the darkness of the night, there weren't even random strangers walking around to nag. Well, we had found at least two more magus other than Rin. One, from a high-level detection-bounded field cast over a traditional Japanese manor in the district reserved for natives. The other was in Western manor not unlike my own that felt so ominous I was positive it was haunted. Since my mother had raised me with the decency to not barge into someone's home unannounced for no reason, those findings added nothing to the search. In the end, we had to settle on a small ramen shop tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the shopping area that was still open. A few lifeless white-collar workers were lounging about inside, and the counter was manned by an older man with a big belly and hair that had begun to show age. Same as with the place's sign, I couldn't read the menu either. In my defense, I wasn't Japanese. I was American and English. Asian languages were incredibly difficult to learn anyway. Nobunaga clutched and ordered for the both of us. Although she pointed at me before saying something unintelligible that left the owner staring at me for a good minute. Shouldn't modern Japanese be different from your time? I observed. Knowledge of language came with the summoning. I've been using yours till now. Nobu mumbled disinterestedly, my people feel different. They are lifeless. They feel weak. Saying that like you guys treated the peasants good back then. She grumbled. I treated them well myself, you know. Japan advanced. My people grew strong. I acknowledged merit where it was due. It was those abominable leechers stuck to tradition that ruined Dash. If I were as bad as the rest, where do you think I found my great armies? I shrugged. I really wasn't all that familiar with my own history, much less hers. Would you not fight for me? As a comrade. As I have and will for you. I stared into her crimson eyes. Yeah, all right, I sort of understood why she had people fiercely loyal to her despite her reputation as a demon king even in life. Before I could answer, the loud rev of a motorbike abruptly cut through the silence of the shop. A moment later, a blond youth stepped past the half-curtains hung at the entrance, holding a sleek black helmet in the crook of his arm. Welcome Dash. Even as a man, I had to admit he was handsome, tall, and perfectly proportioned, with golden hair cut short and blood-red eyes reminiscent of Nobu's own, no, worse. He was dressed casually, with black pants and an unzipped black jacket over a white shirt. He looked even more perfect than that unnaturally majestic dead apostle I'd fought not too long ago. Despite all that however, nothing in particular seemed to say he was dangerous. Yet, alarm bells rang inside my head. My chest tightened up. Beside me, Nobunaga slowly raised her head. His gaze easily passed over the shop, before landing on me. Then, the stranger smirked. God, I loved my luck so much. Servant. I questioned Nobu mentally. She shook her head from side to side, meeting his smirk with a grin of her own. Hope you enjoyed. Please, don't forget to comment. It's the only way I can know if I did well. Chapter 96, Chapter A/N, I apologize for the recent update frequency, I really do. But, I haven't slept in 2 days and my everything hurts so bad. 900. Unbothered, the stranger sat down beside me, leaving a single seat empty between us and made a gesture towards the owner. I watched him with barely concealed amusement. He did the very same, not backing down a single inch. His easy disregard, his intense gaze, and the callous grin. It was all very familiar for some reason. In the end, I broke the little contest with a chuckle. You're very full of yourself, aren't you? I find it laughable you, of all people, would say that, mongrel. He answered with a nod. I noticed then that he wasn't even looking at me, or at anyone at all, really. At least, not as people. No, he was looking at everything as though this was his playground, and we were blessed by his decision to think of it as such. That was interesting. I recognized that immediately, because it was the same way I treated most people. Oh, how I hoped he was capable of backing up how he spoke and behaved. That alone would make this trip to a country I did not understand fully worth it. Rhythmically, I tapped my finger against the hardwood of the counter. A bounded field formed around us, expanding to cover the space of the little restaurant. A rudimentary one that made the few customers mindlessly shuffle out of the place and back to their homes. The owner stumbled into the kitchen. A moment later, it was only me, Nobunaga, and the stranger sitting there. When I smiled and prepared to attack, he held up a hand to stop me in my tracks. Don't overreach, insect. You aren't even worth sullying my clothes yet. The world bends, and offers me what I wish, when I wish. My desire was to find a passing muse to rid me of my boredom. He declared as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Yet, this does not mean even a fool meant to amuse this king will be spared from my wrath should he overstep. For a good minute, I was left too baffled to even answer. After, I burst out cackling. My servant joined me. Damn mate, what made you think that was going to come out cool? Spared from my wrath. Which cartoon did you pull that one from? I put a hand over my stomach, closing my eyes to wipe away a tear. Or what? Was that what you wanted to say, that one uncle who kept 2 dash? A sword blew clean through my shoulder. Sadly, I never even got to see where the weapon came from. Instead, I spent a couple seconds staring at my half-torn arm hanging limp from my side. The self-proclaimed king scoffed, pouring rich wine in a cup that had apparently just spawned in his hand. The arm started stitching itself back together. Oh! The so-called king raised a brow. Again, Nobunaga and I started cackling. He got butthurt and resorted to violence. The demon king of the 6th heaven pointed a gloved finger at him before laughing harder. Imagine that. Gahahaha. He did not take well to the provocation. With narrowed eyes, he held a hand out to the side. This time, I was able to fully take in just how he'd thrown that sword before. The very air rippled and distorted into rifts of a resplendent gold. That was incredibly cool. I pondered if it was worth the risk to analyze them as Nobunaga responded. She simply snapped her fingers, and rifles formed in the air in bursts of a hungry red flame. However, instead of attacking, the king craned his neck. The rippling air returned to normal, and all was right with the world once again. He dusted off his shoulder. I told you, did I not? 2 rabid dogs are not worth sullying even this fabric. Okay buddy, I waved him off, just say you're scared. He threw his head back, laughing, what nonsense. I did not think a magus of this age would have the gall to utter such words to myself. I gave Nobu a questioning look. His choice of words was rather similar to a heroic spirit's, but she confirmed that he most definitely was not one. Perhaps, my servant wasn't as reliable when it came to deductions and analysis as I thought she was. I don't know who you are, mate. I rested my chin atop my palm, eyeing him curiously, but you're acting like I can't fold you. Do you not feel it, fool? Are your eyes so blinded by baseless hubris? Genuine surprise flickered through his gaze before he laughed again, louder than before. Interesting. Truly, interesting. You believe yourself the strongest. I don't need to believe it. I am the greatest. I offered easily. I'm the honored one, haven't you heard? Perhaps for the modern age, mongrel, but know this, I am the greatest to have ever drawn breath, long before your ancestors even knew words to speak. There's the thing. I stood up and stepped over to him, meeting his annoyed amusement with a shit-eating grin. The only reason you were the greatest was because I wasn't born yet. You can sod off now that I'm here, relic. He raised his head ever so slightly, in that way Luvia did when she was treating with lesser nobles, such that he had to look down on me even though I was a little taller than him. You seek my treasure as well, do you not? Very well. I had thought this war would be all blustering fools and incompetent morons. When the time comes, mongrel, you will understand well the difference between us. If you're oh so great, why not put me in my place here and now? I treated him with his own indignance, putting a hand in my pocket. Because I will not lower myself to dance along the tune of a court jester who thinks he understands the mind of a king beyond him. Mere words have never been enough. Not in this age. Not in any age. I am amused by your grandstanding, but there is a fine line between courage and stupidity, one you are unable to perceive. He'd said, in a lot of words, that I was way in over my head right now. Honestly, I probably was seeing his behavior, but damn if it wasn't exciting. I was raring to go. A second away from just attacking him outright with some flimsy excuse. I will rend your heart. Tear apart your limbs. And laugh as you struggle along and beg for forgiveness. You want me on my knees begging you? How kinky, but I'll have to shoot down that feisty proposition. I'm sorry. I'm just not into men. How presumptuous to even assume you would entice me. Okay, that was a bit too gay even for me. I backed off with a shiver. Somehow, he took that as a victory and scoffed before turning to leave. I watched him leave past the drapes, then finally wiped the sweat from my forehead. That was awesome, totally worth coming here just if I get to fight that guy. Nobunaga put a hand on her chin, thoughtful. I was certain we'd be able to goad him into a fight with how he insisted he was beyond us. True. He'd come close to attacking me quite a few times there. I was even sure he'd lose his shit like a typical young master, and yet, that never happened. Every time, he seemed to decide against doing just that when that had been my goal from the start. Oh. I understood now. Taking a seat beside Nobunaga, I chuckled. He realized that's what I wanted from the start. He refused to give you the satisfaction, and ruined your plan as well. She considered with that creepy grin of hers, so that would mean he did win, this time. Damn. You said he wasn't a servant. That was clearly a noble phantasm. She shook her head from side to side. Not a servant, my master. That was most certainly not a servant. But, his suffering will be even more amusing now. That was, at least partly. That was a god. Well now. I covered my mouth with a hand. A god was absurd. Truly, I regretted not attacking him outright even more now. Undeniably, I felt divinity. She raised a fist, and I do deny it. The heavens and all those would align with them are my foes. I will burn him. I will burn all he has. I will set aflame the very skies. She was talking mad shit about someone who could well turn out to be the Sukuna to my Gojo. Yeah, but can you? She gave no answer. Sufficiently amused, we decided to return to the mansion for the day. Karen was fast asleep in her room, and Nobunaga immediately retired to the couch with a gaming console in her hand. When I got to my bed, however, the sheets were inexplicably wet. I threw them out of the window and set them on fire before sleeping on the couch beside Nobunaga instead. As a gamer, I was used to falling asleep with a console in my hand. Dare I say, I felt truly at home when I drifted off with gunfire and bombs in the background. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 6 chonky chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Should be 8, but well, you saw the N at the beginning. Chapter 97, Chapter. Come morning, I found my target leaving her humble mansion around the same time as before. She looked one way, then the other, cautious and attentive, before slowly turning to pull the heavy iron gate shut. I took that time to pop up behind her with my trademark disarming smile, guaranteed to not get me kicked in the face. It hadn't worked last time, but they did say the second time was the charm, or was it the third? It mattered little, I was him. It'd work. Hey there, neighbor dash. It did not work. Whoa, I thought Japanese ladies were supposed to be more reserved. Last time someone was this quick to punch me, I fell in love with her. I leaned away from the punch, reminded of my adorable Luvia halfway across the world. Is that what you want? Miss Tosaka? Are you taken with my wealth dash? She cut me off with a deadpan. No. I think you need to keep away from your romance novels. They're fiction for a reason. Gay. Who even reads books in this day and age? Admittedly, I was a sucker for anything fantasy. But, that was as William. Being a magus of my particular tastes, books just weren't interesting anymore. Fiction was real. I'd already faced vampires and old wizards performing ancient rituals calling upon forces beyond. No book was beating being face to face with that sort of fantasy. I should have known. She mumbled. I tilted my head. What was that? Nothing. Rin Tosaka put on her mask. A practiced, amiable smile meant to hide how fed up she was. Unfortunately for her, I lived with Luviajlita. Seeing through those kinds of masks was a skill I'd attained long ago. Doubly unfortunate was that I absolutely loved messing with those masks. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to school. 2 absences one after the other will be noted. She pulled on her bag and started down the street. With not a lick of shame, I followed right behind her. After all, as much as I'd have loved to simply follow along to bother her, I did have an agenda of my own this morning. She ignored me for a good minute, then glanced at me irritably without slowing her pace. Can I help you? She asked, smile frozen. I took a deep breath of the chill morning, carrying the scent of domesticated flowers in the mansions and not-so-humble abodes all around Miami town. Then, I coughed like a smoker, because the air was so cold it felt as though someone had taken long nails to my lungs. She watched me with pursed lips and a terribly nostalgic face. Not much. My professor told me to check in with the second owner before I went around. I said politely. She froze again, for a moment longer this time, then sighed in defeat. I thought you'd be more surprised. You know, get worked up a lot more or shout at me, something like that. Maybe even resort to violence. Do you think I'm some kind of gorilla? Well, she did remind me of one. I kept that little fact to myself for the time being. Instead of dragging me back home for a private talk, she began addressing the matter as we walked. She wiped her face with a hand. I thought about it a little. An Englishman with money turning up this close to the Holy Grail war is too much of a coincidence. But, you can't be. Her eyes flickered to the back of my palms. You can't be a master, because they're exempt from needing my permission. And you'd go to the church for asylum unless you were. Unless I was. I lilted, curious to no end. Stupid. But you can't be that. Maybe you are dash. She cut herself off. I narrowed my eyes. The other possibility was you being the ceiling designation that's coming to my city. My face then must surely have looked like it came from a cartoon then, with how desperately I was trying to stifle a grin. Fortunately, Rin was thinking with a hand on her chin and her gaze on the road then, so the moment passed with me managing to reel in my reaction just in time. But I doubt someone who attacked the clock tower and irreparably damaged many lineages and crests would even care for traditions like seeking permission from me of all people. Honestly, she had the truth of it. I didn't care at all past the amusement, and oh boy was it amusing to see her jump through her hoops to rationalize my presence. The funniest bit was I'd admit to it easily if she just asked. As she talked, we came up to an intersection, and I spotted a pair of teenagers walking just beyond us. A lean, soulless ginger with his hair cut short and a purple-haired girl joined at his hip. Her figure was crazy well endowed, but I wasn't paying attention to that past the first second. Both of them were wearing the single most ugliest school uniform I had seen in 2 lives combined. Okay, the girl's was maybe salvageable, the same as Rin, with the traditional dark skirt and a shit-brown vest. The only change being her hair was down completely where Rin's was half-tied in twin tails. But the guys? Hell no. Shit brown from head to toe. Shit brown jacket. Shit brown pants. Shit brown fa dash, no, his face was fair, same as literally everyone else I'd seen in this island nation. Contrary to my expectations, when I looked at Rin, she also made the same constipated face as me. The guy up front somehow noticed us and turned to wave, but she ducked into an alley, pulling me along with her by the arm. Whoa. Surprise furious alleyway makeout sesh dash. MMPH. She shoved her wrist in my mouth, closing it shut. Yeah, the resemblance was a little too uncanny. She peeked out the side as I thought up an appropriate response. A moment later, I was able to speak again when she backed off, cheeks tinted red. Oh, okay, they're gone. Don't show dash. Help. She's rappin' dash. I was silenced unfairly once more, my dignity tainted. Rin Tosaka looked like she wanted to cry. That was weird. I was the one being forced against my will. When she backed away again, I covered my face with both my hands and started sobbing into them. What's wrong? You forced, even though I told you to stop. I can't become someone's wife anymore dash. How would you be the why dash? You're a man. Come on. She kicked the ground, an inch away from fully exploding at me. Whoa, way to be sexist. Whatever happened to equality in the big 21st century? My grandmother didn't fight the patriarchy for this. This was some of the most fun I'd had in a long while. Rin moaned, buried her face in her hands and crouched down, trembling ever so slightly. No, she was not enjoying this. Her ears were burning, twitching. She seemed to be sniffling, actually. Maybe I went too far. Awkwardly, I patted her shoulder like I wasn't the sole source of her frustration. Then, she rising dragoned me. By that, I meant she rose to unleash an uppercut from the depths of purgatory upon my virgin chin that made me stumble back baffled. My totally justified reaction was promptly socking her in the noggin like her father never did. I can't believe you punched me. You did it first. Shut up. After properly bruising my chin, Rin looked the other way. Somehow, after her barbaric savagery, she decided the blushing maiden act was going to work on me. It was not. I handed her one of the ice packs I'd brought from the local convenience store because my mother raised a gentleman. Pressing it against her head with one hand, Rin rested the other on the bench and leaned my way with a troubled expression. We'd stopped at a bus stop along the way to her school. Maybe because of the hour, there was only an elderly lady sitting at the far end. She clutched her handbag the moment she saw me and mumbled something about gaijin or whatever that I didn't understand. It felt racist, but I decided to leave well enough alone for the moment. About the permission. She started slowly, what do you want to do here? So we're just gonna ignore our fistfight. Rin blushed, averting her gaze, it was your fault. You tried to have your way with me. I felt grateful we were talking in English because that old lady would definitely be glaring at me harder than right now if she actually understood us. Shut up. What do you want here? In Fuyuki. It's not like there's much here unless you're here for tutelage. I just wanted to have a look-see at the Grail War, nothing else. I promise I won't be much of a bother. She raised her brow. I could tell she didn't believe me at all. I can pay rent. I offered awkwardly. That got her going immediately. It turned out this young lady wasn't as rich as she wanted everyone to believe. Fortunately for her, I had more money that I knew what to do with and something of an affinity for easily embarrassed angry women that held no reservations about kicking my ass. She furrowed her brow in suspicion. How much? First, you tell me more about that tutelage thing. I'd have to ask you about your family's focus, then. That was a most curious question. I was the first magus in my family that I knew of, at least. My main focus was observing and recreating as much mystery as I possibly could. I wanted to know all there was about the mystical nature of the world, because there was nothing more exciting, because I truly loved it. I'd already encountered a supposed god the night before for God's sake. I guess that was a bit too intimate. Rin murmured. Oh nah. It's something like, all of them. I want to say modern magecraft theory. Formal craft, then. She raised a brow, so your family's not that old. I nodded expectantly. Formal craft was, if I remembered my lessons correctly, it was a way of recreating mystery through the way of symbolistic rituals using sacrifice and magic circles and all that jazz. Basically, what came to mind when the layman thought of magic, with terms and catalysts that said layman would typically associate with magic. A system used by weak magi that enacted mystery without using one's own OD but instead, the ambient mana. Consequently, it took a really long time to cast any spell more often than not, and was a system discarded by all but those who had no choice to use it due to a lack of their own magical energy. Magecraft for noobs and dum-dums or just those unfortunate. So that explains why you'd head here without being a master. You desperately want to improve, in whatever meager way you can. That reminded me of my professor. But it was true for me too. I'd move mountains for even the most redundant of codes. That's an odd expression. Fine, fine. I'll teach you some stuff. She crossed her arms under her non-existent breasts with a loud huff. But don't expect me to be your babysitter, okay? You'll have to look after yourself. I cackled like a madman at that. I'm still suspicious of you, by the way. Humph. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 6 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleepy. Though they are big, the number's only not 9 to 10 because I'm still sick AF. Chapter 98, Chapter A/N. This has to be the longest time I've been sick to date. That night, I didn't need Nobunaga to come barging into my room with a gun in hand and drag me out for fun by force. I was already prepared. No, that was wrong. I'd gone a step above just being prepared. Most of my afternoon was spent browsing a high-end clothes chain offering suits Southwest expensive. My inner street rat wanted to run into a wall the moment he saw the tags. Yet, it appeared Livia had rubbed off on me, in ways not simply isolated to our bedroom. I bought everything that caught my eye, without even looking at the total. I also gave Karen one of my cards before telling her to do what she wanted. Expectedly, that ended in disaster when she threw money at someone's child to buy a worker. I had to shake my head and remind her we weren't in a sweatshop in a certain nation across the sea. In the end, by the time the sun was fully hidden behind tall mountains in the distant horizon, I was standing on my roof, dripped out from head to toe in a burgundy suit with gold buttons and a black cotton shirt under a vest that had a golden chain links hanging between 2 rows of buttons. I looked fresh. I felt fresh. Hopefully, someone would notice the fit, especially now that I easily filled it out thanks to my physical training. They'd have an easy time spotting me considering I was standing on my roof. Nobunaga stood beside me, both hands resting over the hilt of a katana buried in roof tiles. Her crimson cloak fluttered with the chill winter wind sweeping over the city. Oh. She raised a brow, craning her neck to glance at the Tosaka mansion. Ah, wait, no, the mansion of my teacher. Boy, that payoff was going to be fun. The broke young overseer of the city clearly failed to recognize me even slightly. I feel it. She summoned a servant of her own. I deadpanned. So, do you feel, because of the bright explosion of light that just came from there, or has your unparalleled genius allowed you to put together that a master would eventually summon a servant? The Demon King rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Don't mind the little details, you nitpicker. People don't like dash. But they definitely adore a person who took skulls as trophies. Nobunaga pursed her lips for a moment, like you wouldn't do it back then. Fair enough. So are we going to attack her? Are we? I would love to see what noble phantasm this one wields. I considered her idea, then shook my head. It wasn't going to be as fun if we went at her now. Besides, I'd built something of a rapport with the irritable lady, though even that was just an excuse. I turned to gaze at a lone hill rising in the distance, near Miyama town. It stood oddly amidst well-developed neighborhoods, covered in dense forestry that made it seem like a hunched-over, dark, hairy creature in the dark of night. No doubt, the people of Fuyuki were used to the sight, but to an outsider, it indeed caught the eye. According to Rin, that hill was the site of the sanctuary for this Holy Grail War. Home to the priest assigned to assure that the war proceeded in accordance with all the rules agreed upon by both the Holy Church and the Mages Association. For some reason, her expression soured terribly when she brought him up before she dropped the topic entirely. Naturally, my curiosity was piqued. My encounters with the Holy Church thus far had been nothing short of exhilarating. We're probably gonna set fire to that hill. Imagine how everyone will dash. Nobunaga cut me off by raising a hand. You had me at set fire. I require no further explanations. Let us set off with haste. Appreciating our shared interest in bothering others, I casually stepped off the rooftop. Instead of falling, I appeared next in the sky. A moment later, Nobunaga was beside me again. Her way of flying atop her rifles was admittedly much cooler than mine. You can stay here for a bit, I'll take the long way up. Chances are he'll try to jump me on the way. She mumbled intelligibly in protest but relented. Fine, but I drop in from the sky at the first sign of fun dash. I mean, trouble. Yes, trouble. Really, you should be grateful for how much I worry for you. By that she meant how much she worried I'd do something fun without her. Chuckling, I shook my head. Sure. Shifting to the foot of the hill, I let Limitless go and landed on the paved road leading up the hill with a gentle thud. With a deep breath, I reeled in my excitement, put on an amiable smile, then finally started walking. Not a minute later, I heard footsteps behind me. My first thought was that Nobunaga had reneged on our little agreement, but the truth was worse. There was a young woman behind me. Fair skin that seemed to shimmer faintly in the soft moonlight. Magenta hair cut short. European, like myself. None of this was an issue. She was even pretty, with a beauty spot under one of her eyes. No, the problem was the color of her business suit. I raised my aviators briefly and scrunched up my face in disgust. She clenched her fists, seemingly bracing for my next actions. How dare you steal my flow, you filthy peasant? The little shit's clothes were the same color as mine. Her face froze at my words. Several awkward seconds later, she tilted her head ever so slightly, visibly stupefied. Excuse me. I don't understand dash. Her words were distant, measured and professional. I will not be slandered this way, okay? Do you seriously expect me to believe that you didn't pick out that suit just because you knew I was going to be wearing it so you could ruin my mood for an advantage? Again, silence. Then. No. Well, fair. I snorted, waving my hand. All right, I'll be going now. She nodded confusedly before reaching into her coat as I turned my back to her. From the corner of my eye, I managed to see her look between me and a picture in my hand several times. But I had more interesting things in mind. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be. She trailed off. Magus extraordinaire? A billionaire. I whipped around excitedly, the pride of Lord Elmeloy 2 dash. Oh. In her hand, she held a picture of me nuking the London Museum along with every enforcer on duty, as well as every noble magus that just so happened to have the misfortune of waiting there to see an upstart commoner get put in his place by the real heavy hitter. No, that's clearly my evil twin, lady. I pointed at the picture. She looked it over again. I'm not a child. But I made you look. She was decidedly unamused. I ended up realizing that when she retrieved a pair of gloves from her pockets and slowly put them on before raising both fists like she was about to summon a certain divine general. So, you know who I am, and you're confident you can take me in a fist fight. Alone. My name is Bazette. Bazette Fraga McRemitz. In addition to my participation in the Holy Grail War, I was tasked with carrying out your sealing designation for your crimes against the Mages Association. She declared calmly, refusing to entertain my poking and prodding. I placed a hand over my heart, and gave a gentlemanly bow. You have to realize I only did those crimes after the sealing designation came through. I was pretty you all wouldn't have the guts to actually come after me, unless. The clock tower was a cesspit of corrupt nobility continuously trying to use every little thing to their advantage. It didn't take a genius to notice this with as much exposure as I had. They never stopped until they were forcibly made to realize that something was simply impossible. They were also the type to use. Say, Miss Bazette, you're not very popular among your peers, or even in general, are you? Her ears twitched at my question. How does that concern you? Yeah. This was just shameless. Some people, particularly, those who held a dislike for this woman had decided that they were going to use me to get rid of her. Maybe she'd pissed someone off somewhere, or they just didn't want her. There were a multitude of possibilities. There was even a decent chance this was payback for doing a good job, because somehow that would offend those who appeared in a bad light for it. Somehow, I wasn't in the mood to fulfill their goals anymore. Again, I have to ask, you have that picture. You know what happened. Are you sure you want to take me on alone? She tightened her fists. I'm not alone. Before I could even open my mouth to question that declaration, I felt something pierce my gut. When I looked down, a brilliant red spear wrapped in thorns was protruding from my stomach, wet with my blood. I coughed out a mouthful of blood. I would typically engage you outright, but even I understand that taking you on in that manner is folly. She pulled on her gloves, and I heard her footsteps coming closer and closer. It was only when I could see her boots that I raised my head to meet her maroon eyes. You know. You. I looked to my side. There stood a blue-haired man as tall as I with eyes as red as the spear pierced through me. I chuckled at the blue full-body tights over his body. Then, I grinned. Sorry, kid. He offered calmly. You really should have gone for the head, mate. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 99, Chapter. Oh. The servant's mouth curved into a grin, his eyes shimmered, and he wrenched the spear free. I ignored him entirely. Instead, I slowly reached for his master's face. He was smart enough to grab the woman by an arm and jump away just in time to avoid an explosion of bright red flames. He stopped under a lamp post a good 10 meters or so away from me before finally letting go of Bazette. To her credit, she remained largely unfazed, even brushing some dust off her coat as she raised her brow. I was not told dash. Ah geez. I really wonder why someone totally disliked by everyone else wouldn't be told about the extent of my abilities. Especially at the clock tower. I laughed at her freely. The warm blood staining my clothes retreated into the gaping. Then, the flesh knitted itself back together. That was an expensive suit too, so, alright, that's the only hit you're getting on me. I fully intended to let her go. She was a pawn. That was, at least, until she decided she'd rather have her servant stab me in the back without even hearing me out. Now, I was going to force every single bit of magecraft she possessed out, and steal it. I am trained to take in individuals such as yourself. She fixed her tie. That is a presumptuous assumption. Bazette was an enforcer for the clock tower. Unlike the rest, these individuals were specifically prepared to fight against their peers where a simple magus only concerned himself with furthering his craft. In fact, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that she was a person who had possibly dedicated her entire life to fighting magi, and magi alone. Unfortunately, the one she was fighting happened to be me. Even then, I have no intention of giving you a chance. I tilted my head. She raised her hand to point at me. Lancer. Incapacitate him. With a snort, I shook my head from side to side. No, that's not happening. You're fighting me yourself. The blue-haired man beside her struck his spear against the road then pulled it back. And what are you going to do about me, kid? Do you think I'll just stand around? I wanted to tell him I was going to fight them both so desperately. He was a servant of the Lancer class. One of the strongest classes according to my professor. The mystery wafting off his being alone told me he was the ancient kind, back when heroes of legend were related to gods. Nothing would have made me happier. But, I was a man of my word. I don't expect you to. I raised a hand towards the sky. He readied himself by leaning down low, then come. Show me what passes for fearsome in this day and age. Nah. You haven't earned it yet, you backstabbing bitch. Wadash. Then, abruptly, something fell from the night sky. A dark blur none would have caught. All of us did. Lancer pushed Bazette away before gripping his spear with both hands just in time to stop a golden katana from slicing his master in two. Steel met steel fiercely, sparks flew and drove away the dark of the night as Nobunaga dragged her blade across the crimson metal of Lancer's spear. A maddened grin split her face. Her eyes blurred into bright red flames. He grinned right back at her. Another servant. Shut up, abhorrent progeny of the gods. She bit out as she flew back through the air, a hand held to the side. I'd been right. This hero too was a demigod of some sort. The air burned. Rifles took its place. Muzzles flashed and gunfire drowned out all else. Lancer took one step back, then easily pierced his spear through each and every flaming bullet shot his way. Nobunaga didn't give him a moment's respite. She set upon him again. Another volley. Louder, this time. Stronger. The force behind the fire dragged him back, but he stopped it all the same, until Nobunaga herself burst through the flames and smashed her weapon against his. The moment he moved to counter her, she let go and socked him across the face. Yet, he'd seen that coming. He leaned his head back to avoid the strike, then pivoted on his spear to strike her gut with a heavy kick. Even as she flew back, Nobunaga drew another dozen rifles and fired at him, preventing him from giving chase. I could tell he had the upper hand when it came to skill as a warrior, but she had more firepower. You're getting stronger each time we clash. I have burnt the very heavens. She grinned at him, gripping her katana with both hands. One of muddled blood is but an insect to crush beneath my feet. Oh, is that so? Lancer lunged for her and stabbed at her dozens of times in a mere moment. Nobunaga did not block the blows with her sword. No, the stationary rifle spread around her shot haphazardly. Every single time Lancer managed to break past her blade, a shot from the darkness struck his weapon and forced him to change directions. She'd be able to handle it eventually, I surmised. Her parameters as a servant were rising the harder she fought. Her legend, and moniker, had indeed manifested in the form of an ability now that she was a servant. The greater her opponent's mystery and lineage, the stronger she was. According to her, Lancer held divinity. Then, as the one who burnt the very heavens. Her own mystery held the undeniable advantage. The reverse was true as well, but here and now, that was of no concern. I spared a passing glance as she drew Lancer into the forest beside the road, feigning weakness and pushback, or perhaps not feigning at all. Better not die, Demon King. Ha. Never. It'd be weirdly funny if she got murked by the first servant we fought. With gunfire and clashing steel as the backdrop, I pulled my aviators off and stuffed them in my pocket before dusting off my clothes. I then straightened out my cuffs and fixed my collar. Finally, I turned my gaze to Bazette herself. What now? Now I finish my assignment. She crossed the distance between us in the blink of an eye to unleash a nasty hook, aimed at my neck. I simply punched her in the face with a deadpan. In that same blink of the eye, she was back where she'd initially been, on her ass instead of her feet. Wordlessly, she came for me again. This time, I didn't even hit her. I just stepped to the side with a hand on my chin and watched her fist fly by in slow motion. So you're using runes. Those are really popular, huh? But I guess even these don't really compare to Tuko's. She clenched her fist, and bent her arm to hit me in the face with her elbow. I avoided that too, easily, a little too easily. Oh wait no, it was just a setup for a reverse round kick using the elbow's momentum to make it more devastating. Of course I don't hold this against you. That unreasonable woman's a monstrous grand. Were it anyone else, Bazette would have caused some damage by now. Unfortunately, I'd literally gone against a servant before. My reinforcement was far better than hers, and most importantly, my magical energy was already spread around us. To me, her blows may as well have been something we rehearsed for a play beforehand. You're just using them to make you stronger and faster though. A purely physical-based fighter, huh? I ducked under a straight kick. That's respectable. But, useless for me. Say, is this all you have? Like a child attempting to seriously fight an adult, she kept flailing her arms and legs in punches and kicks and all that. I didn't even remove my hand from my chin. I felt like one of those sages from martial arts novels giving advice. Fight back. She muttered. Trust me, you don't want me to. I waved my other hand in dismissal, noting a great explosion of flame in the distance. I don't feel too bad about the sneak attack since something similar happened last night, and I'm nothing if not the least bit fair. If I could ignore that golden-haired guy ripping my arm off, I could ignore her stabbing me. Did they seriously not tell you what you were going to be up against? I leaned to the side. Her fist narrowly missed the side of my head. I bent forward. Her knee narrowly missed my guts. Apparently, she wasn't in the mood to talk. With a groan, I put both of my hands on her shoulder, holding her in place. Her eyes widened and she tried to wrench free, but she could not. Lady, I won against Tuko twice, granted she was also playing around but still. A lone enforcer can't possibly. She used my grip to do a backflip, except she tried to kick me with both feet halfway through. Naturally, I easily stepped away from that too. Oh hey, that was smart. Good girl. Why won't you fight back? She said, visibly frustrated. I took a deep breath. Ever heard the term, coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb? Coughing dash, what against what? Yes, I feel like a bully here. Your magecraft is useless. I appreciate the code though. I clenched and unclenched my fist, feeling greater strength, and I'm not even the one wronged here. I feel bad cause someone clearly decided to humble you using me. I was going to find said someone once I returned to London, of course. I felt the need to meet the person who had decided I was a good little boy they could use for their personal agendas. Bazette grew even more confused. Alright, let me put it this way. Whoever sent you here knew you'd die if you fought me, or that's what they hoped. I'm petty enough to dash that hope. The suited-up enforcer of the Mages Association stared at me in silence. When she opened her mouth to speak, Nobunaga burst through the tree-line. Or rather, she was tossed through the tree-line. The Demon King twisted and turned midair, then stabbed her blade into the ground, using it to both balance herself and nullify the sheer force Lancer had struck her with. Even then, she was dragged back a good bit, leaving a deep gash in the road. On one knee, she gripped her katana. Blood seeped from a cut on her cheek. Her cloak was torn in places, and her leg bled freely from an open wound. Well, he took you for a run looks like. My servant didn't answer joyously. She rubbed her lips with the back of her hand, staining her white gloves with fresh blood. Apparently, Lancer was a proper hero of legend. The sort that'd be really fun to fight. You should see the other guy. She said, pushing herself to her feet against the hilt of her blade. Lancer stepped out of the trees a moment later. Other than a deep cut in his stomach and a burnt arm, he was not worse for wear. The guy was even grinning happily. Casually, he turned to his master. His eyes widened in surprise. You're still safe. What's that supposed to mean? Bazette asked indignantly. Nah, I was pretty sure he'd have torn off an arm or something by now at least. Lancer ran a hand through his spiky blue hair, he shrugged off a blow from my GA dash. I mean, he's decently strong. His gay, what now? I shivered, touching my stomach where he'd pierced it. Hey man, that's not cool. That's not cool at all. I'd rather punch your face in two. Lancer lowered his gaze, but she insisted so I had no choice. You know how it is with women. Beside me, Nobunaga trembled. Then, the air burned once more, except this time, the even light from the lamp was drowned out by the sheer number of the rifles that formed. Lancer rested his spear against his shoulder. Bazette looked at me with troubled eyes. So, round two, kid? The hero of legend asked. I raised a brow. Hey Bazette, do they hate you because you're nice? The truth was that I held no pity for any magi. If she pushed now, I'd kill her. Yet, my experience with these people had taught me that if either the Mages Association or the Holy Church hated someone's guts, said person was probably a good person. The prime example being myself, of course. No, it's because I'm not from the clock tower. She helped a stingy old crone cross the road before she found you. Her servant snitched on her shamelessly. Before that it was this lost kid dash. Lancer. Shut up. Henry Smith. I will bring you in for your crimes. My crime is killing people who wanted to kill me or worse. How bloody abhorrent of me. How dare I defend myself? Well. She stopped short, seemingly unsure of herself. Lancer snorted, kids got you there, master. Hope you enjoyed. Henry loves ruining other people's plans almost as much as he loves himself. Chapter 100, Chapter. From that moment onwards, I intended to keep my word. The opening blow was the only blow either of them were landing tonight. My magic circuit surged to life, greedily scarfing down any and all ambient mana. The enemy was a servant of a night class. I had no intention of underestimating him. By the way he scoffed and leaned forward, he seemed to think the same. I'd already lost interest in Bazette. She possessed nothing of value. No, I decided to avoid her entirely. She was a fool dancing to the tune of a corrupt aristocracy that wanted her gone. She refused to see that, for now. In other words, Lancer was about to get jumped. At least, that had been the plan. Long before we ever even started for one another, the terse silence that hung there then was driven away with the chill wind by the heavy thuds of a man's footsteps. We all turned at the same time, though our reactions were the farthest thing from one another. "Who the hell are you?" Lancer barked out with a glare, irritated by the intrusion. "Scram." I, on the other hand, couldn't help but whistle in awe, holy, or a farming. There, on the dimly lit road leading up to the Fuyuki church, marked by blinking lamps, was a man walking down towards us. No, not a man. A priest. Dark hair swept back, his dark coat fluttered with the weather. In his hand was a book. The Bible, I would assume. His other hand was behind his back, and his eyes were steadily fixed on us. "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God." Holy sure. Conflict between masters should be kept to when the city sleeps, I understand this. He said, but the house of the Lord is meant to be a sanctuary, even amidst the fiercest of conflicts. I would prefer if you did not intrude upon the rules. Honestly, I was too speechless to talk back, humbled by the sheer aura of a human who saw two servants fighting, and had seemingly decided he was going to tell them to stop fighting near him. It was downright insane. The sort of thing I'd do if given the chance, but I was certain he'd even dropped a Bible verse in there somewhere. That went hard. "Your rules aren't being broken, priest." Lancer held out his spear. "We're fighting outside." The priest stopped a moment and looked at the hill rising beside us before again turning to face Lancer. "The spirit of the law needs to be respected as well. Fighting in the backyard might not constitute being inside, but all will say it is. Regardless, masters are prohibited from injuring one another." I stared down at the gaping hole in my shirt. Bazette stared at it too. "You pervert. I'm like 10 years younger than you." I hid my body with my hands from her gaze. "Why I feel violated just by your eyes dash." "What dash? No, and I'm not that old." "I doubt that." Nobunaga observed, "Surely, you must be at least 30. I'm. Somehow, those words damaged Bazette far more than my earlier punch to her face. She took a step back, mouth hung open. "I'm 23. She said. "That's a bloody lie." The older woman stepped back again, as if struck by lightning. Then, she turned to her blue-haired servant with pleading eyes. "I don't look that old, do I?" With pursed lips, Lancer averted his gaze. When she gave out a silent cry and hung her head in defeat, he put a hand over his mouth, struggling to push down a laugh. Unfortunately, I wasn't as keen on not embarrassing her. I pointed my finger. Then, I laughed my ass off with not an ounce of shame. "It almost feels as though you were companions." The priest interrupted. A thin smile crossed his lips. One that made me shiver somewhat. "Again, I feel I must insist that you stop while you're ahead. I will be forced to assign penalties for infractions should you continue to target one another instead of leaving it to your servants." Sincerely, I doubted that rule was ever obeyed in any Grail war till now. Magi had eccentric personalities and terrible egos. There was no way they wouldn't fight one another in some way at such an occasion. This was like believing armies tended to follow the no civilian casualties rule during wars, and they most definitely did not. Or, like most rules in our magical society, it was fine as long as the lawmakers and enforcers didn't find out. Bazette cleared her throat and spoke plainly. "He is not one of the masters, Kirii." "Oh." They knew each other, it seemed. "Miss Bazette, he has a servant. I would say, archer, from. Not mate, she's clearly supposed to be a saber." "Indeed. Indeed." Nobunaga held aloft her blade. "This is clearly a sword. Or has your faith clouded not just your mind or your eyes as well?" Whoa. Nobunaga was downright diabolical when it came to hating anything even remotely religious. She'd even burnt down Mark's church just to send a message. It felt odd, because she hated literally every single one without any exception. Kirii nodded, "Be that as it may. He possesses a servant. Thus, he is a participant in the Holy Grail War, and subject to the rules. He's a criminal on the run." Bazette retorted, narrowing her eyes. "Sinners and saints are all as one under the eyes of the law, Miss Bazette. As mere servants, we do not get to hold prejudice." This priest was spitting straight fire. I whistled again, spurring him on mentally. "Not a criminal, by the way. Even your lord allows for self-defense." I waved my hand. "I was attacked, I was. And you're stupid enough to be an attack dog for the ones who did. I am an enforcer under orders. My own thoughts on it are not dash. So you are just a good little dog." Her expression tightened. She made to move closer, but Kirii stepped between us, his Bible still perfectly balanced on one hand. Gently, he closed the book, and brought it to his side before turning his complete attention towards the enforcer. Miss Bazette. Do not force my hand. Kyrie. You know you can't stop me. As overseer for the war, I am allowed to incentivize other masters. His gaze briefly lingered on me. Postpone this conflict. You are not one to break rules. Lancer just walked over to the sidewalk and plopped down, spear resting against his shoulder. He watched the priest and the enforcer bicker back and forth with one eye shut. I stepped over to sit beside him. Politics always ruin a good scuffle. I sighed. Damn right, kid. He groaned. We could have been pummeling each other by now, but they just have to talk it out. I mean, I understand diplomacy, but it ruined the mood. I get you, I shook my head. I'm all for bothering others, but not when the alternative is a fight. He rubbed his nose. Ha, you're half decent. When I hear criminal, I think someone misunderstood by the local lord or just vile, but you just like the thrill, don't you? I didn't answer. Ha ha. I'm right. I knew my nose wouldn't lead me astray. Maybe next time you and me have ourselves a proper fistfight, yeah. He held up a fist. After a moment of thought, I bumped it with my own, chuckling. I knew legends wouldn't be boring. Henry Smith. See you chillin'. The Hound of Ulster. He seemed to realize his mistake right the next second, judging by how his eyes widened and his mouth snapped shut. Alas, it was already too late. His master went silent at the same time. She stared at the spandex-clad hero with a dead face. See, one wasn't meant to reveal the identity of their servant. Those same legends that solidified heroic spirits as people far beyond the norm and of supernatural prowesses also, more often than not, held a terrible weakness that usually spelled doom for said legend. For example, the infamous Achilles heel. An opponent could easily capitalize on the legend. Well, a learned opponent at least. Don't worry. I waved my hand at Bazette, stifling another cackle. Books are for nerds. I don't recognize the name anyway. You know, see you chillin' closed his eyes, that feels a lot more insulting, somehow. Come on, master. We gotta leg it now that it's come to this. But I dash. Bazette's protest was gone with the wind when CU threw her over his shoulder like a sack and promptly vanished into the tree-line. Honestly, I looked forward to facing the duo again. Poking at Bazette's nature promised a fun time. Fighting her summoned hero was several leaps more enticing than even that. But it also made me realize something incredibly boorish. Most magi were no longer going to present any challenge. That took away a lot of excitement. Oh well, that was a problem for the future. I had a war to ruin fight, yes, fight. We're not going to chase? Nobunaga asked calmly. I crossed my arms, not after he styled on you. He did not. I was about to win. The Demon King whined, you just ruined the moment. Sure you were. I shook my head, turning to the priest. Kyrie. The night had turned out to be pretty interesting thus far. Yet, something told me it was about to get a lot more interesting still. With his hands behind his back, the designated overseer for the Fifth Holy Grail War smiled amiably. Then. How may I help you, my son? Hope you enjoyed. Aside from that, we've hit 100 chapters. I hope you guys have been enjoying the story even more as we've gotten into it instead of the usual interest fizzling out. For me, this has been the case. I started writing this on a whim and boy, I get properly jumpy if I don't write it for even 2 days. That's to say, I love this story. I managed to dive farther into the lore of the clock tower and magecraft itself than I've ever seen, and I couldn't be prouder of that. You can find 5 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleepy. I intend to double this by the end of the week, so rest assured. It's only 5 cause I was sick AF. Chapter 101, Chapter. Sprawled on the frontmost pew, I held the gaze of the priest that had interrupted my fight with an, admittedly cool, heroic spirit. He'd once again began reading his holy book with little regard for what I did, and from then, it had been a sort of silent competition. No doubt one of those power plays where the one who spoke first lost. I cared very little for that. No, the only reason I'd been silent so far was because I was too busy studying the church we were in. From appearances it was normal, luxurious, but nothing you wouldn't expect from a church close to the district that housed the elite of the city. White, spotless walls, and rosewood furniture, even the pews and the podium for the mass were made of that expensive, high-class wood. Unlike the one other church I'd been to, this one didn't have enameled glass windows, but plain see-through ones. There were confessional booths on either end across from the lectern behind which Kyrie stood with eyes closed, and breathing leveled. Yes, indeed, nothing was out of the ordinary. Yet, I could just feel it. The place reeked. It was ominous, and the mystery was foul, corrupt. This seemingly holy place bore all the markings of a great ritual, and something more. The air felt awkwardly stagnant, and a disgusting taste welled on the tip of my tongue. Maybe that was why Nobunaga chose to stay outside. Or, maybe she was busy setting explosives around the place. I was more inclined to believe the latter possibility. Have you come seeking asylum? Kirai finally broke the silence. Excuse the invasion of privacy, but I noted you lack command seals. I stared at the back of my palm. And that your servant is not so agreeable, if the words she left me are anything to go by. My servant was extremely agreeable. It was like I was talking to myself, minus the occasional cruelty and the schizo episodes. The house of the Lord is always open to those seeking dash. I held up a hand, and counted on my fingers. My past encounters with your lot have been, let's see. A grand wizard from the clan, an arsonist mass murderer, a crazy lady with an obsession for slicing apart people, a bona fide pervert with biblical levels of lust. These people were as bad, if not worse, than the magi they persecuted as monsters. Their justification for that was as flimsy as my reasoning for most of the trouble I got myself into. I will not say that I am without sin as well, Kirai said after a moment of silence. But I do try. Do you hold that against me? His words were reasonable. He was off-putting. He felt fake. The way his words drawled at times, and the times he put on a smile that was clearly practiced to hell. I narrowed my eyes, and leaned on my knees, craning my neck. You know I can tell that smile's fake, right? You would know, wouldn't you? What? That was pure slander. I'd rather die than be one of those smiling on the outside lot. My whole shtick was being unapologetically true to myself. There was nothing to those words. They still were unreasonably annoying to hear. Maybe not now, but sometime in the past. This time, Kirai Kodomine smiled truly, an absent parent. No. I think not. A dismissive parent. You wanted their approval, didn't you? Desperately. Is that why you're so full of venom for those you do not approve of? So desperate to outdo even yourself and be so flamboyant? Because you don't want to be left alone, and yet you do not want to give another the chance to dismiss you again. I pursed my lips, putting a hand to my chin. This psychoanalysis he dropped out of nowhere was clearly meant to provoke me. Honestly, this was probably true at some point in my life as well. Maybe it was even now. But he'd gotten one thing wrong. That's why you push away. But, hold them so closely dash. Look, mate. I know all of this dash. When I raised my head to meet his gaze, he'd crossed the distance between us. An outstretched hand came chopping down for my head. It tore through the air and met my forearm. I blocked his strike. Easily. Of course I did. One strike for tonight. I looked down at my phone. And you clearly didn't see me fight that enforcer, did you? He tried to move back. Keyword being, tried. I kicked him in the family jewels hard enough that he flew back, crashing into the lectern that broke under his weight and momentum combined. Somehow, there's still people that think they can pull a fast one. Apologies, I couldn't restrain myself. He pushed out with a tight face. Apology not accepted. Henry Smith. That is who you are. I nodded. I was notified of your arrival, and that I was to maneuver the other masters towards fulfilling your designation as overseer. That meant, whoa. All the other masters, and their servants would be incentivized to come after me. That was awesome. I welcomed it with open arms. How could I not? It was an opportunity to have my very own Shibuya incident, minus all the civilian casualties, of course. With a hum, I jumped to my feet. When? He shook his head from side to side. I will not. Why? I am a servant of the Lord. That is all the reason I need. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head, stepping up to him. He still sat there, and watched in silence as I pointed 2 fingers at his face. At some point, like you just said, I'd have spared cause it'd be fun. Recently though, I've been tying up loose ends. The air flashed crimson and trembled as red formed atop my fingertips. Just then, the doors of the church were kicked open. I turned around to spot a familiar face walking down the aisle. His eyes shimmered the same as my spell, and he ran a hand through his golden hair. Okay, this was clearly fucking plot armor. Who even was the shitty priest? I waved my hand. Sup, fossil dot. Silence, mangy upstart. He answered with a scoff. That mongrel serves as entertainment for this king. Risk my wrath at your peril. Risk my wrath at your peril. Do you even hear yourself? I snorted. A sword flew past my head, burying itself in the wall. For a moment, it felt as if I'd received several lobotomies at once. My brain short-circuited completely. My nose bled. The world dash. My world came to a sudden halt. I didn't even get time to feel any pain. I only realized what had happened when it finished, and warm blood dripped from my nose and lips, even my eyes had veins burst and bled. The best part, he'd never attacked me. No, even he raised a curious brow when I suddenly blanked out. Yet when the episode ended, I couldn't help the grin that stretched my lips. What a magnanimous king. I held up my hands and shook my head, can't even handle a joke. His brow twitched. His expression tightened. I was pretty sure I saw a vein pop out on his forehead. This guy was fun. He was pretty strong too. But, he kind of messed up this time. No, both of us had messed up. But, I gained more. The moment the doors had burst open, I'd lowered my aviators. I saw the golden rift ripple into the air. I saw what came through. I saw where it came from. Most importantly, I saw how it happened. A pure mystery. So dense and ancient and aged that my mind buckled under it immediately. Then, repaired itself, and broke again. Again, and again, and again, and again. Until the sudden influx subsided. By the end, I was left breathing haggardly, and my heart was drumming against my chest. I thanked my lucky stars that I decided back when I was facing the dead apostle to link my regeneration to information stored in my blood, separate from my will and conscience. For, surely, I would have died in that moment. But, I lived. I saw. I understood. The stranger glared at me as I smiled through bloody teeth. What did you just do? Nothing. I squirmed and stepped away from the priest. You know what? Fine, I'll concede. You can keep him for now. As I stepped past him, I offered a quiet thank you. One that left him staring at me in confusion and disbelief. For a moment, I suspected he too knew what had just transpired between but simply refused to believe the possibility. When I finally exited the church, my servant was nowhere to be found. Oh well. She'll turn up at home eventually. Satisfied with what I had acquired, I decided to head home for the day. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 5 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleepy. Should be at least 8 by Sunday. Chapter 102, Chapter. Noble phantasms, those powerful armaments wielded by humanity's heroes. Those people feared and revered by the masses, who had made names for themselves by accomplishing that which was impossible throughout the ages. They were also the greatest mystery. Stabilized by the belief of those very masses, given strength by man's incredible capacity for imagination. Those heroes, and the weapons they wielded, were, in a way, man's collective delusions in the modern day and age. Then, they were also the greatest of magecraft. For what was magecraft if not that which deceived the world to breathe life into miracle and fantasy? But, I wasn't sure if I could be quoted on this. It was the only plausible explanation I could come up with. When Heartless had declared that I could see mystery itself on that train, I was almost positive he was blowing it out of proportion just to screw the situation over as much as possible. I was not so positive anymore. When that so-called God, or part deity, no dash. I knew who it was now. When that king brought his legend forth and opened a gate into his treasury, he showed me the crystallized mystery that was his noble phantasm. My eyes did not care for what I wanted, they saw through all whenever given free rein. They analyzed that mystery. At least, the minuscule facet the king employed in that moment. The act of opening a gateway into the treasury of the verily greatest hero to ever live. The act of retrieving a treasure from within. The gate of Babylon. The treasury which held all treasures of men belonging to King Gilgamesh of ancient Babylon. Humanity's first, oldest hero. Thus, its first great delusion as well. My brain overloaded multiple times just from witnessing it, and I bled from every pore in my head for it. But, indeed, I did analyze that mystery. I comprehended it. I spent the entire night dissecting it. By the time we gathered in the dining hall for breakfast, I could effectively reproduce it. The dead apostle's venerated curse of restoration was far more useful than even I'd initially realized. But, it wasn't all incredible. The cost was terrible. And, I could only open it. I couldn't pinpoint what I'd retrieve or even what was inside at all. But, still, I could go inside myself. He. I needed to face him. I wanted to strip him bare for all he had. I needed to wring everything he had out of him. Even though, my own eyes would work against me in that. I wanted to do it regardless. I had to do it. Why are you breathing hard like a pervert? Karen cut into my thoughts, putting down her fork. I looked up from my breakfast of cereal and milk. You don't get to call anyone a pervert, deviant tramp. As if to prove my point, her pale cheeks grew tinted, and she shivered. Before I could press that further, Nobunaga let out a loud wail. The Demon King slammed her hands on the table from across Karen. Then, pointed an accusing finger at me. What is this blasted assortment of dishes? Tilting my head in confusion, I stared at the chips, cereal, protein bars and instant noodles on the long table between us. Fair enough. They felt a little out of place at a table designed for proper rich folk feasts, in a literal hall decorated with expensive paintings and chandeliers and all that jazz. I shrugged. None of us can cook. What do you expect? Well, I could. I just didn't want to. This is all we've been eating ever since we came here. She complained, promptly forgetting how much she loved all of this the first dozen times. You have money. I am Shogun. I deserve variety. Karen raised a hand. I can cook. Yeah, but I don't trust you not to put hairs or other weird fluids in my food. Looking like she'd been caught red-handed, the priestess immediately lowered her hand and averted her gaze. I facepalmed. God, I feel so bad for your father. My father abandoned me. But, if you want, you can ask him yourself. Oh yeah, I promised I'd kick him in the family jewels for her. Wait a second. I raised a brow, and how would I ask him? He is in the city. She answered casually, stuffing a chip in her mouth. I steepled my fingers and inhaled deeply. Mind telling me the name? Karen looked at me strangely. Kirai Kotomine. Well now. So I guess I fulfilled our promise. Inwardly, I regretted not asking who he was before from the depths of my heart. That exchange would have been so much more amusing if Ah damn it, what a missed opportunity. At least he was saved, so there was always next time to bring it up. Oh. Karen craned her neck curiously. You met him. I also did what I said I would. At that, she showed the barest hint of a smile. For once, she actually looked her age, and I felt not too bad about having taken her in when kicking her out was the justified reaction to her behavior. Of course, Karen being Karen, had to ruin the moment right the next second. Are you sure you won't act on your deviant desires? What deviant desires? I pulled out my phone and showed her the wallpaper. This is what I'm into. Instead of getting annoyed, the priest just pursed her lips. She looked down at her chest, then at Nobunaga, who was trying to hide her grin for some reason. I don't see much of a difference. What? My luvia was stacked. I flipped the phone around my way just as Nobunaga started cackling madly. It wasn't luvia. No, it was a nude of a particular demon king. I tossed the phone across the room, right into the fireplace. Gahaha. How was it? My glorious form. I sighed. When did you even dash? You were so taken with your studies the last night that I... Ah yeah. She did in the night. I admit I was a bit too taken with studying the Gate of Babylon to pay attention to much else. With a chuckle, I rose to my feet. Fair play. MHM. Of course. I guess I'll go buy a new phone. Contrary to my wishes, there was no issue with buying a phone. I didn't get randomly attacked or run into someone fun on the way. Other than an overly enthusiastic saleswoman who forcibly gave me her phone number, the trip was uneventful. I also deleted the number as soon as I was out of sight. That was not to say that the journey home was the same. I just so happened to run into a certain ancient hero casually eating vanilla ice cream on a bench with his legs crossed in the park beside the Mayan River. I gave him a look, and went about my merry escapade. Or, at least, I tried. What? No snide remarks today, mongrel. Somehow, I felt this wasn't a coincidence. Nah. I don't have time. He threw his head back and laughed. You say the most idiotic things. The world itself makes time for me. Maybe use some of that time to look for your head. I suggest searching up your S first. Ha. Never have I met one so ready to rebuke myself. It felt like he was entertained, but judging by the sword he launched at my head, he took offense to my words too. It never did hit me though. I leaned to the side just enough for it to miss me and go bury itself somewhere in the river. How dare you dirty one of my treasures? You threw it. Is the age actually getting to your head? Man, I really hope I don't grow up to be like you. If you continue down this path, you won't grow up much at all. That wasn't ominous at all. We'll see. Toodles. Waving my hand, I left the park, cutting through the local shopping district to reach a massive school. It was 100% by coincidence that this was the same school Rin Tosaka attended. No, I definitely hadn't made sure I'd arrive just in time for school to end just so I could embarrass her. Totally not. That wasn't like me at all. I'd never bother somebody just because I was bored. With a snort, I sat down on the sidewalk beside the gate and whipped out a chocolate bar. Soon, students started filtering out of their daily prison. Some laughed, some hurried, others looked done with life already. I sympathized with the latter. School had never been all that enjoyable for me either, especially not after my classmates began avoiding me. Anyway. A couple girls gave me a few shy glances too, so that was an incredible boost to my already inflated ego. No one quite seemed to work up the courage to talk to me though, even if some looked like they really wanted to. I loved the attention. Who can blame them? I shamelessly glazed myself. Somewhere along the way, I even spotted that ginger-haired boy and the girl Rin hid from a day or two ago. His gaze lingered on me for a moment, before he headed on his way. That kid was a magus too. I just couldn't prove it yet. What are you doing here? I turned to find an already impatient Rin looking down at me with her hands on her hips. Lost for words, I hesitantly held up the half-eaten chocolate as an offering. Honestly, she looked like she wanted to take it but stopped herself. I'm not taking that. Why are you here? People will think we're dash. I hummed curiously, what? Nothing. It doesn't matter. Come on. She grabbed me by the shoulder and pulled me with her. I gave one last look back at her fellow students, who'd already begun whispering amongst themselves as high schoolers often tended to do. I wondered what kind of rumors they'd cook up by tomorrow. Private messaging wasn't going to help reduce the damage either. All in all, it'd be fun if nothing else. So, what are we doing today? I summoned a servant. You'll be helping me figure out what's wrong with him. Are you sure? You should be trusting me with something like that. What could you possibly do? Tell some other master. She stopped walking and stared at my face for a good second. Then, she just huffed before picking up the pace again. Another second later, she mumbled something intelligible, I don't think you. What was that? Nothing. You're an idiot so it's fine. Was this another one of those friendless companionship-starved type deals? Thinking about it, there were a lot of people in our society with abandonment issues and stuff like that where they were starved for affection and companionship. Given the track record Magi had as parents and friends. I really had to wonder why that was. Hope you enjoyed. Henry on his way to make heroic spirits afraid of using their noble phantasms. A bit more clarification on what happened, he managed to analyze the act of opening the gate of Babylon when Gilgamesh used it to throw a sword at him since that was all he managed to saw. That alone damaged him enough to have killed him several times over because of how old and intricate the mystery is if he didn't have the BS Regan from the Dead Apostles. To have it completely, he'd need to see the NP in its entirety, which is damn near impossible with how full of himself Gilgamesh is. To put in modern terms, he has a segment of the code for a program, but not the entire program, since he didn't get to see the whole thing. Chapter 103, Chapter A/N. Since a lot of you must be curious, I'll address it directly. I'm not posting PS goals or extra chapters or even on time because I'm ill. I can't sleep in more than half the time, I can't even breathe unless I really put force into it, which hurts me even more. When I have strength enough to be properly up, I just write because I have nothing else to do. New anime are mostly garbage. The novels and fics have garbage AI or their trash AI-assisted MTL dumpster fire dogshit that no one even has the dignity to tell you are translations anymore since they're authors of translations. We'll return to the usual PS goals when I'm not as sick anymore. In the meantime, I hope updating according to the established schedule is enough. The Tosaka family mansion was decidedly depressing, even for the dwelling of an aged lineage of Magi. Most others I'd had the pleasure of visiting often employed dozens of servants for every menial need and chore, living decadently, and engrossed in nothing but their research like a bunch of peculiar university students. Rin's home was not the same. It didn't feel lived in at all. Past the double doors, there was a lonely shoe rack with only 2 pairs of shoes, and dust gathered in the nooks and the crannies of the main corridor. Someone cleaned regularly, yes, but it was easy to tell that it was just a single someone with not enough time to take the care of a person solely employed for cleaning wood. The shadowy walls stretched, and the few paintings scattered about depicted a strict family. A hard-faced gentleman sharing Rin's features stood beside a woman with dark green hair, and a distant, somber smile on her face. I surmised the twin-tailed child standing between them was Rin herself. I stared at the portrait curiously. Your father? Yes. Rin answered after a slight pause. He's not here anymore though. At least you knew yours. I realized how rude my words were the moment they left my lips, but it was too late to take them back. Crouched down, Rin gave me a long glance over her shoulder as she untied her boots before shaking her head with a sigh. What did I expect? I scratched the back of my head. Sorry. It's fine. He wouldn't want me to linger on it that much anyway. Yes, the typical magus train of thought. Emotional baggage got in the way of research and decision-making, so any and all human ties were supposed to be insignificant. Insignificant, thus, discarded immediately. The air turned a tad awkward. I didn't do well with that kind of thing. So, I put on a grin instead. Still, that means the house is empty, doesn't it? Rin narrowed her eyes, like she knew what was coming. No. How daring, Miss Tosaka, I squirmed, inviting a man to your home all alone. I know I'm a hot catch and you must be frothing at the mouth cause of my potential dash. I easily sidestepped the shoe tossed at my face. Nobody cares about that. But then, you know your servant could be called out anywhere but you intentionally brought me home. She sighed. Because my home is secure. Information is usually the deciding factor in a conflict between magi. How boring. I stopped my teasing, but, at least you accept my skill. I haven't seen anything credible from you. She deadpanned. That was fair. I'd almost forgotten about our little misunderstanding. Thankfully, she saved my bit herself, otherwise, all the potential amusement would have gone down the drain. With a snort, I took off my shoes and placed them beside hers before walking past her, taking in the details of her home. Everything was expensive, as expected. The wooden floorboards did creak in some places though, and I spotted a bit of wear and tear in the ceiling. Other than that, for a broke magus, she was doing pretty well. I still had to wonder just why Livia wanted me to bother her. Say, Miss Tosaka. Would you happen to know the name Edelfelt? She pursed her lips, then shrugged. One of the Tosaka patriarchs defeated one during a Holy Grail war, and made her marry into the family. I raised a brow at that. Specifically, at the made her part. We also incorporated their research into our own, so I guess they might still hold a grudge. Not that I care. They can seethe all they want. Her request made sense now. Luviajlita was 100% the type to hold over a family grudge, and bother someone over it just because she could. She did like rubbing her stuff in people's faces when they overstepped. No, she enjoyed it almost as much as I did. Meh. Skill issue. Shouldn't have lost. A smile flickered across Rin's face as she stepped past me to lead me into a living room, one floor up. We were just better. I didn't answer her. Mostly because I was too taken with the state of the living room itself. For one, there was a gaping hole in the ceiling almost as large as the room itself. Then, there was the wrecked furniture lying all around in one corner, like someone had tried their best to salvage what they could but given up halfway. The only thing untouched was the aged long case clock and the sputtering fireplace. So, what exactly happened here? I blurted out. Rin averted her gaze. Miss Tosaka. Did you mess up? It wasn't my fault. I tilted my head. I said it wasn't my fault. How was I supposed to know that dash? Anyway. You're supposed to be my apprentice, so this is your first test. But we haven't even dash. How unreasonable. But, I supposed it sort of made sense now why she reminded me of Livia so much. They shared the same genes, which somehow meant a parallel in habits. I decided to not give the matter any further thought. Actually. Where even is your servant? I looked around, searching for any trace of a hero of legend. Finding none, I turned back to Rin again. Ugh, come out here already. The air shifted with her words, and a man stepped out of the thin air beside her. He was lean and tall and handsome, about what I'd reasonably expect from what came to mind when one thought of a hero. His skin had a heavy tan, which made his white hair stand out a lot more. The most striking thing, however, was that he was genuinely dripped out. Not a spandex-clad weirdo like Lancer who could be mistaken for a pervert, but a proper unit of a man with a black tank top stuck to his muscles, and dark cargo pants held up by a thick buckle. The damnedest thing was the crimson cloak hanging from his waist. It went well and truly hard. The arm-only coat was a weird addition though, but it blended in well enough. He studied me for a moment before huffing disinterestedly. Still, there was no doubt in my mind that he'd kept an eye on me since the moment I ran into his master. Master, I must express that I have some reservations about relying on an outsider. A magus, no less. He said calmly, one eye closed. Surely, you don't need me to spell it out for you. I crouched down next to him, eyeing his boots. I'll have you know I checked. Rin crossed her arms indignantly. He's not an enemy. Yes, because deception is something a magus would never think of. Rin opened her mouth to retort, but I held up a finger. Buddy, you're wearing heels. Drop the tough guy act. His soles were a good inch or two thick, not even counting the literal heels on the back. This was supposed to be the stuff of legend. His gaze lingered on me for a moment. My father didn't pay attention, so now I get to hate everyone for it. How very mature. Whoa. My eyes widened fractionally under my aviators as I looked up to meet his steely eyes. He smirked down at me, clearly amused by a momentary loss of speech. Annoyingly, I had no ammunition to fire back at him because I didn't know the first thing about this man. Still, I respected the bite on him. I smirked right back. I also get a kick out of outdoing toddlers. Should I take that to mean you accept you're a toddler still? Damn. Even Rin gave me a pitying look. She bumped him on the shoulder with a fist. All right, Archer, that's enough. And you, give it up, he's not going to back down. This toddler can kick your teeth in. Ooh. Archer smirked further, and uncrossed his arms to raise them in mock surrender. How very adult of you to immediately threaten violence because of some words. At that point, I had to purse my lips. This guy was good. Insanely good. Best of all, he was doing it purely for the love of the game as well. I could tell. He didn't care enough to have an agenda past simply bothering me and Rin. He also did not care even slightly for any consequences of his words. Shaking my head, I rose to my feet and held out a hand. I stopped myself quickly. How? Archer narrowed his eyes, glancing at Rin like he knew something neither of us did. Is that how it is? All right. Archer will have to do for now then. He took my hand with odd familiarity, and gave it a firm shake. For a mere fraction of a moment, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his disinterested gaze before he quickly pulled his hand back. I noted the strange look he gave me, but discarded it for the time being. So, Miss Tosaka, what did you say was defective? Other than his mind, of course. You know all about that, don't you? Mind's being defective. Damn it, I loved him. Rin, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as amused by the exchange as either of us. She deadpanned and held out a hand his way. He says he doesn't remember anything. Archer raised his hands and shook his head. Hey, master, I wasn't the one who botched the summoning ritual. You botched the summoning ritual? I repeated his words to Rin. My totally not guilty teacher averted her gaze with tinted cheeks. Then, her competitive indignance came bursting through. Like you could have done any better. Humph. I did though. I'd actually improved the ritual by leagues, at least as far as the vessel and the mana draw were concerned. But, oh well. I smiled politely. I totally could have. I'm inclined to believe him. Archer backed me up. Hope you enjoyed. Please, don't forget to comment so I know I did well. I feel a lot of the time, people don't do my boy's snark justice. Chapter 104, Chapter. I had to admit, it was daring of Rin to perform the ritual without a catalyst and then expect to summon a strong servant just because it was her doing the ritual. The confidence reminded me of someone. I really wondered who. She even summoned a servant of the archer class, a sassy guy who just about looked done with life entirely. How envious. Nobunaga was many things, but, good at snark, she was not. In fact, her response to most insults was pulling out the 9 and blasting the other person right in the face. Yes, she'd done that to me too at one point. My own grievances aside, however, I also had to wonder just where the confidence of my current broke teachers came from. After all, she did botch the summoning ritual. Her formation was good enough, with little to no flaw, but somehow she'd messed up reproducing the exact conditions left in her family instructions. You know, I'm pretty sure being precise and rechecking over and over is kind of a huge part of being a magus. I murmured with a faint smile, amused by Rin's embarrassment. Could just be me though. Even I rechecked my own code multiple times, even if it was for different reasons entirely and was usually done dozens of times in the span of less than a single second. I was a little excited. She retorted weakly, and I did check. It's just that every clock in the house was wrong. Phone. She tilted her head in genuine confusion. What's that got to do with anything? Archer snorted, back against the wall, arms crossed. With pursed lips, I fished my new phone out of my coat and held it by the top. She grew even more confused. This time, I was horrified. With a trembling finger, I pointed at the time. Her confusion remained unperturbed. Oh. That. I've seen some boys sneak these into school. I didn't bother to ask whatever they were doing with it since I'm sure they were just wasting their time. She tossed her hair over her shoulder, huffing confidently, boys are like that, after all. I looked over at Archer in genuine concern. He just shrugged his shoulders and glanced out the window beside him, at the sun shimmering behind distant mountains. I'd heard magi avoided technology like the plague, since personal belief and perception also held great influence over one's magecraft, but still. Perhaps my own perception was a tad flawed because most of my peers were also new magi, or those who'd already adapted modern science and tech. Luvia was a proper weeb, even Flat and Svin. Gray too dabbled in cartoons occasionally, though most of her experience came from our professor's obsessive gaming. I wouldn't expect a new magus to understand. Yeah, I'm totally the stupid one here, miss. Stubbornly refusing to adapt to the times is such a boss move. Wah. Rin tilted her head to the other side, her dark hair falling over her shoulder. Senile old crone. You're older than me. Spiritually. You're a fossil at heart, woman. How do you not know what a phone is? I waved around a fist. Surprisingly enough, she winced and backed down under the scolding. But that just made me feel bad instead. With a sigh, I scratched the back of my head. All right, well, you did botch the summoning and there's nothing to be done. Except. Rin's eyes shimmered, except. You tell that guy to kill himself and summon another one. A refund, basically. She earnestly considered her options. Wait, hey now. Don't I get a say in this? Can it, fossil? You're living on borrowed time anyway. I thought the 21st century was supposed to be all about equal rights. I gave him a look. Slave. Wow. What are you gonna do? Uniones. Protest. I see why no one put you in charge of anything. He narrowed his eyes. Yeah, and you're definitely a king, yeah. Mr. Amnesiac. He shrugged again, fair enough, I suppose. When he opened his mouth to speak again, Rin cut in before he could. It seemed she had made up her mind. A little too quickly, in my opinion, but I listened attentively. That seems a little excessive. You think? Besides, infuriating as he is, she jabbed a thumb his way, I don't think he's too bad when it comes to fighting. I stroked my chin like a sage, I'd fold him like a towel. For once, the allegedly amnesiac archer kept his mouth shut. He did shrug again, but made no effort to actually defend himself. Likely, he was just unconcerned with that sort of contest. Even amnesiac. Rin ended up defending him, he is still a heroic spirit. I don't think even the best magus stands much of a chance against a servant. Especially not, well, a new one. I only smiled. It's true though. I'm the strongest. That aside though, I guess you're stuck with this guy then. There's no cure for Alzheimer's, I'm afraid. She sighed exasperatedly, where does this confidence come from? Do you even know any spells past the basic ones? I snapped my fingers and a fragmentation grenade fell on the table between us. Gradation air? She leaned on the table, both hands, visibly intrigued as she studied the foreign object. That casting speed is actually impressive, and when did you even activate your circuits? I didn't. Ambient mana, then. That quickly. She gave me a long and hard stare, face all scrunched up. Well, you'll have to do with short lessons for now because of the Holy Grail War, alright. I'll teach you rudimentary jewel magecraft. Be proud that I'm recognizing you though. The Tosaka family doesn't take apprentices easily. It was funny because I probably already knew more, if not the same as her, from when I connected to the Edelfelt magic crest. It wasn't even voluntary. I needed to scour it in order to improve the code contained within. I'd done my best then, I could do even more now. It had also been a nice show of trust from Luvia to let me since a lineage's magic crest held significance greater than one's own life. The drove of jewel-related spells contained within were just a nice little side bonus. I shook my head, you just want my money. Rin froze, like an arrow had shot through her heart there and then. That's not true dash. Then you just want my beautiful body. You lecher. You're not that good looking. But that means I am good looking and since beauty is in the eye of the beholder. My I had my suspicions after you forced me in that alleyway but dash. Rin burnt crimson, wording. Please. I didn't think a young lady from such a prestigious house would be a pervert. I was not the one who said that. It was her servant. Archer held his palm against his mouth and turned aside just the slightest bit, trying to push down a teasing grin. That seemed to push my new teacher over the limit. She let out a cry before pushing me out the door. Come back tomorrow afternoon. And don't show up at my school. People are already getting weird ideas. Chuckling, I shook my head and left her abode to go straight home, which was 3 houses down so it wasn't even that much of a walk. Karen sat by the front door, dressed in her habit, complete with a round hat, like she was going outside. Headed somewhere. She shook her head blandly, praying. For the poor souls that had the misfortune of crossing your path today. May the Lord ease the pain they suffered from your deviancy. My deviancy. I snorted. She nodded easily as I sat down beside her, fixing me with those cat-like golden eyes of hers. After several moments of silence, the priestess spoke again. We don't go out anymore. We just went shopping yesterday. But, no adventures. None of your deviancy. That word again. She went quiet again, for longer this time. Then. Do you tire of me? Or, am I a bother? Abandonment issues were a strange thing. Chuckling, I put a hand atop her head. No and no, of course not. I was just. Well, there's servants out and about. I got shanked last night. The night before that, someone tore my arm off. I know. Nobunaga told me. So, worried. A bit. At that, a faint smile crossed her lips. The Lord watches over me. Let me help you, if needed. You gave me a home, a place to belong. I don't know how I should feel. You don't even need me. You don't need to get worried over it. That was unfair, I knew that all too well. She was like me, in a lot of ways. Really, really like me. That was why I was so resolute on looking after her where none did the same for me. Yet, even that was unfair of me. And I do need you. After all, how else would I get to see vile pranks and hear absolutely diabolical words? That's like half the fun in my life. She sighed bitterly. How cruel. Come night, we were once again out on the prowl, Nobunaga and I. However, this time, the same was true for Rin and her servant. I made sure to wait until they were gone before unleashing my warlord upon the city of Fuyuki once again. Yet, that particular night was completely uneventful. We explored the city once more, but this time, even Bazette didn't try to throw hands with me. We'd run into her and Lancer again, yes, under the grand steel bridge over the Mayan River, but she simply shook her head and left for some odd reason, deciding that tonight was not the night she got herself killed. Nobunaga was left biting her thumb in annoyance. It displeases me that I must let that divinity linger. But, the satisfaction will be all the greater for it. Stood near the edge, I stared at the moonlight shimmering off the river's surface, hands in my pockets. That's 3 servants now. Archer, Lancer, and Caster. Nobunaga finished. 4 remain. Saber, Berserker, Rider, Assassin. Oh, how I long to meet the venerated heroes summoned by the other masters. Hopefully, they won't keep us waiting too long. I might just decide to bomb the city to draw them out. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment so I can know how I did. Chapter 105, Chapter. Hop on the server if you want to have a chat or SMTH, although I'm not really on much nowadays cause of the, well, you know. As a teacher and a member of the 12 Lords, it was a trifling time for the Lord Elmalloy too, but that felt a lot more natural now than it had when Waver had first agreed to Rhaenys' demands of him and taken up the mantle of his late teacher, the Lord Elmalloy of the time. Since then, it had been one headache after the other. Waver was no longer certain if he could even blame anyone other than himself for them either. After all, no one had ordered him to take in the more troublesome of his students. No one had told him to guide them. No, it had just been his own earnest desire to not see their immense potential go to waste. Or, maybe even that was just the excuse he gave his own rational mind when his body spurred into action when he saw someone in trouble. It mattered little now. What was done was done. As their professor, it was his duty to watch over those monstrous geniuses that came to his classroom one after the other. As their professor, it was his great shame to have to ask them for help from time to time when his sole duty was to guide. Svin rushed to his aid whenever asked. Flat, moronic as he was no different. Henry was more grounded than the other two in some ways, and far more troublesome in others, but he too never even questioned anything Waver requested of him. Then, Waver too had no choice but to do the same for them. That was why he tried to mitigate damages when Henry attacked the clock tower, pulled in old favors and took on debts where possible. But, of course, the matter was out of his hands. The Elmalloy name was all he had, and even that name meant less and less in the wake of the Fourth Grail War that took away his own teacher. Simply put, he could not move anyone, no matter what method he employed. Value, by extension, Trambilio, were ready to help his student, so long as their own demands were met. And those demands made Waver scoff. Then, there were those offended or damaged irreparably who wanted their own little slice of the cake. A magus capable of reproducing any mystery at a glance. An absurdity even among those whose very lifeblood was the absurd. He alone held the potential to tip the delicate balance that hung in the clock tower towards those who managed to snag him. Everyone wanted him. No one wanted another to have him. If they could not have him, then it was best to pool their resources into removing him from the board entirely. That seemed to be general consensus among his peers. His unique affinity had been a flimsy excuse for a designation. His response to said designation became a perfect one. Yet, despite all, Henry being the target of a great witch hunt wasn't even the real issue. He had the skill and power to tackle his issues. Too much skill and power. Waver laid his head back and stared at the white glistening ceiling of the guest hall he'd been received in. His gaze passed over the gold chandelier hung above them, burning with 100 candles, then the gold that lined the edge of the walls like sprawling vines with precious jewels where there were to be flowers. The wealth and decadence of old houses was often mind-blowing. He was numb to it. With a sigh, he put his cigar to his lips to take a long drag. Are you merely here to sit, Lord Elmalloy too? No, lady. Waver smothered his cigar in the ashtray. Thank you for receiving me on such short notice. Luviagelita Edelfelt shook her head with a hum. Her golden locks fell over her shoulder. No, in fact, pardon the poor reception. The pest sniffing about leave little time for leisure or guests. She smiled neutrally. A practiced smile. He saw it often in the nobility. And, This particular noble was closer to royalty. But I suppose it isn't all bad. I've built something of a rapport with Henry's mother. Waver raised a brow, once again glancing at what she called poor reception. That was to say, they were sat inside a hall where perhaps even the walls were likely worth more than he'd ever made his entire life. They were in an actual castle. A properly fortified one, with means both magical and mundane and no expenses spared. That's Louise Smith. I hope she's well. Maybe even the simple navy dress this princess was wearing was worth more than his life. She is. Though, she worries for her son, as is the right of any mother. We did miss Christmas with him because of this farce. Farce? Waver repeated slowly. He declared himself an enemy to everyone. No, he merely responded after the sealing designation was assigned. I admit, perhaps there was a better way of handling it. By the way her eyes shimmered when she spoke, Waver doubted she took any actual issue with Henry's brute force approach. If offended, the Edelfelts were happy to directly punch you in the face, or drop a bomb on your house. It was well known. It was also well known that they had a habit of swooping into conflicts and taking the greatest treasures for themselves. That was what worried Waver. Or, it would have, had he not a front row seat to the almost comical romance between a hardy commoner and a foreign princess. The way her perfect grace crumbled away near him was entirely out of place in a place like the clock tower. They'd taken to each other so well it was hard to distinguish one from the other at times. That was precisely why he had to ask. Why'd you let him go to Fuyuki? The Edelfelt princess closed her eyes and smiled, her hands in her lap. Whatever could you mean, Lord Elmalloy too? Behind him, Grey flinched and gripped her cloak. The scrutiny of Luviglita Edelfelt was nothing to scoff at. She could kill him at a moment's notice. She would. But, he too was a lord. Waver leaned on his knees, meeting her intensity, or at least, trying to. You made sure everyone knew of your relation. You took his family under your protection. You didn't stop him from a rash decision. I find it hard to believe he wouldn't be inclined to do anything you requested. She took a deep breath. Then, smiled properly. Why would I request anything against it when his very nature is what enthralls me? Damn. The Edelfelt princess placed a hand against her heart. As a proper lady, it is my duty to support his endeavors, protect his honor in his absence, and offer counsel where needed. That is to say, I agree with his actions wholly. Why? A show of force is exactly what dissuades magi. Not many have approached me. Not many have followed him. She tilted her head in the same way he often did. You noticed this, I hope. They don't want to risk him showing up on their doorstep, so they do nothing except hope for opportunity. The threat worked. Waver nodded. Your desire for the root will die with you. Those were the words he left, and in the light of a magecraft that had entirely eviscerated nearly a kilometer of land in the middle of London, none dared question them. Quite truly, nothing was left at all. Nothing to salvage. Nothing to gather. Nothing to argue. Simply nothing. Waver didn't know just what that was. No matter how hard he tried to decipher it, Waver could not make heads or tails of that spell. And that isn't even the true issue. Agreeing with his wish to participate in the Grail War was the only way to evade an outright conflict. Luviglita continued calmly. It will inevitably happen, but the terms can be influenced now, to be more, let us say, favorable. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Lord Elmalloy too? Waver sighed again. What will happen? Grey blurted out. She clamped her mouth shut a moment later, and pulled down her hood. I'm sorry. If my Henry wasn't distracted, he'd actually attack the clock tower. That's... Grey murmured. The Mages Association. He does so love fighting. And, the more they use against him, the stronger he gets. Do you get it now? Grey paused, confusion writ over her face. Waver spelled it out for her. We're not sure if Henry's the one who is actually in danger in such a case. That was the actual truth of it. Luviglita let out a satisfied hum. But that means... Oh ho ho. The princess laughed with the back of her palm held against her mouth. Yes, indeed. He might just win. No, he will. If he isn't distracted, he'll probably upend our traditions before the sun sets. With how decisively brutal he was, Waver wouldn't be surprised if he outright massacred most magi. He didn't want it to come to that. Not for their sake, but for his own students. That's why, Waver felt another wave of pain jolt through his stomach. That's why we need to mitigate the coming damage as much as possible. It was no longer a matter of the clock tower being a massive problem. No, the tables had long turned. Waver was annoyed by how long it took him to see that. Henry had become their collective problem. A problem for their world. What a fucking pain. Waver grumbled. I'm quite proud of him. Luviglita giggled. Though, I find myself a touch unnerved by the lack of his presence by my side. She missed Henry. God. Waver wanted to cry. Really, why did the world hate him so much? Gray awkwardly patted his shoulder. I don't understand much, but I think Henry's safe, so it'll be fine. You don't need to worry so much. Luviagelita rose to her feet and clapped her hands together once. Immediately, the double doors swung open and servants came spilling into the room, carrying only God knew what. Waver pinched the bridge of his nose, and only sighed. Now that we're done, I hope you'll find the food I've ready to be to your liking. I'd be a poor host otherwise. Unfortunately, I must take my leave as I made a promise to little Ellie. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 106, Chapter. Admittedly, I spent a little too long just playing Tekken with Nobunaga the next day. Well into the afternoon actually, but in my defense, the score was a little too close for comfort. We were tied even. No victory was delectable unless it was by landslide. She shared that sentiment entirely, so it was even harder to put down the controller. The only reason I'd ever even gotten up was to get some snacks, only to realize that the sun had almost set in that time. I promptly steeled my heart and pulled the plug on our competition, much to her protest. You were only in the lead by one match. She grumbled, arms crossed as we stepped out into the front yard. I sighed. I'd expect a tyrant to have more dignity than to resort to shitty lies. When did I lie? Just now, you did. I nodded sagely. I won the last match too. You didn't. I clearly dash. Yeah, but I said I won, so I won. People will believe me. You should be familiar with this kind of thing, as a warlord and all that. Gah. Propaganda, is it? Well played. But Henry, as you say, my experience exceeds yours by lifetimes. What makes you think I can't convince anyone to the contrary? That was true enough. But, she'd forgotten one thing. The only other person in the house was Karen Hortensia. She was much likelier to back me up because of how handsome I happened to be. There was no one other to turn to either. Luckily, the perverse nun was close too. She sat by a patch of roses, arms wrapped around her knees as she scrutinized the poor flowers with her eerie golden eyes. She acknowledged us with a disinterested hum. Then, before we'd even said anything, she cut us off. It was a draw. Both of you lost. Damn you, fanatic. You will suffer for this. I trusted you, Karen. She easily struck where it hurt. Either of us would have preferred losing outright instead of a stalemate, only. Wait a second. I did win. Too bad. Will the both of you now testify to your maturity by crying like a pair of children? Nobunaga raised a clenched fist. I shook my head and patted her shoulder. Never mind, it's not worth it. Let's go find us another master. Night drew nearer and nearer anyway. I was even sure I saw a shadow twist and turn abnormally out of the corner of my eye. The wind picked up too, with a certain odd chill to it, like something exciting was about to happen. With Rin's archer summoned, the Grail War was teetering on the brink. Any day now, the actual 7 masters would start competing against each other in earnest. All the servants would wield their own noble phantasms too. Manifestations of man's collective delusions. I'd have the chance to study them all, take them apart even, like I'd been tinkering with the Gate of Babylon ever since King Gilgamesh gave me a random lobotomy out of nowhere. Entering it directly was always an option, but something told me that analyzing all of humanity's treasures in one place wasn't exactly the best of ideas when it came to my survival. Even I wasn't that dumb. Hopefully, we could have ourselves a fight this very night. A fine plan. Let us set out. We found nothing. It was like the world was actively trying to make me crash out and just attack Atrum's tower. Magi were either a lot more cowardly than I'd assumed, or they were taking the age-old route of identifying threats before moving on them. I didn't even know most of the masters yet. It was a sad day. A truly sad day. Sitting on a sidewalk in the native district of Miama town, I groaned. Chin up, Henry. We'll be sure to find them another day. Nobunaga patted my shoulder awkwardly, resting a rifle against her shoulder. Despite her words, her confidence was wavering too. She also looked jumpy, like she was about to shoot someone just for the hell of it. We do know of at least 3 servants, maybe we should find one of them. Maybe that Rin girl. Or, a get back at Lancer. With a hum, I genuinely considered jumping Bazette and see you chillin'. She'd surprise attacked me, right? Even if she was just sent on a suicide mission by the powers that be, who had also decided to use me to get rid of an obstacle, it wasn't like I owed anything to her. But working to the plans of the nobility while knowing them would just leave a bad taste in my mouth. Still though, I did want to fight see you chillin'. Alright. I decided finally. However, much like Kirii, it turned out those two had some kind of plot armor too. I realized that when Nobunaga suddenly tightened the grip she had on my shoulder. I looked up at her to spot a massive grin splitting her lips. Unknowingly, a thin mist had rolled in while I was mulling over my decision. Not the ominous sort, but the kind that would make an excellent backdrop for some truly cool moments. The streetlight overhead blinked once, then lit up brighter. However, I knew not to get excited too early this time. So, I waited. I didn't have to wait long. I heard small footsteps. I saw a dark figure shifting about in the mist. A moment later, my entertainment for the night deigned to step close enough that I could actually see her. Admittedly, her form left me a tad flabbergasted. A child. I sputtered out. Pale, sickly pale skin, bright red eyes, straight white hair flowing down to her back and a body that immediately brought up the word lowly in my mind. Basically, a child, not a normal one though. It'd take a special kind of idiot to think of her as a harmless lost kid on a night like this considering the distinct red command seals on the back of her palm. She wore a thick indigo coat that covered her up completely save for thick boots, with a white scarf wrapped around her neck and an ushanka that'd make any Russian proud. No, let me guess, not a child, you're actually 500. I knew what kind of world I lived in. She tilted her head. What makes you think that, mister? Just a feeling. I smiled faintly. But, I have to correct you. That's just not true, mister. I'm 18. A girl might take offense. Snorting, I put a hand to my chin, jailbait, eh? I don't understand that word. But, that girl next to you, that's a servant, right? I glanced at the stone-faced demon king stood beside me, her hand still on my shoulder. Nobunaga's finger hovered above her rifle's trigger, and twitched ever so slightly. Turning back to the girl, I nodded slowly. The strange lowly looked around again, at the traditional houses surrounding us, before fixing me with a plain look. Well, I was here to see the older brother my father loved badly enough to abandon me, but I guess you'll make for a good warm-up. With some flair, she placed a hand over her chest and gave a slight bow like she was about to play with an insect. I was reminded of myself even. That was quite something. Eliasville von Einsburn. You should be familiar with the name. My answer was instantaneous, never heard of it. A surprise. It doesn't matter, though. Whoa. Berserker. Whoa. The air shifted abruptly. Alarms blared in my head, and my hair stood on end. I stared at my trembling hand, and tried my best to push down the grin welling up from the depths of my heart. From the mist behind Eliasville emerged an 8-foot-tall mountain of a creature. A true and proper barbarian. His arms were as thick as tree trunks, his legs thicker, each muscle was vivid and carved. His eyes shimmered crimson, and wild dark hair fell down his back like a lion's mane. An armored kilt was tied around his waist, and all except that was bare. Goddamit, he had the right to have it bare with how huge and muscled he was. His very skin thrummed and pulsed with sheer power. The madness in his dark eyes, oof. Berserker is damn right. Jesus. Where did you even get this one? A confident smirk broke onto her small lips. Maybe if you grovel, I'll only take your servant. Damn. Maybe something was wrong with her eyes. Her servant was impressive and all, but I hadn't even deigned to stand up yet. I'm sorry. Already. She smirked wider. No, I'm sorry if I somehow gave you the wrong impression. I rested my chin atop my palm. I'd still win this. What? What is this blessed war? Another progeny of the divine. Nobunaga cackled madly, her eyes blurred. She released her rifle to draw her golden blade. Incredible. Truly incredible. Oh my master. I shall never forget this. The air grew repulsive and strained. A vile malice spilled from the demon king of the sixth heaven, choking the very world. Sweat formed on my brow from an abrupt rise in temperature on an otherwise cold winter night. Nobunaga's sudden fervor managed to unnerve even Eliasville. For a moment, the lowly's confidence wavered. She stepped back with slightly wide eyes. When Nobunaga laughed harder, her confusion became palpable. Come. Vile deceiver. I shall make an example of you. Berserker. Berserker breathed deeply. His chest swelled and he raised both his fists like a warrior true. Then, he bellowed his rage and madness to oppose her sheer malice. And throughout all that, I sat on the sidewalk. No, that was wrong. I crossed my legs halfway through. A front row seat to heroes of legend duking it out, what more could I ask for? Hope you enjoyed. As always, don't forget to comment. Chapter 107, Chapter. Much like many of her peers, Rin Tosaka was content to take a wait-and-see approach towards the war within her city. That was to say, heading in blind to a conflict was an idiot's approach. Heading in blind when magi, each with their own heroic spirit, were brought into the equation needed a clinically recorded mental defect. Thankfully, her servant, rude as he tended to be at times, was more than happy to comply when she proposed that they scout the city. As a servant of the archer class, he was definitely the most suited of all classes to accomplish such a task. Though it did mean she had to subject herself to the embarrassment of being carried in his arms to truly take advantage of his superior physical prowess. Still, she was Rin Tosaka, damn it. If embarrassment was all she had to suffer for an advantage, then so be it. For most of the night, the city remained calm. No conflicts occurred. They didn't even find anything out of the ordinary. At one point, it did look like Archer had caught something, but he insisted it was nothing, going silent entirely when pressed further. Faced with that, she had no choice but to relent, begrudgingly of course. Ugh, even hell was more agreeable than this. No, wait, never mind, he was worse. Thinking of him annoyed her. Where did a new magus even get off being that confident about himself? Seriously, even those pretentious people from the Mages Association that visited once in a blue moon knew how to better rein in their arrogance in front of others. What's on your mind, master? Archer smirked from beside her, leaning against the wall behind her. It was an annoying smirk, like he knew what she was thinking about. It wouldn't happen to be, say, a certain unruly. Yeah, he knew. Somehow. Rin shot him a glare. He raised his hands in mock surrender. Just stay quiet and keep looking. She ordered with a huff. I doubt something will actually happen. Just saying. The other masters, much like yourself, should be magus. They may also be thinking the same thing you are. And that is that it's better to wait for someone else to slip up. Maybe even arrive at the end of a difficult conflict and get the victor themselves. That was a reasonable approach to war. But there was also one critical flaw to Archer's observation. Rin put a hand at her waist and confidently raised a finger. Of course, before she even opened her mouth, Archer interrupted her. But magi also want to show off. I think this war also doubles as a stage to win fame and influence within your circles, so there's also a chance that someone might just get restless. Ah, did you want to say that? This bastard. She wanted to kick him. She knew it was going to hurt herself more than him too. After a minute of pushing down the desire to strangle him, she took a deep breath and decided to be the bigger person, totally not because she couldn't do it. She was just a better person like that. Shaking her head, Rin took a look at the city sprawling below her, all the lights and great monuments of concrete and steel. She felt the wind drag across her skin and ruffle her hair. It'd be morning soon. I guess we should head back. Suddenly, Archer was beside her again. He held up a finger, and pointed a finger in the distance. Wordlessly, she followed his directions to dash. What the hell is that? She felt her jaw go slack. Off in the distance, brilliant flames rained from the night sky. Bright surges of light carved into the air and the mountains beside the city. Every few seconds, great explosions would drive away the dark of night. The forest beginning just near the edge of Miyama Town burned. Wait. Miyama Town. Hey, that's right next to my home. I don't think that's what you should be focusing on right now. Archer became the voice of reason. If we can see this, so can the rest of the city. But, right now, Rin Tosaka didn't care about reason. We're going, Archer. What? He uncrossed his arms, looking at her like she'd said the stupidest thing he'd ever heard. Obviously that wasn't true, since he probably looked at his face in the mirror every day when he was human. Are we sure that that's a good idea? I'm not at my fullest due to your. And, I'm pretty sure those servants are out of my league anyway. Don't doubt yourself. She gave him a thumbs up. He deadpanned, and pointed back at the fight. They just blew up a mountainside. Other masters will also dash. We're going. Fine, but don't regret this later. He picked her up unceremoniously and easily stepped off the edge of the skyscraper they were on. What came next was a bit of a blur. Archer was moving too fast for her to follow, launching himself off windows and walls, then it became low rooftops and trees. After what she thought were a couple minutes, he was dropping her on her as atop an English manse near her own. Instead of rebuking his rough handling, Rin immediately crawled over to the edge and belched. Nothing came out. She still felt her dinner welling up in her throat. Sorry. He didn't sound sorry at all. The bastard was even smiling. Wait, that wasn't what mattered right now. She tore her gaze from the well-kept garden of one of her neighbors to turn towards the booms and the bangs she could properly hear now that they were close enough. If she narrowed her eyes enough, she was sure she was able to make out a crimson figure standing in the air, but only because of the rifles firing off flames all around it. So that's the heroic spirit responsible for this. She now had a much better look at the destruction unleashed. The roads were scarred by flame, marked and carved haphazardly. Thankfully, the homes seemed to be spared. The servants had clearly taken their conflict into the forest nearby instead. She also noticed a distinct lack of people, as in, the residents of the district unconcerned with their world. A bounded field. Yes, she felt it. A curtain wrapped around the immediate area. She couldn't tell just what it did, but she could reasonably infer that it had something to do with altering the senses of those not of their world. Suddenly, a mad howl struck her senses. She trembled and searched fruitlessly for the one responsible. Then, the very earth shook and a blur shot at the heroic spirit stood in the sky. A series of bangs rang in her ears, and the blur was thrown back to the earth. Well, that was probably Berserker. Archer noted, because of the, you know. Rin nodded, and narrowed her eyes. That one is like an archer, but it can't be since. Her servant shrugged. And those are clearly old rifles, aren't they? Archer deadpanned, how do you expect me to know what any of that means? The Grail provides only basic knowledge. They're rifles. That means it's a servant that's famous for using guns. Wow. I can see why you're called a genius. Rin raised a fist. What I do know is that they're out of my hands. Rin let out a huff at his clear lack of enthusiasm, and once more scanned the surroundings. Rather, that was what she intended to do. Instead, the moment she looked down, she spotted a familiar mop of black streaked with white sitting on the sidewalk below them, humming an unfamiliar tune. What the hell is he doing here? He also lives nearby. Archer stated matter-of-factly, this is a valuable learning experience, I think. Knowing her disciple's nature, she could understand him just running out to take a look. It made so much sense it made her want to kick him for it. He then picked her up and dropped her right beside her disciple. The foreign magus spotted her instantly. He waved his hand in that silly way of his, a childish smile on his lips. He almost looked cu-. He did not look like anything. She put her hands on her hips and leaned down. What do you think you're doing? Watching. Making sure no one notices since. He nodded his head at the figures clashing in the distance. Well, neither of them seemed to care. I'm also wondering when that lowly from before will come back. What lowly? That guy's master. Berserker's master. White hair. Red eyes. Einsburn. Said I should know her. Why was he wearing aviators at night? What was he saying again? First time I've heard the name, but von Einsburn sounds metal. Einsburn. So the Einsburn master summoned Berserker. Rin bit her lip. Did you see the other one? She heard Archer snort behind her, but ignored him. Hel also looked up weirdly, studying her face in silence, visibly baffled. Then, he smiled from ear to ear, nope. Too bad. But, what she learnt was bad enough. It was fine that her disciple didn't know the Einsburn, but she did. They were one of the 3 families other than hers that came together to make the Holy Grail all the masters fought over now. That one of them had summoned a servant capable of this much destruction was not good news at all. Especially when her own was so, ugh. Before she could question her student further, a great burst of fire shook the very air. Something struck the earth beside them, kicking up concrete and dirt all around. When the smoke cleared, a bloody giant was lying inside a fresh crater, searing holes in his flesh. Archer immediately moved to cover her just in time to stop a hail of bullets with a short sword that appeared in his hand. Bullets that had come from a young woman that landed atop a streetlight. Around her, matchlock rifles burnt into the air, and to Rin, she was far more terrifying than the creature lying nearby. Your ilk are a blight. She wasn't too tall, or wielding a great terrifying weapon. She wasn't malformed, not hideous, yet, her heart drummed against chest at the very sight of her. In her mind she knew that calling her a human would be wrong. Her eyes were wrong. The grin that split her face was wrong. And through that, Hel didn't even stand up. Was he too shocked? She immediately shook his shoulder with a hand, with more strength than she meant to. Hal. Move. Run. That probably brought him back to his senses. But, she didn't get to check. The giant lying nearby had started stirring again. This is why I wanted us to stay back. Archer grumbled. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 108, Chapter. Oh yeah, been meaning to ask for a while. Some of you may have noticed that I've never actually given you any art for Henry, only a written description. Now that you've been through over 200k words through his eyes, I want to ask what you image him as, and if there's any corresponding art to that. It took almost all I had to keep myself from breaking out in laughter when faced with Rin's comical misunderstanding. She wasn't stupid either, not even gullible or easily convinced, no, she was opposite all those things. Yet, somehow, she missed something so obvious I may as well have slapped her across the face with it. Maybe such a trait came with being a genius, but no, that just couldn't be. I was also a genius, so I'd know. Ah well, that was a thought for another time. Right now, I was being shielded by a stubborn and headstrong lady for the second time in my life. Nobunaga too seemed hellbent on making it into a 1v2 with her in the disadvantage. Truth be told, her performance was a bit above even my own exception. The clash with Berserker was nothing at all like our little altercation with Lancer. No, it'd be accurate to say Nobunaga was wiping the floor with the giant, at least till now. Every time he even came close to touching her, dozens upon dozens of rifles would blow his limbs to kingdom come from some unknown direction. What they did not stop, was brought to heel with her own blade. The oddest facet was that I knew for a fact Berserker was far stronger than Lancer, Cu Chulin, in every aspect. Berserker howled and shot for the Demon King. She only tilted her head, raising a hand. Her eyes burned. The rifles all around her swirled haphazardly. Then, a series of bangs and flames tore through his flesh. He powered through them. She simply waved her hand. This time, more rifles fired. He fell back, smoldering. "Do not presume to near me, puppet," she said, calmer than ever. I'd never even seen her so calm before past the first time I summoned her. She moved her hand again, without looking, and the rifles moved to point at me instead. Rin immediately seized up. Archer narrowed his eyes. I did nothing at all, passed him curiously. My new teacher was not so moved by disinterest in the apparent threat. She shook my shoulder with a hand. "What's wrong with you, you idiot?" "Miss Tosaka, I enjoy your nerve but." I gently removed her hand from my shoulder. I don't like being pushed into things. I'm sure the clock tower can back me up on this. She opened her mouth to say something but Nobunaga fired before she got the chance. For what it was worth, Archer intercepted most of the shots with his sword but some of them got through. They tore into the wall behind us, blowing it to bits of steel and concrete. And, I don't think she's too keen on letting anyone run. "What kind of servant are you?" Nobunaga inquired from atop the streetlight, studying Archer. "I do not recognize you." She then let her head fall towards the howling Berserker ever so slightly, that one. "I do. And, he stands not a feather of a chance against my ambition." Archer glanced at me for a brief moment. Yeah, he definitely knew something. There was that odd familiarity in his eyes. He clearly expected me to intervene, to act out. I really wondered why. He was supposed to be a heroic spirit, a hero of legend. There was no way such a person would be able to know me. He then turned to look at Nobunaga. "Your quarrel is with Berserker. We're just observers." "Right, master." Rin was pulled from her stupor by Archer calling for her. She finally stopped staring at me to shake her head roughly. "What dash? Wait, yeah, that's right. We're only here because this is attracting too much attention. Both your masters are breaking the rules right now." Yeah, what she said. That is an easily fixed issue. One of Nobunaga's rifles moved to hover beside her feet. Easily, she stepped atop it. Just when it seemed like she was about to drag the fight elsewhere, Nobunaga stared at Rin again. "And yet, who are you to presume you have any right to enforce these rules of yours upon myself?" Rin stammered intelligibly at that, suddenly faced with the full, undivided attention of a being that brought a flaming hell with her everywhere she deemed fit. Berserker took advantage of that. One moment he was snarling on the ground, the next he was beside her, already swinging the jagged sword cleaver axe abomination he wielded. Nobunaga drew her sword from its hilt till the very tip just in time for it to take the full brunt of the hit. Her hands trembled, then Berserker roared again. He was stronger this time, faster. Sparks dragged across the steel. With a mighty heave, he threw her to the skies. Mid-flight, she snapped her fingers with a massive grin, and when he shot after her, a hail of bullets tore into his back. By the time he reached her, one of his arms was barely hanging off the bone. She drew her blade fully the instant he reached her. It caught a flame, brilliant and immense. She swung it. A great explosion thundered over the dead of night as a sea of flames passed the sky. Berserker shot out like a meteor from the sky, crashing out of sight. I couldn't help but clap my hand and whistle and hoot in applause. This was everything I expected from a clash amongst heroic spirits and so much more. Berserker did not have his mind, no tactics and no techniques, just brute force, raw power, and he was still able to fully measure up against her. Yet, Nobunaga was all the stronger for his legendary strength. I suspected it had, again, something to do with the nature of her existence. With such incredible strength, his legend was surely great. If ancient enough, his lineage was that of the divine. Nobunaga was tailor-made to burn such divinity. Her strength was proportionate to its immensity. She even said she recognized. I'd ask her later. Rin seemed so enthralled by the night sky swept over by brilliant red-hot flames that she simply ignored my outburst. No, my teacher was staring dumbly at the spectacle unleashed with her eyes as wide as saucers and no strength in her legs. I was kind enough to catch her when she stumbled back. This brought her back to her senses. I was rewarded for that by her becoming a tomato. Huh. That's exactly how she reacts too. Anyway, Miss Tosaka, how was your first taste of the Holy Grail War? In the end, while waiting for the war to begin, I ended up starting it myself. A true honor. Hopefully, it'd spur the rest of the pussies in the city into actually getting to doing something instead of sitting on their asses in the dark all day. Rin stood in silence until the flames had sputtered out and then the first rays of sunlight broke onto the new morning sky. So, this is the Holy Grail War. It's been a real experience. I nodded to her words. When they started fighting, that big guy wasn't even taking damage. Nobunaga's first few shots had simply glanced off his bare skin as though it were the toughest armor in the world. Courtesy of several more borderline lobotomies when they were fighting, I now knew that had actually been the case indeed. I also knew the identity of the mad hero just because of that. That said, I had no idea what it actually was. Just that something was covering his form, something that my eyes could not perceive. It was a real revelation, to be honest. I could see Gilgamesh's gait, but not Berserker's noble phantasm or defense. I saw him as any normal person would, well, save for the ancient mystery waiting off his being. Mystery as old as Atrum's caster. Of course, that just served to excite me all the more. Archer, mate, do you think you have a chance against that? I hummed, shoving my elbow into his ribs. He sighed. I sincerely doubt it. The other one too. I really have to wonder what class she was. You wouldn't happen to know, would you? He was shamelessly taunting me. With a silly smile, I whistled. Same. You could tell me either was a berserker and I'd believe you. It was so scary. Then why the hell did you even come here? Rin scolded out of nowhere, her hands on her hips as she leaned forward to glare at me. You put yourself in unnecessary danger. What was she? My mom. I was in no danger whatsoever. That's bullshit. She shouted at me. Whoa. No need to get so heated. I backed away with hands raised in surrender. Why do you even care if some random magus gets hurt? Of all the things to be convinced by, those words of mine managed to throw her off her game. Rin Tosaka's eyes widened. She stepped back, and looked around like she'd find the answer written on the road somewhere. Well. It doesn't dash. I took you on so I feel a bit responsible is all. Okay. Damn. I didn't know how to respond to that either. I'm sorry. I believe him, Master. Archer backed me up, the RU. The rules are strict about civilian casualties. I stared at him. Hey, why'd you almost laugh in the middle there? It was your imagination. Rin cleared her throat, interrupting us. All right, listen to me, both of you. She pointed a finger at me, looking all bossy and annoyed. You, go home. I'm going to get ready for school. We'll talk about the danger you put yourself in when I get home. I wanted to respond. I would have. I heard a crash the moment she finished. From the way her expression tightened, she heard it too. When the both of us turned towards it, someone let out a startled cry and then, footsteps. Someone running, to be precise, in the other direction. Pursing my lips, I patted Rin's shoulder. You go ahead. I'll take care of our little interloper. What are you gonna do? I dragged a finger across my throat. Her face dropped. I assent that a little too dash. Archer snorted, turning his head aside. Unable to control myself, I did the same. Rin's face reddened as realization dawned upon her face. How are you two so annoying? You barely know each other. Yeah. I stared at Archer suspiciously. Anyway, toodles, Miss Tosaka. With that, I disappeared. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 109, Chapter. For those who grow annoyed with the Rin thing, read the last line of the last chapter again. Although, the coming chapters explain it a lot better. P.S. Fuck you, Mel. What do you mean it's not canon? From the first moment I laid eyes on him, I had known something was off with the ginger boy wearing the stupid uniform Rin hid me from. My suspicions were now confirmed fully. My curtain was a basic one meant to distort the vision of those not of our world, but it was also designed to outright ignore those of our world. If he noticed the commotion, and came closer to observe, he was a magus, not a very good one judging by the ostensibly snail-like pace he was running through the street at, but a magus nonetheless. I watched him cut into a street from the sky. The moment he looked back to check if someone was pursuing him, I teleported into his path. Caught by surprise, he stumbled, then fell on his ass, eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights. Smiling politely, I waved a hand. Hey buddy, remember me? Honestly, I drew a bit of a blank when it came to what I was actually supposed to do to him. If he was a magus, T was totally fine to murk him where he stood, or sat. But, the very genuine panic and acceptance in his eyes as he crawled back was truly confusing. A magus would never have that kind of look at the first encounter. However, the clear-cut defiance was what actually surprised me. This guy, he wanted to fight. What do you want from me? He asked slowly, in broken English. By our own rules, I should kill you and you should try to do the same. He immediately turned around and ran. That was unexpected. But I think you realize that's not something you're gonna be able to do. I sighed, disappearing once again to stand in the sky above. What should I do? Well, it was fun to see him run around anyway, even if I was left feeling like something of a bully watching him flee so desperately. What a conundrum. From where I stood, he wasn't even actually fleeing. No, he was rushing towards one of the two homes with bounded fields erected over them. The traditional Japanese one from the looks of it. This really was rather interesting. He was properly using his head. I wondered what magecraft he practiced and more importantly, what code he could give me. I watched him round a corner, and appeared in front of him once again. This time, only a few houses away from the one that was clearly his destination. Boo. He did not flee. His face hardened in resolve, and he clenched his fists. Then, he let out a pitiful battle cry and rushed me. I easily stepped away from the shoddy haymaker thrown at my face before tripping him with a foot, hands in my pockets. With a startled grunt, he stumbled and spun, but just when it looked like he'd fall, he corrected his posture, to run straight for the double doors of his home. In doing so, he accomplished his goal. Wow, nice play. I followed him at a relaxed pace, clapping my hands. With one last panicked look, he burst through the doors of his home. In the time it took him to do that, I analyzed the bounded field around his workshop several times over and found it to be nothing of concern. The same as last time, a very well-made detection field but not else. I ignored it entirely. Crouching on the outer wall of the home, I watched him with a hand on my cheek. Clearly, his first thought had been run right into his home, but he realized halfway through that that was a very bad idea. When he turned around, I waved at him again. Grunting, he changed directions for the old storehouse built in the corner and burst through the shoddy old doors. Yeah, this'd been fun at the start, but now it was getting tiresome. Hopefully, he'd show me what he was worth soon. God, with how willing you look to throw down, I really hope you have something awesome in there, mate. A moment later, the defiant youth stepped out with a pipe. What's that supposed to be? An honest-to-God pipe. The sort you saw used for plumbing. That was it. That was his be-all and end-all weapon. The weapon he needed to lead me all the way here. Yeah, at this rate, I really might just murder you. He threw himself at me again. I just punched him in the face. He went tumbling back into the storeroom. I realized then that there was no reinforcement on his body either, nor on the bent and bloody pipe now staining the dirt. Seriously, what was going on? With a cry, the youth shot out at me again, wielding another pipe. I wrenched it free from his grip and cracked him in the cheek with it. Well, the bastard was tough if nothing else, even though I wasn't using any reinforcement either. Feeling bad, I kicked him back into his little shack. Shaking my head, I followed him inside. He was lying against a couple of crumpled boxes that must have broken his fall. His chest was heaving, and he was struggling to breathe, having had the air kicked out of him just a second ago. The place was no worship like I expected it to be, but instead, an actual storehouse, filled to the brim with shelves that held nothing worth even a glance, just old and broken appliances, a lot of broken stuff, actually. Just what do you think a life is? He managed. I made no effort to hide my very real confusion. Aren't you a magus? Why are you asking me that kind question? I crouched down, pursing my lips, the only reason I don't have any qualms about killing you. No. Nobody has the right to take any life so casually. I put a hand over my mouth, pushing down a laugh. Which cliché manga did you pull that one from? He had the look of someone annoyed by a lack of fairness. The frustrated kind of anger I remembered from my days under a harsh and uncaring mother. The kind you experienced when you just didn't understand why someone would possibly treat you a certain way. I smiled faintly. So, what are you gonna do about it? I'm going to. He pushed himself up. I'm not going to go down like this. I hung my head, chuckling. This was way too hilarious. He was having a proper main character moment over here. The guy seriously thought I was going to kill him. Man, I really wanted to know what was going on inside his head right now. Probably a whole monologue about injustice in the world and how he was going to fight it, in whatever way he could. What the? An abrupt flash of light ripped me from my thoughts. I raised my head just in time to notice the very act of summoning ritual drawn into a cleared space behind shelves holding old, broken and used household appliances. Well now. That made all of this worth it and then some. Having had just enough about people landing surprise hits on me, I immediately reinforced my body and expelled mana all around us. The decision to do that was the correct one. A moment later, a heroic spirit came forth with some invisible blade already mid-swing. And I was faster. A localized red blew away the formless weapon long before it reached me. Then, I reached out and wrapped my hand around the servant's throat with a massive grin on my face. It was a woman. Of course it was. A beautiful girl with hair of gold tied in a practical bun using a navy ribbon and gem-colored eyes. Her skin was pale and soft to the touch, not like a warrior's at all, yet a warrior she was. The plated armor laid over her blue dress was a little stocky, her gauntlets were definitely too big, and her small face betrayed only the slightest hint at being overpowered by someone clearly not a heroic spirit. I had little interest in actually making others actually suffer, so I tossed her aside like a sack of potatoes and turned to the kid again. You, buddy, what's your name? You should have told me you were a master. We could have had ourselves a proper throwdown. A master. He craned his neck. His servant came right at me immediately. She swung her blade. I leaned back and socked her in the chin, or, intended to. She elbowed my arm, and socked me in the chin instead, with the hilt of her blade. The blow was weak for a servant. Gripping my chin, I stepped back as she positioned herself between me and her master. Well, Nobu had her fun. So I don't think she'll have much of a complaint. I watched the girl grip her blade with both hands, and raise it to the side of her head. You want to throw hands? Servant, saber. I have answered my master's call. She glanced back at her master. Let us talk once we are rid of this. Faux. Nice. I clapped my hands together, laughing in glee. She did not share my enthusiasm. Her face was so terribly serious it made me feel like the villain. That couldn't possibly be. I was the good guy here. The best guy even, but maybe not. A little scuffle never hurt no one. Snorting at my own thoughts, I raised my fists as well. Gauntlets of living stone formed over them. Then, the air around them took a crimson hue. As a servant of the saber class, using anything less was just disrespectful. I'll warn you in advance. You're not about to have a good time. She accepted my challenge and stepped forth, blade held aloft. Hope you enjoyed. Once again, fuck you Mel. What do you mean it's not canon? You bitch. Chapter 110, Chapter. I ask of you, why attack my master? Those were the unreasonable words the newly summoned saber chose to use as we stood across from one another. And, admittedly, for a slight moment, they did manage to confuse me. After all, I really had no reason to go after the confused boy she was protecting. Even if he was a master, targeting one outright was strictly forbidden by the rules. Because I'm a master too. And, we're at war. That was the flimsy excuse I gave the armored girl, for if I made my real intentions known, she wouldn't fight me at all. I couldn't have that. I desperately wanted to fight this hero of legend, no, this knight from my own homeland. Her accent gave it away, instantly. She was addressing me in English, not Japanese. She nodded calmly, I understand. I do not hold it against you then. I blinked. She was upon me. Her weapon, though hidden in air, did not escape my understanding. I couldn't see it, but that didn't mean it had no physical form. It was a long sword. When it cut down, it forced the mana I'd expelled aside by the sheer weight of its existence. In turn, I saw it come down as though it were in slow motion. Holding my hands close like a boxer, I stepped forward and forced my body aside with that same mana. The blade flew past my shoulder. My fist came rounding to smash clean against her face. I heard a crunch. The stone of my gauntlet shattered, but the hit landed. She didn't even get to see the other arm clothesline her. She flew. Her back first struck the wall. Then, sheer force blew her right through it. She twisted and buried her sword in the ground, halting her trajectory right into the kid's home. Her face was bruised where my fist hit it, and her lip bled. Her expression remained unperturbed. That was good. Blue deleted the distance between us. Her eyes widened. My fist was already inches away from her face. She raised her sword in a hurry, quickly enough that I hit it instead. She struggled a moment, but was unable to hold against a combination of reinforcement, red, and the Astari living stone. But, she did manage to divert the blow just enough that only her arms were flung to the side. With a grunt, she swung the sword back at me to cut my body in twain. I already understood that I couldn't take a hit from her either, so I forced my body to jerk backwards, beyond what my spine could even handle. I heard a crack, then a snap that told me it had already fixed itself. With the same momentum, I fell back entirely, on one hand, and kicked her in the chin. She placed her gauntlet between my foot and chin, forcing her own forearm to take the brunt of it. I threw my weight on my other hand, and in doing so, forced the rest of my body to spin just enough that I could kick her with my other foot. She was faster this time, and her blade tore through my flesh, spraying blood onto the blue of her dress. By the time I jumped to my feet, the leg had already grown back. She grunted and stepped back. I flashed my teeth. Not bad for a magus, huh? A magus. Shouldn't be able to hold this well at all, she admitted, wincing as she raised her blade. Yes, she diverted a lot of my blows, but that didn't mean she hadn't felt the force behind them. Her arm trembled. Her lips bled. But, this much, I can bear. She raised her blade. Mana surged. The winds wrapping around it turned turbulent and kicked up dirt and dust. When she abruptly swung it, those same winds came striking forth. In the blink of an eye, they ripped through the earth between us. But, I was already standing overhead by the time they reached me. Flames erupted around me. They hung in the air. Great. Awesome. I snapped my fingers. They roared forth. Saber pulled her blade behind her and swung it. The winds came bursting forth once again. They tossed my measly flames aside like mere flies, before coming to me. Grinning, I carved a finger through the air. The winds themselves were carved in twain. Saber grabbed Shiro by the neck and jumped back just in time to avoid a dismantle that sliced into the very earth. You saw it? I questioned. No. Instinct then. The night before, I'd launched one at Berserker as he battled Nobunaga and he too avoided it in much the same way. I was also certain there was no way to actually see them coming since there was nothing to even see. I brought my hands together. For a moment, I considered launching hundreds of them but ultimately decided against it. That'd be too much. She was already struggling to keep up. The distance between us blurred once more. I appeared between the duo, a hand on my chin. She noticed me instantly and left with no real way of defending. She once again brought the hilt of her sword to bear. I met it halfway with my own palm. That was not the right decision. The turbulent winds around her blade tore my hand to shreds, and she tried to sweep my own feet from under me with a sudden kick. That was also the wrong decision. On her end, this time. I barely budged. To her credit, she immediately noticed her winds were more effective than anything else. A little too late, however. Her eyes widened ever so slightly as she stared up at my grin moments before I snapped my fingers. An invisible force, much like Dash, no, exactly like the winds around her weapon struck her, tossing her against a wall that cracked under her weight. Those winds were a product of magecraft. Magecraft of the highest order, made by someone with unquestionable skill. Compressed turbulent winds meant to wrap around her sword, to hide it, but also manipulable for both attack and defense. Magecraft I could replicate and improve. I swung my hand, her invisible air smashed against her own chest, burying her deeper into the wall. She grunted, and bled from her mouth. That was when I realized that maybe I'd gotten a little too excited. How about it, Saber? Am I a good enough opponent? Your strength warrants respect, but Dash. I noticed. This kid doesn't have the mana to support you. Glancing at the awestruck youth, I stepped closer to Saber just as she wrenched herself free. She raised her blade again, but lost her footing and fell back against the wall. You're fighting me on fumes. I crouched down. Say, how about contracting with me instead? You'll win the war if you do. It's a guarantee. She stared up at me. Then, past me, at her master. I saw in her eyes that she was considering my offer, but only for a fleeting moment. No. Her answer was no. I knew it before she even said it. No. I will stand by him. There was a reason she was a fabled hero, summoned in the strongest class. I suppose conviction and loyalty was the least I should have expected, even in the face of utter domination. I admired that, because I doubted I was ever going to have that sort of look. A shame. I hung my head. It was bad luck, Saber. You got spawn-camped by the strongest while nerfed. What do those words mean? I pursed my lips, lowering my aviators over my eyes. She wrapped her dainty fingers around her sword, and made to stand again. Then, something truly surprising happened. The injured boy she was fighting to protect forced himself to his feet. He made a pipe from gradation air and charged me. The idiot charged me. Saber. He even let out a battle cry. Master, no. Saber cried out, showing emotion for once. I lazily swung my fist his way. He got tossed weightlessly into the air. Oh. My fist was still reinforced. It was still covered in a weakened version of red and living stone. His blood sprayed. My face dropped. I really hadn't meant for that to happen. Saber grunted and shot to her feet, swinging her blade at me with all the strength she had. I backed away with raised hands. Infinity spilled out to hold her in place. Wait, Saber. That kid's gonna die. We both looked at the ginger lying several feet from us. His white shirt was torn. His chest had a long gash and bled profusely, staining the grass and what remained of his clothes. Yet, he was still breathing, weakly. His eyes were slowly losing focus. That was your intention. The bloody hell it was. I don't have any kind of murder boner, lady. If you keep fighting me, he's going to actually die while you do. I was just messing with him. Then what? I stroked my chin, racking my brain for ideas. Well, I don't really have anything that could heal that kind of injury. Saber positioned herself between us again. With one hand, she held her master, with the other, she pointed her blade at my face. Ugh, he really was going to end up kicking the bucket with how deep the wound was, and how much blood he'd already lost. The one healing rite I knew worked by enhancing the body's own healing rate. There was no shot it'd heal him from this. The curse of restoration wasn't just a thing to pass around so casually, and he didn't even have the mana for that anyway from what I could tell. Killing him was never the plan. I wasn't about to follow in the steps of what made me hate the rest of my peers. Wait, every magus knew a way to heal. I raised my hands. I'm not going to have an idiot kid on my conscience, woman. I have an idea. Why should I trust what you say? We are enemies. She bit out. True. We'd been at each other's throats not a second ago, for all intents and purposes. Still, if I could, I had to try. You don't exactly have a choice at the moment. Take him inside and bandage him up. I'll come back with someone who can actually help. Saber's eyes narrowed. She opened her mouth to protest, but I was already gone before any actual words left her mouth. Hope you enjoyed. A reminder that I am still sick. Chapter 111, Chapter. When Rin came stomping through the schoolyard all red-faced, I realized that the staff, whoever was responsible for bringing her my message, had quite possibly not delivered it in secret, and that everyone ended up hearing what was meant only for her. Now, it was just a question of which of the three explanations I gave to the adorable stuttering mess of the teacher actually got through. I'd certainly been creative. At the same time, I wasn't sure the small woman even understood the words that came out of my mouth. Oh well. Rin would be more than happy to tell me the truth herself. Hey, I waved my hand shamelessly. You told them my uncle was in the hospital. I don't even have an uncle. She made a strange expression, hands on her hips, head tilted. Unless you mean Kyrie, in which case, I'm happy he's suffering. Huh. She knew Kyrie Kodomine too. That was interesting. Almost everyone interesting I'd come across in this city knew that unnerving priest at some level. Aside from the servants, although the reason for that wasn't exactly difficult to figure out. That's a lot better than the other two. So, why were you even worked up? She ignored my question entirely. What, other two? I told one teacher you needed to take responsibility for what you did in the alleyway yesterday. I didn't do anything. I told the other one your father died, but then she told me she knew. I may or may not have laughed and told her I caught an STD from you. Rin Tosaka, my teacher, was not at all amused by my totally awesome prank if her dry face was anything to go by. I got the distinct feeling that Archer enjoyed it though, so that was good enough for now. She groaned, and rubbed her temple with a hand. So. Out with it. What was so important that you had to mess up my perfectly curated image? Perfectly curated what now? I turned to the one guy I trusted to lend me a hand. Archer, what happened? He stood by the gate already, arms crossed and eyes closed. Some classmate of hers. I might even call them friends if I didn't know my master, saw you from the windows. She saw you last time too. Ayako, I think. Archer met my expectations fully, snitching on his master with a smirk on his face. She was, let's say, rather vocal with it. Now everyone thinks dash. Rin interrupted him hurriedly. Archer, not another word. I'll use a command seal. I feel that would damn yourself rather than me, but whatever, I suppose. What do you want? I'll just show you. I put a hand on Rin's shoulder, the other in my pocket. Hold tight now. What are you dash? One moment, she was questioning me. The next, she was desperately clutching my arm with both of her hands as her legs flailed about helplessly. The winds were chill and relentless this far up. Her question died in her throat, followed by a surprised squeal when she realized we were stood 100 meters in the air. The city stretched below. A sight I'd become used to in the past week. Rin. Not so much. Elle let me down. Are you sure? I raised a brow. I don't think you have a spell for this. She looked down. Her face drained and her grip on my arm tightened till her knuckles were white. Oh, on second thought, don't let me down at all. But, how? I think you know. You just don't want to accept it. She quieted down, looking as though she had fallen into deep contemplation. Unfortunately, I didn't really have the time to let her draw her conclusions. Enough time had been wasted waiting for her to come out of school. The world bent. We now stood in the battle-scarred courtyard where I'd faced the newly summoned saber. In my excitement, I'd unwittingly missed clues I never should have. The consequence wasn't one that weighed particularly heavy at the moment. But what if we waited any longer? Rin seemed to collect herself immediately. I half expected her to attack me. She did not. Instead, she looked around with a certain familiarity in her eyes. She knew him too, I realized. They lived in the same district, and went to the same school. Of course, she knew him. Isn't this? I looked at the blood-soaked grass with pursed lips. What happened here? I fought Saber. You. She stared at me, disbelief coloring her eyes. Then, acceptance and defeat. It was evident she wanted to say more. I glanced at the paper-thin shoji doors. They were aesthetic, I admitted, but a wandering child could tear through those. And, considering I saw a shadow move to open the door, I really had to wonder if they even deserved to be called doors. When she slid one aside, Saber gave me a hard stare, but ultimately stepped aside to reveal the youth I'd injured lying on a futon, struggling to breathe. My heart sank again. I could smell the blood, see it staining the mattress. The bleeding had lessened, but the injury was still fatal. Rin's breath caught. That's Amiya. The mortified look she gave me made me wince. I stepped back. When I blinked, she had already rushed up the slight stairs and into the room to kneel near the kid. She grabbed his hand, then pressed the side of her head to his chest to check for a heartbeat before biting her lower lip. This was you. I made to get closer, but Saber stepped between us. It was an accident. I thought, it doesn't matter. Can you help him? Before I knew it, the wind had picked up, grown chilly enough that I felt it drag across my skin. The blue skies overhead were gone, painted a depressing gray by clouds that rolled in from the mountains. I could taste the rain on my dry lips. It reminded me of home. Home was slightly depressing if I stopped to think for a moment. That was why I avoided it, and pushed the thought out of my mind right the next second. But, I needed, to down my enthusiasm, I accepted that much at least. Shiro Amiya would survive. I let out a relieved sigh. But, I needed to avoid there being a second or a third Shiro. Next time, maybe it wouldn't be so. Wantonly harming those that didn't deserve it just wasn't me. I'd thought he was a full-fledged magus. My excitement had made me ignore the clues to the contrary. I'd be a tad more apprehensive next time. However, I refused to change my opinion on actual magi. They deserved everything that happened to them and then some. A bit of apprehension, however, was a compromise I had to make lest I become the same as them. Because, they too, were those who cared for nothing at all other than their goal. I did not want to be the same as them, even though I was a genuine magus myself, given only to my own whims and obsessions. I chuckled at my thoughts, and shook my head. Philosophy and righteousness was too difficult. I'd live how I wanted to. That was my promise to myself as William and Henry. And, what I wanted right now, was to not become the sort of person who derived pleasure from harming people who didn't have it coming. That was it. Tender footsteps drew me from my thoughts. I blinked, and then suddenly Rin was sitting on the stairs beside me, the Amiya residence behind us. So, you're him. She said calmly. I kept my gaze on the grass. Yep. Henry Smith, the most recent sealing designation, pleased to meet you. When were you going to tell me? I mean, I couldn't help but chuckle, I never really hid it. That little bit is all you. Instead of growing flustered or knocking me over the head like I expected her to, Rin sighed, that's fair. It really was in my face. I just thought that someone with a sealing designation would never dash. Haha, I thought it'd be funny. It was hilarious. I cackled. You should have told me directly. I turned to her, noting her somber demeanor, would we be sitting here if I did? That seemed to give her pause. Then, her shoulders sank, you're right. So, I'll ask you this, why do what you did? To protect my family, of course. Otherwise, it'd be to my advantage to let them wage their little shadow war against me. Her lost expression was a bit funny. Her distinct lack of readiness for my presence as someone designated for sealing was raised a few questions in my head. Something stank back home in London, and I could smell it from here. It was time to call the professor again. Rin was still quiet. What? Don't believe me. Somehow. A faint smile broke onto her lips, I do. Besides, I don't think you're smart enough to actually fool me with this kind of thing. Yes, because I definitely didn't fool you with my identity. Wait, I didn't. You fooled yourself. I laughed, clutching my stomach. Rin flushed, shut up. I don't believe you anymore. A good minute later, I wiped a tear from my eye. Rin had shrunk away during that time, embarrassedly fiddling with a lock of hair. What about Shiro? Her gaze softened as if to tell me she saw something on my face that continued to elude me even now. He'll be fine. But, what will you do now? Go home. I inhaled deeply. You can, if you want to. I'll stay till he's really 100%. Fine then. Maybe ask Amiya why I believe you're not a bad person. How the hell would that ginger possibly figure out something someone as great as I couldn't? Hope you enjoyed. Please do share your opinion, I value it greatly. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Despite my best attempts, my illness has prevented me from taking this to 10. Chapter 112, Chapter. Well, this is awkward. I shifted uncomfortably, sat across from the ever-serious Saber. Her gaze was yet to falter, transfixed on mine. When it was not, she was checking on her master, Shiro Amiya. The ginger youth lay on a futon, all cleaned up and fully healed thanks to Rin Tosaka. The easy rise and fall of his chest brought relief. His breathing, no longer labored, made me feel a little less guilty about what I'd done. Still, I was half a mind to just run back home. Saber's continued scrutiny helped little. But, even I admitted she had the right to be wary of me, despite how bleak it made the air. Outside, a light drizzle wetted the yard. Droplets readily trickled off the sloped roof of the Amiya residence, pooling within the craters left by our earlier conflict. The wind was cold, but I no longer felt its bite. The weather's nice. Saber offered no words, only held my gaze. With another sigh, I looked about the room. The only word that came to mind was minimalistic, followed by a quick boring. Tatami mats covered the floor, and there was only a simple low table sitting under the only window, with a cushion instead of the chairs I was used to. A single bulb hung from the wooden ceiling. A depressing place. Yet, compared to Rin's mansion, it felt a lot more lived in. I ran my thumb across the floor. Someone took great care in maintenance and cleaning. I spotted not a single speck of dust. When it came to defense, the place inspired little confidence though. The inner walls were thin, possibly the same paper as the door. I wasn't interested in checking. Rather, I was certain Saber would not take kindly to me attempting to punch through one. In the end, I relented and began eyeing Saber. Her face became more and more familiar the longer I stared. Tilting my head several times, I studied it at every single angle I could. What made it click, however, was the strange singular bang of gold hair standing abruptly. That thin frame definitely unsuited to be of a warrior's. That cute face. I'd seen it before, beyond a doubt. This hero of legend sat across from me was in fact, the spitting image of a friend of mine, from the El Meloy classroom. Her characteristic shyness and withdrawn nature was nowhere to be found here, and still, I wanted to chide myself for not making the connection sooner. She looked exactly like Gray, down to the minute detail. Rather, Gray looked exactly like her considering my peer's nature. It seemed I'd disregarded much in my excitement. Putting a hand to my chin, I raised a brow. Are you sure you won't tell me your name, Saber? Her expression never faltered. My name is not mine to give. And though I am thankful for your aid, I do not forget that it was you who made that aid necessary. I raised my hands in surrender. True. True. Then, do you mind if I throw a few guesses on the wall? See what sticks. Her armor was still bent from where I'd hit her. One of her gauntlets was shattered, and her dress burnt. She wasn't bothered. No, she was able to sit easier than I was. After a moment of calm, she nodded faintly. I have a friend, you see. She comes from this quaint little village back in my homeland. England. Great Britain. Her eyes faltered ever so slightly. That was enough. I had her. And the purpose of that village was to bring back a certain hero of ours. A hero that, by all means, is famous all over the world. She was molded to that end. Without her consent, mind you. She leaned in, just a bit, but she did lean in, unable to fully contain her curiosity. You look exactly like her. Mordred. Upon hearing the name of her traitor son, Saber physically recoiled. I cackled. She quickly restrained herself, breathing deep as she sat down politely. So, I guess you're King Arthur. I put a hand over my chest, and bowed my head in respect. An honor to meet the greatest legend of my land. There were none alive that did not know of the legendary king who pulled the sword from the stone and built the city of Camelot with the venerated Round Table of Knights. Any respect I gave her was owed and due. The chance to face her in combat was an incredible one, enough to get me giddy with excitement. She tried to keep her face measured, but I saw the way her chest swelled the tiniest bit. Then, there was a sudden lament. I looked up, and there was a certain sorrow in her gaze. Then, my land thrives? King Arthur questioned, calm and stoic. The Brits conquered half the world at one point, so I guess yeah. Though, these days we're a bit into getting drunk and eating shitty food. Still, your land is considered to be among the greatest in the world. I felt her pride. I shared it somewhat. I also promised Gray I'd punch you in the face if I ever came across you. Her reaction was immediate. Her hand was over her sword before I finished my words. Her eyes no longer held the wistfulness from a moment ago. But I raised my hands in surrender for the second time. I've already done more than that, you'd agree. Yes. I suppose you have. She lowered herself. Damn it, why was King Arthur so cute? Gray's better. I bit out, raising a clenched fist. Arthur tilted her head in confusion. Before she could voice it, however, her master broke his slumber. The first thing Shiro did was rub his eyes, as if he'd just woken up from the nicest sleep. Then, he noticed me. The defiance and fear in his eyes made me wince, and raise a hand to reassure him, but he backed away instead, gripping at his chest, where the wound had been, with one hand. Saber held his shoulder from beside him. Master, I am here. He will not harm you. I dash. The words got caught in my throat. Despite my brashness and general lack of forethought, this was a first. I didn't understand how to talk to him. Clenching the hand I'd held out, I took a deep breath. Hey, kid, how are you feeling? He regarded me with caution. It was real. It was. I sat back down, and, well, it's not enough, but I'm sorry for hurting you. I thought you were one of us. You weren't. One of you. He slowly repeated my words, a magus. Yes, a magus. The typical kind. Nothing matters and all that. So you do know. That was odd. I'll try to make it up to you. My words hung in the air. He offered little, his body language offered less. Saber stood by him, prepared to attack me at the slightest provocation. Finally, after one awkward pause, he answered me with more resolve than I'd expected. Teach me. I raised a confused brow. Teach me magecraft. I want to be able to do what you did. That was an odd request. The kind of request I myself might have made faced with a similar situation, for different reasons than this youth, of course. By rights, I should have agreed. Yet, I didn't even consider the request. I couldn't. Why? So that I can be a hero of justice. I waited for him to follow his words up with some kind of joke. When I realized there was no joke to be found, it took all my strength to not burst out laughing at his reasons. That'd be a bit too mean, right now. I'd laugh later. Chuckling, I shook my head. Sorry, Shiro Amiya. That can't happen. Why not? His face betrayed nothing. Because my way of casting only works when it's me doing it. I skipped steps for spellcasting. I added steps of my own. The code I saw our craft as was seen only to me and no one else. I discussed this with my professor. Fundamentally, being able to truly break magecraft into basic components that could be reassembled was meant to be impossible. He opened his mouth again, but I interrupted him before he spoke by holding up a hand. Even if I wanted to teach you, you don't have the time right now. Look at her. That's a servant. Your servant. You summoned her, so you'll be fighting this war whether you like it or not. You're the 5th master I've come across. That leaves 2 more for me to find, and 6 others for you to compete against. Shiro looked to Saber. She nodded. Only Rider and Assassin were left. I suspected I'd find them soon enough. With you, the Holy Grail War I've been waiting for has finally begun. Holy Grail War. Right, he was completely out of touch with our world. That explained why he faced me with only the most basic spell, and confusion over all that had occurred thus far. I was not about to be the one to explain all this, however. I was not going to become a glorified babysitter. Sighing, I ran a hand through my hair. Rin will be back soon enough. You can ask her. And, because I've hurt you wrongly, I'll owe you one, Shiro Amiya. I held up a finger, one favor, no matter what it is. All you need to do is ask me. Then teach me dash. I believe that would be unwise, master. A fellow master can prove invaluable in battle as an ally. Saber spoke up. And that is, the more pressing and immediate issue. I nodded gratefully at King Arthur. Lastly, again, I'm sorry for hurting you, kid. Believe me. I never meant to. Silence descended upon the already depressing room once more. The young master stared at me long and hard, with his face as plain as before. Just when I thought that what I'd done wouldn't cut it, which it shouldn't have, Shiro Amiya smiled faintly. I forgive you. That easily. That easily. Hope you enjoyed. Please, don't forget to comment your thoughts and ideas and also grievances, if any. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 113, Chapter. Once again, sorry for being a bit late. I was outside. When Rin finally arrived late into the afternoon, I left the Amiya residence feeling a lot better about myself than I'd have thought after nearly burying an adolescent in an early grave. His easy forgiveness shouldn't have meant much at all, yet it relieved me in a way I found hard to understand. I wasn't sure I'd be capable of doing the same given the circumstances he was in. I'd be happier if he didn't keep asking me to teach him magecraft. He was relentless and forthright. I had to step all over his hopes all the same. My words to him were no lie. I could not, possibly, teach him, even if I wasn't already disinclined to take a student. Teaching was a pain. My professor suffered greatly for having me as a disciple. I shook my head, watching droplets of rain halt in the air a foot around me, then resume their fall once I stepped past. Sure, taking the umbrella Shiro offered would be far more efficient compared to using my absolute defense to avoid my clothes getting wet, but I'd been waiting for a long while to be able to use it in such a way. There was a certain feel-good charm to it. Fighting Saber had felt a lot better though. The walk back home was nice and quick, if not a bit lonely. Shiro Amiya and I lived in the same part of town, even with the clear-cut segregation between the abodes of foreigners like myself and natives like him. Before long, the manses to either side had gone from traditional Japanese architecture with the sloped roofs to more Western-style bungalows and Tudor houses. Humming to myself, I pushed open the tall gates and stepped past to close them behind me. Karen sat on the porch stairs, arms wrapped around her knees, watching the rain with wistful golden eyes. She paid little attention to me, until I ruffled her hair. Her hairdo was ruined. I chuckled at my complete victory, and at her visible confusion. "What are you up to, you gremlin?" "Thinking about my father." "Oh." I halted my gait, tilting my head, should I feel bad about beating him? I'm thankful to you." She shook her head from side to side. Then, she reached for her collar and tugged at it, giving me a peek of her dash. I quickly averted my gaze. "I can show my gratitude in another way, if you want." I groaned. "Come on. Why does everything have to be like this?" "Because I don't know what else I'm supposed to do." She answered with surprising sincerity, before ducking her head. "What do I have?" "Like I said before, not everything needs to be transactional." I took a deep breath. "You make me look like an ass when you do this, because it means I don't help you just because I care but because I want dash." "Never mind." Her eyes widened. I patted her head again, and entered my home. The sound of Nobunaga's consoles hit me immediately. Shouting. Shooting. Explosions. The whole jazz. There was no need for me to even see the screen to know she was playing Call of Duty, again. The first one, from long before it became an overglorified joke. The release was only last year. I'd gone with my professor and Ellie to buy it. I stepped into the Concord, hall-sized room, taking no small care in avoiding all the wrappers, empty soda cans and comics strewn about the marble floor. In silence, I crept up to the couch she'd dragged to the center of the room after emptying it out. She was, expectedly, too busy playing to even pay attention to me right up until the last second when I shot out and wrapped my arm around her neck in a perfect headlock. The self-titled Demon King jerked and yelled out, "Master. You shit, you abandoned me. I was giving chase to your enemies. After Berserker." She explained her innocence hurriedly, tapping my arm. But if she had committed no crime, what need was there to explain in the first place? Dressed in her shorts and her oversized t-shirt, with a half-eaten bag of chips and a bottle of Coke, one would never assume she'd burnt down a forest, set the sky aflame, and fought the greatest hero of Greece, just last night. In fact, the progress of their clash made me do a double-take with how brutally one-sided it had been even thinking about it. I even cornered that child, almost. But she slipped away. "You let her go." She trembled, "Only because I wanted to save Berserker for you." "Trust." I eased my grip. She slipped out from under it and jumped across the room. Triumphantly, she stood next to the fireplace, a hand at her waist and the other pointed at my face. "I let her go because Berserker managed to blindside me and escape." "Haha. Why are you proud of that?" I deadpanned, leaning on the head of the couch. "By the way, you realize you just left me alone with your game, right?" She froze. Then. "You wouldn't dare." I slowly brought my fingers together for a snap. She held her hands up, like she was trying to placate a wild animal. Wait, let's talk about this." Just then, my phone rang. Curiously, I fished it out of my pocket and glanced at the caller ID. The professor. That was a surprise to be sure, especially since he'd told me he would be too busy during the coming days. I stared at the running game, then at the cautious Nobunaga. "You're lucky this time." "I'm always lucky." She stuck out her tongue. "Bleh. I could only shake my head and turn away from glorious revenge as I hit answer. Henry. The Lord Elmeloy too spoke dryly. His words made me picture him sitting in that dusty old office of his, clutching his stomach with his brows all furrowed and a lit cigar in his mouth. Professor. I smiled, stepping into the corridor. Flat's been doing my part in making your life hell, I hope. He grumbled. That, and then some. The Holy Grail War. Tell me about it. I managed to track down almost all of the servants. I withheld nothing, for there was no one I trusted more. Oh yeah, came across 2 of the 3 founding families too. The Tosaka have Archer. Einsburn, Berserker. That leaves out the, Matu. Yeah, that's the one. I think I might be able to dash. Wait a second, that was just a courtesy, wasn't it? My professor cleared his throat. I admit I wasn't expecting you to actually share any details. For once, I disliked being right. That's right. You only ever call me when you need something. And here I thought we were tight. I'm your teacher. He said. Boo. I don't have the time to amuse you. He shut me down entirely. I'm sure you've noted the lack of attention you're getting compared to the nature of your crime. I didn't need to answer that. I've found out that the Department of Policy is directly responsible. Whether it's to do with you, or that ritual you forced yourself into, I've yet to figure out, but they have interest here. I licked my dry lips. Yes, so be careful. This simply made the Fuyuki War even better. The Department of Law answered directly to the Queen of the Clock Tower. If, somehow, the situation soured in a way that made her involve herself, I'd end up gaining even more than I had set out for. I've enlisted Gray to help me in my investigation. And Henry. I raised a brow. I heard him take a deep breath. I've confirmed that Dr. Heartless ensured previously that the clock tower would come to know of your ability so that they may react as they did. I had an inkling, but yeah, all right, thanks, Professor. You can leave him to me, to us. I have a bigger bone to pick with him, and his servant too. With that, he cut the call. I leaned back against the wall, balancing the phone atop a finger. The door beside me, and Nobunaga walked out, a bit of chip on her lip. Her crimson eyes bore into mine. Something exciting. She tilted her head. I let my head fall to the side the same way as her, not for us, for the professor, yes. He gets into more trouble than I do. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven blew out a sigh, then, suddenly, her frown morphed into the barest of grins. I did manage to track Berserker and his little master to their castle. Tossing my phone in the air, I shook my head, let her recuperate and consider her situation. I'm curious about how she'll take the absolute beatdown you doled out. I imagined it wasn't quite expected when he got gunned down like a rabid dog. No one would expect Hercules himself to take that sort of beating from a random servant. Nobunaga had the homeland bonus to her stats, but even that should never have put her in his league. No, it was his own strength that worked against him. I did get to fight Saber though. I caught the phone and shoved it in my pocket. What? Without me? No fair. Don't be greedy. More is always better, my master. She threw her head back and laughed. Surely, you don't expect a Demon King to be satisfied with only one victory. Why, even during my life, I wanted one after the other. I especially loved fighting against that Yusuji. Yusuji Kenshin. I did not know that name. She noticed, the dragon of Ekigo. I did not get to settle our score, and I regret it even now. Such a decisive loss. This was definitely what passed for why back in my day, when it came to servants. Anyway. What are we to do then? Will it be another boring day of rest? I admit it is useful, but we have no need. I held up a hand. No. I noticed a new bounded field. We're investigating. All right. But, after the sun sets. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. A bit less RN, but I'm writing as I post this. Chapter 114, Chapter. Sorry for being late, guys. I was at the hospital for these last couple days. Though the sun had long set, the rain utterly refused to stop. It didn't pick up, nor slow down, just retained the same steady pace throughout the day. I was reminded of Atrum's rain-making ritual from the Iselma Towers, but that thought was gone as quick as it came. I was easily able to tell he had no part in this even without my eyes. He was exactly the type to do this sort of over-the-top thing, but not here, not now. It'd be inconvenient, and ultimately give him away to any magus capable of basic dowsing. Besides, the ritual was too mana-intensive to maintain this long. Of course, much to my displeasure, the city grew terribly cold for all the water. The wind bit even more. I was forced to wear a thick trench coat over my navy suit. Karen even shoved an umbrella on me when I left home. Nobunaga refused hers. She paid for that dearly when the rain completely drenched her one street down. Then, she all but begged me to share. I refused. Some lessons needed to be learnt the hard way. So where are we headed? That creepy mansion from before? She asked, doing her absolute best to look like she wasn't bothered by the freezing water. I have to express some reluctance. I stared at her blandly, then tilted my umbrella, so all the water from my end also fell on her. Hey! What was that for? She held her gaudy hat with both hands. Ignoring her complaint, I answered her earlier question. There's only one other prominent family living in this city. We've encountered the Tosaka, and checked out the Amiya residence from the list. So, by elimination, that creepy place should belong to the Matsu family. Ugh. Do we have to? Magecraft left a distinct impression on its surroundings, the sort that went beyond just an eerie feeling. That residence tasted foul on the lips, smelled wrong. Such was true the other way around as well. A lot of Magecraft had magi taint the area beforehand, to give them the proper environment for birth and flourishing. At least, that was what my professor forcibly taught me even when such factors were irrelevant to my brand of magic. I stared at the creeped-out girl walking beside me. Luckily for you, no. She let out a relieved sigh. On my way back, I noticed a bounded field pop up over yonder. I nodded to a distant mountain, so far it may as well have been across the city. Though, even from this distance, I was easily able to make out even the minute details the moment I lowered my aviators. How did you even dash? I held up a finger. I was standing in the sky in the morning. I say pop up, but I'm pretty sure that bounded field's been there for a decent bit already. No, from the moment you fought Heracles and almost broke the most sacred rule of our world. Someone prepares for my arrival preemptively. Nobunaga's eyes shimmered crimson. I enjoy that. I admire it. I desire to throw myself against these defenses. She picked up the pace, no longer bothered by the rain. I kept mine leisurely. So she didn't accept my invite. That's fine too. There was much to be gained through diplomacy. But, myself, I preferred the brute force approach more. A clash of ideals was beautiful. Beyond that, far more useful for me personally. The more I pushed, the more the other person was forced to push back. The stronger they pushed, the stronger I got. I breathed out a plume of hot air, and stared at the clouded night sky. Tonight was going to be exciting. Eventually, we arrived at the foot of a paved path into the mountains. A deep forest with swaying trees covered either side, hiding the base of the tall mountains to either side. There were no lights, or none were on, but I had no need for light anyway. Aged torii gates marked the way ahead. I could hear the rainwater funnel into the drainage, but the cement was still slick. Nobunaga ran ahead. Careful, you might dash. She slipped, flew and fell on her back. Slip. Chuckling, I stepped past. She grumbled some sort of protest, but her words fell on deaf ears. I was too busy enjoying the uniquely enjoyable scent of wet earth. Throughout the way up, I heard not a single critter or bird. Days like these were probably tough on them. The bounded field coming into view was what finally interrupted my gait. A modern one, not the sort I'd expect from a hero of legend. Actually. Isn't this my work? My eyes widened as the truth set in. It was. That was the same bounded field I directed to avert unwanted gazes yesterday. There was no defense built into it. In the truest sense, it was a mere curtain. But, there was only one difference. The code was mine, but even more efficient. Awesome. I made no effort to hide my grin. Nobunaga tilted her head, confusedly. Why are you excited already, my master? Don't you understand? Someone improved MY code. That shouldn't even be possible. I shook her by the shoulders, 2 hours every day. I review every single spell I have thousands of times, mix and match every alphabet from every thaumaturgical system I've learned. No one should be capable of refining my programs. No, even understanding them should have been impossible. My way was entirely alien. This was like someone had learnt a non-native language with a wholly different script with no prior knowledge or preparation day one. That someone was only me. At least, that was supposed to be the case. Nobunaga cleaned her ear disinterestedly. Sounds nerdy. I had to physically restrain myself from socking her. With pursed lips, I stepped back, putting distance between us. She laughed loud. I'm just messing with you. Our passions might not be exactly the same, but they are parallel. I understand your excitement. Why? Because you have been so accommodating. I will even sit this out, unless you ask for my aid. Thanks. Grinning, I passed through the bounded field to make my way up 2 sets of stairs. Unexpectedly, there was no trap lying in wait. The gate to the compound was open. Nothing happened. For a moment, I simply studied the impressive structure before me. A grand two-story temple. A Buddhist one, from the looks of it, built like a fort tucked within the mountains, away from the modern world. A place for those monks. It felt as though I'd walked into a martial arts scene from some Eastern movie I'd watched as a child, gable roof and all. Abruptly, the wind halted. The air grew terribly still. I reached for my aviators. Nobunaga stood beside me, arms crossed, looks like one of the temples I burnt. Hey, master, can I burn this one too? Before she could finish the words, she froze too. That was what it looked like with my aviators. A quick glance without them revealed that the very world around her had bent to bind her to the space she occupied. An incredible mystery, and, more importantly, a product of magecraft. A kind of magecraft that what I called magecraft thus far simply could not compare to. No, it was wrong and shameful to call modern magecraft faced with this. This was code that bent the very world. Words that forced the fabric of reality into action when employed. I was wondering when I would come across you. Castor emerged from the paved ground. Nothing at all had changed from the last time I'd seen her. She was wrapped in her dark cloak, and her hood was pulled low, revealing only her purplish lips. Though, there was an amused tone to her words. Atrum? I questioned. Dead. He was, annoying. A problem. I shrugged. Nah, I agree. Guy thought way too highly of himself. She tilted her head slightly. You're not the same. No, I think even higher of myself. I smiled calmly, holding a thumb to my chest. The difference is, I'm right. He well, wasn't. I thought we were going to be friends. An amused smile crossed her lips. I couldn't find you in time. Now, we are enemies. Depends. We need not be. I desire a way to take down Berserker. Your servant. She nodded at the frozen and indignant Demon King, flexing every muscle in her little frame to free herself. Can deal with him. Give her to me. If not, we can ally ourselves. A magus from this age should know that he can't trifle with a caster servant. This is ideal. I'm going to rip you to shreds, burn your corpse, and spread the ashes over all that you love. Nobunaga forced out with undisguised ferocity. A command seal will not hold me, for there are none to give. Kill me now, if you can. That was as expected. Nobunaga being forced was an entirely foreign concept. She was a warlord of the very nation whose soil we waged war upon. The greatest warlord of the land. Though, for a moment, I entertained the thought that it was our rapport that made her so adamant to resist such a thing. Castor responded to the threat with a giggle. Then. I might not be able to kill you. She held a hand towards me, but I can kill your little master. Nobunaga's expression froze. Castor likely thought her threat had worked. That was until her lips split into a mad grin. Gahahaha. The self-acclaimed Demon King bellowed, laughing louder than ever before. She laughed as though she had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. You speak of my master. She struggled to speak. Castor nodded, her face twisting in confusion. If that was even possible, Nobunaga laughed harder, still frozen in place by Castor's possible. What's wrong with her? I didn't deign to answer her question with words. Instead, I slowly took off my aviators, and stuffed them in my coat. My eyes shimmered in the dark. The very next moment, every mystery before me was made bare. Castor stepped back. Her next words came in foreign language that I did not hear but saw. Alpha Tau Lambda Alpha. Atlas. The ancient mystery emanating from her being riled, and shot out like a wild hound. 'Twas the same spell that held Nobunaga. Much like the Titan Atlas who was punished by the Olympians for defiance by being forced to carry the weight upon his shoulders for all time. A most fitting name for what the spell did. However, no weight fell upon my shoulders then. I held a hand to my chin. Thanks, Medea. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment so I can know how well I did. This has to be one of the best chapters I've written, in my opinion. I certainly hope at least some of you agree. Chapter 115, Chapter. Edit. I appreciate the concern a lot and I apologize for not wording it properly. I'm mostly fine. I was at the hospital cause my aunt was in the final days of her pregnancy and I somehow ended up as the designated attendant. I spent quite a bit pondering if this is how the fight should go, but honestly, at this point, anything other than this would have to be forced, especially after his encounter with Gilgamesh. He's already suffered through analyzing Gob. Nothing Medea has at her disposal comes even close. In a battle of magecraft, the better his opponent is, the better he instantly, not gradually, instantly, gets. Much to Medea's horror, the very next thing I did was not an attack on her. No, I merely raised my hand and snapped my fingers. The spell binding Nobunaga came undone. Of course, there came immense pain for analyzing and dismantling the spell, but I welcomed it. The pain was a testament to the superiority of Medea's craft, her skill, and the ancient mystery she wielded. The caster's lips quivered. She took another step back, visibly startled. None could fault her for that, not with what Nobunaga was casually capable of. But the demon king of the sixth heaven didn't attack either. She plopped down right where she stood, crossing her legs. "My master, could you make accommodations for the rain?" I offered my umbrella. I was thinking of a bounded field. After a moment of silence, she begrudgingly accepted her. Her body grew heated, steam rose from her clothes. Then, she reached inside of her coat and pulled out a bottle of whiskey, setting it down with her cheek resting against her palm. "Caster. I shall not interfere so long as I am entertained." Her lips split into a grin. "Do your best now. I cheer for you from the depths of my heart." She intended to keep her word. That was reassuring, even if I never expected less. A magus from the age of gods was mine to face. Medea herself was the glory my peers dedicated their very existence to chasing. I desperately wanted to see just what the good old days had been. Again, Medea giggled. Her earlier hesitation disappeared entirely. The bounded field erected over the secluded mountain temple shifted. Where once was a simple curtain built in my fashion, there was now a bounded field to redefine my understanding of bounded fields entirely. It was as though I had really stepped into another world. One spatially severed from the outside. Pain assaulted my senses. My eyes burnt. I felt warm blood trickle from my nose. My magecraft was no longer going to be as effective. Yes, the natural correction of reality weakened all magecraft as something non-native to the world, but here, that effect was amplified to an inhumane degree. As a test, I drew a line through the air. The world shifted. An invisible force carved through the air. Medea held up her open hand. My spell froze in the air. It was torn apart. The mana I poured into its activation was sucked into her. Then, she smiled at me. "Do you understand the difference between us?" I brought my hands together. "So what?" "Best retreat, boy." "What does this change?" I tilted my head slightly. "All this does is add an extra step. I need to dismantle the effects of your field while casting." "That's no trouble." "Instead, thank you." Every mystery she employed. Every spell she used thus far. I analyzed. I understood. Sure, she might win for a time. But, against a magus, my victory was entirely unquestionable. I opened my hands, within them blue snapped and cawed. The little orb sucked in the space around it. Medea stared at me as though I'd said the most absurd thing in the world. "And, which, do you think I haven't noticed? You have limited mana. I'm connected to the great circuit under us, what? Do you think you can outdo it with your own reserves?" Her spells didn't need magic circuits. They simply worked by mystery bending to her visible words. By connecting to the ley line, she became an impossible foe. But, with no master of her own to feed her mana, she was dependent on external magical energy. Here, within this temple, she had an incredible amount. But, it was only within the temple. "No, but I can do this." Blue expanded, the space between us disappeared. Where we'd been standing a good few meters apart, now my hand was right on her face. Reinforcing myself to the utmost in the blink of an eye, I threw her into the sky with such force it broke the sound barrier. A strong gust of wind blew away the rain as the Witch of Caucasus was thrown into the sky. She quickly slowed her trajectory, having taken no damage whatsoever from my blow. Her cloak opened into bat-like wings, and her smile widened. I clenched and unclenched my fist. I had not felt contact with her skin. There was a spell covering her skin. A thin film. Suddenly, a number of formulae formed in the sky. The gathered power was nothing to scoff at. But, I watched them form. I watched them become complete. My ears bled, but I grinned wider than her. The rain drenched my clothes, and washed away the blood. When her spell completed, mine did too. Those same formulae all around her formed behind me as well. My breath hitched. The words left our mouths at the same time. Magia Hecatic Gria. Beams of resplendent light tore through the air towards me. Mine shot out to meet them. They collided just in the air and exploded in a terribly grand show of power that made the very world shake and tremble. "You matched my cast. How is this possible? I held up a finger. "You're wrong. I was faster." Absurd. The formulae formed in the blink of an eye. Again, I met them, no longer on equal terms. Mine were stronger, faster, they cost less to cast. She needed only a single word to bring divine mysteries into the world. I didn't even need that single word. This time, I shot through the bright explosions with a fist already reeled back. Stone formed around it as it flew for her face. When my fist met her cheek, the spell on her form shattered. My stone exploded into bits. The Witch of Colchis was flung back once more, until her back struck the edge of the world she constructed. I stood in the air and waved my hand. Invisible air struck her chest. The rain of light she used against me shot out. Medea clutched her staff, holding it out with both hands to cast that same spell, covering her to much greater effect. A wall of glass formed between her and the beams of light. They hammered against it, again and again and again, until it shattered the same and blew through her arm. The flesh reconstructed itself before the light even truly dissipated. Do you understand? No magecraft can overcome me. I grinned, holding a thumb against my chest. That's just the way the world works. You must be thinking that that's absurd. That it's illogical. She let out a sharp hiss. This shouldn't be possible. A magus of this age dash. It's not illogical at all, you see. I laughed. I am the honored one. Her cloak flapped harshly, the air sizzled. A thunderstorm rained down upon me. But, lightning manipulation was the oldest trick in my arsenal, hence, the most refined. It didn't matter if her mystery was far greater. So long as that mystery produced lightning, the advantage was mine. The lightning froze in place, gripped by an unimaginable force. Then, it was sucked into a tiny ball hovering atop my fingerprint. You're not even using magic circuits, or anything conventional magecraft employs. I noted. She grit her teeth in unmasked frustration. No, you're weaponizing mystery itself. It's just doing what you want, like you're exercising a right upon the world. A Greek witch. There was no question of just what right she was enforcing to command the very essence of magecraft. She was manifesting the authority of a being infinitely greater than any single magus, no, magician. I didn't need my eyes to guess whose authority that was. Rather, my professor had beaten the knowledge into me. No wonder the magi all chase your realm even now. With her casting in hand, there was no need to rely upon any other magecraft. And why true magic meant nothing in the age of the gods. I finally understood. Magecraft deceived the world to manifest what was naturally possible through supernatural means. Then, in an age of true fantasy and myth. To your ilk, magic and magecraft may as well be the same. Because, when gods and monsters are natural, nothing is really impossible anymore. In that moment, I couldn't help but feel like my professor, the Lord Elmaloi too. And, I couldn't help but rethink just how incredible that third-rate magus was. Where I could verily see the process and its innermost workings, he only had normal human sight to work with. Yet, he was able to dismantle the logic of a mystery with arguably the same ease as myself when he had none of my advantages but instead, sheer knowledge. You. I cut her off again, the goddess of magic, Hecate. A negligible part of her authority, but her authority all the same. That's why your magecraft is so incomprehensible, so alien. The magecraft I knew, and the one she wielded were entirely different in nature. The difference between men and aliens. But, even if the means were wholly incompatible, both used mystery. How is this possible? She murmured in disbelief. A magus of the modern age should be fundamentally incapable of even understanding magecraft from the age of gods. I held a finger against the side of my head. No matter what mystery it is, so long as it is mystery, it's mine to use. And, precisely because modern mystery stands no chance against yours, you stand no chance against the other servants. She held out her hand. Something like my own dismantle shot out, but much weaker. I unleashed my own, manifesting it through Medea's own thaumaturgy instead of what I'd relied upon thus far. Hers was devoured, swept away with ease. Then, the world beyond was cleaved in half. Medea teleported away just in time to avoid the strike. I stood a while, simply admiring my handiwork. In the dark of the night, half the mountain beside us slid down, crumbling upon itself as it tumbled into the dense forest below, crushing trees beneath great chunks of earth and stone. Nodding, I teleported right after the fleeing witch to appear at the foot of the stairs into the main temple she was desperately climbing. You can't win because the difference between the mystery they wield, and yours, is the same as the difference between you and any modern magus. The ancient mystery always won, despite any other logical factors even if it was the same effect, unleashed at the same level. No matter how strong a spell she cast was, the noble phantasms of servants whose legends predated hers would come out on top. Gilgamesh was capable of curb-stomping her harder than even myself, solely because he was man's oldest hero. Hercules and her were of the same time period, but his legend superseded hers, so she would lose. You'll lose to me, simply because I'm the honored one. No matter the age, I will always win. You self-assured bastard. I hate you. She showed real annoyance for the first time, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. My words had struck some soft spot, it seemed. I hate your kind so much. I wish you'd suffer even half of what you leave behind. Why do men like you always ruin everything? With reckless abandon, she swung her hand. Thunder rained down. Beams of light shot forth. Winds tore through the earth. That was an issue. So long as she was connected to the ley line underneath us, she'd keep going. The issue was an easily fixed one. Pursing my lips, I brought my fingers together once more. I really like this one too, but I had to write it in 2 segments cause something came up. If the quality has diminished, don't hesitate to point it out, please. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 116, Chapter. I understood hating your enemy. I couldn't truly sympathize, but I did understand. I did not, however, understand the highly charged nature of her accusation. This was a war. Each of the heroic spirits summoned towards that purpose came from an era significantly dangerous than mine. Some were heroes. Some were villains. All of them should have been used to war and strife. Mine was an honest-to-God manic warmonger. That was to say, I expected a heroic spirit to be jaded. They knew the nature of their summoning. But, looking at the Witch of Colchis and her hateful expression, I was forced to re-examine that understanding. The thaumaturgy I stripped from her during our clash was a long-dead one. Following the footsteps of Tuko Aozaki, I'd be able to achieve the rank of Grand upon my return to the clock tower. Hers was, as a magus, perhaps the single most significant contribution to my arsenal. A system that, in my own hands, was capable of reproducing mystery from the age of gods. Divine magecraft that blurred the line between magecraft and true magic. Maybe reaching the root of all creation all of us sought wasn't out of reach if her casting was brought into the equation, not that I was really interested. That was why I was indeed grateful to her. From her, I'd received something incredible, beyond modern means. I was thankful to every single servant participating in the war and every master responsible for their summoning. Those were my earnest thoughts as the small space between us divided infinitely, courtesy of mystery simply, obeying. Lightning struck and fizzled out. The winds died at my foot. I waved a hand. The beams of light were cast aside as though they were a mere reflection off a mirror. They hit the walls beside us, tore through them. The ground exploded. A cacophony of mana-fueled explosions lit up the dark night and drove away the rain. What was left behind was charred and smoking earth, glowing red. It looked like there had been a bombing run conducted just next to us. You. What have you ever done to deserve all the gods give you? What great deed have you performed? What have you suffered? She bit her lip, readying herself to fire again, until she had exhausted all she had. Her eyes glazed over. I realized she was looking my way but she wasn't seeing me. Nothing. I answered calmly. I'm just built different. Frustration was all that remained on her face then. She clenched her fists, and fired again. Or, she was about to. With a snap of my fingers, I cut off the connection between her and the earth. No, I seized control of the mana from ley lines, along with all the mana she was absorbing from the mystery-rich land. Again, I used the same methods she had to gain control in the first place, just better. She noticed immediately. Riddle me this, I raised a hand to my chin. You're acting like a victim here but we both know you're masterless. How exactly did you replenish your mana reserves enough to get here? What happened to the people that lived here? Atrum's workshop was on the other side of Fuyuki. By his own admission, he only ever gave her enough mana to barely sustain herself as a precaution against betrayal. Although, it seemed that hadn't been enough to stop her from doing just that. She didn't answer. I didn't need her to. At the end of the day, she was a magus too. A proper one, considering her name, and the nature of her tale. Did you kill them like Dash? I stopped myself. That was unlike me. It was unbecoming. You know, I started again, you could still surrender. Nobunaga choked on her whiskey at my words. I turned to find her hitting her chest with a fist, coughing, but still sat where she was before. Despite the conflict, she'd not budged an inch, content to drink and watch on. I won't. I knew I'd never last in this war, but I've already decided that I'll live for as long as I can. Medea's words drew my gaze back to her. So, kill me if you want to. She breathed deeply, then resolved herself. I'll go down fighting. That was oddly admirable. She was in a corner, deprived of mana, with spells I could already dismantle before they even finished forming, despite their speed. But, she was going to struggle. I considered letting her go for that alone. No. That wasn't happening. Still, unable to help myself, I ended up asking, why? Because I've a reason of my own to live this time. For as long as possible, I want to be by his side. Huh. Behind me, I heard Nobunaga snicker. Before I could inquire any further, the reason made himself known. A lean man in a dark green suit, eyes framed by a pair of thick glasses. His dark hair was cut short. His face was too serious. No, that was wrong. He betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Medea's breath hitched. Kozuki dash. Kozuki, eh? You can't be here dash. He stared at her for a silent moment before giving an imperceptible nod and, stepping past her. Step by step, he moved forward until he stood right between us. Nobunaga guffawed when she noticed. I ignored the trigger-happy idiot. You'll fight me to protect her? Yes. He answered, simply. The rain grew loud. Shamefully enough, those words made me hesitate. For a minute now, this had not felt like an easy fight against some two-bit villain born to be a mere stepping stone. I understood why that was now. Medea had fought with all she had to protect this man, despite being hopelessly weaker. That was why she never fled. Now, this man dash. Kozuki was prepared to do the same, with not a trace of fear in his eyes. I was reminded of Adra Castle, and how I moved to protect my Luvia much the same way. So, yes, I hesitated because I knew I could have been the one on the receiving end, and behave much the same way. I didn't feel as good anymore. When I stumbled, Nobunaga finally shifted. The strips of gold chained together around her cloak clambered faintly. Her heavy boots thudded with each step towards us until they did not. The demon king of the sixth heaven pressed a hand against my back. Do not falter dash. When I looked back, I saw no trace of her usual silly expression. Her gaze burned and blurred. To do so, is to insult your ambition, and my own. This is a battle. We fight a war. Do not insult the resolve of your enemy with pity. To let others lick their wounds so you may set them against one another is fine. Falling for beguilement is not. I don't think this is beguilement dash. They are not impressive, not useful, and be sure she will turn her blade against us. I won't. Medea suddenly interjected. Will disappear, until the war ends. I won't fight you, so please, at least let Kozuki go dash. Silence. The air burned. Water sizzled. Dozens of rifles took shape amongst the flames, surrounding Castor and Kozuki. A geis. I'll enter a geis. If I break it, you'll know. A geis, a magical contract, that turned into a curse if the terms were breached in any situation. I was familiar with the concept, thanks to my lessons in Mistle. I scratched the back of my head, not at all intimidated by Nobunaga's display. She wanted me to stop being wishy-washy at critical junctures, and be more decisive with what I wanted. If that was what she wanted, then fine. All right. Set it up. Nobunaga bared her fangs, her rifles flicked to me instead. You deny me. No, I'm making a decision, like you want, not stumbling around like a drunk. I matched her grin, a hand in my pocket, even if you don't like it. She stared at me long and hard. Then, a sigh. A flick of her wrist and the rifles were gone. I would have been rather incensed if you bent under me. She patted my shoulder. I snorted, you'd never have shot me. The Demon King did not answer. She merely huffed and sat down on the stairs, retrieving her bottle of whiskey. I expected something cuter like dash. Oh, of course I couldn't hurt my adorable master. I resent that. She shouted at me. That would never happen. So you don't care about me? I'm hurt. I will shoot you, master. I pulled off her hat and tossed it in the air before she could even protest, then even ruined her hairdo. The Demon King grumbled quietly, placated for a while. Although, I mentally prepared myself for her revenge, hopefully, I wouldn't wake up floating in the sea. So, Medea, the geis. Medea suddenly snapped out of some sort of stupor. She raised a hand, and I saw the contract form between us. I will not take part in the war. You will leave the city immediately. Until you do, I can track you. She lowered her head in acceptance. Kozuki stared at me a long while. He doesn't speak much, does he? Thank you. He said, startling me. He just made things weird. Why did he have to make things weird? Medea giggled, without any malice for the first time. She looked happy. Huh. But, if you break it, I'm going to hunt you down. She trembled, I won't. The residents of the temple are, inside, unconscious but unharmed. Soon after, the two left. I sat beside Nobunaga, and watched them depart. When they were finally gone, I rose to my feet. The self-acclaimed Demon King stood up with me, arms crossed, one eye closed. I should be more annoyed, but I have been moved by such tales myself in life. Say, master, do you want to be my vassal? You're the servant here. Her lips twitched. I teleported away, appearing on my porch. Karen awaited me. Without a word, the priestess led me to the dining hall where, for once, dinner was not instant noodles or junk food. Instead, there was soup made with onions, garlic, tomatoes, and eggs. No doubt it had some unholy name I could never pronounce due to the cook being raised in France. Did you make this? She didn't answer, but her chest swelled with pride. A faint smile danced on the edge of her lips. It tasted better than I'd expect. There was no hair or weird juices in it, which had been a distinct possibility considering Karen. However, I never got to compliment her. The moment I turned to do so, I felt the ice between me and Castor shatter. Bitch. I was going to erase her. Maybe listening to my servant had been the better option. I'll be back in a jiffy. Pursing my lips, I teleported again, tracing her last location. Oh, when I found her. What the? Hope you enjoyed. Please do comment. Also, since I was a bit tired, there's a decent chance I messed up somewhere. If such is the case, point it out with no hesitation. You can find 7 big chapters ahead on patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 117, Chapter. Being betrayed by the Witch of Betrayal wasn't what I'd call a surprise. I'd had that little epiphany on the way over. No, I even questioned her supposed intelligence for choosing to break our contract in the forest devastated by myself just half an hour ago. A forest devastated solely because my dismantle missed her and sliced the top off a mountain right beside it. Nobunaga even laughed in my face for it, making sure I heard all of her rambunctious cackles. The experience was unpleasant. It sounded like someone was strangling a particularly enthusiastic goat right next to my ears. That was to say, by the time I got there, all annoyance had faded away. There, my understanding of the situation worked against me. I'd expected to find her gone. Instead, I found a man on the verge of dying, propped up against a tree. Kazuki, I recognized. The men she was fighting for. Out here in a forest, someone had given him the good old London special. His shirt was torn by half a dozen wounds, dyed a dark red with his own still warm blood. One of his arms was shattered and hung limp. There was another stab wound a little too close to his neck for comfort. Despite his visceral state, I wasn't really thrown off. My time at the clock tower was still short compared to most of my fellow magi, but their penchant for violence was the one thing I quickly grew used to. I inhaled deeply. The air tasted ionized. She'd fought someone. A good few trees around them were marked by battle scars, burnt in some places, torn apart physically in others. Walking closer to get a better look, I spotted a dozen stab marks on the tree Kazuki was lying against. Someone had thrown a couple of dirks right at him. And, judging by his current state, they'd not even deigned to remove them physically. A sudden cough broke me from my thoughts. I glanced behind me just in time to see Nobunaga step off a rifle. She took one look at Kazuki, then pointed a finger at me and laughed even harder. I guess you don't need to worry about them breaking their word anymore. I never was, I shrugged. But, I guess this ruins our bet. I was really looking forward to the look on your face when she reappeared even stronger. Instead, she picked up a stick and crouched down next to Kazuki. They leave me this. None of us wins the bet this way. I watched her poke the stoic man. No, I win the bet. They got murked before betraying me, so they didn't. That guy's still alive, by the way. His breathing was terribly shallow, his eyes entirely unfocused, but still alive. This time, I could save him too. Rin wasted all the mana in one of her precious gems to heal Shiro. I needed nothing to produce the same mystery. Sighing, I brought a hand closer to his face. He shifted, trying to resist even that. You don't want to live. He grunted miserably. Too bad. You don't really have a choice. For once, I wasn't doing this out of the goodness of my saintly heart. No, there was a decent chance that this would not be their fate had I not forced them out of that fortified temple. Of course, in the midst of war, that was the wrong conclusion to draw from this. Yet, who decided that? I was going to do whatever I wanted, like always. With another grunt, he shoved himself out of my reach, falling on his side. Nobunaga whistled. I admire the will. Listen to me, I crouched down next to him. Avenge her. Let me give you the chance. Don't pussy out of life. Castor is dead, isn't she? You loved her, so you know she'd want you to live. You don't because you were probably used as a hostage. That was what I expected any magus to do in such a situation. For the first time, his gaze met mine. Me personally, I don't give a shit. All I know is, if that happened to my lady, I'd murder the guy responsible at least. Afterwards, end it all if you want. Or blame me too once he's dead, and die that way. When I reached out for him again, Kazuki did not resist or try to move out of the way. The air lit up, mana swirled. Then, the spell was done. His restoration was complete. His clothes were marred by blood still, but the wounds the blood came from were no longer there. There we go. I nodded, satisfied with my handiwork. Slowly, with not a word, Kazuki lifted himself up. He stared at me blandly for a good while before finally, nodding back and turning to leave. Well, that was a little disappointing. Nobunaga let her head fall to the side, her jet black hair fell with it, I don't know what, but I was still expecting a more pronounced reaction to being saved. I ignored her whining. Kazuki, who was it? He halted his steps, assassin. Then, he was gone. Assassin, HM. One of the 2 servants in this war I was yet to find. That was good to know. Although, it was a tad disappointing to know that the number of servants involved had been reduced from 7 to 6 so quickly. February had barely even started. I lingered for a while longer, staying in the place I supposed Castor had died. A random spot in some destroyed forest. Considering her life, where she was used as a puppet by the Greek gods to aid the hero Jason, for her to die this way after finding actual love was rather tragic. Especially when I recalled how relieved she was at the chance to simply go away with the men she loved. At the same time, Kazuki was also damned. I didn't even want to put myself in his shoes, even as a hypothetical. It seems my lessons haven't been falling on deaf ears, after all. Nobunaga declared suddenly, crossing her arms. Pitting one foe against another. In the best case, he finds assassin for us and dies or kills him for us. Somehow, I doubt that last one. Kazuki's not me. The demon king of the 6th heaven simply shrugged. Oh. How? I was just about to sleep. Is something the matter? Somehow, simply hearing Livia's voice over the phone brought me immense relief. I relaxed into my bed, and let out a long sigh. She was in no danger. I never expected her to be. That didn't seem to matter at all to my heart considering how it tensed up when she took a few seconds longer than usual to pick up my call. Nothing, I just miss you, I think. Of course. It's me, after all. It's only natural you miss me. Her attempt at calm confidence was thwarted by her own quivering voice. I smiled. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, a quiet voice came through, I miss you too. I hope my family's not a bother. I turned on my side. She laughed softly. Your mother has some of her inhibitions. And some questions but why their stay is so long. I even appreciate her apprehension. At that, I sighed. Even now, I failed to understand those inhibitions of my mother's, especially when she took to Karen so quickly. There was a decent chance those had something to do with my missing father, but I didn't really have the courage to question my mother. But your sister is a delight. She said suddenly, with more enthusiasm than I'd expected, your mother can't say no to her at all. I mean, not that I can either, but she's the one to shut down her mother's attempts at leaving. Her tantrums are so cute. I can see why you spoil her so much. I felt oddly proud of her for that, and oddly moved by her affinity for my family. She won't even talk to me. I confessed with a sigh. Livia did her rich girl laugh. She just misses you sorely. We talked for a good bit, about the most menial of things until she stopped replying entirely. At first I was confused, then I heard light snoring on the other end. With a soft chuckle, I cut the call and put my phone on the nightstand. Soon enough, I drifted off as well. That morning, I didn't wake up on my own time. No, Karen shook me awake, dressed in her habit for some reason. When I asked, she said nothing, merely pointed out the window. I walked over to find Rin standing outside the gate, impatiently tapping a foot against the ground. What does she want this early? I murmured. I heard explosions nearby last night. Karen shared idly, might have something to do with that. She could also be here to inquire about your actions last night, in which case, my suggestion is to kick her to the curb. Her brutal suggestion made me raise a brow. Look at how she entices men. Her skirt is too short. Why are her legs so meaty anyway? Ah, this does not fit a servant of the Lord. I apologize. See Karen, are you jealous? She responded by tilting her head. Why would I be jealous of you spending time with a heretic whore instead of me? Damn. You really don't hold back, do you? I don't know what you're talking about. She definitely understood what I was talking about. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to comment. Chapter 118, Chapter. The moment Rin and Karen laid eyes on each other, I felt a sudden urge to grab some popcorn. If not that, then a bag of chips, at least. The friction was immediate, palpable, even if they were just staring at each other in silence with unreadable expressions, stood in the gateway, brisk wind ruffling through their hair. Not one to ruin such an entertaining moment, I leaned against a wall and simply watched the two girls measure each other up on this particularly cold morning. Apparently, fate took insult to my approach. Rin turned towards me instead. What is a priestess, a member of the Holy Church, doing in your home? I opened my mouth but Karen answered for me. What makes you think he owes you an explanation? she said plainly, arms hanging limp to either side. Didn't your father teach you not to meddle? Rin clearly hadn't expected that response either, considering how she physically recoiled. Still, much like Luvia, she wore a mask of her own. I saw in real time as all trace of emotion drained from her features, leaving only a polite poker face. I am the second owner of Fuyuki, she stated matter-of-factly. Anyone operating within my territory must go through me, even members of the Holy Church. I don't think you want to be responsible for souring the long-standing relationship between your organization and the Tosaka family. A politically charged rebuke if ever I'd seen one. Suddenly, Karen wasn't just speaking as herself, but as the entire church. I couldn't help but whistle in awe. Unfortunately, Rin both underestimated and misunderstood Karen. The priestess never even budged. If a little rough talk is enough to sour relationships, I have to question the upbringing of such a prestigious household despite myself. One would expect a family head to be more thick-skinned. I apologize. I gave your lineage more credit than was due. Damn. I covered my mouth with a hand. This was a truly incredible exchange. I was learning much. If I wanted to stick around, I really needed to up my snark game. Even Rin was too baffled to respond, she blinked several times. Then. So you're declaring your intent to ignore the law? Oh wow. Karen turned to me, jabbing a finger through the air at Rin. She's going to cry to mommy because her feelings are hurt. I steepled my fingers and pursed my lips, awaiting Rin's response. She had none. Though still plain-faced, I knew Rin was staring daggers into my side. Her poker face was an exact one-to-one copy of Luvia Gelida's. Ah, that made sense. They were relatives, even if only because one side was beaten into submission then forced into a marriage. I decided to cut my losses before incurring her wrath. With a sad sigh, I wandered over to Rin, grabbed her by the shoulders, and dragged her off to the side. What are you dash, wait, Henry dash. She made sure to protest, but somehow that turned into intelligible murmurs halfway through. She even ducked her head. I looked over my shoulder. Sure as hell, Karen was standing there with a smug smile on her little gremlin mug. Shaking my head, I spoke to Rin. So, Miss Tosaka, how can I help you this fine dash? I took a long look at the moody gray skies, dotted with puffy white clouds, not so fine, morning. Right. She took a deep breath, fiddling with one of the buttons on her red coat. I took Amiya to Kirai yesterday. He doesn't know anything about the war, or even magecraft. I tried to tell him the basics but, well, that's not important. We came across Berserker again. I raised a brow. But, some explosion drew him away before he attacked us. His master seemed rushed when she noticed. There was a decent chance the commotion that drew them away was my own conflict with the now-dead caster. Nobunaga had previously put a real damper on her confidence in arguably the greatest hero of ancient Greece. Hopefully, she'd realized she needed to be a bit smarter with her approach to the war now. What's the deal with that Shiro kid anyway? I tilted my head, smiling sheepishly. You like him? What? No. She hurriedly denied the notion, shaking her head from side to side. Then why panic? He's my neighbor. And, besides. I hummed, besides. Sakura likes him. My sister. Her words were remorseful, not the attitude one took towards a sibling. I couldn't let him die. Knowing Magi, there was probably some messed up story in there somewhere. No, if Rin was the heir and head now, then that meant her father chose her over her sister. Consequently, Sakura, growing up without any attention from the family was the best-case scenario. Torture wasn't out of the question either. Kids other than the heir were disposable material, or backups. That was simply dogma for our society. Did he sell her? I asked curiously. Rin bit her lip, clenching her fists. Then, she shook her head. Just when I was about to sigh in relief, she said something even wilder. My father gave her to the Matsu family. Huh. Wasn't that the ominous and grim family? That isn't important right now. She shook her head again, slapping herself on the cheeks. You need to be careful. If the encounter back then wasn't enough, Berserker is an incredibly dangerous servant. His stats are absurd. Rin, are you forgetting which servant I have? She groaned. Right. Everyone other than me has exceptional servants. I know. Also, Castor is dead. We fought. But Assassin's the one that got her. Bastard had stolen all my glory, and the would-be fruit of my decision to be merciful. If he wasn't entertaining, I'd make him pay back with exorbitant interest. And did you get a look? No luck. The assassin servant is an assassin. It's in the name. I deadpanned. What kind of genius are you? You're making us all look bad. She deadpanned harder. You just called yourself a genius. Who even does that? Me. I get to. You don't. I got myself a ceiling designation already. There was no rebuff to that fact. Rin realized that instantly. She opened her mouth to protest, but simmered down and kept walking with her shoulders slumped. For a moment, there was silence, and only the nasty gazes of elderly passers-by who weren't particularly enthused with the presence of a foreigner. As we neared Rin's school, Hamurahara Academy, those passers-by were quickly replaced by droves of curious students. They recognized Rin, but she didn't pay attention and kept walking crookedly. Knowing how teenagers were about gossip, that wasn't going to end well for her. I, of course, made sure not to point that out at all. Well, we're here. I stared up at the school building beyond, ignoring the curious gazes. I'll see you later. I snorted. If you wanted me to walk you over, all you had to do was ask. I wouldn't mind. She huffed, and tossed a lock of her hair over her shoulder. I just wanted to discuss the war, all right. That's it. Instead of answering immediately, I raised a finger to point at a short-haired girl hanging out of the second-floor window. She was waving her hand enthusiastically, a bright smile on her face as another student tried to pull her back. I'm pretty sure your classmates agree. It was only then that Rin was hit with the knowledge of where we were. Her ears twitched and grew red. Adieu, Miss Tosaka. I hope you have an interesting day. I chuckled. Make sure to eat properly. Her face scrunched up. What? Where did that come from? Well, you need extra food for the thighs, no. Why you dash? Laughing harder, I ran off. I honestly expected the rest of the day to be rather boring, since any and all conflicts were meant to occur in the dark of night. I was wrong. I ran into Kirai in the shopping district. The weird priest was carrying 2 plastic bags filled to the brim with store-bought tofu. He ignored me entirely when I called him out. Just when I thought that was it, I spotted a familiar mop of maroon hair inside a clothes store, all suited up. We noticed one another at the same time, and she gave me a conflicted look. A stark change from last time, when she'd looked at me like I was nothing. It was not every day that one ran into an enforcer for the policies department on a random walk through town. Especially one that tried taking my head so indiscreetly. And, most definitely not one that got sent to die by my hands because of political friction. Of course, I walked right into the store. When she noticed, she turned on her heel and tried to run. I was much faster. Hey Bazette. Fancy running into you here. I put a hand on her shoulder, holding her in place. First, she froze up. Then, she turned her head so slowly you'd think her neck was a particularly rusty swivel. Henry Smith. A strange coincidence. Why'd you try to run? You're mistaken. She denied it entirely. I just don't enjoy conversing with my targets. Not when I intend to negotiate with Kirai for an exception to the established rules of the Holy Grail War. So you're going to stubbornly fight me? I sighed. She nodded resolutely. You're just being used, you know. I have my orders. Fine then, see if I care. I huffed. I won't be so nice next time we fight. I expect you to. God damn it, this woman was so incredibly stubborn about all the wrong things. Well, I'd extended an olive branch once, even spared her. If she came at me again despite it all, I would respond in kind. I could only deny the chance to fight a hero of legend so many times. I licked my dry lips, feeling my heart thrum against my chest. I'll wait for you on the bridge. I will come if Kirai agrees. In the meantime, maybe I'd pay a visit to the Matu house. It wasn't like I had anything else to do till tonight. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chonky chaps ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 119, Chapter. Yua, this place is abhorrent. Nobunaga shivered, arms crossed. Her eyes warily scoured every inch of manse rising before us. I feel like a swarm of insects might crawl out of the ground. Say, master, am I allowed to kill it with fire? For a moment, I couldn't answer. This double-story mansion was in the same district as mine, and just as, if not more, grand. Laid with dark brick instead of white, it even had the same gabled roof. Except, this one resembled a medieval castle a decent bit. There were proper towers on the corners, and even a subsection built exactly like a round tower meant to hold siege weaponry. A study room, possibly. Perhaps a solar for the Lord. Thick, dying vines clung to the dark stone. How can something so majestic feel so disgusting? I pursed my lips. Yeah, fine, if we find bugs, you can burn this whole place to the ground. I really don't think this is going to be another Shiro situation. There was no way the master of such an ominous household wasn't a proper magus. I knew little about the Matu family past their antiquity and their part in the foundation of the Holy Grail War, but I knew that no old magus house was without its hidden skeletons. With magi, those mostly tended to be literal skeletons, belonging to children. Despite my permission, my servant remained reasonably skittish. "I'd prefer gaming to exploring this," she murmured. I breathed warm air into my hands. "Oh come on, where's your sense of adventure? Fighting ancient evil is supposed to get you going." "Indeed, but not when that ancient evil is likely to take one's dignity." "Well, you should have no problem then." "I mean, you don't have any dignity to begin with." I snickered. She raised a fist, but then inhaled through grit teeth. "Fine. I walked into that one." "Yep. So are we heading in?" "You can go on ahead." She rubbed her chin, narrowing her gaze. "I think I want to make some preparations, just in case." Those preparations most certainly involved explosives, copious amounts of gunpowder, and flames, but I wasn't sure I wanted to stop her. "No," I agreed with them. My hair stood on end just from the air alone. Shrugging, I stepped up to the bell and gave a gentle push. No answer came. I tried again. No answer still. I glanced at the setting sun and raised a foot to kick the front doors open. Just then, I heard the distinct clack of wood against stone. The clack of a cane, I realized. Many magi tended to have those. I held no qualms, even I had one. They just sort of fulfilled the aesthetic of the nobility. "You won't find the Matu master here." The voice came from behind me. A familiar voice. "Aren't you supposed to be meeting Bazette?" I glanced at the priest stood beside me with his hands behind his back. At my words, brief amusement flickered through his eyes and his mouth parted ever so slightly in some dogged smile that his own face seemed unused to. "Her meeting was short," he said calmly. "Her departure was immediate. As a neutral party, that is all I will say. However, again, you will not find the Matu master here." I raised a brow at the free information. "I thought you were supposed to be a neutral party." He merely shrugged his shoulders. "I've recently come to know that the Matu are engaging in, let us say, unsavory research. If true, I cannot abide in silence. Who did he think he was fooling here?" I scoffed openly. "Recently, yeah, right. I think you mean it's not useful to you anymore." Such was standard procedure for the Mages Association, and I sincerely doubted the Holy Church was any different after my experience with their vaunted members. Kyrie Kodomine had been watching over the city for close to a decade now, till Rin came of age. There was no way I was entertaining even the mere thought that he didn't know of these so-called unsavory activities. Take it however you will. I am a servant of the Lord. His expression never faltered. "Perhaps we might work out a deal." He took my silence as a yes. "As overseer, I am allowed to incentivize other masters in case the rules are broken. The Matu master has been draining civilians for mana to maintain his servant. If left alone, this will surely draw the attention of the public, and then, the First Principal Enforcement Bureau." I almost laughed. The Clock Tower's Department of Policy could not care less about what happened in this backwater nation they all looked down on, not unless something drew their attention. All right, there was that. Help me investigate their wrongdoings. I will reward you with a command seal. You know the head of the Matu can probably hear this conversation. I tend to care little for what filth thinks. An executor calling someone filth. Crazy. He shrugged his hands. "So? Yeah, sure." I nodded. Not for the command seal, I cared little for that. No, Kyrie was giving me free rein to rain down hell on the Matu, strip them for all they were worth, and end the line entirely. There was no way I'd ever turn down such an opportunity. "Very well. Let us begin." As I watched, he reeled back his fist and smashed it into the gates. They gave away immediately. The hinges burst, and either gate flew past the front yard with such force that part of them ended up buried in the wall. I whistled. Kyrie hummed, putting his hands behind his back once again. With a snap of my fingers, the bounded field around the compound crumbled in on itself. The master of the house still gave no real reaction. A terse silence settled upon the house. I rubbed the sole of my shoe against the paved path leading up to the front door. This was getting boring. I raised my fingers. Amongst crimson flashed and howling winds, red formed atop them. Just then, I saw critters. Disgusting critters numbering in the hundreds. They burst out through the dirt in the yard and crawled onto the concrete, leaving slimy trails. I narrowed my eyes for a closer look, and immediately regretted my curious folly. They looked like dicks. There was no other word for it. Slimy, disgusting phalluses with sharp, frothing teeth at the head and 2 antennae at the tail end. I didn't want to, but I imagined that his experiments on humans likely had something to do with those bugs going inside them. Bile rose to my mouth, I forced it back down. The nasty creatures crawled atop one another, around each other, slowly they rose to resemble a remotely human creature. A blink, and a small, shriveled man stood in their place. He looked less human, and more like old, blotted skin stretched over a malformed skeleton. I could vividly make out every bone and vein in his body. Thank you, God. He's wearing clothes. He wore a black robe over one of those green yukata things. I was 100% certain that I'd be actually traumatized if I saw this creature naked. His eyes were pure black, marked only by white pupils that studied me a while before turning to Kirai. What is the meaning of this, boy? He held both hands over his walking stick. Zoken Matu. Kirai raised his head. It is as you see. Your existence can no longer be tolerated. Before he could open his disgusting mouthhole, I fired red. It instantly blew through half of his skull, then erased a good chunk of the mansion behind him. The half of the head that remained laughed eerily as the rest formed once more. Gahaha, what brought this on, boy? As I recall, we were getting along just fine. You've been draining civilians with reckless abandon. A flimsy excuse. The old creature scoffed. Indeed. You simply disgust me. Your magecraft, and what you do to your own grandchildren, disgusts me from the bottom of my heart. Kirai placed a hand over his chest. His words rang hollow. Sure, they sounded nice and all, but I could tell he didn't mean them in the slightest. Zoken even laughed at his altruistic declaration. The old man put both hands over his walking stick. So, I'm finally getting in your way, is it? Fine. You'd be an issue for my wish too. What wish? The Holy Grail, of course, isn't it obvious? He stared at me with a dead face. You, youngster, why help him? My answer should have been a good one, like Kirai's, like maybe Shiro's. But no, my immediate decision to end his existence was not based in cold hard logic, nor in a bleeding heart that could not tolerate evil. No, he was a magus. There was no need for such things. Besides, even if he wasn't one. Clearing my throat, I pointed a finger at him. Those bugs are disgusting. I glanced at Kirai. He simply nodded. Let us end his pitiful and hideous existence. Zoken laughed at him. Distantly, I heard the clink of steel chains, the thud of hurried steps and a gasp. Then, the very ground burst. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 chaps ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 120, Chapter. Dicks. Dicks everywhere. Flying dicks. Slithering dicks. Groaning dicks. Chittering dicks. Just, so many dicks. They blew out from under the dirt yard in droves, like a black swarm of bees. A particularly disgusting swarm of bees that made me want to empty my lunch, breakfast, and even all I ate the day before. Never before in my life had I unleashed infinity faster than I did then. I even yelped. There was no shame in it. Not even the demon bearing the name of the Archangel Gabriel, or that dead apostle capable of feeding on kinetic energy came close to how horrifying this was. Hell no. Looking cool was the last thing on my mind. I began wondering if running was a better option than facing this abomination. Kirai stepped in front of me, his dark coat fluttered as he shoved both hands inside and ripped out 6 black keys, 3 in either hand. A moment before the bugs touched him, his hands blurred. Somehow, those dicks passing through a human meat grinder was even more disgusting. The gore washed up against my barrier. I put a hand over my mouth, retching. Henry. He will flee. The priest called out. The fuck he will. I'll kill every single one of these bugs myself if I have to. I snapped my fingers. A curtain expanded around us. A defensive bounded field turned inside out. Knowing how these bugs were capable of burrowing, I made sure to extend the field under the earth as well. Then, I brought my hands together. The air burned. When I pulled them apart, red-hot flames danced within. Fuga. With a dead face, I pinched the fire, and pulled back as though I were drawing a bowstring. The flames morphed into a flaming arrow. I let go. The air sizzled. Flames exploded outwards. Pyro, P-wire/fire. When I snapped my fingers, they split. Hundreds of bolts struck the damned creatures and erupted in miniature explosions that swept away any others around them. Only when I saw them screeching in pain as their forms crumbled apart, did I finally let out a sigh. Zoken never moved, even as the bugs swarmed over him. He still stood there now, a thin smile on his sunken face. You know I cannot die. You who have abandoned your humanity. As an executor of the Holy Church, I will fulfill my duty to God and his creations. The old creature cackled at the proclamation. A nasty sound reminiscent of his chittering dick things. I swung my arm. His torso fell off, detached from his body. No blood came spilling out, instead I saw those same creatures writhing about inside him. The upper half broke down into the earth, and he regrew from the waist up. I wanted to cry. If I were so easily killable, the many that came before you would have succeeded. He laughed heartily, at me. Kirai glanced at me. Trap him. Leave the rest to me. For a moment, I considered denying the priest's request. Divine magecraft was easily capable of deleting this man from existence with not even a trace left behind. I quickly decided against that. There was no point in revealing my hand when there was no need to. I nodded with a hum. I can do that. Zokan laughed louder. Youngster, do you really think I made no preparations for an upstart to come barging into my home? I wasn't nearly stupid enough to assume that. He was stupid enough to assume I didn't know. From the moment I stepped foot upon this tainted soil, my aviators had been shoved in my pockets. I saw all that happened. I understood all that happened. His magecraft, his familiars, those disgusting insects I regretted looking at from the depths of my heart were also him too, and the base of his magecraft. The reason for his regeneration and longevity. The reason he was so assured he'd survive this. They're not all here, are they? I pursed my lips. Surprise flickered through his white eyes for a brief moment. Surprising. The worms pooled beneath him. Kirai lunged at him, but Zokan was gone before he ever neared, submerged in those creatures. I felt the intelligence leave the monstrosities around us. I sensed multitudes of them burrowing into the ground. He has fled. Kirai breathed out. But, I suppose this works to our advantage. I raised a brow. I had thought to end him here. That is no longer possible. But, his home is the breeding ground for those creatures. You want to destroy this place. He will be immensely weakened. The next time we meet shall be his last. There it was again, that odd ghost of a smile even his own face wasn't used to. Kirai Kodomine was playing me, I could tell, I wasn't able to work out his angle yet. He was an overseer for the Holy Church, his ultimate agenda was certainly my death for no reason other than my being a magus. But, beyond that, maybe he had something more to gain from this war as well. I needed to ask around. I leave this task to you. See me at the church. I hummed. Sure. The priest turned, hands once again behind his back, and walked off. With narrowed eyes, I opened the curtain just enough for him to leave, before sealing it off once again. I could figure him out later. For now, every last one of those creatures needed to die. Nobu. I spoke through our mental connection. That was terribly disgusting. Kill it with fire. Kill it with fire. I nodded, backing off to the edge of the compound. What? You don't want to investigate this place? He wasn't the master, you know. I shivered. I think I'm fine cutting my losses here for now. The mere thought of stepping inside made me want to retch. Fine with me. A good moment passed in silence. Then, abruptly, I heard the sound of something tearing through the air. The sort of noise a bomb being dropped tended to make. I looked up to spot Nobunaga free-falling through the air. Close enough. The air around her burned as she held out her hands to either side. Hundreds of rifles formed around her. The demon king of the sixth heaven gave me a wink, knowing I could see it even from the distance between us. Then, all hell broke loose. Fire rained down from the skies. Smoldering bullets that looked closer to beams of fire shot from the rifles. When they touched down, the ground burst. A bomb had been an apt analogy, I decided. Suddenly, it looked like a bombing raid was taking place, contained to the Matu compound. My inner American preened at the loud, red explosions that decimated the decidedly beautiful mansion. The ground was torn asunder, and even the rubble torn to shreds. When Nobunaga finally stopped, nothing remained at all except a charred black crater of 50 meters deep. She appeared next to me with a hand over her hat. Quite splendid of me, if I do say so myself. Personally, I would have kept firing for at least 10 minutes. That was how disgusted I'd been. Her crimson eyes shimmered as she tiptoed. Can I? I was just being considerate towards your mana reserves. The time's passed. Actually, you know what? She deflated. Imaginary technique dash. Bringing my fingers together for a snap, I raised my hand to point at the crater. Purple lightning weighted off my fingertips as the very world groaned under an imaginary mass. With a grin, I let my fingers go. Hollow purple. Under divine law, the world became white. Just like the original, I only needed the flimsiest excuse to whip out the strongest technique in my arsenal. This particular use, however, I felt was more than justified. Way to go over the top, master. Nobunaga crossed her arms. I smacked her side. You don't get to say that. Fair. The sun had nearly set now, and even though I wanted to go to the church so I could push Kirai for an answer, I had a promise to fulfill. If Bazette responded to my challenge, then she'd made her decision. The damn woman wasn't really giving me any choice here. Sighing, I shook my head and turned to leave. In my wake, I left the decimated Matu household. Yet, the patriarch lived. Sure, I destroyed his base of operations and the place he got his insects from, but the victory didn't really feel like one. He'd fled. His progeny, if he had any, survived also. Well, I guess I'll hunt them down too. There was a certain joy to be found in hunting down magi the likes of Zokan. I wondered what the rest of his family was like. I didn't have to wonder for long. The moment I actually rounded the corner to finally leave the property, I spotted a blue-haired youth lying on his ass. There was a school bag lying next to him, with stationery and books scattered about. His jaw was slack, and his violet eyes were wide from shock. Yet, what drew my eye was: did your parents plant some seaweed in your skull when you were born? Who the hell are you? Hey, don't you think it's rude to ask for someone's name without giving your own? I cleaned my aviators against my coat. He yelped, crawling backwards. Shinji. Oh. Shinji Matu. Don't you know who you're dealing with? Oh my. Hope you enjoyed. Please, don't hesitate to point out any difference in quality or some such. Has anyone figured out Kirai's angle? Chapter 121, Chapter. Zokan's own body was composed of his worms. Those same worms were also capable of forcing themselves inside the body of another to use as a puppet. That was why it came as something of a surprise when I found no such thing on this Shinji Matu. His body was completely clean. No worms, no modifications, and no magic circuits either. That, coupled with how afraid he was of Lil Olmi, cast a rather serious shadow of doubt over his proclamation. I had trouble believing even a bit of what he said. Are you sure? I crouched down, tilting my head. You don't want to get something like this wrong, mate. Somehow, my question seemed to inspire confidence in him. His eyes brightened considerably. Why yes. I'm Shinji Matu. Who? Who are you supposed to be? Henry Smith. Ah. A foreigner. There was no recognition in his voice, lending even more credence to the notion that he was just yakking. No magus I'd met thus far failed to recognize me, even in the city. My crime against the clock tower was immense. I hung my head. You don't have the worms. You don't have any magic circuits. How am I supposed to believe you? I heard him grit his teeth, and raised my head to meet a gaze filled to the brim with frustration and indignation, in that order. Before I could press further, his hand shot for his bag. I let him do as he pleased, watching with utmost curiosity. Are you about to pull out the 9? You bum. He did not pull out a gun. Shinji Matu whipped out a book. A small tome barely bigger than his hand, bound in red, with intelligible golden writing on the front. He roughly opened the book. I scratched my neck uncomfortably. I don't think the pen is mightier than the sword applies to this case. Writer. Ah. Steel chains seemingly wrapped around my throat, several times over actually, until they hid my neck entirely. They trembled under the strength of their wielder as they closed in around me. I barely reacted. Shinji stared in disbelief. Disbelief that quickly turned into a mocking grin that made him look even uglier. Haha. How's that? You were so full of yourself till earlier. I watched in silence, trying to get a look at my secret assailant. I couldn't. They were standing behind me. Oh well. A little correction. I'm still full of myself. You don't feel it. I probably would dash, I grinned. If they were actually touching my neck. Bazette's surprise was the last shanking I'd allow. The moment I heard the chains, a thin film of infinity formed around my neck, wound together through divine mystery such that a noble phantasm wouldn't be able to outright ignore it. I ran a finger across the cold metal wrapped around my neck. This is disappointing. But, you've attacked me first. Writer. Kill him. Kill him now. A dagger tore through the air, primed for my neck, only to be come up against by a golden katana. Sparks flew as steel met steel. Whoa. Hey now. Can't have that. The dagger rasped along the length of the sword as Ryder dragged it upwards, instantly deciding to cleave through the wielder's fingers. Only, there was no wielder. Nobunaga was standing behind Shinji, face to face with Ryder. She'd already let go of her katana for a rifle aimed at the opponent's face, her one free hand moved to clutch Shinji's shoulder. Back off, little goddess. Ah, so Ryder was a woman. Of course, she's a girl. I sighed as the chains loosened, she hot. Nobunaga hummed. By your standards, surely. Her body resembles that wild woman of yours. Of course, as a creature of divine origin, she is utterly disgusting to myself. Now I had to get a look. With a shrug, I ripped the book from Shinji's hands and stepped over to stand beside the demon king of the sixth heaven. She'd been right. Ryder was exquisitely beautiful, even with the blindfold strapped around her eyes. Her long purple hair flowed down to her feet, and her short, black, strapless, dress barely covered her privates. Instead, her long boots covered most of her thighs, leaving only the slightest skin bare. Not a servant for nothing, I guess. I turned Shinji's book around in my hands before raising my aviators for a brief glimpse. A pseudo-command seal. Interesting. Pretty counterintuitive though. The book gave Shinji authority over Ryder, but, in exchange, all mana from the actual master was cut off. I had to ask what the point even was then, since the servant was weakened to oblivion for it, but something told me asking this brat for the answer was a pointless endeavor. To make things even worse, it also took away the authority of the real master entirely. That meant I could murder Ryder right here and reduce the servant count to 5 without her ever having access to her full power. In fact, such was the reasonable course of action. She was weaker than Artoria right now. I eyed her expressionless face calmly. Who are you? Silence. Is dying for this guy worth it? Still no answer. Ryder, help me. She did not even budge. You will die if I move. Master. Nobunaga was easily capable of ripping out his throat with her bare hands. Weak as she was, Ryder would possibly die in that same moment too, at her hands. That was ideal. But, boring. I tossed the book in the air and snapped my finger, dismantling the contract that bound them. With the connection to her actual master re-established, Ryder's presence soared into another realm entirely. With Shinji, she stood no chance. Now, she'd be entertaining. What now? Kill him. Her answer was immediate. Please. Ryder, you. I raised a curious brow. Why? He. She seemed to consider something for a moment. He forces himself on his younger sister. Nary a thought passed my head as I nodded at Nobunaga. In a staggeringly brutal movement, her hand moved to his throat. I blinked. She ripped it out and kicked him to the ground. A horrendous sound slipped from his severed windpipe as he desperately clutched his neck. Tears formed in his red eyes. Nobunaga lowered her rifle. Abhorrent ape. She blew out his brains. For once, I had nothing against her wanton brutality. If anything, I believed she should have taken it slower instead. As an older brother myself, the knowledge was intolerable. I'd have done the same even if he were a saint otherwise. I assume the sister is your actual master? Ryder's head lowered as though she was looking at the fresh corpse. Yes. Then, go. But, if she's anything like Zoken herself, I'll kill her too. Zoken Matu molded her. He is no better than this creature. Worse. Well, that was another reason to wipe those worms from the face of the planet. Man, I thought everyone in this war would be evil. So far, all I'd found were angsty teenagers, and Shiro. Sure, there was Bazette and Castor, but, ugh, even Castor's death made me feel bad. She'd been genuinely happy with the opportunity to simply live out what time she had with that guy she loved. This Holy Grail war was turning into a rather grim affair instead of the mythical war between heroes of legend I'd come here for. From the looks of things, Ryder's master was about to be another Castor on my hands. There was a decent chance Zoken was headed for her too now that I'd flushed him from his hideout. I couldn't help but groan as I made my next decision. Ryder, take me to your master. She shook her head. That I cannot do. Zoken's gonna go for her. This is going to be another Medea situation if you don't take me to her. Her expression remained unchanged. I want to kill Zoken. That's it. I won't touch a hair on your girl's head if she doesn't attack me. I swear. Ryder stood in complete silence for a good second, so much so that I began to feel awkward instead. Then, she stepped over and as I watched in befuddlement, the woman picked me up, in a Princess Carry. What? Gahahaha. Nobunaga keeled over laughing with a hand over her stomach. I will take you to her. Ahahaha. Hope you enjoyed. If there's any issue with the writing, don't hesitate to point it out. Chapter 122, Chapter. I had mixed feelings about getting Princess carried by a woman shorter than me. On the one hand, I loved a woman that could manhandle me, as proven by my intimacy with a Finnish princess infamous for her literal wrestling skills. On the other hand, there was already someone in my heart. That same princess, to be precise. In the end, I didn't enjoy the ride all that much. Thankfully, Ryder moved with the speed one would expect from a servant of her class. That was to say, a mere moment after picking me up, the lanky lady was already dropping me off, with more care than I'd expected. She even made sure to put me down feet first, delicately enough that I didn't even stumble. That was odd. There was no time to ponder over what had happened, however. Ryder brought me to an awfully familiar place instead of the hideout I was expecting. The Amiya residence, I immediately recognized. I deadpanned harder than ever when I made the connection. Of course, she's here. I wiped my face with my hand. Shiro Amiya had all the makings of a varsity shonen protagonist, after all. He instantly forgave me for nearly murdering him over a misunderstanding. Rin had been concerned enough to waste years' worth of stored magical energy to save his life. Then, beyond all that, the weird youth desired my tutelage also that he could become a hero of justice. The thought made me want to cackle and cry at the same time. You are familiar with him? Ryder inquired blandly. I pursed my lips, I guess you could say that. Shaking my head, I knocked on the door. A moment passed in silence, then I heard tender footsteps on the other side. Then, one of the double doors was pulled open by Saber. She'd foregone her plate armor for a neat, white blouse and a navy skirt that fell to her knees, with thigh-high black stockings underneath. There was even a cute little ribbon tied around her neck. I raised a clenched fist, and spoke through gritted teeth. Gray's better. No matter what, I had to rep my adopted introvert. Saber's expression soured. Hey, King AR-. She slammed the door in my face. Whoa. She does not like you much. Ryder noted. I couldn't help but snort, thank you, Sherlock. Any other genius observations I should know about? None. What now? I inhaled deeply, feeling the cold air rasp along my throat. Then, I began knocking the door like I was a loan shark and it owed me money. This time, I heard heavier footsteps alongside the tender ones and even the muffled sounds of an argument. I can't just refuse someone knocking at my door. You can when it is an enemy. I knocked even harder. The aged hinges trembled under the force. A bit more strength, and I was positive they'd fall over. Thankfully, the master of the house ended up opening both of them before I acted on those particular intrusive thoughts. Henry, how can I help you? Shiro asked plainly. I looked between him, Saber, and Ryder. These people were always so inexpressive for some god-awful reason. They needed someone like me in their lives for sure, else there was a decent chance they'd just awkwardly stare at one another for half the day. You have a Matu with you? Shiro stared at me for a good while. What do you want with her? He clenched his fist, and eyed me with suspicion. He hadn't been this defensive about his own life. Damn. Before that, can I come inside? I don't think we want the neighbors getting curious. After another pause, he gave a slow nod. Saber, King Arthur, sat across from me, legs folded. If not for the low table between us, I wasn't sure I'd be able to sit in the same room as her with how hard she was staring at me. She expected me to try something. I couldn't really blame her either. I definitely would have tried something if she wasn't standing guard. So, nice weather. Like before, she gave no answer. Is that your servant? Shiro asked from the kitchenette, sticking his head out the side. Oh. He was finally taking an interest in the war I'd inadvertently forced him into. That was good. Apparently, his visit to Kirai had done him some good at least. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to tell just what his decision was regarding the war yet. I turned to Ryder sitting beside me, are you my servant? The purple-haired lady shook her head from side to side. My master is Sakura Mato. He froze for a moment. You heard her. I leaned on the table, resting my chin atop my palm. From how relaxed you guys are, I guess I rushed here for no reason. Outside, the wind picked up, howling and rasping through hollows. Sakura is resting. Shiro said. But, she looked scared when she came to me, and her cheek was bruised. I raised a brow. As per usual, there was no tone to his words. Shiro gave away nothing of what he actually felt about the matter. But, I could at least put together that this Sakura Mato was possibly the girl I'd seen him heading to school with when I first came to this port city. She was with Shinji when you attacked Zoken Mato. He sent her away. Ryder's lips twitched faintly. She must have fled here. Ah. I regretted murdering Shinji even less now, if I had regretted it at all in the first place. Unfortunately, this made both Shiro and his servant eyeball me like I was the one in the wrong. Ugh, you guys seriously need to show some more emotion. This feels like I'm talking to a couple of statues. I threw my hands up in surrender, yeah. I attacked Zoken. He got away. I attacked Caster too, and even Berserker. This is a holy grail war. Sue me for attacking my enemies. I see. I understand. Both master and servant nodded at the same time. I groaned aloud. What were these people? I'd even prefer Rin to this reception. At least she reacted. I felt like a stand-up comedian doing a bit in front of the toughest audience ever. I felt even worse when silence descended upon the living room. No one said anything. I felt like all of them were judging me. For once in my life, I missed flat dash. Hell no. Things were bad, but they weren't that bad. Tosaka. I turned to Shiro so fast I almost snapped my neck, startling him. Tosaka asked me to scout the city with her for Berserker. I grinned sheepishly. HM, you and her out at night all alone. Shiro, you dog. What? He did not get embarrassed. Gah. No, I can't leave Sakura when she's like that. He looked truly troubled with the words that left his mouth. I want you to take my place. Hell no. I have other things to do. Mostly a fateful fight to the death atop a great steel bridge under the moonlight. As a man, I simply could not pass up the opportunity. I'd never be able to forgive myself for it. Or, that was what I thought up till I accidentally glanced towards Saber, and her blank stare. Honor compels you. I don't have any honor to begin with. I stuck out my tongue. Bleh. You would abandon your comrade, one who helped you, for a trivial thing. Well. Shiro's not my comrade. I turned to Shiro. No offense. I don't mind. I speak of the Tosaka princess. She spoke highly of you, as though you were friends. King Arthur attempted to guilt-trip me into doing her master's bidding with no remorse whatsoever. She even leaned in. As a man, would you abandon her to face a great threat all by herself? If such were the case, shouldn't she have been convincing Shiro to go against his decision to stay behind? No, I saw what she was doing. This honor-bound knight was shamelessly goading me. Is any other thing worth that? Well. Rin was nice. I thought of her as a good friend. She was really fun to tease as well. I would feel bad if she got hurt when I could have easily prevented that. Wait, no, that didn't matter right now. I was here to kill Zoken. But then again. In the end, I decided to do things my way. With a sigh, I tapped a finger against the table. A bounded field formed over the entirety of the Amiya residence. A simple one meant to alarm me for any intruders. Fuyuki City was small enough that I barely needed a second to traverse it if I knew where I was going. This way, if Zoken came, I would know immediately. Rider, you'll protect your master, won't you? The blindfolded servant nodded. I guess I'll drag Rin into my fight with Lancer. That's not dash. I cut Shiro off, doesn't matter. There's consequences to actions if you're not me. So, make your decision, stay and protect Sakura. Be her hero. Or, leave me here instead. Prevent any possible casualties that could come from me going. Of course, there was no actual choice or consequence. I just decided that this way was more fun. In truth, the game was fully rigged from the start in a way that benefited me either way. My end goal, after all, was simply fighting as many servants and magi as I could, for the opportunity to analyze them and because it was just good fun getting punched in the face but punching back even harder. It's justice either way. Mr. Hero. But, you'll have to choose the kind of justice yourself. Saber rose to protest but her words seemed to die in her throat. She likely understood just what I was doing. This way, Shiro Amiya's ideal would be finally grounded, instead of being utterly self-destructive. Otherwise, I was positive he'd try to help even his enemy. No, he was going to do that even now, but at least, this way, he'd start considering the consequences first. His suicide charge at me left a rather bad taste in my mouth. Ah, I'm such a good person, aren't I? As always, hope you enjoyed. Be sure to comment what you thought, and don't hesitate at all if you notice any difference in quality. Chapter 123, Chapter. I'd honestly been expecting Shiro to go the old but gold, I'll protect everyone route where he declared his resolve with a clenched fist and all, but no, the ginger youth went beyond expectations. He got up, walked into another room, then came back a good 10 minutes later and told me he was calling on that favor. That was the only way he'd let me go. I was more than happy to oblige, of course. I admired his dedication to not having someone do anything for his sake, even knowing that I would never have felt that same way in his place. I was more than happy to ask for favors and dole them out as well. Admittedly, however, my aid this time did not come from wanting to help him out for no particular reason, or a desire to help that girl either. No, going with Rin meant a chance to fight with the greatest demigod. That alone was all the reason I would ever need. So, as the chill of the night crept in with a thick fog that made it nigh impossible to see more than a few meters ahead, I bid the Amiya household goodbye and set out for his meet-up with Rin. Coincidentally, she'd asked him to find her at the park under the great metal bridge connecting either side of Fuyuki. The walk there was brief and entirely uninteresting. The silence was deafening, the shadows long, and the street lights flickered within the fog. Surrounded by closed commercial buildings on either side, there was no chittering of small animals either. It really felt like I was headed into some great boss fight, or, it would have, if not for the zombified white-collar workers I'd pass from time to time. I sort of understood why we picked this city for the Holy Grail War. Anyone awake in these hours was headed home after unhealthy amounts of overtime work, dead inside, and not at all interested in anyone that passed them by or what happened around them. They were more interested in sleeping. "Hey, master." Nobunaga slapped my shoulder. "Gay. I thought I left you at home." "You wish." "Master, you've been straying lately." She made a show of clutching her heart, eyes wavering. "You traitor. I thought we were supposed to be having fun together. You just want to monopolize all the fights." I pursed my lips, considering her words. She was right. Eee. Don't you ee me. She waved around a clenched fist. "If you were a retainer But I'm not." She'd been mentioning that retainer bit a lot recently, more and more after every delivery of modern tech made to our house to placate her interests. If I recalled correctly, the latest one had been a shipment of AR-15s, procured through dubious means. If you were in my time, you surely would have been. As I was one of the only lords willing to sponsor and respect talent for talent alone, not blood, not connection. Whoa. You had basic human decency. I feel your understanding of my age is severely flawed. I stopped walking, and turned to her with a deadpan. I barely know my own history. This is an island country halfway across the world. Suddenly, her lips parted in a massive grin. I realized what I just walked into, but it was too late. I thought you'd be familiar with the country that ended your naval supremacy as well as the image of an untouchable colonial empire. Okay, she'd not taken the chance and pulled out history I was wholly unfamiliar with instead. If I didn't know what she meant, her words could not hurt me. She instantly noted my confusion. The HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Repulse. The greatest naval loss of the Second World War. Oh, so she was talking about World War II. Oh. I grinned. Master, what is that disturbing expression? My grin stretched further. I was part American too. Remind me what happened to Japan during that war. She froze when I put a hand on her shoulder. No. Yeah, know your place. I'll drop another Sunday. The last two made you start producing messed up hentai, you don't want to risk a third. A moment passed in silence. Gah. I shall remember this loss. I cackled, driving away the dead of the night. What are you doing here? You have to stop putting your feet in my hands. I might start getting the wrong idea. I gently held Rin's heel, having blocked it before it made sweet love to my cheek for startling her. Apparently, her trying to kick me was my fault for tapping her shoulder out of nowhere. Okay, maybe it was. But, in my defense, she'd just been standing there so innocently, just peering into the Mayan River with her hands on the railings. There was no other choice but to try to scare her. I'm kinky, but I'm not kinky enough to be engaging in this kind of play with someone I'm not in bed with. Especially not in public. Somehow, that drained all the adorable embarrassment from her face. She stared at me listlessly, pulling back her foot. Then, her gaze fell on the black-haired girl standing beside me. Nobunaga had a hand on her chin, eyes narrowed in thought. Who's she? I took another look at Nobunaga. Granted, she was just wearing an oversized red t-shirt and a pair of tight jeans in place of her military uniform, but Nobunaga was not the sort of person you forgot. Her face burned itself into memory, mostly because she was always losing her marbles on first meetings. Maybe it'd take a bit. Master, I'm beginning to notice a trend. Do you like feisty women? I raised my hands in surrender. Fair, guilty as charged. That contrast between immediate violence and genuine concern is just, moi. Rin reddened again, only slightly. But she doesn't count. She's more troglodyte than feisty. Nobunaga nodded, I can see it. I third that. Have you seen this princess with a TV? Archer formed behind us, arms crossed and one eye closed. Then, the three of us nodded at the same time once again. Rin facepalmed. You, Archer, shut up. What are you even doing here, really? Shiro sent me here, Miss Tosaka. I saluted her, he's guarding your. At that moment, I suddenly remembered just what relation the two girls bore. Sakura Matsuo, Rider's master, was formerly Sakura Tosaka. She was Rin's little sister. When she told me, I didn't think much of it and promptly discarded the information, but now. Sakura was Rin's sister. The same girl Shinji. I pursed my lips. My. Rin tilted her head with innocent curiosity in her eyes. Once more, I regretted understanding the complete nature of the Matsuo family magecraft. Zoken had used those disgusting worms of his mold Sakura into an heir. That meant those things had been all up inside. Bile rose to my throat. I was forced to put a hand over my mouth. Magi. God, so many of those fuckers were so casually horrible, so vile and utterly abhorrent. Small wonder why I could not respect them, and why they were so incredibly suspicious of one another. A thief expected others to steal. A liar expected others to lie like them. A magus expected others to do as they did. I did not want to tell Rin. My gaze wandered, desperately searching for a distraction, an excuse to avoid the dreadful direction this conversation was headed in. Nobunaga lowered her head. Somehow, the warlord was able to understand my mind from my face alone. With a sigh, she walked away to sit down in the grass behind us, far enough that no casual conversation would reach any human's ears. Archer shook his head, and dissipated, gone as easily as he'd come. I should have just insisted on guard duty. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. Rin tilted her again, still curious but confused too. Henry, what's wrong? Rin, I destroyed the Matu residence. I decided to start there, Shinji said. Zoken ran away. Sakura. She's with Shiro, in his home. Ryder's there too, and Saber, so they should be safe unless Berserker heads over for some godforsaken reason. She processed the information in silence, her confusion palpable. I could understand. This was akin to telling someone like my professor that one of the 12 lords was dead at my hands. The Matu were a significant household within Fuyuki. Then, after an awkwardly long silence, she uttered a simple word. Why? Shinji, because he was forcing himself on. I stopped. The words were too difficult to utter. I really wasn't good at this kind of stuff. Something like this, I couldn't just attack it, or even run away. No matter how much strength I was capable of casually mustering, it mattered little. Of course, I could, just not care. But, that was impossible. I accepted that too. On who, Henry? I averted my gaze. Rin. Her bright blue eyes dimmed. She grabbed me by the collar of my shirt. Who? She knew. Of course, she knew. There was no way for her to not know. Rin's eyes glazed over, and Zoken just let it happen. I breathed deeply. He may have been worse. Her lips trembled, as if they did not know what they do, and her fierce self-assured gaze began to waver. I was familiar with that frustration, but I wasn't about to delude myself by thinking I could understand even a bit of what she was feeling right now. I didn't even want to imagine it. I dash. Her knees lost their strength. I was quick to grab her, holding her up with my hands. I knew. I didn't want to dash. Of course I fucking knew what kind of dash. Why didn't I dash? Rin. She looked so dash. She's still alive. Shinji died like a dog. While I enjoyed dash. Her breath hitched, she dash. Rin. You didn't know dash. I did. I'm not blind. I saw how she looked. I couldn't. I didn't want to accept. God, this was so difficult. I wasn't strong enough to bear that look of hers, the teary eyes. Why did I have to even tell her? What was even I supposed to say to make her feel better? No words would ever possibly be enough. Rin Tosaka sputtered and mumbled impotent words that she did not believe amidst silent sobs and hitched breaths, shivering against my hands. I tried to think of something to do or say. I pulled her in and hugged her tight. That was what you were supposed to do when someone was sad, right? Oh God, how does she feel dash? Henry, do you know how Sakura dash? I shook my head atop hers. She was really small. I'll kill him. I'll fucking kill Zoken. To her hate-filled declaration, I closed my eyes, feeling the wind brush against my face. The mist had begun to clear. When I opened them, I noticed something, someone. I'll help you. She could take it slow, rip him piece to piece, and I would be happy to help. For once, I would be happy to help with even that kind of brutality. Then, I'll make it up to Sakura, somehow. I'll try. I'll help you then too. For now, do you need a punching bag? What? Would you like to punch something? I know I would. She pushed me away, both hands against my chest. What are you? With another sigh, I raised a finger to point at the bridge beside us. There, atop the railing, sat a certain hound, a crimson spear slung over his shoulder. His blood-red eyes shimmered in the darkness. If you want, I can hold him off while you go to Amiya's. She stared up at me. I'm not going to ignore anything like this ever again. What? Thank you, Henry. For what? For being here. Thanks for reading. I hope this chapter reads as well for you as it did for me. Please, do tell me your thoughts. And despite this, if it's not up to par, tell me that too. I'm more than willing to rewrite. Chapter 124, Chapter. Despite my words to him, I did indeed look into the spandex-clad lancer I had faced on the road to the church not so long ago. What I found was incredible, awe-inspiring, and wholly baffling. He was not some random hero to be lost in some pages, passed over for another, or forgotten at all. Siyu Chilin was the hero of the Ulster cycle. A demigod born to a great god, pupil to a mythic witch, and the greatest of warriors. The Hound of Ulster. Son of the great god Luff. Disciple to the Witch of Dunscaith. It was no lie that I held a certain admiration for this mighty figure of legend now that I knew every single word written in his tale was true. I wanted to shake his hand, and I wanted to punch him in the face so that he would punch me back with all he had. I wanted to push him, bother him, and goad him. Or, at least, those had been my wishes when I was investigating him. Right now, my mood was soured. I needed sleep. The bad taste in my mouth from discussing the Matu household would ruin any battle I fought, and any victory or loss I incurred as a result. So, for a first, I did not want to fight him. That's a nasty look you got there, kiddo. What? Aren't you supposed to be a magus? He craned his neck, a half-grin on his face. You're the one that called me here, aren't you? Don't go ruining our fight now. Rin gave me a pointed look. She was definitely wondering if I was mad for that. She did that a lot. The Tosaka heiress suddenly slapped herself on the cheeks, and as they reddened, she raised a clenched fist. The two command seals on the back hummed in the night. Archer. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you, master. Archer let out a tired sigh, appearing beside us. I lowered my aviators briefly, just as the dual blades he typically wielded formed in his hands. Kansho and Byakuya, my eyes told me. Yet, I was not at all interested in what they did, more in how he had drawn them. They weren't like noble phantasms wielded by Nobunaga or Siyu Chilin, no, they were imitations. I knew that instinctively. Imitations he had, drawn from within himself. What kind of blasted magecraft was that? Tilting my head in confusion, I narrowed my eyes on them. I couldn't understand. I couldn't trace them to a beginning. From where I stood, he had just drawn those imitations from nowhere. That made no sense. They were not his legend. They were mere replicas, produced through high-level projection magecraft. Replicas he had made, but when? And, since when was projection magecraft so potent, so easy to cast? When my gaze rose to meet his, Archer gave a ghost of a smirk, like he knew exactly what I was thinking, and wanted to taunt me for it. What? You're going to gang up on little ol' me? Lancer leapt off the bridge. With a largely unnecessary spin, he landed in front of us. Then, he began twirling his crimson lance in his hand, at a speed barely perceptible. That's fine. Drawn from my thoughts at his abrupt declaration, I snapped my fingers at Nobunaga. She brought her hand to her side, as though she were grasping for the hilt of her blade. The blade came into the world amidst a burst of red flames, and hissed as she pulled it free to hold it aloft, the sharp edge held towards Siyu Chilin's neck. This time, I shall make no effort to bide my time. Oh, look who it is. Siyu held out his lance. Sorry it took me so long to recognize ya, I tend to forget what losers look like. You only won because I was disinterested, vile creature. I will not repeat the mistake. Whatever gets you going, lady. Lancer was about to get juju jumped from the looks of things. Nobunaga was no longer playing around, and Siyu Chilin was a being of divine nature. His fate would be the same as Heracles. Then, there was Rin's Archer to back her up. His chances of victory were dubious at best. That was why. Hey, Lancer. Just leave. Tell Bazette I'll fight her tomorrow. The blue-haired servant furrowed his brows, his eyes gleamed. Sorry, can't do that. There was something unnatural to the way he spoke then. I was too mentally tired to delve into it, but, for the respect I bore his legend, I tried again. Come on. You're fighting two servants. And me, on top. The folly of my words hit me the moment I finished them. Siyu stared at me in silence for a moment, then barked out a sordid laugh. Kahaha. You think that's gonna dissuade me? You really don't know who I am, do ya, kiddo? He was Siyu Chilin, the Hound of Ulster. At his end, he had tied himself to a rock with his own spilled intestines and fought an entire invading army on his lonesome from there, fighting like a madman, for so long that his enemies became too terrified to even approach his corpse after his death until an actual symbol of death came down to confirm his passing. Telling a man like that he was outnumbered was like telling an Irishman he was drinking too much. Absolutely bonkers. But, for a first, I'll apologize to you. This isn't what I want, just what I've gotta do. Suddenly, he twisted his spear and gripped it with both hands. The mana in the air froze in place. Time itself seemed to come to a screeching halt as the spear glowed a bright crimson. Siyu Chilin grit his teeth. Archer moved instantly. I'll be taking your heart. Henry. One moment, I was stood there. The next, I was flying through the sky. The cold wind dragged across my face like nails. Archer had thrown me, I realized. With all the strength that he had, he tossed me away. I didn't get to ask why. Dash. Lancer reeled his hand back as veins popped on his features, his teeth grit even as Nobunaga began to cut down on his neck with her golden katana. Without a thought, I activated Infinity. The greatest defense of the modern era formed around me, cutting me off from the rest of the world. Bulg. Gay what dash? He thrust his spear. Archer attempted to intercept it with his blades, but the bony weapon twisted haphazardly at the last moment, transforming into a brilliant red light that slid away at the final moment. It bypassed Archer and crossed the distance between us in the blink of an eye before, inevitably blowing through my heart. To that spear, my defense may as well not have existed at all. The nigh-infinite distance between us mattered little. The pockets of imaginary space became real. My heart being pierced was a foregone conclusion from the moment he'd thrust his spear. Ah. I should have never put my aviators back on. Huh. I looked down. The spear was gone. Warm blood gushed like a fountain from the gaping hole it left in my shirt and my chest as I fell from the sky. My body froze up, as though every single bit of it was suddenly gripped by an invisible force. Then, pain. Pain like never before. It felt like I was in the hottest desert and atop the iciest peak in the same moment, with nothing to protect me from the elements. I never even noticed the ground hit and shatter my back. My only thought was that I really needed to give noble phantasms some more credit. Apparently, those crystallizations of mystery, of legend, were not to be taken lightly. I chuckled, coughing blood right after. Small wonder. This wasn't enough. Nowhere near enough. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to comment. It's the only way I can know if I did well. Chapter 125, Chapter. Rin Tosaka truly did not know how she was supposed to feel. Even for her, the suddenness of it all was too much. She was still reeling from having the truth of Sakura's life as a Matu being abruptly shoved down her gullet when Lancer attacked them. She only stood and watched in silence as he, instead of adhering to the rules of the war, turned his blade on a fellow master with no remorse. A fellow master that had helped Rin, even if slightly, deal with her own emotions at his own expense now. If he hadn't come there for her sake, to be there to give her the news and his words of comfort, Lancer would have fought against her instead. He wouldn't be lying in a puddle. Her body refused to move. She had to something, anything at all. Rin Tosaka was a magus. And yet, it seemed the world itself was holding her in place. Master, move. Archer put a hand on her shoulder. His easy disregard was gone with the chill wind rustling through her hair, replaced with a tentative urgency as his gaze flickered between Lancer and Henry's. Right, she was there. That unsettling girl with the hateful eyes who had burnt down a part of the city against Berserker. She was calm. Eerily calm. When Rin had seen them, the master and servant pair looked not like a magus and a familiar in a hesitant partnership, but a pair of old friends who often made jokes at each other's expense. She didn't treat him with the hate she had for the other servants. He didn't treat her like a servant, but an equal. He'd never even called her his servant. What? Not too worried about your little master? Lancer snorted, struggling against her strength. His spear groaned and trembled in his grasp, stuck under the weight of a cut meant to tear him from shoulder to gut. She gave him no answer. But his words brought Rin to her senses. Her eyes widened, and before she knew it, she was running to her fellow master's side. When she looked at him, her heart sank. He was too injured. The wound in his chest was mortal. He wasn't going to survive that. No, he shouldn't even have been breathing. He was. The blow had clearly torn his heart to shreds. That was instant death for any magus, no matter how accomplished. But he was still breathing, slowly, haggardly. His eyes were still open. They were shimmering brightly, as though they were jewels in the sunlight. If there was still a mere inkling of a chance at him surviving, she had to try to help him. She couldn't live with herself if she didn't do her damnedest. With pursed lips, Rin knelt by his side. She rummaged through all the precious stones she had on her person. When she found one infused with enough magical energy to actually do something, her gaze fell on his blood. Her eyes widened. The blood was jerking, trying to reach out with tiny tendrils to fill out the gap in his chest. The blood dirtying his clothes slowly left them, moving back towards the cavity, hair by hair. Once again, Rin couldn't understand what was before her eyes. That tended to happen a lot with him. In the first place, she couldn't even begin to understand this person lying before her in any capacity. He was a ceiling designation yet acted nothing like one. No, he just behaved like a frustrating child that seemed to draw joy from getting on her nerves, behaving like he was better than her even though he was a new magus with no noble blood. Dog. Her eyes shot to the unknown servant Henry had summoned. Your blow faltered, didn't it? She'd never learned her name, had she? To begin with, one I acknowledge as mine Master Dash, the grin that stretched her lips beyond humanity then was unmistakably one filled with cruelty and madness, would not be so weak as to fall to a god's disgusting offspring. What the hell are you on about? Have you lost your marbles now that you're fading? She raised her blade high, and then brought it down again. Sparks flew into the night. Yet, to injure one I call such as a grievous affront to myself and a ridiculous thought. You overstep, dog. Again, she raised her blade and brought it down. The earth shook and cracked. Lancer pulled his spear back and thrust forth, but by then a rifle had formed in the black-haired girl's hands. By then, she was already holding it against his face. Flames blew out from the muzzle, forcing Lancer to jump away lest they blow off his head. Somehow, Rin felt the cold night grow hotter and hotter. You, girl. And your servant. If you cherish your flimsy lives, move as far as possible. Archer appeared beside her. For this affront, I shall make this place into a hell on earth. I should have expected this. Archer murmured calmly, a hand on Rin's shoulder as flames swirled around them. She's about to dash. As before, the heavens shall perish. All who name themselves as divine will become soot and ash. Oi, didn't you just say you weren't bothered by what I did? This I declare dash. She drove her blade into the earth, and placed her hands atop the golden hilt of her katana. Wait, a katana dash. As the demon king of the sixth heaven. Archer groaned, Rin's eyes widened, Siyu gripped his lance, and then the world was gone. She opened her eyes to death and ruin. Before her, a great temple rose to the sky. Flames sputtered and licked at the wood from fallen walls and tumbled pillars. Black smoke darkened the skies above. Around them lay broken Buddhas and shattered bells amidst the ruins of a grand place of worship. All else had broken down. All else burnt. Flames spread as far as the eye could see. No light came from the heavens above. Yet, the flames were not so hot at all. Despite their brilliance, she felt as if suddenly she was standing outside on a warm summer day. That shouldn't have been the case. Those red-hot flames and the smoke should have made it difficult to breathe. Henry was lying beside her too, unstrained by flames that gently licked and mischievously poked at his side. Just, what was this place? A reality marble for a noble phantasm. Archer noted. I see. For a servant to use one wasn't as surprising, even if a reality marble was the crux of mystery. To deploy one was to paint the very texture of the world with one's inner reality, an unreachable height for even the greatest of magi. Yet, this so-called demon king was a servant. Her very existence defied what was possible and what was not. That was just how heroic spirits fundamentally were. Rin couldn't help herself, she doesn't want to hurt us. Her servant gave an idle shrug. Beats me. That servant is particularly bipolar though, isn't she? He was right. She'd easily declared that she was not the least bit disturbed by her master's injury. Then, decided to unleash her noble phantasm for revenge. Shaking her head, she returned her attention to Henry. There had to be something she could do. Beyond her, flames raged and explosions threatened to deafen her. She didn't look, but she knew they came from within the temple. They were fighting in there. Rin tried healing him again. His body rejected her efforts. So, she tried. Again. Then again, and again, wasting much of the mana she had saved up over the years, until a sudden crack broke her fervor and pillars of spiraling red flames erupted from within the temple and rose towards the blackened skies. Then, the burning temple spit out a charred mass. A body burnt beyond all recognition. Archer pursed his lips. Rin tore away her gaze. Then, that world crumbled away. The cold air suddenly punched her lungs. They were out in the night once more, beside the Mayan river with the Fuyuki bridge solemnly watching over them. The body was still there though, yet the mysterious servant who declared herself something as boisterous as a demon king remained unharmed. She stood where she had been before as though she had not budged at all. With that same manic grin, she dragged her blade to the burnt corpse and as she had intended before, spliced it from neck to gut in an agonizingly slow motion. For all your ferocity, Hound of Ulster, you were a mere footnote, as all the gods shall be. I would have liked to make you suffer more for your insolence, but my master would disagree. When the corpse began to fade, Henry started coughing. When it disappeared entirely, he suddenly sat up, as if he'd never been hurt. God damn it, I gotta do something about curses. Henry dash. Rin turned, but a cloak fell over her. When she finally removed it from her face, that black-haired demon king was holding out a clenched fist to Henry, a small smile on her face. He snorted, and bumped it with his own. Thanks for having my back. I got caught lacking. Always. For as long as I draw breath. That is our promise. He was fine. Rin let herself breathe. God, things really were happening all too fast today. Hope you enjoyed. As always, please do comment so I know how I did. If there's any issues, be sure to tell me. Chapter 126, Chapter. What the fuck y'all? Why was him putting his glasses back on even matter? It was supposed to be something like the first time he decides that maybe fighting everyone isn't the answer and starts backing down, that shit gets shut down. It was symbolic. The eye killers didn't matter. He was still getting hit, no matter what. Nothing he has would let him avoid Guy Balg more than he did even without his eyes. It rewrites reality to blow through your heart. Guy Balg. There was a rather poetic way to pronounce the name of the noble phantasm Lancer had struck me with when I was simply trying to disarm the situation for the first time in my life, but, for now, I refrained from voicing the exact words. It took most of the strength I had, but I did manage to keep quiet. No, instead, I stared at the rising sun like a kicked puppy. High above, the few clouds watched in trepid silence, scattered in tiny herds, trying to make themselves as small as possible. It'd be a good, warm day today. With a groan, I rested my chin atop my palm. That Irish gobshite really hit me with an instant kill. And I was so nice to his master too. Guy Balg. A spear fashioned from the skull of some mook from legend with the unique ability to always hit its target, no matter what. It sounded like a load of bull, but it was true. My defenses had never mattered. The mystery never even clashed. His spear rewrote reality to make rough love to my chest. If that weren't enough, then there was the curse that prevented me from healing the injury for as long as the spear remained in the world. Life was rough without a beating heart, but my blood was what kept me alive. Hearts were overrated anyway. They just pumped blood. Who even needed them? PSHHH, not me, of course. A few more seconds and surely I'd have. Shouldn't sure kill be the right word? Nobunaga craned her neck, holding up a finger. I mean, if it were instant kill, I wouldn't have been able to save you, you pathetic master. Shut up, nerd. I was about to get up. You just wanted an excuse to crash out, drama queen. She let out a boisterous laugh, hands over her stomach as she leaned back against the bench. If that helps you sleep better, my princess. Excuse me, Rin's indignant words interrupted our little spat. Before I could bite back, she pressed a hotkin against my cheek with a deadpan. Can we not take almost dying so lightly? Or, at least, not make fun of it? Nobunaga looked at the woman strangely. He's a man. And after saying words that would make any liberal-minded person do a double take, the Sengoku-era warlord threw up her hands in surrender and got up before walking off with her hands behind her back. Me personally, I agreed with her. Joking about pain was the best way to deal with it, in my experience. Rin stared at the servants retreating back for a while longer, then plopped down right where she'd been sitting, taking extra care to tuck her skirt beneath her thighs. You all right? She spoke after a somewhat awkward pause. I glanced at her, define all right. Of course, I wasn't particularly incensed about nearly dying. From the moment I'd woken up in that alleyway, drenched in rain and my own warm blood, I had charged headfirst into rightly suicidal encounters, with not a concern for any consequences. That notion softened somewhat due to my family and Luvia, but it still was the core of my belief. A bland, unexciting life was no life at all. At least, it wasn't one worth living after dying twice and being forced to realize just how short it actually tended to be. A light breeze rustled Rin's hair. I did not want to go to sleep thinking, I'll do this tomorrow, because tomorrow wasn't as guaranteed as I'd formerly thought. I guess you wouldn't be. She tucked a stray bang behind her ear. I don't think anyone would even survive having their heart torn out. Hearing words, I wondered what she'd think of my newest spell. A variation of the spell I used to jerk my body to compete with the speed of servants, meant to control my blood, to ensure that it would continue to flow if such a situation ever came to pass again. I did. Henry, your servant saved your life. She said seriously, before chuckling. I don't think my servant would have reacted so strongly, so I'm a bit jealous. Well. Nobunaga tweaking so hard was a bit out of my expectations as well. Hey, I don't think a lady should be slandering people behind their back. Archer formed behind us, arms already crossed. I knew you were there, Archer. Yes, because I am most certainly not bound to you, master. Whatever. I'm going to say that back to you one day, mark my words. I stared at their exchange, tugging on the lid of the strange can Rin had shoved in my hands. There was no way to tell what it really was, since I couldn't read Japanese, and refused to learn it. The smell that came from it was odd. I did learn something. I said, suddenly. I should never have ever doubted myself. Well, confidence is always a good thing. Negotiation isn't for me. I should have pulled out a nuke like usual and smacked him over the head with it. Of course, I was right. I was always right. The moment I had gone against my better nature, and tried to talk things out with someone, he took advantage of my reluctance and came a hair away from cutting my run short. Making myself a problem for the world was the right decision. I stared at my hands. These really were meant for all ages, and all genders. What? Rin tilted her head, Visibly befuddled, Archer, why are you trying not to laugh? Clenching my fist, I held it aloft. My mother was wrong. I should always hit first. From the corner of my eye, I managed to catch Rin's jaw going slack. She really shouldn't have been that surprised, honestly. This was the only natural conclusion to draw from such an incident. I guess all magus are mad. She shook her head from side to side. How are you so? I grinned, powerful. Strong. Handsome. Hot. Because I'm all those things. I was going to say, good. Isn't the whole point of a ceiling designation to preserve an achievement that can't be replicated with any talent, time, or resource? The Mages Association accepts how good I am. You should too. From her face, she definitely wasn't all that enthused about my countless achievements, but that was definitely a load of bull. Rin was totally losing her mind on the inside, I was certain, more than certain. This was definitely not a delusion of mine. Suddenly, the young lady of the Tosaka facepalmed. Why was I ever worried for you? You were worried for me. Hey now, that's kind of adorable. Her face heated up. Shut up dash. I cackled. With a huff, Rin rose to her feet. She stared at me, then turned her head away again before stomping off to the side. I'm going to see Sakura. Ah, right, there was that. The whole reason I was caught off guard to begin with. Well, good luck. Quietly, I watched her disappear into the distance. When she was gone, I put the can against my mouth, taking a slow slip. What the fuck dash? Only to spill the dark contents all over the path in front of me. The drink was disgusting, genuinely disgusting. It was coffee. Cheap swill for the plebs. EW. I expected better from Rin. She knew I was a proper British gentleman. My eyes caught a piece of paper lying where she'd been sitting. A poorly drawn round face with a little tongue stuck out. Heh. That was worth sticking around for. Archer formed again, this time he was leaning against the railing right beyond the path, built to prevent people from testing Darwin's theory by approaching a river as sizable as the Mayan without proper preparation. His arms were still crossed. I raised a brow. Shouldn't you be with your master, servant? Oh. A servant, eh? He smiled slightly. Look, kid, for what it's worth, don't feel too bad about getting rocked so hard. My brow went higher. Was he trying to console me right now? See you chillin' is like an Irish Heracles. I don't think anyone would come off any lighter. Besides me, of course dash, he grinned, a nostalgic glint flashing through his amused eyes, I'm the strongest, after all. What? He shook his head, chuckling, like he'd just said a joke only he really understood. Behind him, the sun shone bright, casting a long shadow on me. You're telling me you wouldn't stare down an alien, or a demon god, and say those same words? What was that even supposed to mean? Yeah, sure as hell, that was definitely something I'd say. Archer raised his hands to either side, like so. How do you know this? Suddenly, he stood beside me, a hand patting my shoulder. I really wonder how. Figure it out, aren't you supposed to be a genius? Then, he was gone. Gone with the wind. I was no longer able to sense his presence nearby, but his words left my brain working on overtime. He knew me. He certainly knew me. That was why he'd been acting the way he was since day one of the Holy Grail War, constantly taunting and joining in. Yet, he was a servant, there was no way for us to possibly know each other. The cold breeze rasped along my skin. Unless the Holy Grail was capable of summoning heroic spirits from the future. In the world I lived in, I wouldn't put that past the realm of possibility. Then, assuming that was the case, who was he? Would I meet him later? No, that couldn't be. He felt oddly memorable, like I'd seen someone like him somewhere. Huh. Shaking my head, I got up to leave as well. For the briefest moment, my body refused to answer. A sour taste lingered on my tongue. Rin had her own troubles but tried to help me. Archer offered words of his own. But, something still didn't quite feel right. The image of Guy Balg blowing through my chest flashed through my head. I lowered my aviators to stare at the sky unfiltered. The cold was driven away and in its place came a dull detachment from the course of the world. God, maybe I was a bit incensed after all. Bezet Fraga Mikrimitz. She really should have listened. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 127, Chapter. A film of space constantly dividing in on itself, each division overlaid with imaginary space. That was the essence of my absolute defense. After facing Medea, I even incorporated divine mysteries into it, using magecraft that enacted a fraction of a deity's authority upon reality, molding the very texture of our world. No magus of the modern age could breach something like that. No weapon was capable of covering the nigh-infinite distance contained within that film, stretching like an entire world between myself and all around me. At least, that should have been the case. My defense had logic. A blasted logic entirely removed science, but a logic still. Guy Balg rewrote that, being pierced through the heart was a foregone conclusion. That cursed spear was given to Siyu Chulin by his teacher, and human hands had fashioned it. That didn't sit right with me at all. Nothing was supposed to come this close to killing me so instantly. I charged into the maws of death, knowing that they could not have me without a struggle. Against that damned weapon, there had been no struggle nor fight, just brutality. Comparing yourself with a renowned hero of legend like that is surely the height of deluded stupidity. May the Lord guide you, and deliver you from these thoughts. One would usually need copious amounts of drugs to entertain. Karen knocked the back of her palm against my arm, letting her head hang slightly as she inched closer under my umbrella. A normal person might do that to avoid the cold rain gently tapping against the asphalt, but Karen probably enjoyed that sort of thing. She was clearly pleased when a sudden chill wind made me shiver earlier. I know magus are meant to be the antithesis of conventional sense, but still. She let her words hang for a bit. That's no excuse for being this irrational. No, because you're a magus, you should approach this with a clearer head. I gripped the lukewarm handle of my umbrella, dragging my gaze across the curve ahead in silence. Briefly, I caught a glimpse of the sun's shadow behind the tasteless clouds that had rolled in some time last night. I went straight to bed, deciding that there was no need for me to be there for whatever discussion Rin wanted to have with Sakura over at Shiro's. A good night's sleep had certainly put things into perspective. You fought someone from the heretical age of gods, and lived. Survived. I corrected. She shrugged. No difference. All the difference, there's no point to just making it out. He one-shot me and now I can't even get him back for it. It was an embarrassing truth. I was proud of Nobunaga for her actions, but they left me with a certain distaste. I should have been able to get up faster. You lived. Shouldn't ha dash. Before I ever even finished my words, Karen pursed her lips and punched my shoulder like a petulant child. I rubbed the unaffected place where she hit me. You didn't hold back at all. I was joking. Humph. She huffed and looked away. Someday, I'll summon that shite myself just to kick his bloody teeth in. Better yet, I'll find a way to go to the past and steal his teacher. That's absurd. I'm doing it. Besides, I heard Scathatch is supposed to be super hot. Manslut. Damn. You need to hold back more. She turned her head away again. I couldn't help but chuckle. Are you going for it, Sundara act now? Karen was weirdly supportive these days. She hadn't even done anything perverted last night when I came back, just ready dinner and a change of clothes. The priest girl opened one eye to glance at me. Is it working? Nope. Mostly 'cause I know you're as rotten with your words as I am. Actually, no, I'm still trying to catch up to you. I laughed, messing up her hairdo with my free hand. Suddenly, she grabbed that hand. You not dying is good enough. Fine. There and then, I uttered a quiet prayer for whoever decided that throwing hands with myself was a good idea, since I was no longer keen on holding back for a fun time. At the same time, I decided I needed to improve my defense. My love for magecraft would never blossom if I didn't live long enough for it. Mystery was vast and spread across the world. To attain it all, longevity was a must. Now if only there were a convenient method for immortality somewhere around here. Karen's eyes widened a bit. I think you may have taken my words a bit too seriously. Oh Lord, forgive me for my lack of caution. Never mind that, we're almost there. The Fuyuki Church came into view the moment I rounded the winding road leading up to the hill it was built atop. The recent rain had washed away even the smidges of dirt, and now the pristine white structure seemed to shimmer. Condensation gathered on the windows, and I saw dark shadows flicker within. As though its proprietor was expecting me, the gates to the compound were left open. The moment we walked through them, the air shifted. It still carried the scent of wet earth and wildflowers, but now there was a foul taste on my tongue. Like with the Matu household, boundaries held great significance to the practice of magecraft. The vile air spoke much about Kirii Kotomine. I rubbed my nose. I see it. He's your father. This makes sense. I would appreciate it if you spoke of me as what I am. That's exactly what I'm doing though. Please, I'm an angel. Huh, wasn't that what I'd said dash? Oh, I was rubbing off on her. That was nice. I would like to live in this place. She looked around. I snickered. That's expected. Shaking my head, I pushed open the double doors and walked inside. The disgust welling up in my heart ramped up when I laid eyes on the inside, even though nothing had changed. As before, Kirii stood at the forefront, one hand behind his back, another carrying an open Bible. His dark eyes studied me for a moment before passing to the white-haired girl beside me. I expected something. Annoyance. Elation. At least, surprise. He just didn't care at all. He looked at her as though she were a stranger. When she became uncertain and gripped my sleeve, I saw amusement flicker through his gaze. "Hello, father," she whispered. There was some well-veiled resentment in there. His lacking response made her even more uncertain. In turn, I noted even more amusement in his demeanor. He was enjoying her inner conflict. "You don't care at all?" I spoke out finally. "Come on, man," after I even went out of my way to bring her here. "Apologies for the trouble then. I do not know her. And I don't know him." Karen bit out, "But I'd like to be there when you inevitably break every bone in his body." He reeled faintly at that, closing the book in his hands shut. "How may I help you, my son? You couldn't have told me that you gave Bazette permission to come after me." "I am a neutral dash." The quiet church suddenly began flashing red, strong gusts of wind hammered against the windows and kicked up dust. "Party. I trust she failed if you are here. You knew already. Don't fuck with me, mate. Where's she at?" His lips parted, but no words came out. The air above him rippled, then turned to gold. An engraved sword shot out, aimed right for my head. An inch away from my face, the sword froze, hanging idly. No, it was still moving, but the distance had become too vast for it to strike me. "Presumptuous to ignore this king for your petty trifle, mongrel." The annoying voice came from one of the pews behind us. When I glanced over, King Gilgamesh of Uruk sat there, one arm sprawled over the headrest. He held a bejeweled goblet in the other hand, filled to the brim with a blood-red wine that matched his eyes. For a moment, I was silent. Then, "Sorry, I genuinely didn't notice you there." Somehow, my heartfelt apology insulted me. Of course, I had a massive grin on my face as I voiced it, but the apology was still a true one. He really was bratty. A king was supposed to be magnanimous and all that. "How dare you dash? Oh, come off it, you drama queen. Stop acting like the world revolves around you. It does." He flicked his wrist, half a dozen more swords shot my way. As before, they all froze, farther this time. An interesting trick. I tapped a finger against my head. "Have you gone senile, you old bat? I told you it revolves around me now. You're a relic of the past. Shut up before I actually make a display out of you." To my unrestrained insult, King Gilgamesh narrowed his gaze. His eyes shimmered. "Hope you enjoyed. See y'all next year, fellas." Chapter 128, Chapter A/N, thanks for all the comments on the year note. Also, why'd everyone latch on to the marriage bit XD? It's been over 6 months. I'm positive I mentioned it before. The king of Uruk rose to his feet. Instead of blasting me with innumerable weapons from his treasury, he simply threw back his head and laughed boisterously. His loud voice rang in the empty church alone a while, until I joined him. All of a sudden, both of us were laughing. Karen stared at me as if I'd gone mad. To think a pest from this age has the audacity to insult a king such as I. To think you still can't get over it. Let go, old man. I wiped a tear from my eye. He decided that I wasn't funny anymore, and fixed me with a deathly glare. "I will cut you limb from limb for this insolence, mongrel." Reeling from Lancer's surprise attack, I was more than happy to throw hands with him for a chance at regaining all my lost confidence. So, I met him with the same attitude he had. The one he'd clearly copied from me. No, it didn't matter that this man was from a far ancient time. He clearly had some kind of future sight that he used to copy me from the past. Go ahead. Try. He laughed again, but countless golden ripples formed in the air behind him. He'd clearly gotten butthurt from my words and was trying to save face. Admittedly, however, he did look cool. I even shivered a bit when those portals started pushing out noble phantasms. A single noble phantasm was enough to beat any magus. They were the crystallizations of mystery, of man's collective delusions. King Gilgamesh was capable of utilizing those delusions with the same attitude Luviajlita had towards money. I should have backed down, but I only raised 2 fingers to my chest, grinning as wide as possible and then some. A slight cough, clearly faked, broke our contest. Kirai was the one who stopped us. With heavy steps, he walked between me and the archer servant intent on ripping me to shreds. I didn't know what sort of relationship the two shared, but Gilgamesh only took a look at him before the gate of Babylon faded away. He turned his head. "I've lost interest." Saying those unreasonable words, he ran a hand through his golden hair before wandering away, out of the church. He halted in the door, giving me one last look. "Watch yourself, mongrel. You too, buddy. Don't trip and break a bone or something." Why would that happen? It's a distinct possibility if your body is as delicate as your ego, mate. He grit his teeth, but left. I really had to wonder what kind of leverage Kiri I had over him for him to ignore my blatant provocations when he so clearly wanted nothing more than to rip me a new one. I knew there was more than met the eye to the fake priest, but, still. Once he was gone, I put a hand on Karen's shoulder. You all right? I'll be all right when you break his bones. Karen. I'm afraid you'll get turned on if I beat your father. Mechanically, her head turned until her golden eyes were peering right into the depths of my very soul. Then, her lips curved into a beautiful ghost of a smile that told me my guess was spot on. That was a rather scary realization to have. I will concede the truth to you. Kiri cut in smoothly. Miss Bazette has departed. With her servant gone, the rules dictate that her participation in this war is at an end. She no longer had reason to stick around. I narrowed my eyes. My meetings with Bazette were few, and I didn't really know her all that well. Yet, she just really hadn't seemed the type to just run away. Wasn't she here with a mission to come after me? The Holy Grail War was never her complete agenda here to begin with. I was supposed to believe, from the shady person, that a stubborn woman like Bazette had fled her mission. No, I found it difficult to believe him even slightly. That's bullshit. He simply shrugged his hands. Perhaps she realized that you were beyond her capabilities, and went for reinforcements. That was a reasonable deduction. No, it still reeked. I had no way to prove it, but I knew in my gut that this seemingly plausible explanation reeked. Kiri was not a man to be trusted. That was what Karen reiterated when we left home this morning. That was what I had felt from the moment I met the men. You should be glad. He continued, destroying Lancer is a considerable achievement. Dare I say you hold the greatest chance of being the victor with a servant that powerful. An annoying foe has left of her own volition. The Lord frowns upon questioning good grace. A child holds saber, perhaps he should be your next target. Or berserker. To secure your strength. I am, ultimately, a mere overseer. My duty is to the rules. If there was one thing I had learnt about the people of this world, it was that everyone and their mother had an agenda of their own. I did not, for a moment, believe that an executor for the Holy Church, tasked with overseeing the entire Holy Grail War, held no nefarious motives of his own. Us coming to blows was inevitable. Yet, for now, reason dictated that I stay my hand. Kiri had done nothing against me. He'd even helped me flush out the Matu patriarch. There was his animosity with Karen, but even that didn't warrant death at my hands. I wasn't about to kill him for giving me bad vibes. Breathing deep, I turned to leave. There was nothing more to find here. Karen followed behind quietly, until we were clear of the church, and at the foot of the hill. So, how was it? I resent him. She said plainly. Don't trust my father, ever. Because I'm his daughter, I can tell better than anyone. He doesn't care. He is twisted. He will hurt you. If he can't right now, he'll find a way. Be careful. I had that feeling already. I sighed, but don't talk about your father that way. He abandoned me, and drove my mother to suicide. I know because the people he left me to were more than happy to remind me. Man. I was starting to get numb to this. I stared up at the dull sky. What was I supposed to do now? Bazette was in hiding or worse, just gone. Zokan was the same, though I was certain he wouldn't leave the city. Archer, Saber, and Ryder were with people who wouldn't fight me, who I had no interest in fighting unless provoked, and Lancer was simply dead. Dead as hell. Castor was dead too. That only left Berserker and Assassin, both of whom were unknown to me at the moment. I hadn't even found Assassin yet. The only thing I knew about them was that their master third-partied and murdered Castor while she was low on mana after our fight with each other. Then, the only choice left was to wait for the night, and hope I was able to find one of the two servants prowling about so I could jump them. But then, that left the day empty. What would my professor do? Knowing him, that nerd would definitely be snooping around, trying to find out what the Holy Grail actually was, since there was no way an omnipotent wish-granting device existed in the modern age. Oh yeah, that sounded interesting. But, before I started bothering Rin, I wanted to investigate Bazette just a bit more. No, I definitely wasn't being petty. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment. You can find 7 chapters ahead at p@trian.com/bleep. Chapter 129, Chapter. Karen returned home without me. We parted ways at an intersection, and I managed to find a bus stop with a little bit of shade beside a couple of produce shops. Well, the shade was unnecessary, but it looked like it'd start raining at any second now, so a bit of caution couldn't possibly hurt. Crossing one leg over the other, I dialed up my professor. See, there was no need for me to run around, find discrete clues, and connect the dots after considerable mental strain when I had a literal detective on my phone. Lord Elmeloy too was a sham of a magus, entirely useless, incapable of even the most basic reinforcement without running himself ragged doing it. But none of the other 12 lords were able to look down on him for that. No one in the clock tower was. Of course, me showing up at the door of anyone who slandered him contributed to that notion somewhat, but even I knew said contribution was negligible at best. After all, my professor was a man who could dismantle both magical and mundane over a cigar. The phone rang a while longer than I expected, but he did pick up. The voice that came through was bland and serious, done with life as usual. "What do you want?" "How cold," I chuckled. "Professor, you sound tired." "I had to clean up the mess you left." I wondered why he needed to do that. It was a mess I left of my own volition. Though, I knew his justification too. Probably something boring like his duty as my teacher. And deal with Dr. Heartless as well. He attacked slur. He went quiet abruptly, he definitely hadn't meant to share that. Quickly, he corrected his mistake, "But we're fine now." He was dealt with, as was the scrutiny of the other lords. "Your friends are fine too." "I'll get embarrassed if you put it like that, Professor." Very amusing. What do you need?" I wanted to ask more about Heartless, but for now, I kept those questions to myself. The Holy Grail War was barreling towards the end at breakneck speeds. I'd ask those questions face to face. If you asked me, I'd drop this war and come back, you know. That's exactly why I didn't. "You need to commit." I heard him sigh through the phone. "Henry, stop treating that war like a joke." "How'd he know?" "Knowing you, you've almost died at least once by now, and are still playing around." "Whoa. I'm right," he groaned. "That conflict is a harrowing experience. I would have liked you to stay away entirely. You should know now that it's deeply disgusting, not a simple fight between heroes. If that were the case, my teacher should never have fallen." "Right." Potential Kenneth Archibald Elmeloy, his predecessor. The youngest magus to reach the rank of pride. He'd been folded in the last conflict, while Waver lived. If not that, then Luviage Lita should have told you. But, you don't care about this. What made you call me? Honestly, it was so like him to break off on a random tangent and forget what the conversation was about if he got even slightly relaxed. I chuckled at the thought. Was it just to bother me? No. No. Come on. I'm not that mean. I was met with silence. Okay, I was that mean. Bizet Fraga Mikrimitz. One of the masters from the Mages Association. What about her? The overseer told me she's back in London. The first thing she'd do is return to the clock tower to report what happened. The phone went silent again. Sighing, I put it on speaker and put it beside me, locking eyes with an old man that had been giving me a nasty look ever since I sat down. I was British. I knew about not liking foreigners, but damn. He even kept whispering random gibberish from time to time. At least be discreet about it, you shitty geezer. I was half a mind to toss something at him, but decided against it. My mother had raised a better son. Henry, she never came to London. I knew it. Now what? Confront Kyrie? No, he'd just deny it. Words alone were never proof enough. As a magus, I doubted she had actual papers recording her travels, what with the secrecy that came with the profession and all that. Lancer was dead, so there was no forcing it out of him. My lead had finally run cold. If she'd gotten murked by assassin, the same as Castor, then that was just distasteful. I wanted to kick her shit in myself. What a disappointment. What a disappointment, indeed. All right, tell me if you notice her. All right. Henry, again, be serious. If you want to be proactive, that's fine, but sitting around never works. At least, that was what my king insisted at the time. Gotcha, Professor. Be back soon. Don't die. Why did everyone keep saying that? With a beep, the phone went quiet. The old man giving me the stink. I mumbled some incoherent words again, but louder. I didn't understand them, but they vaguely felt like some horrendous insults judging by how he spit at his feet at the end. He spun around, his rough trench coat fluttering. Wait, trench coat. By the time I turned my head to look at him again, he was gone as though the air itself had whisked him away. The Amiya residence was calm and quiet, not much to my liking. I entered without knocking, noting a distinct lack of cracked walls and craters in the yard. Those were some fast repairmen. Beyond the paper-thin shoji doors, I saw shadows flickering across the living room. 2, 3, 4. There should have been more though. When I slid the doors aside, Ryder sat by the kotatsu, locked in a staring match with Saber, who sat across from her. Both women were dressed plainly now. Ryder still wore her blindfold, but now combined it with a pair of blue jeans and a dark turtleneck that did absolutely nothing to hide her insane figure. No, they highlighted it, clinging to her curves like their lives depended on that act. The blindfold was a bit jarring. But, no Rin. Where's Rin? Tosaka. She was supposed to be here. Shiro stepped out of the kitchenette, wiping his hands on his apron. An odd sight to be sure, especially with how monotone his expression was. He really needed to be more expressive. Shiro, buddy, that whole Kaderi thing only works when you're a cute girl. I nodded over at the curious King Arthur peering up at me, like her, I guess. Is calling me cute supposed to be some sort of mental warfare? What? No. Gray's adorable, and you look like her. So you're adorable by default. She hummed faintly. I see. Weirdo. Okay. Tosaka isn't here though. The bland youth remained entirely unfazed by the fact that I'd come inside his home without knocking. He stared at me for a good second, and I thought he'd finally noticed, but no. Will you be staying for dinner? No. I turned to Ryder. How's Sakura? The tall woman said nothing, she simply let her head fall to the side a bit, gesturing towards the kitchen. There, from behind the wall, a frail-featured purple-haired girl was sneaking glances at me with frightened eyes the same shade as her hair. She was the same girl I'd seen Shiro walking to school with. Also the girl Rin was supposed to be meeting with last night. I'd thought she would want to stick around her sister, to reassure her or something. She left. I mumbled. Shiro shook his head. She didn't come here. Huh. After a moment, I shrugged my shoulders, guess I'll go find her. But, Sakura's fine, right? Yes, thank you. Ryder nodded. No attacks. No sight of those worms. Tapping a finger against my aviators, I stepped closer to the girl. She backed away the moment she noticed, and Shiro stepped in between us. I couldn't help but sigh. I just need to check something. After analysis, I knew full well how the Matu magecraft functioned even if I loathed that understanding from the depths of my heart. Molding bodies, using them as puppets, was one of the core tenets of that horrible research. That left a certain loophole. A loophole that only struck me once I laid eyes on his heir apparent. Perhaps the reason he hadn't approached the seemingly harmless girl like I expected him to was because there was no reason to. Surely, someone as utterly disgusting as him had implanted a method of control within her. I had to know. I couldn't just let this be. A simple structural analysis is all I need. Shiro opened his mouth to protest, but I lightly pushed him aside. I'd explain later. For now, what had slipped my mind mattered more. Of course, that light shove made Saber whip out her invisible weapon like a youth from back home pulled out a knife. Before she could cover the distance between us, however, Ryder's hand was clamping down on her forearm, holding her in place. The King of Knights indeed broke free from her grasp, but the time it took her was enough for me to take a hold of Sakura's wrists. She yelped, horror spilled into her gaze, and she tried to yank free, but again, that simple moment was all I needed to run structural analysis on her entire body. God damn it. Once again, I hated being right for some godforsaken reason. Please. Her voice came out as a choked whisper, don't tell him. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 130, Chapter. That old bag of worms had done exactly what I thought he would, what Ryder had warned me about earlier. The girl's body was a cesspit, filled with those creatures in an unimaginably horrendous mesh. They weren't joined with her, not a part of her. The worms lived and breathed inside her. Parasites. That was the word. They were designed to feed on her. God, this war was such a disgusting affair. I could scarcely believe this was what its creators had in mind when they set up the ritual. No, knowing magi, it was certainly a method of approaching the root that all of us sought. But even then, it was supposed to be a fight, a war, not, whatever this was. The Grail summoned heroes, and there was no way any hero would abide by this. Maybe that was why even Ryder was so ready to leap at any chance to escape Shinji Mato. I wordlessly stared at the deeply frightened Sakura. She was shaking her head, pleading with her eyes for me to stay quiet. I glanced at Shiro, then back at her. A decent person would probably oblige. That person, whoever he or she happened to be, was definitely better than I was. Don't. She's full of those worms. Neither Sakura's nor Shiro's dilemmas were interesting to me. Thus, I had no interest in entertaining them. I was a selfish man. If they wanted, they could dislike me for it. I didn't care. There was no way for me to do nothing at all just so they were able to come out stronger together for this hurdle. For a moment, silence hung in the Amiya residence. A souring quiet that made me scrunch up my face in annoyance. You people are too serious. You're ruining my vibe. What does that even mean? What I mean, Shiro, is that she's full of worm familiars that feed off her body courtesy of her dear grandfather. The Matu heiress collapsed, choke sobs escaping her lips as she stared down, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. Shiro ran past me, to her side. I didn't stop him. No, I only watched, making no effort to hide how little I wanted to be there. You will not harm my master again. Saber opened her mouth, but I cut her off. You, shut up. Her gaze sharpened. Both of her hands moved to grasp the hilt of an invisible blade. In response, I turned to face her fully. So you would force your own ideals upon us all? Here and now? Absolutely. You're overdramatic. I shamelessly spoke those insensitive words as the world around us froze, even the howling wind stopped. And I'm really not in the mood to explain anything because I owed her no explanations. Moreover, for some god-awful reason, I suddenly began to vividly recall the sensations of ghee bulg shutting down my body as I faced the saber-class servant before me. A servant. Yes. A servant, the same as him. Pursing my lips, I snuck a glance at Shiro. He had his hand on Sakura's shoulder, and a typical blank look on his face. I really hoped he understood what I was doing. I don't understand you, Henry. I can't stand your indecisiveness. Move. All of this really was getting to me. My fingers shivered. Why was it getting to me? I should have been completely capable of handling a bit of teen angst and horrible backstory. I was me. When I made for Shiro again, Saber swung her blade. Before I could retaliate, something I was completely capable of with how weak she was, I heard the clink of metal chains, and the distinct clamber of friction between multiple sets of them. In the blink of an eye, those chains wrapped themselves around the frail arms of King Arthur, around her neck and her legs to hold her in place by force. Rider. The winds howled once more as the purple-haired woman yanked on the chains in her hands. With incredible strength, she tossed King Arthur through the paper-thin walls of the living room, out into the courtyard. Before either of the teenagers in the room could react, she was standing beside me. Her next words came as a whisper meant only for me. I can understand the desire to help when it is unwanted, and being made to feel a monster because of that desire. Help her. I will help you. It is better to be vilified than to do nothing for fear of it. I will share the burden. She shot through the wall after Saber. What burden? I wasn't explaining myself, but even I knew I was wrong for that. Yet, I didn't want to explain either. It was an unimaginably frustrating feeling. Why were they behaving this way when I just wanted to help? The command seals on the back of Sakura's palms flared. Rider, no dash. Her servant halted mid-flight for a brief moment, then she grit her teeth and powered through. Her advance became significantly weaker, but she advanced all the same. Let me help her, Shiro. I walked towards them. Shiro's eyes hardened. She doesn't want your help. Too bad then. Move. I'll be out of your hair soon as this is done. You can be angry later. Outside, steel clashed against steel and sparks flew. Saber was weak, but she was still the king of knights, the legendary King Arthur. I didn't understand what exactly Sakura had done with her command seal, but I knew that Rider was weakened too for going against the command. I felt the activation of magic circuits, and removed my aviators just in time to see Shiro project another pipe. No, wait, he hadn't projected that pipe at all. It was a projection, I could tell, but he hadn't done it just then. He pulled that pipe out of a place I couldn't see, like. Damn. The words left my lips just as I wrenched the pitiful weapon from his grip and shoved him aside. With a snap of my fingers, the space around him bent to hold him in place. The same spell caster had used to immobilize Nobunaga when we'd fought. How did you change races? The last person I had seen draw a weapon from an unreachable place within themselves was Archer. Rin's amnesiac servant. Because of my eyes, I knew the moment I saw Shiro do it that there was no difference between them. Both of them were doing the exact same thing, down to the last-minute detail. Suddenly, Archer knowing me made a lot of sense. Shaking my head, I drove away those thoughts. I had something to do for now. Sakura crawled backwards, eyes wide in horror like I was planning on hurting her. I really wasn't. When I reached out, she let out a cry and began trembling harder. Then Shiro was moving again, with abnormal strength. He rose from the now broken table I'd thrown him into and raised both his hands. Lightning crackled from his hands. His eyes hardened. My expression faltered. Again, I could tell precisely what he was doing. No one should do what they want with no regard for someone's feelings. Mate, you're going about that the wrong way. Trace on. Ah. Instead of drawing a projection from that incredible place like before, he tried to cast the spell in its entirety by himself. The result was awe-inspiring. He succeeded. He succeeded in doing something so baffling even I would hesitate. Shiro knew he couldn't beat me from our last fight, so he decided to become insane and attempt something that could. A servant. Within those calloused hands, he grasped two blades. Kansho and Byakuya. When had he seen those resplendent blades? When had he even got to run structural analysis on them to attempt something so utterly mad? Wait, did he even need to analyze them in the first place? What was he feeling right now? Before I knew it, his madness had washed away the frustration bubbling within me. My curiosity peaked, and came out in full force. What an incredible specimen. What a grand accomplishment. I decided I wanted to do what he did before I ever even processed it. Then, he was upon me. Shiro Amiya swung down his blade with all the practice and skill of children playing at swords with sticks and branches. I easily stepped aside, leaving the gleaming edge of his white blade to carve through the air, and came back with a punch to the face. Not too hard, just enough to knock him down. Shiro, stop, I'm trying to help dash. With an ugly battle cry, he charged me again. I moved into his strike and grabbed his arm before turning around to throw him onto the floor with such force that the wind was knocked out of his lungs. Behind us, Sakura cried at me to stop. With pursed lips, I gripped her wrist. I only had a little while before that damn shonen protagonist willed himself to his feet and tried to commit suicide via Henry once more. The worms were ingrained deeply into her body, but my control over mana and mystery itself far superseded anything modern magecraft could possibly hope for. Divine mystery surgically targeted and burned away the disgusting creatures within her, then filled what space they took with what was meant to be. I healed her fully, in the blink of an eye, for I was the best magus to ever walk the planet no matter the age. Anyone who disagreed could catch these hands. Unfortunately, the worms had subsumed her magic circuits, and there was no way to return those. They weren't biological, after all. With mouth agape, she ripped her hand free from mine. Feel better? I smiled neutrally, turning my head to stare at Shiro. That's all I was trying to do. You both suck as friends. Actually, I don't want to be your friend anymore either, Shiro. Screw you. He let out a breathless groan, trying to stand up. Oh, you're a healthy young lad, you'll be fine. I chuckled. Right, Sakura, was it? I'm taking your servant as payment for this. I'd feel bad abandoning her after she trusted me. Sakura had no magic circuits. With the Matu crest worms gone, she no longer had a way to supply Ryder with the mana she needed to maintain her existence by herself. Really, I was doing her a favor taking Ryder. I don't dash. What dash? The now former Matu heiress stared at me blankly. The confusion was writ all over her face. Her gaze held a helpless anger directed at me, but, slowly, surely, what had actually happened was settling in. I didn't think she even registered my words about Ryder with the way she was still clenching and unclenching her hands, shoulders tensed. Fair enough, it was kind of baffling when some hot young man like me came around and ended the real, constant threat to your life with a snap of his fingers. Shaking my head, I stepped out onto the yard where Ryder and Saber were still at each other's throats. You can stop fighting now. Hope you enjoyed. Please, do comment so I can know how I did. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 131, Chapter. Where modern magecraft was a deception of the world using the formulae, magecraft from the age of the gods rewrote the texture of reality itself by enforcing a mere fraction of the authority held by a divine spirit through mere words. That was to say, Shiro Amiya attempted such a mad miracle even I, who had access to such magecraft, didn't think up. In that, the ginger youth verily outdid me. The thought never even crossed my mind. Since he wasn't me, however, the inevitable blowback of the world was immense. Not only did the noble phantasms he drew explode right then and there, forcing me to contain the damage with a nifty application of infinity, he also outright shredded the nerves reserved for magic circuits. Shiro then promptly fell face first onto the hardwood floor, arms bleeding and eyes unfocused. Him being hurt was enough of a shock for all the gears in Sakura's head to come to a grinding halt. She abandoned all notion of panic and confusion in favor of hastily rushing to his side. It was kind of adorable, honestly. Anyway, that was how I found myself sitting across from a battered King Arthur once more. Her master was lying beside us in the very same futon. Only this time I was joined by a servant of my own, a newly acquired one, but mine nonetheless. Sakura sat alone on Shiro's side, stealing shy glances at me from time to time. By now, maybe the truth of my behavior had settled in, not that it really mattered, I didn't care much either way. I felt really proud of myself for healing her anyway. That was all that really mattered. Luvia would definitely be proud too. With my chin resting atop my palm, I shifted my legs under the futon ever so slightly. Saber stiffened, then gave me a questioning look. Gay, this lady was so terribly awkward and serious. Sighing again, I cast a glance at the rain clouds gathering aside. By the wind's howl, I could tell we'd all be sitting in a much colder room if I hadn't been kind enough to fix up the wall Ryder threw Saber through. So, instead of addressing the King of Knights, I turned to the blindfolded Ryder. What's your name? She paused a moment, like I'd committed some taboo, before her shoulders slumped. Medusa. Gorgon. I merely closed my eyes and held up a hand. Her lips quivered. The Gorgon was unquestionably one of the most well-known myths of ancient Greece, though there were versions, neither of them were all too pretty. A monstrous woman with snakes for hair, the lower body of a serpent, and a gaze that could turn men to stone. She was beheaded by the hero Perseus, who wielded said head as a weapon, unleashing its devastating effects upon his enemies. I didn't think there was a person alive who'd read that story and decide that she was the monster in it, no matter the version, even if she herself seemed to think otherwise. To her conflicted reaction, I gave no reassurance, for it'd be meaningless pandering. Mystic eyes. She reeled faintly, then nodded. Mystic eyes of petrification. Her voice was calm and subdued. Humming, I rummaged through my coat pockets and pulled out a small case. An extra pair of aviators for emergencies. Heartless and Tuco had taught me that my greatest weapon could easily be turned against me. Towards that end, I'd goaded my sugar mommy to getting me another one. Not sure if these are to your taste, but they're all I have handy. Doubt you can find someone selling these easily. Confused, she took the case in her pale hands, groping along the velvet for a feel. So she couldn't see through that, after all. As she fumbled about trying to open it with her long fingers, I caught a brief glimpse of Saber staring at us somberly. I immediately decided against talking to her. She was boring. At least Medusa was cute with the immense gap in her behavior and appearance. Glasses. The tall lady tilted her head confusedly. Yep, I popped, smiling faintly, mystic eye killers. I doubt it's fun being blindfolded. After all, that was an option for restraining my eyes too. A very distasteful one that didn't let me flaunt what I had. I dash. Well, you don't have to wear them if you don't want to. She quickly shook her head. I have no issue. You are my master now. Call me Henry. Yes. The monster lowered her gaze, carefully holding the aviators as if they were some incredibly precious item. Thank you. I only snorted at that. How was anyone supposed to figure out your identity though? I wondered aloud. 'Twas the truth. There were no snakes in her hair, nor were there any serpentine features to her form. I don't dash. Your actions are admirable, my countryman. King Arthur cut into our talk, her hands on the kotatsu between us, a bruise on her cheek. I raised a brow, turning to face her. Nobody asked for your input, lady. I stuck out my tongue, making her wince. Or were you feeling awkward? Guess what, I was too, and you ignored me. You horrid woman. Don't interrupt my talk with a beautiful woman. What? I didn't dash. Oh. You were jealous. All emotion drained from her face. No. The answer was immediate and utterly decisive. Of course, it was nowhere near enough to break through my confidence and shamelessness. You tsundere, you. I squirmed. Suddenly, she was gripping at the air for something invisible. Yet, everyone in that room knew then that she'd never harm me for words. The admirable king of knights could never harm someone over mere words. Insults to a king are high treason. Ah, right, she was a medieval king. You're welcome to try. I grinned, eyes shimmering. But I'll spank you if I win. For the briefest moment, it seemed as though she'd respond to my challenge. But then, she simply relaxed her shoulders and simmered down, no longer interested in entertaining me. With a short cackle, I turned my attention to Sakura. She was, still conflicted. How utterly indecisive. No wonder Shiro was so into her. No, that was wrong. Shiro was stubborn when it mattered. This girl was just withdrawn and surrendered. She had the eyes of a person who had given up on the world, maybe decided that any bad thing that happened was their own fault. The sort of person that really invoked a man's protective instincts. You're an ungrateful brat, aren't you? I poked her idly. She trembled, then whispered, what? I healed you. I dealt with Zoken. I destroyed that pit. I counted out on my fingers, admittedly, none of this was for you. But, you could at least say a little thank you. Actually, don't even thank me. At least thank Ryder. She gave herself to me to save you. Ryder raised her head at that. I do not need gratitude for a decision of my own. That was true. That was also why I expected nothing at all in return. Yet, if she were incapable of even empty words, what kind of life of her own was Sakura Matu going to live from here on out? The purple-haired girl stared at me with trembling lips and clenched fists. Tears streaked her lilac eyes. She desperately wanted to say something but just couldn't bring herself to yet. Mr. Hero over yonder even put his life on the line just to protect your wishes. I gestured to the unconscious Shiro with a hand. You can't dash. I didn't ask you. She relented. I know. He knows now. He knows I'm tainted, that I can't dash. Don't bloody sit there and tell me that you're the one at fault for a horrendous old geezer making you a tool, or your father selling you off. That's right, I know. It had sounded strange from the moment Rin had told me. There was no way on earth that the overseers of the land had no idea what kind of research people living within their territory were up to, most certainly not when the Matu lived in the same damn district. Her father knew. He simply didn't care. That was the most Magus-like thing I'd ever heard, and simultaneously, something I hated more than anything. Hate them. Crash out. Cry. Tell Shiro to beat them up. Did you even ask Shiro if he'd ever hold it against you? My words were unfair. There was no way for her to speak out. The fear was too much. I couldn't put myself in her shoes, but I could at least imagine. How was I supposed to dash? Unfairly, I cut off the pained girl once more. You suffered. That's the truth of it. But, Sakura, no one can possibly hold that against you but yourself. I killed Shinji. I will kill Zoken for it. But why would you do that? She stammered out, clutching her hands near her heart. You don't have any reason. I don't. Because it's what I want. I don't care what you think about it. There was no justification needed, certainly none to be given. I would not explain myself to anyone. I would not heal to anyone. I most certainly would not second-guess myself. In that, I forced my ideals upon her. That was natural. My greatest ambition was to force them upon the very world. You don't care about. She murmured. You're a happy consequence of my crusade against Zoken. Maybe grab this chance since I healed you. Beat with Shiro. Well, do whatever you bloody want. It's your life. With Sakura, a delicate approach would never have worked. That was fine. I was much better at brute-forcing everything anyway. By the way her eyes seemed to shimmer, it appeared she had gleaned at least something from my little tirade. Beside her, Saber wore the same expressionless face, yet, her fingers shifted, faintly, but they shifted. Be cruel. Be selfish. Be nice. Be hateful. Be your own person. There's nothing to hold you down anymore. With a loud groan, I rose to my feet and pointed a finger at her. She shivered. Most importantly, don't drag me down with your mood ever again. Now hand over those command seals. I left the Amiya residence with a fresh pair of command seals burnt onto the back of my palm. Rain poured down from gray skies, when my actions clearly deserved a bright sunrise or a rainbow at least. Well, I liked rain more anyway. Where's Rin, anyway? Knowing her luck, she probably got jumped again. Ryder, can you take me to the Tosaka residence? Before I realized the folly of my words, the tall servant had whisked me off my feet in a Princess Carrie. God damn it. Hope you enjoyed. Please do comment so I can if I did well. Of course, if I didn't, point that shit out with no hesitation, I'll love you more for it. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 132, Chapter. You get off this, don't you? I protested impotently as Medusa put me down, not at all flustered. That's the only thing that makes sense. She took every chance she had to pick me up till now. Granted, there were only 2 such chances till now, but still, that was a 100% Princess Carrie rate. Whatever, I didn't care. The tall rider shook her head innocently. That's not the case, Moss Dash. Henry. I knew that was a lie. I just couldn't prove it yet. It is the easiest way to travel. Boo, don't bring logic into this. She let her head fall to the side, With Shinji as a master, her performance was negligible, to the point where I was easily capable of utterly destroying her. When I killed him, that changed. The contract returned to her original master. Sakura was much better at supplying her with magical energy. Now, that contract belonged to me. For all of Sakura's talents, she simply didn't measure up to my quantity, quality, and control over mana. Medusa covered the distance between the Amiya residence and the Tosaka manse rising in front of us in the mere blink of an eye. In the next blink, she had already rounded the estate for any irregularities. There is no trace of an attack. She said softly, but I cannot sense any presence inside, either. Humming, I checked the time on my phone. It was well past the closing time for Hamurahara Academy, so she should have been here. If she went to my place, Nobunaga or Karen would tell me. That was strange indeed. The sun's still up, so it's not like she got attacked, right? I wondered aloud, staring at the lonely mansion. The rules forbid any conflicts during the day. I only snorted at that, shrugging my hands. The rules only matter if you get caught. That's how the clock tower works. I don't see why this place should be any different. Admittedly, the Holy Grail War was a ritual overseen by the Holy Church, but in my experience, there was no real difference between how the two organizations often operated. All right, I'll check it out myself. Unceremoniously, I wrenched upon the front doors and stepped into the corridor. One pair of shoes was missing from that sad little rack by the door. The lights were off. That alone should have confirmed she never came home. For some reason, I still went through every single room on both floors and even the attic where she'd enacted the ritual to summon Archer, noting a rather distinct hole in the ceiling in the living room right underneath the summoning circle. Master. Medusa spoke up finally. There is no one here. Where the hell was she then? I plopped down on one of Rin's ornate chairs, crossing one leg over the other and unwittingly inhaling a mouthful of the dust lingering in the air. Knowing Rin, it was probably because she never received guests. No, she was exactly the sort of person to actively avoid bringing people into her home. A known safe house makes for an easy target. Her calm voice wavered for a fraction of a second when those words left her mouth. Maybe she decided to stay somewhere else for the duration of the war to throw the other masters off her scent. I shook my head. Nah, too proud and stubborn. Medusa picked a book off the floor, dusting the cover off with her forearm. She then carefully placed it on the table behind me. Then, another servant. Possible. Assassins still out there. And Berserker's master seems like the kind of whack job to just attack anyone. Unfortunately, there was no way to find either of them. No wait, Rin had told me of the Einsburn family. Their base of operations was, if I recalled correctly, a massive castle tucked away in the forest around the city's outskirts, hidden through various spells and magics to ensure only those they wanted were able to find it. Master. There was still a decent chance Assassin had nabbed her too. But, that was no real cause for concern either. It wasn't like I had to do everything by myself. Shaking my head, I dialed up Nobunaga. Oh. Master. I was waiting for you to use this. Although, haha, you could have just spoke through our bond. Wait, you forgot, didn't you? You're so stupid. Not expecting her sudden onslaught, I ripped the phone away from my ear before shouting right back. I didn't forget you, shitty servant. You begged me to let you have a phone. What's the point of having one if you don't get calls on it? I don't know, this snake game is pretty fun. Alright, you never expected anyone to call you cause you're such a bum. Instead of backing down like a good girl, Nobunaga only grew more enthusiastic. You have 6 contacts. You don't get to talk. Besides, it's not like just anyone is worthy of having the number of the Demon King of the 6th heaven. Shut up. Demon King. Get off that couch and start scouting. Whoa, hey now. Did you finally remember I'm an archer? Look for Assassin. Isn't Assassin supposed to be the servant best suited for hiding? I could picture her confusedly tilting her head. But very well. Since I'm in a good mood, I shall. What am I to do after inevitably finding the no-good scum with my super awesome skill set? Every time I talked to her, my image of a mad demon lord that struck fear into the hearts of men faded more and more, to be replaced by someone who'd definitely be right at home on internet forums. See if they've got Rin. I said calmly, staring out at the setting sun from a window. Oh. MHM, I see. Ah, what a flippant master, employing one as grand as I for skirt chasing. I cut the call and shoved the phone back in my pocket. A moment later, I decided to power the thing off just for good measure. Through all that, Medusa stood in front of me, cool as ever. Well, sorry you had to see that. It is a ghost of a smile broke onto her lips, endearing that you get along so well. I raised a brow. You're not going to try the glasses on? I wouldn't want to break them. Apparently, she treasured my spare set a lot more than I did with the way her voice softened at that. You have to show me though. All right. Yes. She lowered her head. Promise. Her pale features grew faintly flustered. Then, after a long pause, I promise. All right, let's get going then. She was reaching out before I ever even finished. This time, I reacted in time. Actually, I just yelped and jumped onto a table behind me, arms wrapped around my body. If you keep doing that, I won't be able to get married. Huh. She expressionlessly retracted her long hands. As you say, master. I couldn't help but feel that those words were a bit sheepish. In the forest beyond the city, there was a great castle veiled within an unnatural mist. Any who wandered into would suddenly find themselves lost, their minds clouded until they eventually wandered out of the forest with no idea what they were there for. At least, that was what the bounded field erected around a decent section of the forest did. Mental compulsion. A typical defense against the mundane for such large-scale workshops. Granted, the code was intricate enough to influence even magi. The make was older than most magecraft I'd stumbled across. It is kind of counterproductive against someone like me though. I noted with a hum, staring at the very literal wall of code rising right in front of me. Master. Medusa inquired from beside me. I put a hand to my chin, and pointed to the sky with another. I saw it from halfway across the city. But, I guess, you don't really account for someone literally seeing mana or mystery. That was how I found it, after all. After calling Nobunaga, I simply took off my aviators and teleported about 100 meters up into the sky. My mystic eyes immediately caught the curtain wrapped around a decent section of the otherwise unassuming forest. I don't recall hearing something of that nature in my time. I found it hard to believe that, honestly. Magecraft from her time should have been easily capable of accomplishing something of this nature. At the same time, my ego was greatly stroked by her words. Well, I had the barrier up and down, weren't most of the people who came after you heroes? Yes, heroes. Not that I'd call them heroes though, you know. I just mean the warrior types. You were just protecting your sisters. If anything, the conventional hero there is, you, for fighting so long, I mean. Medusa answered my casual musing with silence. I realized then that my words must surely have been highly insensitive, so I piped down, pushing those thoughts away. I see. She said after a while. I chuckled. No, you don't. No, I don't. She relented with a soft laugh. See, this was nice. She wasn't just a robot like Saber, even if she was fairly reserved. I guess I should make a grand entrance. Of course, I could easily make the bounded field ignore me. But, destroying it entirely made for a much cooler moment. With that thought in mind, I grinned and reached out with a hand. Hope you enjoyed. I had to write this chapter in 2 excerpts, so if there's any difference in quality, point it out. Chapter 133, Chapter. Rin Tosaka wanted to kick someone where the sun didn't shine. As a magus, and a willing participant of the Holy Grail War, she was prepared for problems, ambushes, traps, and all that. She was absolutely not prepared for the ugly truths it dragged out into the light and dropped on her front yard. The Tosaka were the overseers of Fuyuki City. She was the family head. The deeds of the Mato should never have remained secret to her. They lived in the same damn district. To her own sister no less. Rin hissed, well, she wanted to. The gag tied around her mouth made that harder than expected. Somehow, that made having her arms and legs bound even more annoying. She was a first-rate magus. A genius. How the hell had a little child managed to grab her? Where was Archer? He was amnesiac and weaker because of her botched ritual, but damn it, she expected at least a bit more of him. When she'd been attacked on the way to the Amiya residence by Berserker and his master, he disappeared. His only words to her were, trust me. Like hell. It had been a whole day or something. There'd been nothing else since then. The white-haired bastard hadn't even used their bond to speak. Her random insults and provocations were met with complete silence. He heard them. She knew he did. The contract was still there. She could still feel it. A part of her mana being redirected to maintain his existence in this world. At this point, she'd take anyone, but no one knew. Blind and bound, her frustration only grew since her capture. There was no fear to be found. Her captor hadn't even approached her since then. Before she could lament further, her blinds were suddenly pulled away. The light hit her immediately, and it took her eyes a moment to adjust to her new surroundings. She was in some kind of cellar. No, a cell of tasteless brick. A dim bulb dangled a few feet above her. So that was why she felt so cold and damp. Yes, she was definitely in a cell. There were even iron bars off on the far end. Just beside them, a pale woman stood with her hands on her belly, one atop the other. Her blood-red eyes were half-lidded, clearly displeased with Rin's presence. When the gag in her mouth loosened, Rin's words ended up being those of confusion. Are you a nun? I am most certainly not. The lady answered plainly. Well, she certainly could have fooled Rin. Those outdated white gowns and head covers were only worn by women of the cloth. The only other plausible connection that came to mind was to medieval-era maidservants. The one responsible for removing her binds soon made herself known too, stepping out from beside Rin to join her fellow maid. Their faces were nearly identical, she noted, just the newer one felt a tad shallower. If Henry were here, he'd probably say something like, not a thought behind those saucers. Excuse me. Ah, I'm sorry. Damn it, why was she remembering his stupidity at a time like this? The smarter maid cleared her throat. Do not try to break your bindings. You will fail. Rin had already tried. And keep your comments in check. If you displease the lady, there will be consequences. Consequences. The other one echoed, nodding her head up and down. Who does she think she is? Rin questioned calmly, targeting other masters is strictly forbidden. I think a member of the Einsburn family should have more dash. Quiet. Her cheek burned. The quieter one had slapped her. Rin bit her lip, pushing down the insults that came rushing up at the sheer audacity. Only speak when asked. Fine. If that was what they wanted, she'd let them think she was complying. It wasn't like Rin was heading into this blind. Thanks to her student, she knew who they were. The Einsburn. As rivals, she knew much about them. Surely, that knowledge would come in handy now, in some way, she hoped. They'd clearly demonstrated their willingness to go after the master instead of the servant. What was to say Rin would even get to walk from this? Nothing. But, mulling in fear accomplished nothing either. The maids continued watching her in silence. She stared right back. Soon enough, the click-clack of tiny footsteps was ringing through the corridor outside. The little lady these women served rounded the corner with a childlike smile on her tiny lips. A small child barely reaching her shoulders, with snow-white hair falling down her back and shimmering rubies for eyes. The traits that marked members of the Einsburn family. She seemed innocent, ethereal, the kind of girl you'd want to pamper. Rin knew better now. "Hello, miss. Rin, is it?" She chirped, hands behind her back. "And you're the Einsburn master, I take it." The girl didn't deign to answer. She tiptoed closer up until Rin could feel her breath on her face. Then, she cutely tilted her head to look at the maids. Damn it. The slap struck Rin's cheek just as she grit her teeth. It stung more this time, and she was sure the spot was going to bruise. "Why capture me?" Rin bit out through the pain. The child tilted her small head, poking her chin with a finger. I guess I just felt like it." "Wait, no, it's because you were with my brother." "Brother? I don't know any dash." The maid struck Rin again, harder. "Shiro Amiya silly. So when I saw you out there by yourself, I just had to grab you. You see, Miss Rin, I want my brother to suffer." What the hell was this brat even saying? "So I was thinking, maybe I should have Berserker violate you in front of him, or give him your head." The words didn't quite register yet. When they sunk in, Rin paled ever so little. The girl noticed instantly. Of course, she did. She giggled cutely, moving her head from side to side as though she were humming to some melody. "Has it settled in now?" "That was the plan before. I've decided it'd be much better if I break you before I send you to him." "Isn't that great? You'll be just like your sister." At her words, rage came welling forth. The bind strained to hold her. Then, the maid was striking her, in the gut this time. The wind abruptly left Rin's lungs and she let out a violent cough. Her captor giggled at that. "You can even find out if it's really as bad as Sakura makes it look. Who knows, maybe it'll even be pleasurable down the line." Mad. She was mad. "Do you think you'll get away?" Rin stopped halfway, but the strike never came. Her fear was met with even more enthused giggles. Giggles that turned into full-blown laughter. She laughed freely, hands over her stomach. A good painful moments later, she settled down, wiping a tear from her eye. "Who do you think will stop my berserker?" No one should have come to mind. Berserker's true name was Heracles. The greatest hero of ancient Greece. The son of Zeus who overcame the 12 labors and became a deity himself. A hero without equal. Yes, no should have come to mind. Someone did. Rin hated itself for it. She was the reason behind him getting struck by a noble phantasm. But for some reason, that silly grin and that stupid confidence flashed through her mind all the same. She hated that stupid smile even felt reassuring right now. Rin Tosaka was not used to someone being there for her. No would come, she told herself. Common sense told her to shut up lest this mad child do worse. She really had no reason to respond to that question and risk even further an immediate injury. But damn it, she was Rin Tosaka. Last I saw, a girl was toying with him. What a pitiful servant. It's clearly because he has you as a master. Those bright red eyes sharpened considerably. What is that supposed to mean? You're a cruel, half-mad bitch that thinks some pain justifies ruining the lives of others. Guess what kind of woman made Heracles suffer? Before she knew it, someone was grabbing her by the neck. Rin laughed. What? The truth hurts. Aw, poor you. Amiya did nothing to you. You're just a monster. The grip around her neck tightened. Archer was seriously so, useless. Just as her vision began to blur, a great rumble shook the entire castle. The old walls groaned, and dust fell from the ceiling as the dim bulb exploded into bits. Liesrit. The dumber maid dropped Rin, looking around confusedly. Protect Mistress Iliasville. Coughing, Rin rubbed her bruised throat. Iliasville, was it? She'd remember that. You need to retreat. She heard the smarter one caution. The bounded fields around the castle are gone. There is no, multiple intruders. Whether it was pride or some misplaced anger again, Iliasville showed the first sign of being a proper master in response to the maid's report. She raised a clenched fist. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 100. Berserker will crush them all. Those words were tested far faster than she'd probably expected when the wall behind Rin exploded outwards. The maids quickly moved to protect Iliasville while, strangely, none of the rubble headed her way even neared her. All the chunks of stone and brick froze mid-flight, suspended in air. Those thighs are as fine as ever. Rin recognized that voice. She stopped crawling away, and looked back with wide eyes just as a familiar youth stepped through the destroyed wall, a fist raised. When he unclenched his hand, all the floating rubble unceremoniously plopped onto the cracked floor. "Ni how, fine shyt." Her eyes grew wet for some reason, but she smiled at his words. "I'm Japanese." "Yeah, potato potato." Somehow, those words were a lot more horrid compared to Iliasville's vile plans for her. She wanted to smack him. "You again." Iliasville said calmly, stepping out from behind her maids. "Didn't you have enough last time? I feel you have a very flawed recollection of what happened last time." "Damn right." Henry raised his hands in surrender. "But no, as much as I want to throw down, your beef is with someone else right now. If you think you're escaping Berserker Dash. Ho ha ha ha. Look at this. Being my herald suits you, mongrel. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to comment." Chapter 134, Chapter. The first thing my eyes caught when I blew through the castle wall were the red marks on Rin's cheeks, her bruised throat, and then the rope burns along her wrists and legs. I put a hand on my chin, moving my gaze to Iliasville von Einsburn. Despite her innocent face, she was not a child, not a puppet, and not being fooled into this by someone. What she did, she chose to. By her own will, she decided that she wanted to have her little berserker rip me limb from limb when first we met. Even now, with how she was clenching her small fists in frustration, this girl truly believed that I was the one in the wrong for interrupting her, with whatever she was doing. Actually, what was she doing? Rin. The indignant lady of the Tosaka stared at me curiously. What was she up to just now? No lies now. Rin bit her lower lip, before shaking her head. She was having her maids beat me because she felt like it. Right, she was also gloating about whether she should let Heracles have his way with me before killing me, for the same reason. I pinched my nose. Her intentions weren't so out of place. Magi were as debauched and uncaring as they were influential. But, even those heartless people usually had at least some goal in mind when they inflicted great horror on their test subjects. She's wrong. The little girl interrupted my thoughts with a small smile. I've already decided. I'm going to have you watch as he uses her like a broken toy. You should have thought dash. I calmly snapped my fingers. The two combat-ready maids behind her jerked, then froze in place. The very world around them shifted to block their every movement. As they watched, I stepped closer to their mistress. You're a magus. As such, she deserved no mercy. So are you. She bit out. I grinned, eyes shimmering. That's why I'm not going to get in his way for once. Don't get mad now, dash. Her gaze sharpened, and I felt the mana around us rile to answer her call. The maids behind her struggled against my hold, but that spell had held Nobunaga once, they stood no chance. I'm still treating you with more courtesy than you deserve. The past only went so far, and I definitely cared for Rin more than I did this cruel stranger. That was enough for me. I imagined Shiro would question her decisions, ask her for her motivations, and maybe make her see the right path somehow after suffering through much. I didn't really like that kind of suffering anymore. Actions against my desires needed consequences. How dare you, dash? Do what you want. Let go of my maids. Berserker. A mad roar shook the castle and the forest around. Outside, critters scattered, and birds of prey took to the skies. Suddenly, a fist was emerging from the darkness of the cells, aimed for my face. Henry. It never reached me. The distance had become so vast that such an outcome became a complete impossibility. Then, space stretched. An invisible force struck my assailant, throwing him through the wall behind us. With a hand, I turned and reached for the maids. When I snapped my fingers, they fell to their knees, and their heads tumbled into their own laps. Before she could even scream, blood sprayed from the fresh wounds, marring Iliasville's snow-white hair. I killed them. I felt nothing for it. A choked sob escaped Iliasville's throat as I was pulling Rin to her feet. Did I go too far? She stared at me in silence for a moment. No. I don't know what Amiya might think, but I'm not going to defend someone so disgusting. You suck at reassuring people. I chortled. Well, not like I needed that anyway. Screw you. I'm never agreeing with you again. Howling madly, Berserker came charging right back as if possessed by some demon. The giant's flesh rippled, struggling to contain his own raw strength, and his veins pulsed a bright red. Kill them, Berserker. Rip them both apart. His master screeched with tears in her eyes. Isn't this a Greek hero? I wondered aloud as the world shifted around us. We now stood a ways off, in full view of the great walled castle that suddenly came out of the mist as though we'd wandered into some fairy tale. The great tall walls made me feel some sort of primal awe. A pity there wasn't more time to take in the sight. I held a certain enthusiasm for such grand magical workshops. He is Heracles. Hercules. Whichever you prefer. Rin nodded. Fighting him is going to be some trouble. You don't have any command seals either. Actually, I had two. Instead of speaking, I merely showed her the back of my left palm just as Medusa jumped down from a tree. Her head turned to Rin, then back to me. Will we fight? Personally, I had something much more pressing on my mind. Has nobody considered the issue with leaving someone from ancient Greece with children? This is like me entrusting my kid sister to Father Mark. Rin's face dropped. That's slander. The fuck it is. He always tells me about his basement dash. I licked my dry lips. Well, used to, I guess. What dash? No, never mind that. Why do you have another servant? 'Cause I'm him. For a moment, Rin looked like she wanted to say something. But, she simply quieted down and gripped my shirt by the cuff. You can tell me how good I look later. I think Berserker's coming. I wouldn't. Likely, that stupid brat was throwing some tantrum inside with her servant watching over her, about how she hated me in the world, and that she was the only one who ever suffered and that somehow gave her the right to have people violated at her leisure. I wanted no part of that. That was why I immediately dipped after killing her maids. You're oddly calm about that. Rin raised a brow, back to her usual self. You know, facing Heracles. It's not like he's a big deal. He was definitely a big deal. I already knew what was going on in there. I shrugged, raising a finger to point at the castle's ramparts. That infuriating bastard told me. I just didn't believe him. From high above, a man with hair of gold watched us all with an amused smirk playing across his lips. Despite the distance, I could easily make out his shimmering red eyes. Who is that? Some senile old man that thinks he's above me. Just as those words left my mouth, the air behind him rippled. Numerous golden gates opened against the puffy, white skies. From them emerged countless treasures, swords and lances and axes, wielded by the greatest of humanity's heroes. Yet, I knew, he had no intention of striking us. I quickly pocketed my aviators. When a mad howl shook the air, and Heracles came flying out of the broken castle wall, the sky lit up. Those same treasures rained down. They struck the greatest hero of ancient Greece, and impotently rattled off his bare skin, unable to pierce his flesh. He was so tough that attacks below a certain magnitude simply had no effect on him at all. That alone made him one of the strongest servants participating in this war. Yet, against someone like Gilgamesh, that ability was useless. Another hail of treasures rained down just as Heracles reached for me with a hand. They blew right through him, buried themselves in his back and pierced his gut. If a certain weapon didn't work, Gilgamesh could simply pull out one that would. The nature of the Gate of Babylon made it so he'd never even run out. From up high, the king of heroes laughed boisterously, arms crossed as he rained down hell. Heracles had long lost his reason, but even then, he was forced to recognize that man as the more immediate threat. His flesh knit itself together, vein by vein, and he roared at the king. Don't bark at me, you mad dog. Gilgamesh swung his arm. Those wounds were opened anew, by weapons wholly different from the ones before. You disgusting mongrel. For that insolence alone, you deserve 1,000 deaths. I shall do with killing the child you hold so dear in front of your eyes. To his horrible words, I only whistled. How the tables have turned, huh? Rin murmured, clutching her chest. Do you want me to stop him? I wasn't going to. She shook her head. That was good. An unexpectedly normal response. Gilgamesh stepped off the ramparts, falling freely through the air as Berserker shot forth. His speed and might ripped asunder the very earth beneath his feet. Again, long before he ever even reached his target, a golden chain was wrapping itself around his arm. His trajectory broke abruptly as he was yanked backwards and thrown back at me. For a moment, my eyes pulsed and my head was racked with an abrupt pain. Blood trickled down my nose. That was all. I knew what those chains were. The chains of heaven, Enkidu. Their nature wasn't much of a surprise, honestly. After all, even Nobunaga grew stronger according to the divinity her foe held. Against the son of Zeus, they were supremely effective. I waved my hand, an invisible force struck him in the side. The greatest hero of ancient Greece was suddenly flung into the dense forest. The chains yanked him right back and tossed him the other way, right back at the castle. Through all that, Gilgamesh simply walked towards us with such ease one would think he was taking a leisurely walk through nature instead of absolutely wrecking Berserker. He even had a hand in his pocket. Well, mongrel. I was right, was I not? Ya dash. Of course, I was. It is I. There was no other choice. Do you a dash? I scratched the back of my head. Do you pop a stiffy from your own reflection, mate? He definitely did, didn't he? Unfortunately, the King of Heroes never answered my earnest query. I permit your leave. Take your little girl, and that snake, and begone from my sight. I pursed my lips. Yet know that I will surely come after you next. Be honored and rejoice, mongrel. You will receive that child's core and become the lesser grail I desire. What? Sure. I couldn't help but rub my nose. If you want to commit suicide, be my guest. Apparently, Rin did not share my confidence with the way she paled. Just then, Heracles roared aloud once more. The very ground trembled in fear as the mad servant burst forth from the tree-line, grinding his sharp teeth together. Utterly composed in the face of even that monstrosity, Medusa moved in front of me even when there was no need to. I think I want to watch this fight. Then be blinded by my radiance, and woe that you shall never reach me. The king laughed once more, running a hand through his hair.